Nanzhou, Nanding County. On the periphery of Nanding County, there exists a solitary mountain. This nameless mountain rises abruptly, piercing the sky like a sword, surrounded by a vast expanse of over 700 miles. Standing at its base and gazing upwards, one is met only with steep cliffs and dense clouds. However, for those fortunate enough to reach the summit, they would discover a quaint wooden cabin perched atop this isolated peak. Surrounded by swirling mists that dance with the wind, the air is thick with the rich aroma of chili and meat, a scent that is undeniably real, emanating from the cabin where two young men sit, engrossed in a hot pot feast. Tender beef tripe, duck intestines, and yellow throat float and tumble in the crimson broth, releasing a tantalizing fragrance. The man clad in green is Aoshuan. This marks the 7th year since he trespassed into the Forbidden Sea Trench, and also the 7th year of his confinement in Nanding County for violating celestial laws. 6 years have flown by. How have you fared here? Zhao Li, sitting across from him, retrieved a piece of beef tripe from the spicy broth and glanced up at Aoshuan. Not too bad, Aoshuan replied casually. Just making do, I suppose. The spiritual energy here is severely lacking. There isn't a single immortal sect within 1,000 miles. Blowing away the pepper from his beef tripe, Zhao Li remarked nonchalantly, had I known this, I wouldn't have given you the formation diagram to the immortal lock array. Aoshuan continued to fish in the hot pot, not immediately responding. The illustrious 9th Prince of the South Sea, yet due to a baseless celestial decree, stripped of his powers and condemned to Nanding for 3,000 years, reduced to casting clouds and rain like minor deities. How absurd. Zhao Li's expression was laden with frustration. Isn't this merely a mockery of the Dragon Clan by the Celestial Realm? What on earth is wrong with your kin from South Sea? Enough from you, spare me your words. Aoshuan replied with an unperturbed demeanor. 3,000 years is but a fleeting moment. As for the clouds and rain, isn't that merely a matter of a flick of the fingers? Do you think it's worth it? Zhao Li inquired. Value is irrelevant. When I resolved to enter that trench, I accepted the worst possible outcome. Despite the spiritual energy being scarce, the punishment involved no outsiders and did not affect the South Sea. It solely serves to chastise myself. The ability to cast clouds and rain, coupled with the restriction of leaving Nanding County, is quite tolerable. Aoshuan refrained from mentioning the loss of his powers, and after a brief silence, he added, it really is quite acceptable. Zhao Li furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Aoshuan's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he asked 3 words. Is that sincere? Aoshuan fell silent and shot Zhao Li a sidelong glance, eventually murmuring, what sincerity? Zhao Li burst into laughter. Since there are no outsiders here, do share your true thoughts. 3 of the 4 heavenly kings have arrived, accompanied by 20,000 heavenly soldiers. Why would my thoughts matter? Aoshuan retorted with irritation. He would have liked to resist, yet his nascent strength in the 8th realm rendered him powerless against the celestial soldiers. Moreover, if he were to rebel, the entire South Sea Dragon Clan would suffer the consequences. Zhao Li chuckled even more heartily, grabbing a piece of duck intestine and tossing it into his mouth along with the pepper, his light blue eyes sparkling with curiosity as he leaned closer to Aoshuan and whispered, what lies within that trench of the South Sea? Nothing to behold, Aoshuan replied, lowering his brows and shaking his head. Really? You saw absolutely nothing? Zhao Li expressed his discontent. Aoshuan shook his head once more. Zhao Li sighed. To see nothing at all is indeed a pity. He held no doubts. For a forbidden place of such significance to the celestial realm, if Aoshuan had indeed discerned its secrets, the consequences would likely exceed mere confinement. The two fell into silence, the room enveloped in tranquility. Yet this silence did not endure for long. Suddenly, Zhao Li slapped the table, hunched his back, raised his head, and squinted, saying, I heard that within that trench lies a world-ending demon lord of at least the 12th realm, whom even the celestial realm cannot vanquish. Thus they can only confine him. Do you truly believe that? Aoshuan regarded him as if he were foolish. Zhao Li, indignant, huffed, why can't you have a bit of ambition? That is a being of the 12th realm. Do you understand what that signifies? Furthermore, to challenge the heavenly court. In 1,000 years, aside from that monkey with a stick, who else has dared to do so? Aoshuan understood precisely whom Zhao Li referred to as the monkey. Furrowing his brows, he corrected him earnestly, Do not refer to him as a mere monkey. He should be called victorious, fighting Buddha. Zhao Li chuckled, dismissing the correction. To hell with the victorious, fighting Buddha. Regardless of whether he was once a demon king or the great sage equal to heaven, he was now merely a washed-up monkey devoid of ambition. Ao Xuan is 27 years old, that he had previously endured confinement under the old turtle. Yet this time, he faces a full 3,000 years. For countless mortals, 3,000 years is an eternity, ample for multiple lifetimes. However, Ao Xuan hails from the South Sea Dragon clan. For dragons, it is not uncommon to live for tens of thousands of years, and deep within the South Sea, there exists an ancient dragon ancestor who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. In truth, 3,000 years is not considered long, yet it is not as brief as Ao Xuan portrays. After all, he is merely 27, even accounting for his previous life. He has experienced just over 40 years. Deep within the South Sea lies a trench, and from the moment Ao Xuan discovered it, he became intrigued by the secrets it concealed. He inquired of his parents and elder brother, but received no answers. He sought the wisdom of the ancient ancestor, who merely ruffled his hair without providing any insight. Yet Ao Xuan understood that he must venture into that trench. It was a destiny he felt compelled to embrace, and the higher his realm, the stronger the guidance he sensed, as if he were destined to shoulder this karmic burden. And so he did. Ultimately, the Dragon King of the South Sea personally approached the celestial realm, leveraging every connection available to plead on his behalf. Ao Xuan was condemned to Nanning County to cast clouds and rain. The duration, 3,000 years. Now, 2,993 years remain. Zhao Li is Aoxin's closest friend, the sole companion he has known for over 2 decades. A friend shrouded in secrecy, for Zhao Li is a phoenix. Zhao Li is a demon. Chapter 2. The mountain climbing made in the dishes on the wooden table had all been cleared, and the hot pot meal was nearing its conclusion. Zhao Li set down his chopsticks and remarked, 3,000 years is far too long. We cannot simply waste our time here. After pondering for over 6 years, have you devised any solution? No, Ao Xuan replied bluntly, shaking his head. Truly at a loss with you. I shall contemplate a remedy. Zhao Li sighed in resignation. Suddenly squinting his eyes as he softly inquired, how does the taste of Lao Jun's divine whip fare? Ao Xuan was taken aback. He fell silent for a moment, rubbing his brow, then sighed, it is hardly pleasant. It hurts, intensely. Just recalling it sends a shiver down my spine. Back when I trespassed into forbidden grounds. Besides being punished in Nanning County, I also received 81 strikes of the divine whip, a treasure wielded by the supreme Lao Jun specifically for punishing deities. This punishment does not merely affect the body, it strikes at the very soul. Even after 7 years, the wounds upon my soul remain unhealed. Would you like to experience it? Ao Xuan queried. Zhao Li immediately responded, indeed. Ao Xuan stated, then reveal your true form. Within half an hour, someone from the heavenly realm will surely arrive. TSK, a peak-level phoenix demon trespassing into Nanjan Buzhou. By then, forget the divine whip. Perhaps you might even wander through Lao Jun's alchemical furnace like the great sage equal to heaven did. Zhao Li narrowed his eyes, defiantly asserting, do you think I am afraid? Of course, you are. Afraid of what? Do you not understand the phoenix's rebirth through fire? Can the Samadhi true fire not facilitate rebirth? It must be possible. Such grandiose claims. Ao Xuan scoffed mercilessly. Zhao Li let out a cold huff, gritting his teeth, and retaliated with a punch to Ao Xuan's shoulder. Suddenly, Zhao Li raised an eyebrow, gazing down the cliff. He spotted a ledge on the mountain wall where a young girl clad in a pale blue tunic stood. She possessed a fresh and lovely countenance, with a few freckles adorning her face. Her long hair, tied into a ponytail, fell to her shoulders, and her loose garments were secured with thin cords at her wrists and ankles, presenting a tidy appearance. The girl carried a medicinal basket on her back, wielding a pickaxe in her right hand, searching for a feasible climbing route. To think a mortal could ascend without a proper path, Zhao Li mused in astonishment. Ao Xuan shook his head, saying, that girl cannot make it up here. Zhao Li glanced at him. How do you know? The mountain was exceedingly steep, towering over 1,000 zhong, yet the girl was less than 100 zhong from the summit. Ao Xuan offered no explanation. A flicker of blue shadow crossed his gaze as he peered through the rock, focusing on the girl beginning her ascent. 3, 2, 1, Ao Xuan whispered. As soon as his words faded, the girl's footing slipped, and she began to slide downwards. Zhao Li gasped, preparing to cast a spell to save her. Do not worry, Ao Xuan restrained his movement. As expected, the girl had already laid down a thick bed of straw on the ledge below and had placed several winter coats there. She stood up, rubbed her sore spots, raised her head to gaze at the cloud-shrouded summit, bit her lip, and vigorously waved her small fists twice. Zhao Li's interest was piqued. Do you know her? She is named Li Chuyi, Ao Xuan smiled. Zhao Li asked, "What is the story?" Ao Xuan explained, her original name was Li Yi, and she lived in the town at the foot of the mountain. On the first day of the 12th lunar month 5 years ago, shortly after our last meeting. It was her birthday. However, she fell gravely ill, having been in a coma for several days. Her father, a physician, exhausted all remedies and finally resorted to a witch who claimed that changing her name could alter her fate, convincing her family to do so. When the witch performed the ritual, I happened to pass by and paused for a moment to bestow upon her the name Chui. Coincidentally, today also happens to be the first day of the 7th month. So, did changing her name cure her illness? Zhao Li inquired. Do you think a name change can heal? Ao Xuan shook his head. The witch was utterly ignorant, merely a charlatan. She suffered from wind cold entering the bones and damaging her vital energy. I imparted a measure of true energy to her, which facilitated her gradual recovery. Zhao Li's eyes widened. Then why not help her? Ao Xuan shrugged. It is futile. Zhao Li replied. Bestowing a name is an act of kindness. Besides, did you not assist her once before? Ao Xuan stated. That was merely a matter of convenience. What she seeks now, I cannot provide. What does she desire? Zhao Li blinked, asking. She has heard tales that the summit holds divine herbs and immortals who can ensure the town's peace for a millennium, Ao Xuan replied. But you are an immortal, are you not? Zhao Li teased with a smile, surveying Ao Xuan from head to toe. Ao Xuan ignored him, and Zhao Li turned his attention back to the mortal girl with keen interest. After a moment, Zhao Li shook his head in disappointment, saying, No, she lacks the innate talent, the spiritual essence. Her appearance is merely average. Ao Xuan remained noncommittal. To be fair, the girl named Li Chuyi was not unattractive. One could even say she was quite lovely. Her delicate features and the way her coarse linen clothing could not conceal her admirable figure were enough to merit the title of beauty. Especially her long, slender legs would make 99% of girls envious. In a previous life, she would outshine many top-tier actresses. Yet, this beauty was only notable among mortals. When compared with the striking women of the heavenly realm and the demon clans, Li Chuyi's beauty, devoid of much spiritual grace, indeed fell short. Zhao Li's assessment was not born from arrogance. He merely articulated the perception of ordinary mortals from the perspective of the demon clan. Although nearly all demon spirits were confined to the heavenly realm, bound by an oath that kept them within the demon continent, they were still vastly superior to mortals who could not even touch the world of cultivation. Ultimately, in the eyes of most gods and demons, mortals were but ants, their lives and deaths resting on a whim. In conflicts between the two, mortals were merely the spoils of the victors, slaves offering up incense. Of course, there were many mortals who, for various reasons, came into contact with the world of cultivation. Some established sects after achieving success in cultivation, passing down their methods. Others disregarded worldly affairs, devoted to seeking longevity. Some sought wealth and power, becoming so-called elites. Arrogance, greed, and selfishness, these ingrained flaws would amplify infinitely with the growth of power. Thus, at any given moment, over 70% of cultivators would detach themselves from the mortal realm, self-proclaiming as immortals. Such immortals, naturally, regarded themselves as exalted beings. Chapter 3. 7 years had Ao Sun been of pure dragon lineage, a disciple of the celestial path. He might have shared similar sentiments. However, due to the education he received in his previous life, Ao Sun harbored an indelible affection for the mortal realm. As for Zhao Li, though somewhat haughty by nature, he never projected his grievances or anger onto others and exhibited a commendable empathy towards ordinary individuals. Such traits are rare among great demons and serve as a significant reason for Ao Sun's friendship with him. Ao Sun and Zhao Li continued their light-hearted conversation, while the girl named Li Chuyi remained undeterred, making her way up the mountain time and again. In the span of half an hour, she had fallen 3 times. During her third attempt, she climbed over Tuzhong, nearly reaching the next foothold. Zhao Li observed that Ao Sun had inadvertently cast several spells to slow her descent, preventing her from sustaining injuries, and even discreetly employed healing magic to alleviate her pain. What is this? Afa Ade of disdain while being kind-hearted? If you wish for her to ascend, be straightforward about it. There is no need for such subterfuge, Zhao Li thought with a smirk. Ao Sun shook his head in response. Zhao Li scoffed, chiding him. Then be honest. If you do not wish for her to reach the summit, why meddle? Let her fall and learn her lesson. She will soon abandon this endeavor if she becomes too hurt or frightened. Ao Sun sighed. Do not misuse words. Zhao Li laughed derisively, still soft-hearted, I see. Ao Sun smiled but remained silent. Despite Zhao Li's sharp tongue, he would undoubtedly intervene if Ao Sun chose not to help. This fellow was a classic example of a harsh exterior concealing a tender heart. Suddenly, Zhao Li slapped his forehead, grinning. I say, you aren't developing feelings for her, are you? Wanting to follow in the footsteps of those foolish mortals and seek a celestial mortal partnership? Have you nothing better to do? Ao Sun shot him a sidelong glance. Zhao Li nodded, feigning a loud burp. Ao Sun found no merit in arguing with him, nor was there any need to. The chasm between celestial and mortal paths was stark. In this era, where the road to ascension had nearly vanished and mortals could hardly hope to become celestial beings. Those 4 words bore a far more brutal reality than one might imagine. Yet, this cruelty did not stem from the heavenly realm. There exists no celestial decree forbidding love between mortals and immortals. Although a class divide is evident, everyone is preoccupied. And it is hardly worth establishing a heavenly law over such trifling matters of the heart. This harshness arises from the passage of time. It is said that a celestial maiden once descended to the mortal realm and fell in love with a mortal man. Had it merely been a simple romance, it might have sufficed, but in a moment of folly, the celestial maiden imparted her lineage's teachings to him. Such a breach of tradition is considered a grave taboo, not only in the heavenly realm but also among both demons and mortals. The maiden was captured and imprisoned in the celestial locking prison. This was not the end. The mortal man with whom she was enamored was ruthlessly eradicated, body and soul obliterated. Upon learning of his fate, the maiden took her own life in the celestial locking prison, extinguishing both her body and spirit. When Zhao Li first heard this tale, he was left utterly astounded. Anyone with a modicum of sense would never commit such an act. Bored, Zhao Li observed Li Chuyi for a moment, confirming that she would not reach the summit, and found the situation exceedingly tedious. Retracting his gaze, he glanced at Ao Sun and declared, "I'm leaving. I must make a trip to the eastern continent." With that, he transformed into a streak of crimson light and vanished. Ao Sun rose to see him off. Within the room, a mist arose from an unknown source, sweeping away the lingering aroma of spices and leaving the pots and pans spotless. Above the solitary mountain, amidst clouds higher than the peak itself, Zhao Li paused. His departure from the demon realm was not solely to seek out Ao Sun. He had come with a mission. He was to journey to the Tang dynasty in the east to retrieve a lost kin and visit the Lord of White City. To be frank, Zhao Li despised such tasks. The peril of intruding into the mortal realm aside, the year-long round trip was a considerable inconvenience. His dissatisfaction with the mission's specifics only deepened. Retrieving his own kin was one matter, but what significance did the Lord of White City hold? Why should he, a mere mortal, warn a visit? Even if he were a practitioner of the celestial path, a nameless sect could scarcely be formidable. In contrast, he preferred to remain within the confines of the Phoenix clan's territory, teaching the younger generation a lesson, battling the foolish bull demons of the north, racing with the great pungs of the west, and occasionally indulging in youthful folly by exploring the traps set by fox demons. Alas, this task had been entrusted to him by his patriarch, leaving him no choice but to comply. In the patriarch's words, this was an exercise in honing his capabilities. With a belly full of grievances, Zhao Li's thoughts turned to the leisurely Ao Sun, and he felt even more discontented. If he were so busy, he ought to find something for Ao Sun to do. An idea struck him. Glancing once more at the climbing mortal girl, he snapped his fingers, and a spark of fire shot forth, descending toward the solitary mountain below. After executing this maneuver, Zhao Li grinned, though his smile bore an unmistakable mischievousness. The fire he cast vanished in an instant. Following that, a gust of wind swept across the solitary mountain. Li Chuyi, perched on the precipice, was startled and immediately ducked behind a protruding rock to shield herself from the wind. Once the gust subsided and the mist cleared, a winding mountain path unveiled itself before her. Where did this path come from? Li Chuyi stared at the newly revealed trail, momentarily taken aback, then raised her gaze upward. The path extended into the mist, obscuring its true length. Could it lead directly to the summit? Why had she never noticed this route before? Filled with confusion and trepidation, she pondered the legends of celestial herbs and immortals, which seemed to provide explanations for the mysteries around her. After a brief internal struggle, the girl began her ascent along the path. At the summit, a noticeably aged, yellowing recliner sat before a wooden house, its legs cracked and wobbling. Ao Sun lounged in the chair, a book spread across his face. This book had been brought by Zhao Li. Its white cover adorned with a striking title embossed in gold, The Tale of a Phoenix and 9 Foxes. Having finished the story, Ao Sun found it quite enjoyable. It contained all the necessary elements, was well described, and featured several indecipherable illustrations. However, it lacked a sense of immersion. A different title might have altered that perception. As Zhao Li had surmised, Ao Sun's days were indeed languid, with little to occupy his time. The spiritual energy in this region was sparse, rendering cultivation ineffective. And with his spirit damaged, he required not cultivation but rather time to heal and regain his strength. As for what lay ahead, he had yet to contemplate. 3,000 years. How would he endure this time? Ao Sun had attempted to savor life within the limited confines of South Ding County. The issue was that South Ding County spanned over 5,000 miles, an expanse that would take a lifetime for an ordinary person to traverse. For him, however, it was merely a matter of days, and he had already seen all there was to see. Of course, this place, seemingly cursed with its lack of spiritual energy, held little of intrigue. Zhao Li had suggested he develop South Ding County, akin to how great demons constructed their lairs or how humans built kingdoms, secretly employing spells, nurturing followers, and fostering prosperity in the surroundings. Although it might not rival the flourishing lands under the protection of celestial sects, at the very least, it would not appear so barren. Ao Sun declined the suggestion. He was confined within South Ding County. To put it charitably, he was a traveler, but to speak bluntly, he was a prisoner. What power could a prisoner cultivate? After his refusal, Zhao Li proposed a second suggestion. He instructed Ao Sun to walk over without using any spells. Just like an ordinary mortal, taking the time to thoroughly explore Nanding County and engage with real human beings. Particularly, he emphasized the importance of interacting with beautiful women, suggesting that a deeper connection would be most beneficial. At that moment, Ao Sun kicked him. Zhao Li, undeterred, scolded Ao Sun for half an hour, proclaiming that the dragon race is inherently flirtatious and by nature should beget 9 offspring, much like your father. He argued that one should not go against their nature, nor reject the admirable virtues passed down through the dragon lineage, asserting that someone like Ao Sun was unworthy of being called a true dragon. Ao Sun remained indifferent to his tirade. Once Zhao Li tired of berating him, he remarked, "Don't you often listen to music in the South Sea? Why bother with this?" Ao Sun replied, "Those in the South Sea are all monsters. Here, they are merely ordinary people. They are not the same." Frankly, Zhao Li could not comprehend why the noble 9th prince of the South Sea would seek such closeness with these mortals. With no other options, Zhao Li proposed a third suggestion. He urged Ao Sun to devise several golden opportunities and select a few characters to nurture into significant figures in Nanding County. Ao Sun declined for the third time, reiterating his stance of not cultivating power or subordinates. These 3 suggestions sounded akin to a game, reflecting Zhao Li's playful nature. However, Zhao Li's words were not mere jest, they were subtly profound. Ao Sun understood the deeper implications. Establishing a temple is akin to nurturing a lineage. Many celestial beings intentionally guide mortals to construct their shrines, such as the common mountain god temples, bodhisattva temples, and their own dragon king temples. The ultimate goal of these shrines is to harness the power of incense to enhance their cultivation. Given the scarcity of spiritual energy in Nanding County, Ao Sun's progress in restoring his realm was exceedingly slow, and Zhao Li suggested this method to allow Ao Sun to practice through the power of incense. The idea of traversing the mortal realm was, in essence, about embracing humanity. To embrace humanity holds profound significance. This is a consensus acknowledged by practitioners from the celestial realm, the mortal realm, and even the demon realm. As for the final suggestion of designing golden opportunities and selecting fated individuals, it essentially meant taking disciples in the mortal world, though they would remain unnamed. In a certain sense, they would embody the integration of incense and the essence of humanity. Ao Sun's reasoning for refusal was straightforward. As a prisoner, it would be best for him to avoid entanglements with fate in the near term. As he reflected on these thoughts, a gust of wind swept across the mountaintop. Unlike the usual cold winds, this breeze was scorching, carrying a hint of phoenix fire. Initially, Ao Sun thought Zhao Li had returned. He lifted the book covering his face and rose from the recliner. Yet, there was no sign of Zhao Li nearby. Soon after, a melodious female voice rang out from a distance. "Hello, is anyone here?" Chapter 4. The Threat of Causality. Upon hearing a sound, Ao Sun paused momentarily, turning to see Li Chuyi, who had just reached the summit. The young girl wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, appearing somewhat anxious, and took several deep breaths. The mountaintop was vast and open, with the heavenly light filtering through the clouds casting a shadow of her graceful form upon the ground. She tiptoed, glancing around cautiously before stepping forward. Then, she spotted a wooden house ahead. Li Chuyi's heart raced. Could it be that someone truly resided at this mountaintop? Did the legendary immortals really exist? The girl hesitated for a moment, quietly retrieving a pickaxe from her backpack, gripping it with both hands, and cautiously made her way toward the wooden structure. On the other side, Ao Sun was somewhat astonished. How had this girl managed to ascend without his notice? The warm breeze that had just swept by, along with the subtle red glow surrounding Li Chuyi, provided the answer. Nirvana Divine Fire. This was one of the most fearsome flames that could only be condensed by the Phoenix clan when they reached an advanced state of cultivation. Living beings possess a physical body and soul, and once they attain a certain level of cultivation, their soul can exist independently of their body, greatly enhancing their survival capabilities. This made it exceedingly difficult to kill those of high cultivation. Conversely, the Phoenix Divine Fire was the nemesis of the soul. Those trapped within it rarely escaped unscathed. It was unexpected that after several years, Zhao Li had cultivated to such a level. He, who referred to himself as a Demon King, must be quite close to the true realm of the Demon King. Yet what of Ao Sun? He sighed softly, casting a glance at Li Chuyi, deciding against revealing himself to the young girl. Just as he was about to employ a secret method to conceal his presence, he suddenly felt a shift, a faint golden light enveloping his eyes. In that moment, his gaze resembled the fiery golden eyes of the legendary demon King Sun Wukong. Was this the thread of causality? With the aid of his mystical sight, Ao Sun perceived a slender thread imbued with a hint of black, one end connecting to Li Chuyi, while the other anchored to himself. The notion of encounter implied causality. He had saved her when she was gravely ill and had bestowed upon her the name Chuyi. Moreover, he had assisted her several times during her herb-gathering trips up the mountain. In this regard, Their fates had been entwined for quite some time. However, the issue lay in the fact that Li Chuyi had never seen Ao Sun before. When causality is unidirectional, especially with one party being an untrained mortal, the connection should be quite shallow, hardly sufficient to forge such a profound thread. Furthermore, given his current level of cultivation, even with the use of his mystical sight, he should not be able to perceive such an enigmatic thread. It was indeed a curious phenomenon, Ao Sun mused. At that moment, Li Chuyi approached. Due to the presence of the thread, Ao Sun deliberated briefly and chose not to evade her. Consequently, as Li Chuyi, holding the pickaxe with care, cautiously skirted around the wooden house, she suddenly laid eyes on a young man in a green robe lounging in a chair. Oh, the girl gasped in surprise, her pickaxe clattering to the ground before she hastily picked it up, holding her breath in silence. Ao Sun rose from the chair, amused by her reaction, and replied to her earlier inquiry with a smile, "Hello." Inside the wooden house, the table and chairs remained in place, though the pots and dishes on the table were nowhere to be found. Li Chuyi seated herself in the spot previously occupied by Zhao Li, sitting up straight with her hands folded on her abdomen, appearing as demure as a child who had arrived late to class. "Would you like some water?" Ao Sun noticed her lips were somewhat parched. With a flick of his hand, a cup materialized, filled with fresh water, which he pushed towards her. "Ah." Li Chuyi jumped at the unexpected voice, her hands flailing like a charming little duck as she repeatedly exclaimed, "No, no, I and Apos am not thirsty." Since stepping into the room, the girl had been extremely nervous. After all, the wooden house appeared quaint from the outside, but upon entering, she realized it could only be described in 4 words: bare and empty. Li Chuyi was baffled as to where Ao Sun had conjured the cup from or how he had filled it with water. Everything felt exceedingly mysterious to this mortal girl. Observing her anxious demeanor, Ao Sun couldn't help but chuckle softly. "There's no need to fear. I am not a bad person," he assured her. Li Chuyi swallowed nervously, thinking to herself that all villains claim to be harmless. Yet, gazing at Ao Sun's handsome face, she found herself unwittingly relaxing. She had never encountered anyone so strikingly beautiful. Surely, such a person could not be wicked. With this thought, she tentatively asked, "Are you an immortal?" "Immortal?" Ao Sun shook his head. "I am not." As the 9th son of the Dragon King of the South Sea, he might have been considered an immortal in the Dragon Palace. But now he was a sinner imprisoned by the immortal realm. "Not an immortal?" Li Chuyi tilted her head in contemplation. "Then you must be a cultivator. To pursue the Tao and seek longevity, that was the purpose of countless sects, and those within these sects were generally referred to as cultivators. The existence of cultivators was not a secret. It was said that a cultivator named Taiping had once emerged from the town at the foot of the mountain, and many young people often ventured out to seek the immortal sects situated in unknown locations. However, Ao Sun knew that the path to immortality had long been severed, and no matter how hard ordinary cultivators tried, they had no hope of achieving ascension. Yet, he would not disclose this to Li Chuyi. Instead, he smiled and replied, "You could say that." Li Chuyi nodded in realization, thinking to herself that it made sense. "Then what is your name?" Unable to meet Ao Sun's gaze, she carefully examined the patterns on the wooden table as she asked. "Jiang Sun." Jiang is in the river. He naturally provided his surname from his previous life, avoiding any exposure of his true identity. "Jiang Sun," Li Chuyi softly repeated, then earnestly stated, "My name is Li Chuyi, as in the first day of the 12th month." Ao Sun nodded, promptly complimenting her. "That is a lovely name. The person who named you must be quite remarkable." Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating such an amusing compliment from him, and she burst into laughter. With that smile, her earlier poise and restraint dissolved, her waist curving slightly, her delicate form quivering, and her sparkling eyes seemed to harbor countless twinkling stars. In the next instant, she realized her lapse in decorum. Hurriedly covering her mouth and sitting up straight, her adorable demeanor now tinged with a hint of mischief. Gazing at the enchanting young girl before him, Ao Sun felt a sudden shift in perspective, realizing that Zhao Li's actions might not have been entirely misguided after all. Chapter 5, Taiping Town according to my father. My original name was Li Yi. However, after falling gravely ill and failing to recover despite various treatments, a divine being happened to pass by and healed me, bestowing upon me a new name. Li Chuyi gazed at Ao Sun and lamented, "It is a pity that I was unconscious at that time and could not meet him." Ao Sun thought to himself, "But you are meeting him now." Li Chuyi continued, "By the way, that day was the first day of the 12th month 5 years ago, which happens to be my birthday. Is that so?" "What a coincidence." Ao Sun smiled, pushing the cup of water towards her once more. "Do drink some water." With no further reason to refuse, Li Chuyi lifted the cup to her lips and sipped delicately. After she finished, Ao Sun feigned ignorance and asked, "What brings you to the mountain?" "I heard there are divine herbs up there that can cure all ailments, and that there are deities who can bless the town with peace for a century," Li Chuyi replied. "Who told you that?" Ao Sun inquired. "Everyone in the town says so," she answered. "My father says so too." This is indeed a form of belief. Mortals often harbor a myriad of faiths. It is no wonder that those who cultivate seek to establish temples for themselves. Ao Sun remarked. Yet, as you can see, there are no divine herbs on this mountain. And I am no deity. Li Chuyi nodded in agreement. Ao Sun smiled at her. Are you disappointed? Not really, Li Chuyi said softly, her head lowered. Everyone is just guessing. No one has come up here, so it's normal for guesses to be wrong. That is true, Ao Sun chuckled in response. The room fell into silence, and as the young girl found herself alone with the unfamiliar man, she began to feel somewhat uneasy, summoning her courage. She turned to Ao Sun and shyly asked, May I wander around nearby? Of course, he replied. With permission granted. Li Chuyi exited the wooden cabin and spent a little over half an hour circling the mountaintop. The summit was rather monotonous, apart from the moss on the ground. There was nothing else in sight, not even a single tree. Fatigued from her wanderings, the young girl sat at the edge of a cliff, her long legs dangling in the mist. Li Chuyi cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted a few times. The gentle breeze carried her voice away. Swallowed by the rolling sea of clouds, a sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over her. Footsteps approached from behind, and Ao soon stood beside her. Li Chuyi felt a twinge of anxiety, recalling her earlier outburst, and she bit her lip, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. You should head back, Ao Sun reminded her. Snapped back to reality, Li Chuyi glanced at the sky. There was still over an hour until dusk, so it was indeed time to descend. Then I shall take my leave, she said, rising and brushing the dust off her clothes. Ao Sun accompanied her to the steps created by Zhao Li's magic and said, Be careful. Li Chuyi hesitated, gazing down at the steps as if burdened by some unspoken concern. Finally summoning her courage, she turned to Ao Sun and quietly asked, Can I come back next time? Before she finished speaking, her face had flushed anew. As you wish, Ao Sun replied with a smile, thinking her to be quite the intriguing girl. After all, who could refuse such a charming young lady? Then I shall come back, Li Chuyi thought to herself, breaking into a sweet smile. The mountain breeze was gentle, and her eyes sparkled with joy. Li Chuyi was no fragile girl. Her agility among mortals was remarkable, and she descended the mountain in just over an hour. Her home lay at the foot of the mountain in a small town. This town bore a simple name, Taiping, reflecting the title of a cultivator from many years ago and embodying the aspirations of its residents. Taiping town was not large, housing over 300 families and nearly 2,000 inhabitants. Although somewhat remote, it was not a desolate place. A river flowed through the streets, nurturing fertile fields. As winter approached and the agricultural activities ceased, the townsfolk would venture to the mountains to gather firewood, hunt for game, and collect herbs to sell in the nearby town, generating a significant income. Li Chuyi arrived at a courtyard in the southern part of the town and pushed open the gate, a waft of herbal fragrance greeting her. The scent was both refreshing and slightly bitter. It was her home, the only medical clinic in Taiping town. The clinic had been passed down through several generations, accumulating over 60 years of history. Like many clinics in the city, the Li family clinic had a couplet adorning its main hall, inscribed with the words, May all the people in the world be free from illness. What need is there to let the medicine gather dust? Upon returning home, the young girl set down her basket and took a deep, satisfied breath, stretching her graceful form in the dimming twilight. In the distance, a solitary mountain loomed, shrouded in mist. Li Chuyi pulled up a stool, resting her chin in her hands as she gazed dreamily at the solitary mountain, reflecting on the day's events as if in a dream. She resolved to return to the mountain in a few days to gather herbs. After resting for a while, the young girl emptied her basket of the herbs she had collected that day, sorting them efficiently. Some she placed inside the house to protect from light, while others she spread out on a sieve in the yard to dry. The entire process was remarkably swift, indicating her familiarity with the tasks. With her mother having passed away early, the father and daughter relied on each other, and with her father often busy, Li Chuyi had taken on the role of head of the household from a young age. Since the age of 5 or 6, she had been assisting her father with sorting herbs and preparing medicine. At that moment, a voice called from the other side of the courtyard. Chuyi is back. Unbeknownst to her, a small girl with delicate features had perched herself on the courtyard wall, staring intently at Li Chuyi. The little girl, around 12 or 13 years old, was dressed elegantly, her large, bright eyes reminiscent of a clear autumn pond, exuding a refreshing aura. If she were to smile, she would surely be enchanting. Alas, she never did. The girl appeared perpetually somber, her brows furrowed, and her lips pouting, resembling a somewhat irritable kitten, both adorable and fierce. In the center of Taiping town stood a few grand residences, owned by affluent families, their walls constructed of blue bricks. Apart from these mansions, the walls of ordinary households were typically made of moist earth or simple fences, generally low in height. With Li Chuyi's tall stature, she could easily see over the neighboring wall without needing to stand on tiptoe. However, the little girl was shorter than the wall, and standing on a stool, she had to stretch to barely manage a position that allowed her to peer over. The little girl resided next door to the Li family and was not a local. Having arrived in Taiping town 6 years prior, rumors circulated that she was the illegitimate daughter of a prominent figure from the city, who, fearing discovery by the legitimate wife, had sent her to the remote Taiping town. In contrast to Li Chuyi's name, which was a gift from a celestial being, The little girl bore an elegant name, Suhi. Li Chuyi shared a close bond with the girl, setting aside her herbs and responding with a smile, Sister Suhi. Indeed, she addressed her as Sister Suhi. Although Suhi appeared to be a girl of 10 or so, her actual age was a few years greater than Li Chuyi's. When Suhi first arrived in Taiping town, the townspeople were enamored by her porcelain-like beauty. However, their affection waned swiftly upon discovering her true age, and they quickly changed their opinions. Even when encountering Suhi on the street, they would cast her glances filled with disdain, avoiding her. The townsfolk believed she was afflicted with a little person disease. In their eyes, this disease was contagious, and those afflicted were considered omens of misfortune. It was no wonder that her father had cast her away to this place. The Li family, having practiced medicine for generations, understood from their records that the so-called minor ailments were merely demonized by others, completely unrelated to misfortune. Are you climbing the mountain again? Suhi glanced at the tightly bound cuffs of Li Chuyi's trousers, still unloosened. Li Chuyi nodded. Did you make it to the top? Suhi inquired. Since learning that Li Chuyi attempted to climb the mountain each time she went to gather herbs, similar conversations had occurred numerous times. However, in the past, Li Chuyi's response had always been negative. Today was different. Li Chuyi nodded and joyfully proclaimed, I made it this time. Suhi responded with a habitual reassurance. It's all right if you didn't reach the top. Do not lose heart. I have told you before that the mountain is peculiar. No one can ascend it. Suddenly, Suhi was jolted awake, her eyes widening in astonishment as she stared at Li Chuyi. You really made it. Yes, I did. Li Chuyi nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. You actually reached the top. Suhi, still in disbelief, exerted herself and leaped over the courtyard wall with a swift motion. Pat, pat, pat. Suhi dashed towards Li Chuyi, her small legs carrying her to where she stood just above Li Chuyi's waist. She tilted her head back and earnestly asked, Chuyi, are you certain you reached the summit? Absolutely. I am referring to that mountain. Li Chuyi clarified, pointing towards the distant solitary mountain. It's the nameless celestial mountain. Li Chuyi stated matter-of-factly, there isn't another mountain here. Nonsense, celestial mountain. More like a demon mountain. Suhi suddenly exclaimed, her delicate features set in a serious expression. Sister Suhi? Li Chuyi was puzzled by the swift change in her mood. Suhi continued, I previously told you that mountain cannot be ascended. Li Chuyi nodded slightly. Indeed, Suhi had said such words before. It was during the spring of last year when an influenza outbreak swept through the town, and the medicinal supplies at the Li family clinic were insufficient. Many could not receive treatment and had to endure, resulting in the death of over 30 individuals. Li Chuyi felt distressed for quite some time, gazing at the nameless celestial mountain spoken of by the townsfolk, and was inspired by tales of deities and elixirs to consider climbing it. She shared this thought with Suhi, who had warned her that the solitary mountain was unattainable unless one was chosen. No one else could ascend it. Chapter 6. Into the Dream. Sister Suhi. It turns out that lonely mountain is indeed accessible. Li Chuyi spoke with a hint of pride. All right, I concede, you win. Suhi replied with a light huff, removing her blue jade bracelet from her wrist and offering it to him. Li Chuyi, perplexed, asked, Sister Suhi? Take it. It's yours now, Suhi insisted. I can't accept this. Li Chuyi shook her head vigorously. She glanced at the bracelet Suhi had offered. 30 or so blue jade beads, each one glistening and translucent, strung together like stars in the night sky, dazzling and captivating, something any ordinary woman would adore. The issue was that even a girl who had never visited a jewelry shop could discern the substantial value of this bracelet. Li Chuyi estimated that even selling the Li family clinic wouldn't suffice to cover its worth. As the saying goes, one should not receive rewards without merit. Moreover, Li Chuyi had never wagered with Suhi regarding reaching the summit, so there was no question of losing a bet. I insist that you keep it. Suhi stood on tiptoe, extending her arm forward, adamant in her request. Li Chuyi shook her head again, still refusing to accept it. Suhi stomped her foot, feigning anger, and said, If you don't take it, I won't recognize you as my friend anymore. Don't speak to me again. She looked up at Li Chuyi, her expression serious. Li Chuyi pressed her lips together, contemplating her response. Before she could gather her thoughts, Suhi suddenly broke into a smile, grasped Li Chuyi's hand, and deftly slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. Strangely, the bracelet, which fit Suhi perfectly, seemed equally well suited for Li Chuyi, with no hint of awkwardness. May I ask a question? Suhi perched on a wooden stool, small in stature. Go ahead, Li Chuyi replied, her gaze fixed on the bracelet. She tried several times to remove it, but Suhi stopped her each time. Suhi, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, gazed at Lonely Mountain and asked, What is the summit like? It's quite barren, not a single tree in sight, and rather desolate. But there are plenty of clouds. When the wind blows, it's quite beautiful. Li Chuyi recounted her experiences at the peak, hesitating before ultimately deciding not to mention the wooden house or Jiang's son. Suhi suddenly inquired, Are there people up there? Li Chuyi pouted, falling silent. Without consent, she was unwilling to divulge the matter of Ao Sun's retreat on the mountain. Yet, she also could not deceive Suhi. This was tied to her character, unrelated to Suhi's generous gift. Suhi sensed her dilemma and, having reached her conclusion, casually remarked, It's fine. I was just asking. She added quickly, "Don't take off the bracelet. Please don't think I gave it to you just to ask questions. That has nothing to do with it." Fearful of being misunderstood, Sui felt the need to clarify. Li Chui softly acknowledged her with a hum, understanding that Sui was not that sort of person. Having said that, Sui did not linger, moving her stool to the wall, standing on her toes to climb over and return to her own courtyard. After tidying the medicinal herbs, Li Chui stepped into the dimly lit room. Reheating the porridge she had not finished in the morning, sought Inji a plate of greens, and sitting at the table to wait. Before long, a middle-aged man entered, carrying a medicine box and leaning on a bamboo staff. His name was Li Xuanji, Li Chui's father. He had been involved in medicine since childhood, with a name that embodied the spirit of healing. Unfortunately, fate had not been kind. A few years prior, while foraging for herbs, he encountered a sudden thunderstorm and accidentally slipped down the mountain, resulting in a permanent limp. "Chui," Li Xuanji called as he entered the courtyard. "Father, you're back," Li Chui exclaimed, rushing to greet him. She took the medicine box and staff from him, supporting his arm as they entered the room. The father and daughter discussed the patients they would see the following day and the herbs that needed to be prepared, sharing a simple dinner. After the meal, Li Chui washed the dishes and tidied the table, quickly freshening up before returning to her room. As soon as she stepped inside, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over her. Typically, she retired to bed at the beginning of the night, yet it was merely the hour of the dog, 8 p.m. An entire hour earlier than her usual routine. Perhaps it was the fatigue from gathering herbs? Without a moment to ponder, and even forgetting to remove her shoes, Li Chui collapsed onto her bed, falling into a deep slumber. In her dream, dusk transformed into dawn. Li Chui stood at the foot of Lonely Mountain, carrying her medicine basket. "Am I dreaming?" Li Chui murmured to herself, as the dreamscape appeared strikingly real, indistinguishable from reality. Yet, with a single breath, Li Chui forgot it was a dream, along with everything that had transpired that day. Time rewound to dawn. The day began anew. As Li Chui ascended the mountain to gather herbs, climbing until she found herself stranded on a cliffside. Suddenly, a path appeared, and the girl reached the summit, where she saw Jiang Sun lounging in a recliner. "Hello." Jiang Sun smiled and waved at her. The room was enveloped in darkness. Li Chui lay fast asleep, her blue jade bracelet emitting a faint glow. Beside her sat Su He, her petite figure illuminated by a soft blue light, her short legs swinging gently as images flickered before her eyes. This was the act of entering a dream, a manifestation of Su He's ability. She could utilize this gift to glimpse into the memories of others. In that moment, Su He stood at Li Chui's perspective, witnessing her entire journey up the mountain. The sights at the summit, the wooden house, and the languid Jiang Sun in his recliner. Atop Lonely Mountain, Ao Sun awoke from his nap, stroking his chin, murmuring, "Is someone plotting against me?" Half an hour later, the dream concluded. Sui took a deep breath, gazing at the slumbering Li Chui, softly apologizing, "I'm sorry." Then, Sui extended her right index finger and gently tapped the blue jade bead on Li Chui's wrist. A crimson mist rose from the surface of the bead, gradually coalescing into a drop of blood that seeped out. As the blood emerged, Sui let out a muffled groan, her complexion paling. After a brief pause to regain her composure, she summoned a sharp blue light with her fingertip and pricked Li Chui's left index finger. She then took Li Chui's hand and squeezed out a drop of blood, allowing it to fall onto the blue jade bead. In an instant, the surface of the bead flickered with alternating red and blue lights. After several breaths, the glow began to subside. "Wow," Sui exclaimed, astonished, murmuring, "It has recognized its master so quickly?" The blue jade bead sparkled once more, seemingly expressing its fondness for Li Chui. "Very well. The blue jade bead is entirely yours now," Sui said softly, suppressing a twinge of reluctance in her heart. After all, the blue jade bead was the second treasure bestowed upon her by her master. While it may not have been the most valuable, its exquisite design made it her favorite. Treasures possess spirits, naturally recognizing their masters. Even when gifted to Li Chui, Su He had remained the true owner. Only now did it genuinely belong to Li Chui. This was Su He's way of making amends. Of course, if it were merely an apology, bestowing the blue jade bead as recompense seemed rather excessive. Yet, in Su He's subconscious, there lingered a sense that the blue jade bead should be given to Li Chui, an inexplicable feeling, akin to what her master had referred to as the arrival of fate. Su He, above all, believed in destiny. Chapter 7. A midnight expedition to the Demon Mountain. Upon returning to her courtyard, Sui lit an oil lamp, resting her chin on her hands as she sank into contemplation. Her master had mentioned that the laws of the Demon Mountain forbade anyone from ascending its peak unless recognized by Lord Zhu. Having attempted it herself, she could attest to its truth. Yet, how was it that Sui could reach the summit? Had she somehow garnered Lord Zhu's favor? It seemed illogical. Sui was merely a mortal. And what of Jiang Sun, the so-called cultivator? Which sect did he belong to that allowed him to gain Lord Zhu's recognition? Or was there a method to evade the restrictions of the Demon Mountain? If so, why hadn't her master disclosed this to her? The more Sui pondered, the more perplexed and irate she became. With a loud clap of her hands, she banged the table and leapt to her feet, dismissing her thoughts. It mattered little. Once she returned to her sect, she would inquire with her master, and all would be revealed. For now, Sui resolved to visit the lonely mountain. Without hesitation, she extinguished the oil lamp, secured the doors and windows, and set off towards her destination. It was more accurate to say she soared, as if a gust of wind buoyed her along, propelling her swiftly toward the lonely mountain. At the foot of the mountain stood a stone tablet, simple and square, encrusted with moss. The two characters Taiping were inscribed in seal script upon its face. First came the Taiping Immortal, followed by the Taiping Tablet, and ultimately, the Taiping Town. In the stillness of the night, the occasional chirp of birds and rustle of beasts emanated from the adjacent grove. Sui arrived before the Taiping Tablet, which marked the boundary of the Demon Mountain. The mountain's enchantments not only barred spells, but also prohibited flight. Once one entered the Demon Mountain, no magic could be invoked, and cultivators found themselves rendered nearly indistinguishable from ordinary folk. Furthermore, even the birds of nature could not soar within its confines. Since I cannot fly, I shall ascend on foot, many have thought, only to meet failure. Sui had heard her master recount tales of a terrestrial immortal who had perished on the ascent. Perhaps only by cultivating the Ba Jiuxian Gong to the 7th level or above could one withstand the mountain's restrictions. Ordinary body cultivators fell short in comparison. Those were her master's precise words. Not being a body cultivator, Sui was not much stronger than an ordinary person within the confines of the mountain's enchantments, rendering her incapable of climbing. If the restrictions remained in place, returning would be her only option. Sui made her decision. Stepping past the tablet and into the realm of the Demon Mountain, she extended her hands, palms upward, cautiously channeling her magical energy. With a soft pop, a small water orb materialized in her palm. This simple water manipulation spell allowed her heart to finally relax. The restrictions had truly vanished. Sui's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed upward, unable to believe her luck. So, the restrictions were lifted. It all made sense now. No wonder Chuyi had reached the summit. No wonder Jiang Sun resided atop the mountain. But why had the restrictions disappeared? And when had they done so? It seemed she would have to seek out Jiang Sun. As she contemplated, she glided upward, the breeze beneath her feet guiding her toward the mountain's peak. At the summit, the cool air carried a heavy moisture, shrouded in a mist that glimmered in the moonlight, resembling an ethereal paradise. Sui landed upon the cliff, her small legs carefully treading upon the dew-laden moss, making her way directly to the wooden house she had seen in Li Chuyi's dreams. Unbeknownst to her, she had gripped a cerulean long sword in her hand. Due to Sui's diminutive stature, the sword appeared to extend over 2 feet longer than her height, creating a charming contrast. The sword was meant for self-defense. Conflicts among cultivators were far beyond the ordinary, often fueled by vendettas and greed. In Li Chuyi's dreams, though Jiang Sun had a pleasant appearance and spoke with a charming tone, Chuyi, being an ordinary person, would seem no different than an insect before more powerful cultivators. Who would show kindness to an insect? Like Li Chuyi during the day, Sui approached the wooden house with extreme caution and at a painfully slow pace. She tiptoed, gently rapping on the door, then quickly retreating 2 steps. With her right hand gripping the sword and her left forming a spell gesture, she counted her breaths. 1, 2, 3. No response. Just as Sui prepared to force the door open, a voice called out from behind her. Are you looking for me? In the stillness of the night, Sui's nerves were already taut, and the sudden voice startled her. She instinctively screamed, whirling around, her sword sweeping outward. The cerulean sword energy cleaved through the mist, extending for over 300 feet. Who is there? Sui exclaimed, eyes narrowed in anticipation of an adversary. Oh, Ao Xuan stood from his recliner, stretching lazily as he regarded Sui before him. Aren't you here to find me? He glanced at the sword marks on the ground, sensing the residual energy, and assessed Sui's level. 4th realm, Yuan Ying, he mused, determining that his own cultivation had returned to the early 5th realm, making this exquisitely dressed girl no threat to him. Noticing his azure attire and the recliner, Sui confirmed he was indeed Jiang Sun from Li Chuyi's dreams. I am Sui, a friend of Chuyi's. Fearing she might be mistaken for an enemy, Sui's first words were to introduce herself. Concerned that Ao Xuan might misinterpret her, she quickly added, I know you are Jiang Sun, but Chuyi did not tell me. It is not her concern. As the tension dissipated, Ao Xuan observed Sui under the moonlight and chuckled. What a delicate little girl wielding a sword taller than herself. Is this the charm of contrast? What are you laughing at? Sui glared at him, irked. Ao Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Nothing. He stifled a laugh and inquired. A cultivator? Sui nodded. Where do you hail from? Ao Xuan asked. Sui retorted. Could I not be a local? Ao Xuan replied flatly. Nanning County has no sects within 1,000 miles. And the spiritual energy here is scarce. Cultivators cannot arise from such a place. Sui pouted, unable to counter his assertion. The truth was as Ao Xuan stated. While there were cultivators from Nanning County, none were native to it. I come from the eastern continent. Sui replied truthfully, but with a measure of caution. The eastern continent, known as Dongxing Shenzhou, was vast, and Ao Xuan would likely never guess her origins. In truth, Ao Xuan did not care where she was from and asked, what brings an eastern cultivator to the south? Sui instinctively replied, you don't know? Should I know? Aoshuan retorted. Suhi fell silent, discreetly sizing him up. He was indeed handsome, but still somewhat lacking compared to her master brother. It was odd. Could this Jiang not have come for the Demon Mountain? Of course. Suhi would not divulge the specifics of her purpose, merely stating, I am here for a trial from my sect. Aoshuan nodded, refraining from further inquiry, gesturing for her to leave as he settled back into his recliner. Suhi was momentarily taken aback. Was that it? He didn't ask which sect or what her trial entailed. Furthermore, it was quite odd for a stranger to appear at his doorstep in the middle of the night. Yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. Frustrated, Suhi reflected on her earlier cautious demeanor and how startled she had been. Her annoyance transformed into irritation as she fixed her gaze on Aoshuan and said, What are you doing lying outside at this hour? Chapter 8. The Disappeared Restriction. Ah, what a spoiled little girl. Ao Sun gazed at Suhi and thought to himself that Li Chuyi was far more considerate and polite than her. What does our relationship have to do with me? Ao Sun had no intention of indulging the young girl. Observing the long sword in her hand, he calmly inquired, I might as well ask you, what do you intend to do with that sword? Are you planning to kill me? No, I didn't mean to. Suhi quickly stammered, feeling somewhat guilty as she hastily sheathed her sword. One must always be cautious, you know. What if you covet my beauty? Beauty? Ao Sun retorted, casting a playful glance at Suhi, who barely reached his waist. It's still better to appreciate the charm of a lowly. But no, I am certainly not a lowly enthusiast. That was a slip of the tongue. I meant to say magical artifact. What if you covet my magical artifact? Suhi urgently corrected herself. Yet, upon noticing Ao Sun's scrutinizing gaze, she felt dissatisfied and puffed out her slightly developed chest, asserting, So what if I referred to it as beauty? Is there a problem with that? To be frank, putting aside her figure, Suhi was indeed a striking beauty with her picturesque features, rosy lips, and white teeth. Undoubtedly, when she matured, she would possess a beauty that could captivate the moon and shame the flowers. However, for now, she remained merely a young girl, a delicate little maiden. It was only a pervert like Zhao Li who would take an interest in her beauty, Ao Sun mused silently. Of course, there's no problem. Ao Sun replied with a smile. Suhi snorted coldly, tossing her dark hair and cradling her sword. You shouldn't doubt me. On my way here from the east, someone attempted to scheme against me, and I threw them into the sea to feed the fish. Ao Sun raised his thumb and remarked nonchalantly, Wow. Impressive. Suhi felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Her short stature had always been a sore spot for her. Ao Sun's nonchalant attitude and casual tone only added salt to her wounds. I've heard that the bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect and the esteemed ones of the Taoist sect can help fulfill wishes. Ever since I left my master, I have visited temples to pray for a wish to grow taller. But perhaps it's because I'm unwilling to spend money on incense offerings that these wishes have yet to be realized. You really don't know how to speak. Suhi pouted, clearly upset. Ao Sun replied, I have a question for you. Suhi shifted back to the main topic, asking directly, Do you know that there used to be a restriction on this mountain? Restriction? Ao Sun raised an eyebrow. It seems you're unaware, Suhi said, disappointment evident in her voice. Tell me about it, Ao Sun said, intrigued. Suhi promptly refused, crossing her arms defiantly. Why should I tell you? Consider it compensation for you barging into my residence at night, startling me while wielding a sword. Ao Sun replied matter-of-factly. Suhi exclaimed, Startled you? Nonsense. You were clearly the one who startled me. She was infuriated, but upon reflection, she acknowledged that she had indeed intruded into his home and had just swung her sword. Had her aim not gone awry, who knows what might have happened. Though she recognized her fault, she refused to show it, instead adopting a self-righteous demeanor. Raising her chin slightly and squinting her eyes as she said, Very well, I shall reluctantly divulge a little information to you. Ao Sun immediately adopted a serious listening posture. Suhi was pleased with Ao Sun's attitude and continued, Since ancient times, there has been a powerful restriction around this mountain. Those of the 7 realms cannot use spells here, nor can they fly. Even cultivators who refine their bodies cannot reach the summit. Ao Sun inquired, Those of the 7 realms, meaning no one below the immortal realm can ascend? Suhi nodded. The 7 realms refer to the 7 major stages of cultivation. Above the 7 realms is the realm of immortals. And what of the immortal realm? Ao Sun asked. Suhi replied, I have never heard of any immortal attempting to ascend this mountain. Ao Sun understood. So, you are uncertain whether this restriction applies to those in the immortal realm. Upon confronting her knowledge gap, Suhi felt an inexplicable sting of mockery and merely responded with a muted sound of agreement. How did you manage to come up here then? Ao Sun pinpointed the crucial question. Suhi stated, We were able to ascend because the restriction on this demon mountain inexplicably vanished. At this point, Suhi suddenly fell silent. She recalled something. Gazing intently into Ao Sun's eyes. I've revealed the restriction to you. Now it's your turn. You must answer me a question. What question? Ao Sun replied. When did you come up here? Suhi's tone was unusually solemn, for this concerned the time when the restriction on the demon mountain disappeared. However, for Ao Sun, this was not a matter worth concealing. His curiosity about the restriction was merely that curiosity, not particular concern. After all, as an individual punished by the celestial realm, Ao Sun only needed to be accountable for his own actions, ideally limiting his involvement to matters concerning himself. The more he meddled, the more likely he was to give the Celestial Realm an excuse to extend his confinement or entangle him with the South Sea clan, outcomes he wished to avoid. Thus, during these 7 years of confinement, he had rarely ventured out or engaged in the affairs of Nanding County. It's been nearly 7 years, Ao Sun stated calmly. 7 years? Upon hearing this, Suhi exploded in disbelief, slamming her palm down on Ao Sun's bamboo chair. Impossible. The bamboo chair could not withstand her sudden strike and shattered with a loud crack. Ao Sun fell to the ground, and his previously serene mood soured as he gazed at Suhi with a hint of disappointment. Sorry, Suhi mumbled, lowering her head and contemplating the Taoist masters and bodhisattvas, silently reflecting. I will compensate you, she added softly. All right. Ao Sun finally stood up and walked toward the wooden house, with Suhi hurrying to keep pace. Seated across from each other at the table, they lit candles and resumed their conversation. I suspect you're lying, and I have evidence, Suhi asserted firmly. Because the restriction must have still been in place 7 years ago. Her tone was resolute. She had arrived in Taiping Village 6 years prior. On her first night in the village, she had visited the solitary mountain and witnessed the restriction her master had mentioned. After that, she had returned every 10 to 15 days to observe the situation of the restriction. However, Suhi's inherently carefree and somewhat lazy nature meant that once she noticed no changes after repeated visits, she eventually ceased her excursions to the solitary mountain. The last time she had come was half a year ago. Thus, even if the restriction on the solitary mountain had vanished, it must have happened within the last 6 months, certainly not 7 years ago. Therefore, Jiang Sun could not possibly have ascended the solitary mountain 7 years ago. Contemplating this, Suhi felt a surge of displeasure and shot Ao Sun a glare. That Jiang fellow is truly despicable. You even deceive a little girl. Chapter 9. The giant serpent. Ao Sun was oblivious to what Suhi was contemplating, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the restrictions. According to Suhi, when he first arrived 7 years ago, the restrictions were still in place. However, he had not detected any such barriers. The so-called prohibitions and voids had never come to his attention. 7 years ago, Zhao Li had also visited. Ao Sun recalled Zhao Li, but quickly dismissed the thought. Zhao Li had already reached the pinnacle of the 8th realm, far beyond the realm of ordinary immortals. According to Suhi, the restrictions on the Demon Mountain only affected those below the 7th realm, which made it reasonable that Zhao Li could not be hindered. Could it be that Zhao Li had dispelled the restrictions? Ao Sun pondered this new possibility. Otherwise, with his current strength barely at the 5th realm, it would be utterly improbable for him to have reached the summit, let alone remain there for 6 years. However, Zhao Li was the type who, if he undertook a task, would inevitably seek recognition for it. If Zhao Li had discovered and lifted the restrictions, he would surely boast about it to Ao Sun, and they would embark on a treasure hunt together, tracing the origins of the restrictions and uncovering who had set them and for what purpose. After ruling out all other possibilities, only one answer remained. Could it be that Suhi was lying? Ao Sun cast a subtle glance at Suhi, aware that the world of cultivators was rife with deception and treachery, and thus could not dismiss the possibility that she was deceiving him. Both harbored suspicions, and naturally, the conversation came to a halt. I shall take my leave, Suhi declared, rising from her seat. Ao Sun made no effort to dissuade her, merely reminding her in a nonchalant tone, do not forget about the bamboo chair you broke. Humph, this fellow not only deceives, but is also so calculating. Though Suhi had promised to compensate for the damage, it did not prevent her from labeling Ao Sun as stingy, as she coldly replied, rest assured, I shall return it to you in a few days. With that, she pushed open the door and departed like the wind. The stars and moon cast a faint chill. As Ao Sun stepped out of the wooden dwelling, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing silently at the tranquil town below. He was uncertain of Suhi's age, but judging by her primordial aura and demeanor, she could not be over 30, placing her among the younger cultivators. To possess the 4th realm of cultivation at such a young age was truly remarkable. Ao Sun could not help but marvel at her prodigious talent. Thus, her words warranted careful consideration. According to Suhi, the entire solitary mountain had once been shrouded in restrictions. However, given the vastness of the mountain, establishing a barrier that encompassed it would undoubtedly require an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Typically, the energy within such restrictions originates from one of 2 sources. Either someone nourishes it regularly, or there exists a magical artifact at the focal point sufficient to sustain the barrier's operation. Yet, Suhi also mentioned that the restrictions had existed since ancient times, persisting for countless years. If that were the case, the likelihood of it being artificially nourished was minimal. The restrictions were likely sustained by a magical artifact. Curiosity piqued. Ao Sun wondered if there truly existed a restriction on the solitary mountain that he had failed to perceive. What could the artifact sustaining the restrictions be? He made his way to the center of the mountaintop, looking down at the ground below. From a conventional perspective, the focal point is likely directly beneath the mountain. As the 9th prince of the South Sea Dragon clan, Ao Sun had studied and witnessed many restrictions, having spent considerable time researching top-tier barriers like the locking immortal array. Thus, he was no stranger to the selection of focal points. He crouched down, placing his right hand on the mountain rock, channeling his magical energy while simultaneously extending a thread of spiritual consciousness. This thread of consciousness was intangible, yet it penetrated the heart of the solitary mountain at a remarkable speed, descending 100 zhang, 200 zhang, 300 zhang, until it reached over 1,000 zhang, equivalent to the mountain's height. However, his consciousness remained enveloped by stone, failing to detect any signs of restrictions or magical artifacts. It seemed that the girl was indeed deceiving him, Ao Sun mused. Just as he was about to abandon his search, a voice, seemingly from nowhere, erupted in his ear. You have finally arrived. The voice was deep and resonant, yet it boomed with the intensity of a mountain collapsing, leaving Ao Sun momentarily dazed. Simultaneously, within his consciousness, the night transformed into daylight. Strangely, the night surrounding the solitary mountain remained thick and tranquil, as if only he could hear this voice. As if only his world had turned to day. Where am I? Am I still beneath the solitary mountain? Ao Sun could not ascertain. To be precise, he had lost his sense of spatial and temporal judgment. You have finally arrived. The voice echoed once more, growing clearer. You have finally arrived? Is it referring to me? Ao Sun scanned his surroundings. All he saw was an expanse of emptiness, a void of pale light. He narrowed his eyes, on high alert. Who are you? Who am I? The voice seemed taken aback by his inquiry. Then, it erupted into a wild laughter, roaring like a beast. Ha ha ha. Who am I? You dare to ask me who I am upon entering the realm of Han Mountain. Han Mountain? Is that the name of the solitary mountain? Yet, after 20 years in the South Sea, Ao Sun had never heard of Han Mountain. Moreover, in the records regarding the three realms and renowned immortal sects, he did not recall any mention of Han Mountain. I know nothing of this Han Mountain, Ao Sun replied after a moment of silence. I truly do not know who you are. As his words fell, the daylight vanished. But it did not revert to the deep night. Rather, all light dissipated simultaneously, plunging him into an inky blackness. In that moment, Ao Sun was reminded of the forbidden lands of the South Sea. Both were akin to abysses, devoid of light. To be precise, even if light were to seep in, it would be swallowed by the surrounding darkness. In the next instant, chaos ensued. A powerful gale suddenly surged through the darkness, swiftly giving rise to an uncountable number of wind blades, each imbued with a chilling aura, far surpassing the azure sword Su he had unleashed at the mountaintop. If any of these wind blades were to make contact, Ao Sun's thread of spiritual consciousness would be obliterated. Yet, these wind blades deliberately avoided his consciousness, darting wildly through the darkness. Meanwhile, Ao Sun's true form atop the mountain was enveloped in a layer of golden light, which rapidly synchronized with his thread of consciousness. Utilizing his magical sight, Ao Sun peered into the depths of the darkness. At the source of the gale, he beheld a shadow. That shadow was a colossal serpent. Its body stretched over 10,000 zhang, coiling tightly around a black pillar inscribed with ancient patterns, mysterious in nature, encircling it no fewer than 40 times. From the serpent's body, thousands of iron chains, each over 100 zhang in diameter, cascaded from above, binding it firmly to the black pillar. The binding god chains. Ao Sun murmured the name of the iron shackles. Was it not one of the most formidable magical artifacts in legend, used to imprison the guilty? There were not just one binding god chain, but half were controlled by the celestial realm, while the other half were scattered among various great temples and immortal sects within the three realms. When the demon king Sun Wukong was defeated and escorted to the demon-slaying platform, it was also with the binding god chains that his escape was thwarted. Could it be that the giant serpent before him was also a demon king? A sudden shock coursed through Ao Sun, and he looked upwards. The serpent's height far exceeded that of the solitary mountain. Strangely, atop its body rested a human face. An exceedingly aged face, lined with deep wrinkles. Chapter 10. Blood Oath. The visage of the creature before him, its body, and even its beard and hair were awash in a deep crimson hue, as if drenched in blood. A human face, a serpent's body, and a vivid red. What manner of being is this? The Candle Dragon? Candle Juin? Ao Xuan rummaged through the annals of his memory, and the only entity that resonated with this monstrous apparition was the Candle Dragon recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. The deity of Zhongshan, known as Juin, who governs the day and night, breathes winter and summer, neither consuming nor resting, with a form that stretches 1,000 miles. To the east of the Nameless, it is said to possess a human face, a serpent's body, and a crimson hue, dwelling beneath Zhongshan. As recollections of the Candle Dragon surfaced in his mind, Ao Xuan quickly dismissed the thought. No, it could never be Candle Juin. Candle Juin is a deity of merit in the heavens and earth, a righteous being, and not this grotesque, fearsome creature before him. Besides, Candle Juin resides in Zhongshan, not some frigid mountain. This creature is a monster, not a god. If it were indeed a deity, it would surely be a malevolent one, leading mortals to ruin. You, a mere descendant of the dragon clan, do not recognize this king. The colossal and terrifying creature roared skyward, its immense serpentine body thrashing violently, scales bristling. radiating a vivid red light. Yet, in the very moment of its struggle, a thunderous sound erupted. The heavens tore apart, and a lightning bolt, thicker and longer than the giant serpent itself, struck the divine binding lock, inflicting upon the creature agony akin to 1,000 cuts. After a prolonged moment, the electric fury subsided, and the serpent's roars gradually fell silent. Its expression twisted as it fixed its blood-red gaze upon Aoshuan, with black pupils that mirrored the eerie depths of the underworld. "Help me escape," it implored, as its fury dissipated, leaving behind an air of ancient weariness tinged with a hint of supplication. The crimson beard swayed erratically, tearing through the air and leaving fissures in its wake. "Do you think I can rescue you?" Aoshuan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he sensed the serpent's weakness, confirming that this beast lacked the power to free itself from its confines. At present, he was merely at the fifth realm, far from the celestial realm. How could he possibly unravel the divine binding lock? Even if he possessed such capability, he would not aid this creature. In essence, Aoshuan was imprisoned in Nanning County, while the giant serpent was sealed by the divine binding lock. Both were prisoners, albeit with differing degrees of transgressions. Should Aoshuan free the serpent, it would be free to depart, yet how would he himself escape? The heavenly realm would undoubtedly seize upon this to impose further punishments upon him, extending his sentence by millennia. How would the South Sea contend with such a dilemma? Moreover, until the creature and Apos' identity and intentions were fully ascertained, it was impossible to guarantee that it would not wreak havoc upon the land. "You truly cannot save me," the serpent remarked. "Yet from you, I sense a potent aura. Bring him to me, and together we shall shatter the divine binding lock." This aura, it seemed, referred to Zhao Li, a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the 8th realm, on the cusp of the 9th, indeed, a force to be reckoned with. Aoshuan shook his head, responding calmly. "You have yet to reveal who you are." The serpent declared, "I am the mountain deity of this land. Since you are unfamiliar with this mountain, there is no need for you to know my name." It appeared to conceal something, reluctant to disclose its true identity. Aoshuan countered, "Then why should I rescue you?" The serpent's eyes flickered, its immense black pupils gleaming with a captivating light, as it stated, "Because this is an oath of blood that binds your dragon clan to me." Upon uttering these words, it opened its maw, unleashing a surge of crimson light that surged toward Aoshuan's consciousness. Though Aoshuan instinctively sought to evade it, he was too late. The divine essence enveloped him in a shroud of red. "This is what your dragon clan wants." The serpent's words trailed off as it abruptly closed its mouth, seemingly witnessing an exceedingly bizarre sight, its serpentine form instinctively tightening, its profound eyes filled with shock and rage. This crimson manifestation was the embodiment of the blood oath. Yet, even as Aoshuan was cloaked in red, his gaze remained clear, unaffected in the slightest. The blood oath proved ineffective. Why is this so? The serpent seethed with fury, its mountainous form thrashing violently, gradually constricting as if to crush the black pillar. The divine binding lock erupted with sound, and thunder once more descended from the riven heavens, crashing upon the serpent's massive body. The bound serpent was unable to wield truly potent means, which only heightened its frustration, fueling its wrath. Why is the blood oath ineffective? The serpent writhed in agony, its gaze fixated on Aoshuan, whom it deemed insignificant. Although Aoshuan had not directly forged the oath, it had been established by a powerful ancestor of the dragon clan. It is known that blood oaths are tethered to the great Tao, and whether it spans a millennium or even an eternity, it will not be extinguished by the passage of time. Beneath the great Tao, even should a serpent metamorphose into a dragon, or a creature of diluted dragon blood, or a reincarnation of the dragon clan, as long as their strength did not surpass that of the ancestor, they would be bound by the blood oath. This is an inherent suppression tied to blood. Any being connected to the dragon lineage cannot escape its grasp. Aoshuan, being the purest of true dragons, was no exception. So why then did the blood oath prove ineffective? Unless someone far beyond imagination, at least stronger than he, had erased the superfluous causality. Young one of the dragon clan, this king has a query for you. The serpent seemed poised to speak further when suddenly, it clamped its jaws shut, retracting its words, without granting Aoshuan a moment to respond. The serpent inhaled deeply and then exhaled violently, unleashing a torrent of wind blades that shattered Aoshuan's consciousness into fragments. In a realm of crimson and thunder, the giant serpent remained ensnared beneath the divine binding lock, its vengeful gaze fixed upon the heavens above. In the stillness of the mountain, with no wind to stir the air, the green attire fluttered softly, and the fragmented moon appeared to dance within the veil of mist. Aoshuan stood upon the precipice, gently massaging his temples to alleviate the pain of his ravaged consciousness, pondering the earlier events. The cold mountain, the human-faced serpent, the divine binding lock and thunderous punishment. The peculiar disparities of time and space, and most importantly, the notion that a certain ancestor of the dragon clan seemed to have made a pact with this great demon, sealing it with a blood oath. The content of that oath appeared to entail his rescue. Yet who exactly was this being? What were the words it had left unspoken? Had it not been for the connection to the great demon, Aoshuan would have dismissed these thoughts without a second glance. However, given the involvement of the dragon clan, As a scion of the dragon lineage, he bore the obligation to uncover the truth. Perhaps the reason the heavenly realm had confined him to Nanding County was intricately tied to this great demon. The following morning, as the first light of dawn broke in the east, the sky still dim, Li Chui awoke early, pushing open her door. After a brief wash, she set up a fire in the courtyard to prepare medicine. She was entirely unaware of Su He's dream or the events that transpired therein, having forgotten them entirely. Thud, 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 the sound of a hammer striking wood echoed in her ears. Li Chui approached the wall and saw Su He, crouched in the courtyard, hammering away while muttering to herself, though she could not discern her words. The vexed expression on Su He's face and the impatient rhythm of her hammering indicated that it was certainly not kind. Sister Su He, you're up so early today? Li Chui exclaimed, her face alight with surprise as she observed the diminutive figure of Su He, greeting her with a smile. Having known each other for 7 years, this was the first time Li Chui had seen Su He awake so early, for she typically slept until noon, emerging from her room in a daze. Morning. Su He replied curtly, not bothering to lift her head, her tone laced with irritation. Li Chui felt perplexed, wondering why Su He was in such a foul mood so early in the day. She gazed down at Su He's feet and noticed that Su He was crafting a reclining chair, which had already begun to take shape, albeit with uneven legs and an oddly contorted form, presenting an array of blind spots from every angle, rendering it rather unsightly. Li Chui was taken aback and exclaimed, Sister Su He, you're actually making furniture. It was astonishing to see the usually indolent Su He engaged in the creation of a chair. Even more surprising than her rising early. Indeed, Su He sighed, her frustration palpable as she wielded the hammer with increasing fervor. She resolved to return Jiang Sun's chair today. What other option did she have? There was an elderly bamboo craftsman in town, renowned for his decades of skill, high efficiency, and reasonable prices. Yet, as he aged, he became increasingly superstitious and harbored a particular disdain for Su He. Their relationship was fraught with past grievances. Several years ago, when news of Su He's illness first spread, the old craftsman led a mob to her doorstep, hurling insults for days on end, uttering every conceivable slur about her lineage. In the eyes of the elder, her affliction was a grave curse, and those afflicted deserved to undergo severe punishment to atone for their sins. Ultimately, it was only through the intervention of the town mayor that the old craftsman ceased his tirade. Chapter 11. The second cultivator Su He was certainly not someone to be easily bullied. On the surface, she feigned submission, yet secretly cast her spells, causing those around her to experience misfortunes such as falls and accidents. At that moment, Li Chui pointed towards the gate, his expression one of surprise. Grandfather Niu, what brings you here? Su He turned to look. An elderly man with a head of gray hair stood at the entrance. He was stout, with dark, weathered skin and deep wrinkles, yet his spirit was remarkably vibrant. Upon recognizing him, Su He immediately turned away, unwilling to show him any favor. This man was none other than the village's old bamboo craftsman. His surname was Niu, and he had a centuries-old locust tree in his yard, thus earning the nickname Old Locust. While the name was unflattering, it was not uncommon. Many in Taiping village bore similar names. The villagers adhered to the tradition of giving their newborns unappealing names in hopes of warding off malevolent spirits. Old Niu was a prime example. Over 80 years old, yet still vigorous, not inferior to the youth. He had merely stepped out for a stroll when he happened upon Su He's yard. Old Niu smiled at Li Chui and then glanced at the bamboo shavings at Su He's feet, his demeanor warm. Oh, Su little one, are you making a chair? Would you like Old Niu to assist you? Why would I need your help? Su He replied coldly. However, Old Niu was evidently not seeking her permission. He pushed open the gate and entered uninvited. Su He set aside her work, furrowing her brow as she squinted at the intruding elder. Had it not been for Li Chui's presence, she would have certainly taught this oblivious old man a lesson. But at that moment, Old Niu did not speak. Instead, his voice suddenly resonated within her mind. Do not even think about making a move. Is this a secret communication technique? Su He was taken aback, her gaze fixed on Old Niu as if facing a formidable foe. She was not shocked by the technique itself. After all, among cultivators, telepathy was a common spell that any moderately skilled practitioner could master. What astonished her was the realization that Old Niu was also a cultivator. He, like herself, was a concealed cultivator residing in Taiping village. Moreover, given Old Niu's demeanor, it was clear he was aware of her identity as a cultivator, while she knew nothing about him. Who on earth are you? Su He inquired telepathically, her eyes narrowed. Old Niu chuckled. What? You no longer recognize the old bull who once bullied you? Su He confirmed. It was indeed Old Niu, unchanged, not possessed by another, nor masquerading as someone else. The more she realized this, the more her heart raced. With such a person lurking nearby, how much chance of survival could she possibly have? No wonder her master had bestowed upon her a life-preserving talisman before she left, and why her senior brothers and sisters had repeatedly warned her to be cautious. Life was much easier within the sect, where her master and fellow disciples bore the burdens, leaving her free from worry. Su He communicated, what do you intend to do? Old Niu did not reply. With a friendly smile, he approached Su He, unbothered by the dirt, and sat down on the ground. He picked up a nearby hammer and chisel, beginning to refine the lounge chair. With a hammer here and a chisel there, he laid the chair down and meticulously polished it with a knife. Before long, the once unremarkable chair transformed into something far more appealing. In the adjacently family's courtyard, Li Chuyi, who was preparing medicine, observed this scene and assumed that Su He and old Niu had finally reconciled, prompting him to smile with delight. There, it's done, old Niu declared, standing and assessing his handiwork with a satisfied nod. Su He, however, was ungrateful, her tone icy as she demanded, state your purpose. Old Niu replied nonchalantly. In exchange for helping you with the lounge chair, I wish to ask you a question. Su He frowned. What question? Old Niu's smile vanished. His gaze towards Su He turning icy as he asked, did you visit Yaoshan last night? And if I did? Su He did not deny it, since he had inquired. He must possess evidence. How were you able to ascend? Old Niu's tone grew slightly urgent. Su He paused, puzzled. His tone suggested he was unaware of the disappearance of the mountain's restrictions. So, it seemed he was as lazy as she was. But she soon realized her mistake. It was only she who was idle. Old Niu was anything but lazy. He was industrious. I have been monitoring Yaoshan day and night, and the restrictions have never faltered. How were you able to ascend? Old Niu insisted, his eyes fixed on hers with palpable urgency. Monitoring Yaoshan day and night? Nonsense. How could you not know that Shu Yi went up during the day? How could you not realize that someone is still residing at the summit? Upon hearing the first part of his statement, Su He felt a wave of frustration, but when she caught the latter half, her irritation transformed into shock. What? The restrictions have never vanished? Su He raised her chin, using her pride to mask her astonishment. Of course. She had always despised old Niu and had no desire to explain herself. Why should I tell you? Old Niu remained silent for a moment before suddenly glancing at Li Chuyi in the neighboring courtyard. If you do not speak, I will kill him. His tone was calm. Often, calmness also implied indifference. He spoke of murder without a hint of malice. Yet, looking into the murky, emotionless depths of his gaze, Su He understood that old Niu was not jesting. If she continued to remain silent, he would undoubtedly take Li Chuyi's life without hesitation. Such cold-blooded individuals were not uncommon among cultivators. Su He had once been perplexed as to why some cultivators treated human life so lightly. She had approached her master with this question. Her master had countered, asking, when you walk, if you accidentally step on an ant, would you care? Su He understood. Life was as trivial as that of an ant. Although her master's analogy was rather inappropriate, it was ultimately true. Before powerful cultivators, ordinary people, regardless of age or gender, wealth or poverty, beauty or ugliness, were all akin to mere insects. With a mere lift of their foot, they could obliterate countless lives. Often, they did not seek to take lives. Rather, they were indifferent to the act of killing. They would stop at nothing to achieve their objectives, not caring how many lives were lost in the process. Such senseless slaughter was not contingent on background or cultivation level, but rather on individual nature, much like old Niu at this moment. Just moments ago, he had greeted Li Chuyi with a smile. Now, to extract an answer, he could threaten Li Chuyi's life without a flicker of moral conflict. So he could not fathom how someone like old Niu could so casually devalue the lives of others. Yet, she understood she had lost. Chapter 12, Descent. Do not touch her, Su He immediately interjected. Very well, Niu Laohua replied, clearly pleased with her reaction. Now do tell. How did you ascend? Do not even think of fabricating a tale. With your fourth-tier cultivation, I am not one to be deceived. As he spoke, Niu Laohua produced a talisman from his robe, deliberately drawing Su He's attention to the runes inscribed upon it. The heart-questioning talisman. One of the most widely circulated talismans within the Xiamen sect. By harnessing the power of this talisman, Niu Laohua could delve into Su He's emotional fluctuations. Should her responses waver or suggest deceit, he would not hesitate to restrain Li Chuyi. Recognizing the heart-questioning talisman, Su He paused momentarily before stating the truth. When I ventured there last night, the enchantment on the Demon Mountain had vanished. Impossible, Niu Laohua retorted sharply. Since discovering Su He's identity as a practitioner, he had been vigilant, not only regarding the Demon Mountain, but also concerning her movements. After all, in the desolate lands of South Province, a fourth-tier cultivator possessed the power to establish a sect and command a region. Su He, so young yet possessing such prowess, must either be a reincarnated powerhouse or possess an extraordinary background. Last night, sensing a fluctuation of spiritual energy, he hastened to Lonely Mountain, only to witness Su He descending upon the wind from the summit. However, upon entering the domain of Lonely Mountain, he discovered the enchantment still intact, the Demon Mountain unchanged. Believe it or not, Su He conveyed telepathically. The heart-questioning talisman in Niu Laohua's hand emitted no ripple, confirming Su He's honesty. Could it be that the enchantment on the Demon Mountain truly disappeared for a brief period last night, precisely when he was unaware? Niu Laohua cast another sidelong glance at Li Chuyi, his right hand clenched, energy swirling around it, feigning a strike. Old man, do not take my kindness for granted. Su He's anger ignited. Her small fists clenched. She transmitted fiercely. I have told you the truth. If you do not believe me, then let us fight. At worst, it would be a mutual destruction. Her inability to see through Niu Laohua did not equate to fear. Rather, she was merely concerned for Li Chuyi's safety. If a confrontation arose, what did it matter if Niu Laohua was of a higher cultivation? Sui had no intention of yielding. If provoked, she would unleash all her hidden cards bestowed by her sect. Even a terrestrial deity would find no advantage against her. Moreover, given the number of her hidden cards, she might well safeguard Li Chuyi. Niu Laohua narrowed his eyes slightly. After a brief standoff, he relaxed his fist. Ultimately, he had no desire to escalate the situation and afford outsiders an opportunity, and he too held reservations about Su He's remarkable origins. Yet, the matter of the enchantment remained unresolved. It could not simply end here. How about this? Niu Laohua said in a deep voice. You shall accompany me to the Demon Mountain. Regardless of the outcome, I shall no longer intrude upon your affairs. In his view, this was a significant concession. Sui pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. She leaped up, waved to Li Chuyi, and cheerfully declared, Chuyi, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll come over for lunch. Sounds great, Li Chuyi replied with a sweet smile. I'll prepare some delicious food. I want to eat honeyed yam. Sui insisted. No problem, Li Chuyi noted with a grin. Unbeknownst to the young girl, she was on the brink of a life and death crisis while preparing her medicine. Shortly thereafter, Su He and Niu Laohua arrived at the foot of Lonely Mountain. The sky had yet to fully brighten, and the peace monument and moss were adorned with dew, surrounded by an ethereal mist. Let us proceed. They both ventured into the confines of Lonely Mountain. However, Niu Laohua had only taken a single step before halting abruptly, quickly retreating. His right palm was bloody and mangled. The moment he attempted to wield his powers upon entering the enchantment, he was met with a fierce backlash. Previously, such backlash had only inflicted mild discomfort. Who could have anticipated that today's response would be magnified several times? Sui followed closely, emerging beside him, her right hand also bearing traces of blood. Shaking her head gently, she asserted, it is futile. The enchantment remains. Indeed, the enchantment was still active. Niu Laohua took a deep breath. Could it be that the disappearance of the enchantment last night was merely a coincidence? His habitual thinking prevented him from harboring excessive doubts. Lowering his gaze, he fixed his eyes on Su He's, and after a prolonged silence, he snorted coldly and strode away. Su He exhaled in relief and departed in another direction. Upon returning home, she initially intended to take a nap, but upon seeing a pleasingly arranged recliner, she changed her mind and reclined upon it. Her petite frame twisted and turned in search of the most comfortable position before she retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her palm. Once the blood was cleaned, a wound was revealed, slightly curved, unmistakably a mark left by sword energy. It hurts. It really hurts, Sui murmured, feeling aggrieved, while blowing gently on her palm. The pain truly excruciating. After her moment of grievance, she fell into deep contemplation while gazing at her palm. Indeed, the blood in her hand was not due to the backlash of the enchantment, but was self-inflicted. Earlier, at Lonely Mountain, she had deceived Niu Laohua. Upon witnessing Niu Laohua suffer from the backlash, she had immediately cut her palm to mislead him. She gambled on the notion that he would not discern her subtle maneuver. Yet, if he did, this place was far from Li's medical clinic. Once again, Sui reminded herself that her inability to see through Niu Laohua did not mean she feared him. Sui had not detected the enchantment at Lonely Mountain. Or rather, the enchantment remained, yet it no longer repelled her presence. This led her to contemplate her own sect. To prevent unwanted intrusions, her sect had enchantments in place, powerful and ever-present. Yet its members could traverse freely without concern for the enchantment's effects. Could it be that the Demon Mountain regarded her as one of its own? But why would that be? For the first time, Sui felt her intellect was somewhat lacking. Atop Lonely Mountain, as dawn broke, Ao Sun resolved to descend. He sought to find Su He. The Demon Mountain was evidently related to the Dragon Clan, and Ao Sun wished to glean as much information as possible regarding it. With Su He serving as an excellent source of inquiry, he did not intend to attract attention, hence chose to walk down Lonely Mountain rather than fly directly to Taiping Town. Remarkably, he had not descended in 5 years, compared to 5 years prior. The forests surrounding Lonely Mountain had become denser, the weeds less prevalent, and the moss on the Peace Monument had grown more tightly. Everything was undergoing subtle transformations. Stopping briefly before the Peace Monument, as he prepared to make his way to the town, a voice called out from behind him. Young friend ahead, please hold. Ao Sun turned to see an elderly woman with graying hair, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, her hunched back towering high, her murky eyes scrutinizing him. Beside her stood a poised and serene young woman, her dark hair partially pinned back, her garments swaying gently, with a complexion as fair as snow. It was difficult to ascertain their cultivation levels, but subtle details confirmed them both as cultivators. Ao Sun made a simple assessment. Why were there so many cultivators appearing in Taiping Town lately? He sensed that something significant was about to unfold. And without time to ponder further, he noticed the dragon-headed cane clutched in the old woman's hand. A wave of dissatisfaction surged within him. Yet he maintained a calm exterior, replying evenly, "What is the matter?" Chapter 13. An unexpected encounter. May I inquire, dear friend, which of these paths leads to Taiping Town? An elderly woman raised her cane, gesturing towards the bifurcation ahead. Both are viable options, Ao Sun replied casually. The old woman nodded slightly. Thank you, young friend, as she leaned on her cane and prepared to move forward. However, a finely dressed woman remained still, gazing into Ao Sun's eyes with a captivating smile. Are you also heading to Taiping Town, young sir? Ao Sun responded affirmatively, his gaze involuntarily drawn to her. In terms of beauty, the woman was on par with Li Chuyi, yet from the neck down, her figure was far more striking, her attire clinging tightly to her form. Moreover, due to her cultivation, her flawless complexion radiated an ethereal charm, an aura that transcended that of Li Chuyi. She was indeed a peerless beauty. The woman blinked, enhancing her enchanting demeanor, and proposed, since we are headed the same way, why not travel together? Traveling together? Ao Sun exchanged smiles with her. He had to admit. Her eyes were exquisite, pearly white like autumn waters, with pupils as dark as cold stars. Her voice was melodious, akin to a clear mountain spring, with a lilt that evoked the gentle chimes of wind bells swaying under the eaves. Sensory-wise, he harbored no aversion to accompanying her, yet the potential complications, coupled with the discomfort he felt towards the dragon-headed cane in the old woman's grasp, led him to decisively decline. Perhaps not. The woman appeared momentarily taken aback, but then smiled again, neither disappointed nor insistent, as she followed the old woman down the straight path. She waved goodbye. Then we shall take our leave. Farewell, young sir. Ao Sun lagged a few steps behind before turning right. The woman glanced back, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise upon noticing he had not followed. The old woman shot a disapproving glare at her and muttered, How many times must you look back? I was merely taking a glance. It's not as if I would become pregnant, the woman replied with a playful grin, linking her arm with the old woman's. Besides, it's not every day I get to venture out. How could I not make a few friends? Meng Yuhan, the old woman called out, her tone tinged with displeasure. Is this what you call making friends? The old woman believed her temper to be quite forgiving, yet Meng Yuhan's audacity was beyond her limits. On their journey, whenever they encountered a handsome male cultivator, be it from a prestigious sect or a wandering practitioner, Meng Yuhan would invariably approach, inquiring if they were traveling the same route. If they were, she would accompany them. If not, she would often invite them to a tavern for a chat before parting ways regretfully. In truth, due to Meng Yuhan's remarkable charm, both in appearance and conversation, her insights into cultivation were of the highest caliber. Consequently, those who were approached were often left astounded. After a meal, even if their paths did not align, they would seek excuses to travel together. Over the course of 3 months, she had amassed more than 100 such acquaintances, the majority of whom wished to form a partnership with her. Moreover, 2 of her friends had a chance encounter that led to a fierce altercation, ultimately resulting in them both severely wounded. Yet, this was not the most alarming incident. While passing through Ruqing County, one friend attempted to forcefully claim her as a partner, but was struck down by the old woman's cane. Even as he lamented his fate atop the city walls, vowing through tears that Meng Yuhan was his one true love. What the old woman would never forget was that during his lamentation, thousands gathered below, and he stood there, flanked by his 7 partners, declaring her his only one while yearning to make Meng Yuhan his 8th. Such occurrences were endless, and the old woman truly felt she had seen it all. However, Meng Yuhan saw no wrongdoing in her actions. Defending herself, I genuinely consider them friends. Who knew they would be so lustful? The old woman shot her a stern look. Indeed, indeed, Meng Yuhan nodded repeatedly, her previously aloof demeanor suddenly becoming endearing. The old woman tapped her cane against the ground, her voice icy, if you do not engage. Will they behave thus? You must be mindful of your status. Unperturbed, Meng Yuhan cheerfully retorted, as for making friends, I care not for status or rank. Being good-looking is sufficient. For a moment, the old woman was left speechless. She sighed. If your elder brother were to hear such words, he would certainly give you a lesson. At the mention of her elder brother, Meng Yuhan frowned, exclaiming, he is the most overbearing, wanting to control everything. It's utterly tiresome. He only means well, the old woman replied. Always for my benefit, Meng Yuhan scoffed, turning her head away, disinterested in further conversation. The old woman smiled knowingly. Aware of how to pique her interest, that young man in the green attire is quite remarkable. Meng Yuhan's curiosity was piqued. In what way? The old woman explained. In terms of aura, he only appears to be at the 5th realm, yet I cannot discern his true essence. It suggests he exceeds that level. 5th realm, yet with a greater essence? Meng Yuhan was astonished, speculating, could he have been possessed by another? A shiver ran down her spine at the thought of a possibly ancient soul hidden beneath Ao Sun's handsome exterior. Uncertain, perhaps he, like you, possesses an extraordinary fortune. The old woman commented, choosing not to elaborate further, as her interest waned. No matter how great the fortune, he remained merely a 5th realm cultivator. As the old woman gazed toward the outline of Taiping Town, she spoke softly, we shall arrive shortly, with the manifestation of celestial signs. I wonder how many factions will converge. It is imperative that we maintain a low profile during our endeavors. Unless absolutely necessary, we must not reveal our identities. Meng Yuhan replied impatiently, I know. You and my elder brother are equally verbose, repeating the same instructions time and again. Taiping Town, though not impoverished, could hardly be deemed affluent. Apart from the few cobblestone alleys at the town's center, the remainder were dirt paths. Fortunately, the soil was firm, rarely raising dust or sand, making passage relatively easy. In no time, Ao Sun found himself at the outskirts of Taiping Town. Flanking the road were fields, the morning mist dissipating, and the weather cool, ideal for agricultural labor. It was unclear who spotted Ao Sun first, but soon, the elderly men idling by, the hard-working farmers tilling the land, the women carting grass, and the children who preferred play over work all turned their attention to the approaching figure. As Ao Sun drew closer, they paused their tasks, gathering together to chatter animatedly. Dressed in green, possessing an extraordinary demeanor, such attire was indeed a rarity in Taiping Town, likely marking him as someone of significance. Silence. Everyone be quiet. An old man stepped forward, striking the ground with his hoe, scanning the crowd before selecting a robust young man. Dawa, you're swift. Go inform the town chief that another outsider has arrived. The reward will be shared among all. Is that agreeable? The old man surveyed the group. Agreed. Absolutely. The crowd responded in unison. Meanwhile, as the old woman and Meng Yuhan approached the town entrance from another direction, the laborers in the fields similarly ceased their work, gathering to confer before sending someone to notify the town chief. A fortnight prior, the town chief had suddenly announced any discovery of outsiders within Taiping Town, once reported, will yield a reward. If they are of special status, the reward shall be doubled. What precisely constitutes a special individual remains unexplained by the mayor. However, the mayor's family is affluent, being one of the wealthiest households in the town, and they are never deceitful regarding the distribution of rewards. In fact, some have indeed reported the presence of outsiders and received a modest sum of silver in return. This is no insignificant amount. It is sufficient to cover the expenses of an average family of 3 for several months. Stimulated by this opportunity, the townsfolk naturally became enthusiastic. Thus, upon encountering Ao Sun, Meng Yuhan, and the elderly woman, their excitement was palpable. It is worth noting, of course, that Ao Sun, Meng Yuhan, and the elderly woman were not the first outsiders to be discovered, nor are they likely to be the last. Chapter 14. The outsider Ao Sun stepped into the town. And much like at the entrance, every resident who laid eyes on him paused in their tracks, staring at him with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. A few individuals even dashed towards the center of the town, clearly spurred by his presence. It was quite peculiar. What was the matter with the townsfolk? He halted in front of a vegetable vendor. Behind the stall sat a woman, who had been weaving a basket, but now found herself fixated on Ao Sun. Upon noticing his pause, the woman averted her gaze, hastily lowering her head to resume her work, though her trembling hands betrayed her inner tension. Why do you look at me as if I were a wanted criminal? Ao Sun inquired, perplexed. The woman pressed her lips together, remaining silent. After a moment of contemplation, he deftly retrieved a silver coin, approximately 3 taels, and offered it to her. Old Turtle is indeed thoughtful, Ao Sun mused inwardly. When he had transgressed against the heavenly laws, receiving a sentence of 3,000 years of confinement in Nanding County, Old Turtle had considered that it was a realm inhabited by mortals and had temporarily procured some silver for him, which he placed in his storage artifact. Though it was not an excessive amount, it was sufficient, totaling a few hundred taels. For Ao Sun, this silver was of little use, as the cultivation world typically used spirit stones as currency. However, for ordinary people, possessing silver was an unadulterated delight, akin to resting upon a bed of riches. The woman's eyes brightened as she promptly accepted the coin. Why do you look at me as if I were a wanted criminal? Ao Sun reiterated. This time, the woman did not hesitate. The town chief instructed us to report any outsiders entering the village, promising a reward for doing so. Ao Sun pressed further. Why? The woman shook her head. I am not sure. The chief did not elaborate. Could it be related to the solitary mountain? Ao Sun furrowed his brow but chose not to delve deeper, instead saying, I need to inquire about someone else. You can ask anyone living in the town. The woman replied, patting her chest. A young girl named Suhi. Suhi? The woman certainly recalled the name, gesturing with her hand. A girl about this tall, correct? Ao Sun nodded. The woman immediately brightened. Townsfolk often exhibited a sense of superiority when mentioning Suhi, which Ao Sun found rather baffling. Lowering her voice, she added mysteriously, let me tell you, she is not just a little girl. She is at least in her 20s. Ao Sun chuckled quietly, thinking, madam, you must be at least in your 40s or 50s. How can someone in their 20s not be considered a young girl in your eyes? Where does she live? Go straight ahead, take the 3rd intersection and turn right. It will be just a few steps away. The woman stood, wiped her hands on her apron, and pointed ahead. There is a Leaf family clinic nearby. Suhi lives right next door. It's easy to find. Ao Sun expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. The woman watched him depart, weighing the silver in her hand, her face beaming with joy. News that was commonly known could be exchanged for money. These outsiders truly seemed to be both naive and affluent. Following the woman's directions, Ao Sun soon arrived at Su He's residence. The young girl was nestled in a reclining chair, clutching a pillow, basking in the sun, sleeping soundly. Ao Sun glanced next door, where several baskets of medicinal herbs were drying in the yard, filling the air with a fragrant herbal aroma. This must be Li Chu-Yi's home. However, at this hour, both Li Chu-Yi and Li Xianji had already left to attend to some patients in town. He gently shook the little bell hanging from the wooden door. Su-He stirred from her slumber, smacking her lips and rubbing her eyes as she peered towards the door. "What brings you here?" she asked, somewhat irked upon recognizing him. Having had a restless night, she was now grumpy from being awakened by the annoying intruder. "I came to fetch a chair." Ao Sun had no expectation that Su-He would open the door for him, so he pushed the gate open and stepped into the yard. Observing the beautifully crafted bamboo chair, he was somewhat taken aback. "Did you make this?" Su-He lifted her chin proudly. "Of course. Your craftsmanship is commendable," Ao Sun complimented. She puffed out her chest, a smug expression on her face. "Indeed." In the next moment, Ao Sun unexpectedly grabbed the back of Su-He's collar and hoisted the proud little girl from the chair, taking her place. Su-He was momentarily stunned, then immediately flared up, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You, stop pointing. I have something to ask you. Something serious." Upon hearing his serious tone, Su-He raised an eyebrow, then gave a dismissive huff, relocating to a nearby wooden stool, her tone indifferent. "What is it?" Ao Sun glanced towards the solitary mountain and inquired. "What exactly did you mean about the demon mountain last night?" Su-He rested her chin on her hands, watching him intently without uttering a word. Her eyes filled with a hint of mischief, as if to say, "Why should I tell you?" With a hint of exasperation, Ao Sun spread his hands. "Do you truly dislike me?" Su-He nodded vigorously. Yet, despite her words, she did not genuinely find Ao Sun unpleasant. On the contrary, she held a favorable impression of him. This was largely due to Li Chu-Yi's high regard for Ao Sun, as she had first encountered him in Li Chu-Yi's dreams, which naturally fostered a positive inclination towards him. Additionally, there was an even more significant reason. Ao Sun's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to her senior brother, albeit with less rigidity, speaking in a manner reminiscent of her second senior brother, leisurely and relaxed. How could she harbor any disdain towards someone she felt close to? Perhaps this way. Ao Sun suggested, "If you share the specifics about the Demon Mountain, I could reciprocate by answering your questions." "I have no questions for you," Su-He firmly rejected. Then with a sly grin added, "However, if you could agree to one thing, I might consider it." Ao Sun raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" Su-He pondered for a moment, stamping her foot. "Oh dear, I haven't thought of anything yet. I'll tell you when I think of something. Just as long as it's not too unreasonable," Ao Sun remarked. "Don't worry, I want to make it difficult for you." Su-He quickly interrupted his rambling. Without giving Ao Sun the chance to negotiate terms, Su-He began explaining the situation regarding the Demon Mountain. "In my sect, we refer to the Demon Mountain as Taiping Mountain due to the presence of the Taiping steel. However, my master has mentioned that the Demon Mountain is not actually called Taiping Mountain. It has a name that has been lost to history, forgotten by people. The true name of the Demon Mountain, my master certainly knows, but he has not disclosed it to us, claiming the timing is not right. When the time comes, we will naturally know." As Su-He recalled her master's posture, hands clasped behind his back as he spoke of fate and timing, she felt an urge to tug at his goat-like beard. "It is called Han Mountain," Ao Sun interjected suddenly. Su-He paused. "What do you mean by Han Mountain?" "The true name of the Demon Mountain you speak of," Ao Sun clarified. "The true name of the Demon Mountain?" Su-He was taken aback, questioning, "Which Han character?" "I'm not certain." Ao Sun shook his head. "Probably the one that means cold." "I've never heard that name before," Su-He replied, shaking her head. She gazed at Ao Sun, her big, watery eyes darting around, expressing doubt. "You're not just making this up, are you?" Ao Sun affirmed, "I am not." Su-He, resembling a playful little fox, blinked her eyes and asked, "How can you be so certain?" "Don't think you can pry information out of me. Just continue with your explanation," Ao Sun warned, casting her a sidelong glance. Chapter 15. Master Zhu who is trying to pry into your affairs. Su-He scoffed, continuing. "Beneath the Demon Mountain lies a formidable demon, rumored to be an ancient demon king." She deliberately emphasized the term demon king, secretly observing Ao Sun's expression, eager to witness his reaction. After all, one would expect a certain degree of fear or shock from an ordinary cultivator upon hearing the term demon king. Even she had been greatly startled when she first learned of the demon suppression in Gushan. However, her anticipation was met with disappointment. Ao Sun remained composed, showing no signs of surprise. Rather, he seemed to find it entirely expected, having been astonished upon encountering that snake-bodied demon with a human face last night. He had already speculated that the demon had likely been a demon king before its imprisonment, and now, Su-He's words confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, it was a former demon king, yet what was its origin? Could it possibly be the fallen god of Candle Shadow? No. If such a powerful being as the god of Candle Shadow could fall to such depths, this world would be exceedingly bizarre. Ao Sun sighed inwardly, regretting not perusing the ancient texts more thoroughly during his time in the South Sea. What is the name of this demon king? Ao Sun inquired. Master Zhu. As in the Zhu of Zhu Ke, Suhi replied. We all refer to him as Master Zhu. I was asking for his true name. If there is a title for the Demon King, that would suffice as well. Suhi shook her head, saying, I'm afraid I don't know that. My master did not mention it. Recalling last night when he had asked the snake-bodied demon its name, Ao Sun realized the demon had also refused to divulge it. It seemed that even the demon itself was reluctant to speak of its own appellation. Was it possible that merely a name harbored some hidden secret? Nevertheless, the surname Zhu inevitably reminded him of the character for candle within the name of Candle Shadow. It appeared that this demon, through its similar appearance, sought to claim the name of Candle Shadow yet hesitated, faltering in its resolve. Ao Sun refocused his thoughts and said to Suhi, please continue. Master Zhu has been suppressed for countless years, his cultivation diminished, requiring a substantial amount of spiritual energy for healing, Suhi explained. Moreover, the formation that suppresses Master Zhu also demands a great deal of spiritual energy, leading to a severe scarcity of it in this area. However, despite being confined, Master Zhu still claims Taiping Mountain as his territory. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. Over time, Master Zhu's will has transformed into a set of rules, eventually evolving into the restrictions of Demon Mountain. Ah, I see, Ao Sun mused thoughtfully. In fact, this is not a secret at all, Suhi suddenly interjected. Not a secret? Ao Sun expressed his surprise momentarily. Not at all, Suhi rested her chin on her hands. Every reputable sect across the land is aware of the affairs concerning Demon Mountain. Furthermore, many wandering cultivators are equally informed. They constantly keep an eye on Demon Mountain, hoping to find an opportunity. The various sects were aware, and numerous wandering cultivators knew as well. Upon hearing this, Ao Sun fell silent. For the Dragon Clan held no records regarding Demon Mountain. Had there been any, his father and the ancient turtle would have surely warned him before arriving in Nanding County. It seemed that Zhao Li was also unaware. Otherwise, he would not have remained silent on the matter. Suhi, oblivious to Ao Sun's thoughts, simply observed his serious contemplation with a sense of satisfaction akin to that of a teacher. All right, I have shared everything I know, she declared. But is that all? Ao Sun responded, not entirely content. Suhi pouted, what else do you want to know? Such as why your master Zhu was suppressed when it happened. Who carried out the suppression, and why it was done in Nanding County. Also, was this cold mountain once his place of cultivation? Cautiously, he refrained from mentioning the Dragon Clan or the Blood Oath. Yet, it was evident that his caution was in vain, for Suhi had no answers to these inquiries. Her face contorted in frustration as she admitted, my master did not say. If your master did not say, do you truly not know? Ao Sun sighed wearily. How would I know if my master did not tell me? Are you expecting me to investigate the Demon King myself? Suhi retorted, her eyes wide with indignation. Ao Sun found himself momentarily at a loss for words, pondering before suggesting, perhaps your master is not withholding information, but simply does not know. Preposterous. How could that be? Suhi protested, willing to acknowledge her master's flaws but unwilling to let an outsider cast doubt upon him. She exclaimed defiantly, in heaven and on earth. My master knows all, it is merely that some secrets cannot be divulged. In heaven and on earth, all-knowing? Even the mystical Di Ting of Juhua Mountain would not dare to make such a claim. Ao Sun mused internally, bemused by her bravado. However, he refrained from countering Suhi, letting out a soft sigh. One request, and I receive so little information. How unfortunate for me. Suhi, relishing her small victory, chuckled and said, oh, what does it matter? A loss can be a blessing. Besides, how can you, a gentleman, be so stingy with a young lady? Unbeknownst to her, a hint of a coquettish tone had crept into her voice, as if she were addressing a close elder brother rather than Ao Sun. Ao Sun smiled lightly and asked, by the way, which sect do you belong to? I hail from the Tang dynasty, Bai Cheng. Suhi replied proudly, her face lighting up at the mention of her sect. Never heard of it. Ao Sun replied casually. Suhi rolled up her sleeves, shaking her small fists, gritting her teeth as she prepared to extol the virtues of her Bai Cheng. Yet Ao Sun, disinterested, stood up, waving his hand to store the reclining chair into his spatial pouch, smiling as he said, I must take my leave. Suhi immediately felt a surge of frustration. Just then, a surprised voice called out from behind them. Jiang Sun, why have you come down the mountain? Li Chui, carrying a medicinal box, approached from the street and was astonished to see Ao Sun standing in Suhi's courtyard. Ao Sun waved cheerfully, pointing at Suhi. I came to ask her about a few matters. Li Chui responded with an O, her gaze shifting between Ao Sun and Suhi, noting their evident familiarity. She felt puzzled. Did Suhi already know that Ao Sun resided at the mountaintop? Chui, you're back. It's time to cook. Suhi called out joyfully, completely disregarding Ao Sun as she grabbed a small wooden stool, leaped over the wall into the Li family's courtyard, and eagerly took the medicinal box from Li Chui, pouting. I didn't eat last night. I'm starving. Li Chui inquired. Why didn't you eat last night? Suhi replied petulantly. That old scoundrel killed the salt vendor. The old scoundrel she referred to was an elderly man living nearby, who had previously worked as a chef in the city but returned to his hometown of Taiping Town as he aged. Besides farming, He occasionally took on catering jobs for banquets. When Sui first arrived, she had given him a considerable sum to ensure he delivered meals to her every noon and evening. Breakfast was unnecessary, as Sui did not wish to waste her precious sleep time. Initially, the old man was quite attentive, providing at least 2 dishes and a soup for each meal. However, as time passed, his diligence waned. First, the taste declined, then the 2 dishes and soup became 1 dish and soup. And now he didn't even bother to make soup, leaving only a single dish and a steamed bun, often lacking any meat. The old man's reasoning was not difficult to discern. Soo-hee, a forsaken young girl without relatives, who could not cook and had few friends, would not expect much from him, the chef. Moreover, why should he treat such an easily bullied girl like a revered guest? Apart from the father and daughter of the Li family, the townsfolk of Taiping did not take kindly to Soo-hee, whom they deemed unlucky and ill-fated. The old man shared their sentiments. However, the old man seemed to have forgotten that he had used the money given by Soo-hee to send his child to school in the city, to buy 2 gold hairpins for his wife, and to completely renovate their old house from top to bottom. He had purchased numerous items and still had a surplus left. Gratitude and reciprocity appeared to have quietly vanished from the old man's lexicon. Don't be upset, Li Chuyi consoled Soo-hee, pondering for a moment before suggesting. Why don't you come to my house for meals from now on? Let us spare the old cook. Perhaps we can recover some of the money through the mayor. Recover some? That old fellow is unlikely to repay a single cent. Soo-hee retorted defiantly, even if I don't eat. He must deliver meals to me every day without fail. Li Chuyi shrugged, displaying an expression of helplessness. Aoshuan, having inquired about the situation, cast a surprised glance at Soo-hee, thinking it remarkable that she could endure such treatment. Soo-hee was indeed rather magnanimous. Just then, Soo-hee shot him a sidelong glance, exclaiming in irritation, Aren't you going back? Why are you standing here? Are you waiting for me to invite you to dinner? Chapter 16. The earthquake, let us go, Ao Sun chuckled, feeling jovial after inquiring about the solitary mountain and witnessing Soo-hee's misfortune. He had no intention of holding a grudge against the young girl. Just as he was about to turn away, Li Chuyi hesitated and tentatively suggested, How about we sit down together for a meal? After a moment's contemplation, Ao Sun nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Soo-hee raised an eyebrow in confusion. Ao Sun, with a mischievous smile, cast a sidelong glance at her, disregarding her irritated expression as he approached the courtyard wall, and, mimicking Soo-hee, effortlessly vaulted over into the Li family's yard. Li Chuyi and Soo-hee were momentarily taken aback. After all, Ao Sun, clad in an elegant blue and white long robe, exuded an air of nobility, resembling the type of pampered, prideful young master described in books. It was surprising that he would engage in such a humble act as climbing over a wall. His attire soon collected a bit of dirt, and Ao Sun promptly brushed it off. Do you need assistance? He inquired, directing his gaze at Li Chuyi. Assistance with what? Before Li Chuyi could respond, Soo-hee interjected, her tone laced with skepticism as she eyed the earthen stove in the yard. You can cook? Li Chuyi mirrored her astonishment, recalling the saying. A gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Not only can I cook, but I do it quite well, Ao Sun replied with a confident smile, recalling his 20 years spent in the empire of gluttony. You're boasting, Soo-hee retorted, though inwardly, she couldn't help but regard Ao Sun with newfound respect. Her previous impression of him was that of arrogance, a trait often found in those who, upon entering the realm of cultivation, believe themselves superior to ordinary folk. Clearly, Ao Sun defied that stereotype. As a guest, Li Chuyi felt it inappropriate to impose on him, smiling as she said, No need. You and Soo-hee can just relax. Ao Sun, not one to insist, summoned a lounge chair into the courtyard and reclined under the sun. Li Chuyi stifled a gasp, her eyes wide with astonishment. Although she had witnessed similar feats before, the ability to summon objects from thin air still defied her understanding of reality. She then noticed that this lounge chair was the very one Soo-hee had pounded earlier that morning. With a look of suspicion, she glanced between Ao Sun and Soo-hee but refrained from asking. Soo-hee observed Ao Sun lounging, feeling a mix of envy and indignation as her small wooden stool suddenly seemed inadequate. After about half an hour, Li Chuyi announced that lunch was ready. Beckoning both to join her inside, the three settled around the table. Where and Apos, Uncle Li? Soo-hee inquired. He went to Grandfather Song's for a consultation and won't be back for lunch, Li Chuyi informed. Soo-hee responded with a soft "oh," then slyly shifted her favorite honey yam to a spot between herself and Li Chuyi. Ao Sun noticed her protective gesture and couldn't help but chuckle softly. To be honest, Soo-hee found Ao Sun's easygoing nature somewhat perplexing. Even she, when faced with ordinary people, harbored a hint of pride. For instance, she dismissed the town's gossip about her, not out of fear but from a sense of superiority, akin to someone standing atop a mountain, indifferent to the opinions of ants at its base. However, she made an exception for the Li family, not only because of her friendship with Li Chuyi, but also because she had long regarded Li Chuyi as a junior sister. Years ago, Soo-hee had resolved that when she left Taiping village, she would take the Li family with her to the Tang dynasty, where Li Xuanji could continue his medical practice, and she would introduce Li Chuyi to the path of cultivation. This was merely a plan until last night's events solidified her determination. She was resolute in bringing Li Chuyi along. This determination stemmed from the blue jade pearl, a precious life-saving talisman bestowed by her master. When Suhi had given the blue jade pearl to Li Chuyi, she had harbored doubts. After all, most ordinary people had difficulty gaining a magical artifact's recognition. She had even prepared to force the pearl to acknowledge its new owner. To her surprise, however, the moment Li Chuyi touched it, the pearl assimilated with her blood, demonstrating recognition more swiftly than when Suhi had first claimed it. This solidified Suhi's resolve to bring Li Chuyi into her fold. But what about Ao Sun? Why did he show such kindness towards Li Chuyi? Did he perhaps harbor feelings for her? Suhi pondered, her thoughts swirling, before dismissing the notion. Ao Sun and Li Chuyi had only just met. Any feelings would be improbable. Stripping away the fade of infatuation, such feelings were often reduced to mere lust. However, as a cultivator, Ao Sun likely encountered many beautiful celestial beings and was unlikely to be swayed by a mere mortal girl. As Suhi's thoughts wandered, Ao Sun's attention was drawn to the blue jade pearl adorning Li Chuyi's wrist, his brow arching slightly. This string of beads? He inquired. It was given to me by Sister Suhi, Li Chuyi replied, casting a glance at Suhi. Ao Sun immediately recognized the blue jade pearl as a remarkable artifact. Worth a fortune. If sold in the markets of the South Sea, it could fetch thousands of spirit stones. He regarded Suhi with surprise and said, "You are quite generous." Suhi huffed dismissively. "It's just a string of beads." She wished to elaborate further when suddenly, a distant rumble echoed. The house trembled, dust cascading from the beams, and the very ground beneath them began to quake slightly. An earthquake. The earth dragon is turning. Quickly, we must get outside, Li Chuyi exclaimed, springing to her feet, pulling Suhi along as she urgently addressed Ao Sun. Though her tone was frantic, her eyes remained composed, displaying no signs of fear or panic. Witnessing this, Suhi felt an even greater sense of admiration for her future junior sister. However, just as the three crossed the threshold, the tremors ceased. Li Chuyi paused, saying, "It seems it wasn't an earthquake." Ao Sun squinted towards the north and remarked, "Indeed, it is not." Li Chuyi shot him a glance and questioned, "Then what is it?" After a moment's reflection, Ao Sun replied, "Perhaps it is nothing at all, or perhaps it is something far more terrifying than an earth dragon's turn." Chapter 17. The wounded. Perhaps it signifies nothing at all, or perhaps it embodies something far more terrifying than the upheaval of earthworm. This statement perplexed Li Chuyi, who could not fathom Ao Sun's meaning. However, Suhi understood, as she sensed a potent surge of spiritual energy. In the sparsely populated Nanding County, the absence of innate spiritual vortices suggested only one possibility. A conflict had erupted among cultivators. The circumstances surrounding the combatants would determine the outcome. If they were of insufficient strength or merely engaged in a fleeting skirmish, it would indeed amount to nothing. Yet, should they possess formidable power and be embroiled in a life-and-death struggle, even the residual energy from their battle could easily raise Taiping Town to the ground. Nevertheless, with numerous cultivators gathered in Taiping Village, they would undoubtedly intervene to prevent the town's destruction. Ao Sun glanced at the two individuals and inquired, "Shall we go take a look?" Li Chuyi replied, "All right." Suhi, equally curious about the unfolding events, agreed, "Let us proceed. It is prudent to investigate." After securing the courtyard gate, the trio ventured toward the source of the commotion. Along the way, they encountered several groups of residents who, in their haste to reach the northern area, voiced their frustrations. Upon spotting Suhi, several individuals muttered disparaging remarks under their breath. Ao Sun, with keen hearing, caught the unflattering comments and cast a surprised glance at Suhi, exclaiming, "Wow, you seem to have quite the reputation." Unbeknownst to him, Suhi had been ostracized by the villagers due to her so-called petty illness. Suhi merely snorted in disdain, unwilling to elaborate. Li Chuyi lowered her voice to explain the situation to Ao Sun. "Petty illness?" Ao Sun mused, then, with a half-smile, remarked, "She is certainly not afflicted by such a thing." Li Chuyi was taken aback. "Huh?" Ao Sun continued, "If you don't believe me, why not ask her directly?" Li Chuyi instinctively turned to Suhi, who, after a moment of silence, nodded in affirmation. It turned out she truly was not suffering from a petty illness. Li Chuyi, puzzled, inquired, "Then what is it?" Suhi remained silent. Ao Sun observed her, his smile shallow. "It might be a flaw in the heavenly path. Or perhaps an oath's limitations. What do you think?" The phrases flaw in the heavenly path and oath's limitations were familiar to Li Chuyi, yet their collective significance eluded her. She glanced at Suhi, whispering, "Sister Suhi?" Suhi continued to withhold her words. The fact that she had not grown taller and was often mistaken for a young girl was a matter of considerable concern for Suhi. Yet, when the topic arose, instead of anger, she resembled a wronged kitten, trudging along in silence. It was only upon reaching the end of the street, at the point of turning, that Suhi, in a sullen tone, said, "I don't know what it is. I just can't seem to grow taller." Li Chuyi emitted a soft, confused sound. Even Ao Sun found it strange, stating, "You don't even know yourself?" Suhi retorted coldly, "Should I know? If I did, would I still look like this?" Ao Sun pondered for a moment and suggested, "Did you not say your master knows everything? Why not consult him?" Suhi replied, "My master said it's a personal issue, and outsiders cannot assist." At this point, Ao Sun was at a loss for words. Had they been in Nanding County earlier, he might have been able to help Suhi, but now he felt utterly powerless. One thing he could ascertain was that Suhi's master was either a true expert or a pretentious fool. Li Chuyi quietly listened to their exchange. The concepts of a flaw in the heavenly path, oath's limitations, and an all-knowing master left the young girl in a haze. Vaguely realizing that Ao Sun and Suhi belonged to a realm she had never encountered, this revelation stirred a sense of sadness within her. Yet, Li Chuyi was not one to dwell on melancholy. She quickly suppressed her feelings. "Sister Suhi, since you are not ill, why not clarify this with everyone?" Li Chuyi asked, perplexed. Suhi replied, "What is there to explain?" In this regard, Ao Sun concurred, stating, "Indeed, there is nothing to clarify." Li Chuyi, still puzzled, wondered why Suhi had not elucidated matters to the villagers when she first arrived, which could have spared her much trouble. Ao Sun chuckled. If she herself cannot articulate the reason, how can she explain it to others? Besides, most people prefer to trust their own observations over the words of others. The reality they witness holds more weight than mere hearsay. Suhi wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. As even many within her own sect believed her to be afflicted with a petty illness, how could she expect outsiders to think otherwise? Li Chuyi nodded thoughtfully. Before long, the trio turned onto a street in the northern part of Taiping village. "We have arrived," Ao Sun announced, gazing ahead at the dense throng of people. "So many individuals," Li Chuyi observed, momentarily taken aback. In the heart of the gathering, a multitude encircled a central figure, while the streets teemed with onlookers, revealing that nearly 1/5 of the village's residents had gathered. It was only natural, for at midday, with nothing pressing to attend to, the ruckus would draw curiosity. Furthermore, even if there were pressing matters, nothing could eclipse the allure of a spectacle. Suhi was somewhat displeased. She was not fond of crowds, and her disdain for those who did not favor her was palpable as she remarked, "They just relish in senseless commotion." Li Chuyi glanced at her, then at Ao Sun, softly stating, "Aren't we doing the same?" "Not quite," Suhi asserted confidently. "We are not merely here for idle amusement. We might even lend assistance." She spoke casually, yet her words seemed to foreshadow the unfolding events. Almost immediately, a villager noticed the approaching trio and, upon recognizing Li Chuyi, exclaimed with delight, "The girl from the Li family clinic has arrived. Chuyi is here. Make way, make way. Everyone, step aside and let Chuyi pass." The villagers shouted, and the crowd quickly parted to create a path for Li Chuyi and her companions. Confused, Li Chuyi wondered why the townsfolk were so enthusiastic today, unlike their usual demeanor. In the next instant, the reason became painfully clear. In the middle of the street, at the center of the throng, lay a figure sprawled in a pool of blood, teetering on the brink of life and death. Li Chuyi's eyes widened, and she rushed forward. The bloodied scene revealed a man clad in black, seemingly in his 30s. His eyes tightly shut, as he coughed up blood and mumbled incoherently. Blood pooled beneath him, primarily seeping from his right shoulder, where his arm appeared grotesquely deformed. Shattered bones protruded through flesh, and ghastly white bone peeked out from layers of blood and mud, rendering the sight exceedingly gruesome. Thankfully, a thin membrane had formed over the wound. Otherwise, the excessive blood loss alone would have surely claimed his life by now. "What has transpired?" Li Chuyi inquired solemnly. No one responded. The onlookers were merely enthusiastic spectators, none aware of the events that had just unfolded. Chapter 18. Rescue at that moment. A woman in an apron suddenly exclaimed, "I just saw old Cao Wai heading that way. I wonder if it was him." "Nonsense. Old Cao Wai is honest and kind. He wouldn't do something like this," retorted another. "That fellow is as strong as an ox. It's more likely a meteor fell from the sky." The surrounding crowd chimed in, dismissing the woman's claim, deeming her foolish. The young man in the pool of blood had a torn shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles, even more robust than the strongest farmers in town. Judging by appearances, even several elderly men combined would not be his match. Furthermore, such life-threatening injuries did not seem feasible from a mere brawl. Reflecting on the earlier explosion, someone pondered aloud. Could it be that a meteor fell and struck this unfortunate soul? Immediately, another voice countered. Then where did the meteor go? The speaker fell silent, unable to respond. "I believe he was struck by a hammer," someone ventured, attempting to speculate. "But how do you explain the thunderous sound? Could a hammer produce such a noise?" "That's easy. It coincided with an earthquake. We live near the mountains. Earthquakes are not uncommon, are they?" The crowd engaged in lively analysis. Yet none ventured to consider the possibility of cultivators being involved. After all, they had only heard occasional tales of cultivation. In reality, none had witnessed the true arts of immortals. They were even less aware that Ao Sun and several onlookers in the crowd were, in fact, renowned practitioners of the mystical arts. "What is the situation with this man?" Shuha inquired telepathically to Ao Sun. "I cannot ascertain," Ao Sun replied. "There's a fluctuation of spiritual energy around him. He must be a cultivator, but I cannot determine his realm." "Can you?" "I cannot tell. But he should be at the 4th realm, Ao Sun communicated. Is that a guess? Xiuhua regarded him with skepticism. Without expression, Ao Sun pointed to the ground beside the young man's left side. Following his gesture, Xiuhua noticed a pill the size of a fingernail lying in the blood. Due to its small size and red hue, she had previously overlooked its existence. A Lianshu pill, Xiuhua raised an eyebrow. The fourth realm of cultivation is known as Yuaning, while the fifth realm is referred to as Lianshu. The purpose of the Lianshu pill is to assist peak fourth realm practitioners in breaking through the barrier to the fifth realm. Do you wish to help him? Ao Sun asked telepathically. I do not, Xiuhua replied. Ao Sun nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Neither he nor Xiuhua intended to intervene. This was not out of indifference. Rather, they were uncertain of the young man's identity and thus could not judge whether he was friend or foe. Moreover, they were unaware of the reasons behind his grievous injuries or who had inflicted them. However, 2 points were certain. First, the young man's life was not in danger. For a fourth realm practitioner, such injuries could be healed within 10 to 15 days. Second, the one who harmed him was undoubtedly still in Taiping Town. Assisting this young man could potentially offend an unknown adversary. Those practitioners who had come from afar shared similar sentiments, remaining hidden in the crowd without offering assistance. Yet, Li Chuyi did not contemplate such depths. As a healer, saving lives was her duty and instinct. Furthermore, having only ventured to nearby towns, she was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the cultivation world and could not discern that the gravely injured youth was a practitioner. She could not fathom the undercurrents swirling in Taiping Town at that moment. To her, the most pressing matter was to save him. Is there a cart available? Li Chuyi asked the crowd nearby. Yes. The earlier speaker raised her hand. I live just by the street. Upon hearing this, she hurried home and quickly returned with a 2-wheeled wooden cart. The villagers promptly made way for her. Li Chuyi supported the young man's uninjured left shoulder with one hand and cradled his head with the other, disregarding the large stains of blood on her clothes, and said to Xiuhua, help me lift him up. Xiuhua remained still. Xiuhua, sister? Li Chuyi called out. Xiuhua shook her head, coldly replying. You need not concern yourself with him. He will not die. Li Chuyi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. However, the villagers could no longer bear to watch. One frowned and said, if you don't want to help, then don't. With such severe injuries, how can you just ignore him? What do you understand? In Xiuhua's eyes, we are merely insignificant beings. She looks down upon us. Indeed, no wonder she comes from the city. She truly is delicate. Xiuhua paid them no mind. Compared to these people, she was far beyond petty insults or arguments. Nevertheless, while the townsfolk might have had sharp tongues, they harbored no malice. Otherwise, they would not have quickly made way for Li Chuyi to attend to the unfortunate young man. Let us refrain from further words. The woman awkwardly smiled and said to Li Chuyi, I shall assist. Wiping her hands on her apron, she lifted the young man and Apo's legs, joining Li Chuyi in placing him onto the cart. Do you require further assistance? Someone from the crowd inquired, still concerned. None is needed. Li Chuyi shook her head, pushing the 2-wheeled cart alongside Ao Xiuhua as they made their way home. Xiuhua maintained a frosty demeanor beside her. Ao Sun lagged half a step behind, his right hand clasped behind his back as he performed a spell. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Lianshu pill, which had been in the pool of blood, quietly slipped into his hand. Yet, as he turned to leave, an inexplicable sensation prompted him to glance toward the crowd. There stood an elderly woman with a cane adorned with a dragoness head, alongside a young woman dressed in luxurious garments. Meng Yuhan beamed sweetly at him, waving her hand as if to say, I saw you steal the pill. In the center of the crowd, old Cao Huai observed Ao Sun pocketing the Lianshu pill, a cold smile gracing his lips. In the central area of the town, there stood a grand residence with a plaque inscribed in seal script, Song Mansion. Within the master bedroom of the back courtyard, Li Xuanji squinted, examining an elderly man's pulse. His expression grew increasingly astonished. After a while, his surprise transformed into a smile as he remarked, Uncle Zhang, your recovery has been remarkable lately. The elder, addressed as Uncle Zhang, was named Song Yuanzhang, 99 years old. On the brink of his centenary, earlier in the spring, he had contracted a cold, and due to his advanced age, he had shown no signs of improvement for over 5 months, nearly entering autumn. Li Xuanji had felt powerless. Neighbors had privately speculated that the elder might not survive the year. To Li Xuanji's astonishment, during today's examination, he discovered that the cold had been dispelled, and the elder's pulse had stabilized significantly. Fully recovered? Song Yuanzhong inquired with a smile. Indeed, Li Xuanji nodded. Receiving confirmation, Song Yuanzhong chuckled heartily. Uncle Zhong, what has brought about this change? Li Xuanji couldn't help but ask, perplexed by how the elder, who had been weak just days before, had seemingly recovered overnight. With a proud smile, Song Yuanzhong stroked his beard and said, My eldest son has returned. Your eldest son? Li Xuanji was taken aback, but quickly realized. Songbai has returned? Song Yuanzhong nodded with a smile. Li Xuanji did not personally know Songbai, only that he was the elder's firstborn. According to the villagers, Songbai was exceptionally precocious, displaying a maturity far surpassing that of his peers from a young age. Determined, Song Yuanzhong expended all his savings to send him to the city for his education. For over a decade, Songbai remained absent from home, leading the townsfolk of Taiping to conclude that he was a son wasted. However, upon his return, Songbai appeared resplendent, bringing with him a substantial fortune. He promptly purchased a vacant courtyard in Qingshi Lane, transforming it into a magnificent residence, complete with over 20 servants. Truly, he returned home in splendid attire, embodying the adage of returning with the spring breeze in full bloom. The perplexing question lingered. Having gone away to study, had Songbai also acquired medical skills? Observing the puzzled expression on Li Xuanji's face, Song Yuanzhong's smile broadened, infused with pride as he declared, "My eldest son has brought me an elixir of longevity. A legendary treasure of the immortals. It can bring the dead back to life, restoring flesh to bones. A mere chill in the air? That is but a trifling matter." Chapter 19. The Taoist of the Song family, Li Xuanji, inhaled sharply, confronted by the astonishing notion of resurrecting the dead, turning flesh into bone. Could there truly be such miraculous elixirs in existence? Despite his skepticism, the reality before him compelled him to reconsider. Lost in thought, a sudden rumble erupted from outside, causing the house to tremble and dust to cascade from the beams above. Both Li Xuanji and Song Yuanzhong were startled, hastily rising to flee. "Fear not," a calm voice interjected. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged Taoist priest who strode in confidently. His robe, albeit aged, was impeccably clean, exuding an ethereal quality. "Father, Dr. Li, there is no need for alarm. It is nothing serious," the priest assured them with a smile. Song Yuanzhong's demeanor instantly relaxed, a grin spreading across his face as he gestured toward the priest. "This is my eldest son." Li Xuanji regarded the Taoist with curiosity. Hadn't he been told that the eldest of the Song family was away studying? Why then, was he not a scholar, but rather a Taoist? Songbai clasped his left arm with his right and performed a slight bow, forming a Tai Chi seal. "I am Songbai." Without a title, he introduced himself. Li Xuanji returned the gesture earnestly. "I have been preoccupied with my pursuit of Taoism and have been unable to tend to family matters. I am grateful to Dr. Li for caring for my father all these years," Songbai expressed sincerely as he handed over a silver ingot. 50 taels in total. Li Xuanji's breath caught momentarily. Typically, transactions were conducted with copper coins, and even the occasional silver fragment was rare. A hefty ingot of 50 taels was something many in town had never even glimpsed. His earnings as a physician were modest, leaving him with merely 5 or 6 taels after expenses throughout the year. The sum before him was staggering, almost unfathomable. He instinctively reached for it, but quickly remembered his principles. He could not accept it. Compensation should be commensurate with effort. Moreover, the Song family had always compensated him fairly for his services. Accepting this money would betray his conscience and the values represented by the couplet hanging in his home. "Take it," Song Yuanzhong urged, his voice cheerful. Having lived a frugal life, he would have hesitated to part with even a single copper coin a few years prior. But now, with newfound faith in his son and Appo's abilities, he considered 50 taels trivial. Even 500 would be inconsequential. Without further ado, Song Yuanzhong forcefully placed the money into Li Xuanji and Appo's hands. "If you return this, do not dare call me Uncle Song again." He feigned indignation. Li Xuanji's face reflected his inner turmoil. After a few moments of persuasion from the elder, his initially resolute stance softened. With a deep breath, he placed the silver ingot into his medicine box, sincerely offering his gratitude. Song Yuanzhong waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. As Li Xuanji had other patients to attend to, he soon took his leave. Songbai accompanied him to the door. Just as they reached the threshold, Songbai suddenly inquired, "Dr. Li, would you trust me?" Li Xuanji paused, a hint of surprise flickering across his face before he nodded. "Speak freely, Taoist." Songbai continued earnestly, "In the coming days, settle your affairs and leave Taiping town. The silver I just gave you can serve as relocation funds." The unexpected suggestion was delivered with a weight of seriousness that left Li Xuanji perplexed. "Why must I leave?" he asked, bewildered. Songbai merely shook his head, declining to elaborate. "Ultimately, the decision to leave rests solely with you." Without waiting for a response, he turned and returned home, closing the door behind him. Standing on the stone path, Li Xuanji watched the Song family gate slowly close, feeling utterly confounded. Inside the Song residence, after just a few steps, Songbai was suddenly struck by an unseen force, akin to an invisible blade slicing through the air. This intangible threat, reminiscent of an uninspired autumn breeze, caused his expression to shift dramatically. He instinctively raised his hands to defend himself, but before he could form a seal, the blade was upon him. With a gasp, Songbai's legs buckled, and he collapsed, expelling a mouthful of blood. The 2 servants in the courtyard were startled by this unforeseen turn of events, witnessing their master seemingly succumb to illness without warning. "Master, are you all right?" they cried, rushing to his side. "Fear not," Songbai managed weakly, propping himself up on the ground as he swayed unsteadily. He gestured for the servants to step back, then formed a seal with trembling hands, his complexion draining to a ghostly pallor, devoid of color. The 2 servants exchanged concerned glances, retreating cautiously. What kind of profound cause and effect does the Li family possess? Songbai murmured, gazing down at his pristine robe now stained with crimson. In Taoism, there exists a practice of observing one's aura. Earlier, when examining Li Xuanji's fate, he had sensed a flicker of ominous energy tied to the geography of Taiping town. Thus, he had advised Li Xuanji to distance himself from the town. Who could have anticipated that such a simple caution would provoke such a severe backlash? The blood he coughed up was merely a surface manifestation. In that fleeting moment, the entanglement of fate had nearly cost him his life. After a prolonged period of meditation, Songbai finally calmed his breathing. He squinted, his expression a mix of shock and confusion as he gazed toward the southern part of Taiping town, where the Li family clinic was located. Simultaneously, Li Chuyi returned to the clinic, pushing a wooden cart carrying a young man, whom she laid on the medicinal bed. She first cleaned his wounds, then fetched herbs to grind and apply to the injuries, successfully staunching the bleeding. However, the severity of the injuries necessitated sutures and realignment. Tasks she had yet to master and thus could not undertake without Li Xuanji's guidance. After fetching water, cleansing, boiling herbs, and applying ointments, over an hour had elapsed. During her flurry of activity, Ao Sun remained reclined in a chair, while Sui sat on a wooden stool outside the pharmacy, leaning against the wall. Lost in thought as he observed Li Chuyi's movements. Both exhibited a lack of awareness, neither offering assistance. This could be attributed to laziness or ignorance of medical practice. Yet, even when Li Chuyi had struggled alone to push the cart up a slope, both had turned a blind eye to her silent pleas for help, ultimately forcing her to change her approach and pull the cart instead. Once Li Chuyi completed her tasks, Sui rose from the stool, communicating telepathically with Ao Sun. His tone sharp. Did you just sit idly by? What else could I do? Ao Sun replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Aren't you the one evaluating her? Sui was taken aback. How did you discern that? Ao Sun chuckled. Your intent to evaluate is practically palpable. What? Do you wish to take her to the Great Tangs by city? None of your concern. Sui retorted, irritation evident in her voice. She indeed harbored the intention of assessing Li Chuyi. Her earlier intervention to prevent Li Chuyi from aiding others was also part of this evaluation process. Thus far, she was quite pleased with Li Chuyi's performance, composed in crises, kind-hearted, and decisive, though there was a hint of stubbornness that concerned her. Sister Suhi, are you angry? Finally coming to a halt, Li Chuyi changed into a clean outfit, pulled up a chair, and seated herself beside Suhi. Unaware of Suhi's thoughts, she merely observed that Suhi had not spoken a word since earlier, and her expression was rather grim. Perhaps it was because Li Chuyi had disregarded Suhi's advice and rescued someone she ought not to have saved. Glancing at the patient on the sickbed, Li Chuyi, despite her confusion regarding Suhi and Appo's objections, felt that as a physician, she had no alternative in such a situation. Anger was not among her emotions. Sui shook his head. What are you thinking then? Li Chuyi inquired, puzzled. After a moment of hesitation, Sui sighed softly and replied, I was contemplating whether certain matters should be disclosed to you. Thoughts reside in the heart, yet when spoken aloud, they take on form and clarity. Sui felt it was indeed time to reveal the truth to Li Chuyi. Chapter 20. Confrontation on the northern street of Taiping Village. After Li Chuyi rescued the young man, the onlookers quickly dispersed, having lost their source of amusement. An elderly woman, leaning on her dragon-headed cane, grasped Meng Yuhan's slender wrist and began to walk eastward. Those close enough would have noticed the unwillingness etched on Meng Yuhan's face. As if the old woman had offended her, they walked until they reached a corner, where the old woman finally released her grip, letting out a long sigh. My dear niece, what on earth do you intend to do? The elderly woman glared at her, inquiring. Meng Yuhan muttered, I want to follow and save him. The old woman shot her a sharp look. Does he even need your help? Meng Yuhan retorted indignantly, why wouldn't he? Did you not see how gravely he was injured? The old woman shot her a sidelong glance, her tone icy. His enemies might be lurking nearby. Are you not afraid of offending them? Why should I be afraid? Meng Yuhan countered. The old woman felt a surge of frustration at her rebellious charge. Suddenly, Meng Yuhan let out a giggle, linking her arm with the old woman and Appo's. Her crescent-shaped brows arched playfully as she teased, Oh come now, Granny, with you by my side, what is there to fear? The old woman sighed in resignation, her irritation dissipating. Yet, she swiftly reclaimed her composure, adopting a serious expression. We are not here for frivolities. Until our task is complete, discretion is paramount. Under no circumstances should our identities be revealed. Same old story. Meng Yuhan released her hold, a frown creasing her brow. I understand. How tiresome. The old woman regarded her profile in silence, her mind surmising that Meng Yuhan's desire to rescue the young man stemmed from his extraordinary looks. Throughout their journey, Meng Yuhan had saved 2 or 3 individuals for similar reasons, each of whom had developed a deep infatuation with her, all of which she had rejected, though not outright, as she preferred to express her refusal after a period of acquaintance. Moreover, Meng Yuhan had, at the very least, flirted with hundreds of young, handsome male cultivators along the way. The old woman sensed that this journey of Meng Yuhan's was less about cultivation and more about seeking a soulmate. Having restrained her curiosity until now, the old woman could no longer hold back. Yuhan, tell me honestly, do you? After a pause, she lowered her voice and asked, are you yearning for a man? What do you mean, yearning for a man? Meng Yuhan was taken aback, glaring at the old woman in indignation. How could her noble quest for a kindred spirit be so crudely reduced to mere desire? Such a phrase was so base, so vulgar. The old woman scrutinized her from head to toe, her long, raven hair cascading like a waterfall, her exquisite beauty, her delicate skin, the prominent peaks of her bosom, her perfectly curved waist, and her long, slender legs peeking from beneath her skirt, truly a breathtaking beauty. Provoking a lament for the fool who would one day take advantage of her. Meng Yuhan felt unsettled under the old woman's gaze. What are you thinking? The old woman, unfazed, continued in her calm demeanor. To the north lies the Yin Yang sect, which claims to be the disciples of the Tao. However, both their male and female disciples engage in debauchery, practicing lewd arts day and night. None of them are virtuous. She paused, casting a glance at Meng Yuhan before adding with a light chuckle, the disciples of the Yin Yang sect, when traveling, entangle themselves with all sorts of people. Much like you. Meng Yuhan and Apos, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, retorting, I am not one of them. The old woman replied coolly, in truth, some individuals, during their heat, unconsciously resemble members of the Yin Yang sect. Meng Yuhan scoffed, refusing to engage further. The old woman continued, and then there is the cat raised by the clan leader. When spring arrives, it cries out as if. Meng Yuhan interrupted, her eyes filled with irritation. I am not in heat. All right, no more of that. The old woman chuckled, shifting the conversation back to the matter at hand. That injured individual was a practitioner of the fourth realm. Meng Yuhan nodded, inquiring, what about the others? From her observations, there had been at least 17 cultivators present at that moment, including Ao Sun and Su He, all of whom could potentially be her rivals. As they discussed serious matters, Meng Yuhan's expression grew earnest, displaying a newfound determination. The old woman replied nonchalantly, most are at the third or fourth realm, with 4 at the 5th realm, but they are not particularly noteworthy. Meng Yuhan sighed in relief. That is good to hear. By the way, that young man in the green attire, the old woman suddenly shifted the topic to Ao Sun, her interest piqued. He discreetly took that alchemical pill. I noticed that too. Meng Yuhan giggled, sharing her discovery of Ao Sun's subtle maneuver. Yet, she saw no fault in his actions. Instead, her curiosity about him grew. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair approached from the opposite direction. His dark skin, though short in stature, was imposing. He was none other than the old carpenter, Niu Laohai. This narrow country path was already cramped, and as Niu Laohai swaggered down the center, he nearly blocked the way entirely. The old woman frowned, but nonetheless guided Meng Yuhan to step aside. She tapped her dragon-headed cane lightly on the ground, signaling for the man to pass first. Niu Laohai nodded in gratitude as they nearly brushed past each other. However, just as he reached Meng Yuhan, he suddenly turned, swinging a fist aimed directly at her head. His attack came without warning, swift and fierce, the wind from his punch slicing through the air like a blade. Meng Yuhan appeared momentarily stunned, frozen in fear. The old woman's expression changed drastically. She yanked Meng Yuhan back, while stepping forward herself, brandishing her dragon-headed cane. In the next instant, a loud thud resounded as the cane collided with Niu Laohai's fist. After the dull thump, dust billowed, warping the surrounding light. When the dust settled, the cane trembled in the old woman and Apos' grip, a dent from the impact visible on the dragon's head. Yet, with a gentle stroke of her left hand, it returned to its original form. In contrast, Niu Laohai staggered back a step, his right hand visibly swollen. Impudent. The old woman glared at the burly elder, her expression seething with fury. Niu Laohai stepped back, staring at his injured hand, which bore a blackened burn mark as if scorched by fire. But their collision had been purely a clash of strength. Where was the evidence of flames? Dark fire. Niu Laohai muttered, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. You are from Jiuyou City. The old woman's pupils constricted slightly. We shall meet again, he declared before spitting into his palm, rubbing it vigorously before striding away. The old woman squinted at his towering figure receding into the distance, contemplating whether to eliminate him. Had this been within Jiuyou City, she would have acted without hesitation, striking him down with decisive force. Yet Taiping Town lay thousands of miles away. Any careless exposure of her identity could spell disaster, even for her. Throughout this exchange, Meng Yuhan had remained silent, her demeanor frozen in shock as if paralyzed by the elder's sudden aggression. Until Niu Laohai had walked more than 50 paces, the old woman finally steeled herself, raising her cane with the intention of striking him down. Meng Yuhan interjected, enough, he may not be retained. The old woman grumbled, this man harbors murderous intent. I fear it may jeopardize our mission. Meng Yuhan softly countered, man. The old woman paused, snorted with disdain, and scoffed, this old fool is hardly human. A gentle smile graced Meng Yuhan and Apos' lips. At her brow, unbeknownst to her, a crimson mark had emerged, shaped like a sword. The blood-red blade accentuated her exquisite beauty. In the Li family clinic, Suhi gazed into Li Chuyi's eyes, the childlike innocence of his face replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Li Chuyi sat upright, his expression equally grave. In this vast world, there exists an abundance of wonders. Beyond your familiar realm lies an even broader expanse, was Suhi's first utterance. Chapter 21. A different realm. This realm is fantastical and resplendent, a kaleidoscope of wonders, far surpassing in description all the accounts and legends penned in books. Within it lies an abundance of secrets, which not even I, nor my master, could fully comprehend, and it cannot merely be encapsulated in a few words. What I am about to share with you is something you have recently encountered. Suhi glanced at Ao Sun and spoke softly to the girl. Generally speaking, we refer to it as cultivating the truth. Cultivating the truth, Li Chuyi echoed softly. Suhi smiled and explained, cultivating the truth is an umbrella term encompassing Buddhist practices, the pursuit of the Tao, Confucian studies, and physical refinement. All branches of the great ways fall under this category. Those who tread this path are what the common folk call cultivators. Jiang Sun is. Suhi cast another sidelong glance at Ao Sun before continuing. So am I. At this point, Suhi paused. Li Chuyi's expression shifted slightly before she quickly regained her composure. Suhi looked at her and asked, aren't you surprised? Li Chuyi was indeed surprised, but after seeing Suhi and Ao Sun together that morning, she had already begun to suspect. Due to her nature, she would not voice her inquiries, and now that she had confirmation, her surprise diminished. No wonder Sister Su, he is different from everyone else, Li Chuyi remarked, realization dawning upon her. What she did not expect was Suhi shaking her head gently, saying, you are mistaken. Essentially, cultivators and ordinary people are the same. Even spirits and demons share this essence. The only distinction is that cultivators wield greater power than the common folk. That is all. Suhi spoke earnestly. This was the understanding of cultivators in the Great Tangs by City, and it was crucial for Suhi to impart this knowledge to Li Chuyi before bringing her into the sect. Suhi always believed that the significance of a person's actions lies not in the magnitude of their power, but in the nature of their thoughts and character. Power merely provides the capacity to act. In truth, within the realm of cultivators, many succumb to their desires upon gaining power, leading to widespread calamities. Historically, this world has never been a benevolent one. It could even be described as exceedingly perilous. Of course, these rather unfriendly notions were merely Suhi's personal perspective on the cultivation world. She would not share these insights with Li Chuyi, for in Suhi's eyes, Li Chuyi was akin to a blank slate. Whatever she said would be etched in the girl's heart. This was fundamentally flawed. Whether the cultivation realm is good or bad should be something Li Chuyi discovers for herself, not dictated by Suhi. Do you understand? Suhi inquired. I understand. Li Chuyi nodded, her eyes shimmering with boundless longing. Countless legends circulate in the world, and before her exposure to cultivation, no one could resist the allure of the immortal beings described therein. Suhi did not disclose her intention of taking Li Chuyi back to the sect. Instead, she smiled gently, saying, there will be an opportunity, but not just yet. Li Chuyi obediently nodded. Suhi continued, before that, I must tell you about matters in Taiping town. Li Chuyi questioned, what is happening in the town? Suhi pointed to the distant solitary mountain, saying, I mentioned previously that mountain is inaccessible. Li Chuyi nodded, recalling how Suhi had warned her about it on multiple occasions. I did not deceive you. Suhi asserted, that is a demon mountain, and indeed, there are demons residing upon it. Demon? Li Chuyi bit her lip, suddenly turning to glance at Ao Sun. Ao Sun responded, what? Am I becoming a demon now? Not you. Suhi exclaimed, smacking her forehead. Oh, Li Chuyi breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, many folk tales abound, such as the water ghosts in rivers waiting for drowning victims, or the cautionary tales warning that if one hears their name called while walking alone at night, they must not look back, lest they be devoured by demons. There are also tales of fox demons transforming into beautiful women, preying on men with vigorous life force. Every summer evening, the elders of the town enjoy sitting beneath the trees, recounting such stories to children. Yet, these tales are merely intimidating when pressed for details. None can claim to have encountered such beings. Li Chuyi whispered, are there really demons in the world? Suhi affirmed, yes, and there are many. It is just that ordinary people cannot perceive them. Li Chuyi responded with an O, quickly accepting this premise. In the narratives of legends, immortals and demons often appear together. Thus, now that immortals exist, the presence of demons seems less peculiar. Naturally, this demon mountain is not merely a dwelling for demons. Suhi gazed at the solitary mountain shrouded in mist, pausing for a moment before rephrasing. Perhaps demons once resided there, but not anymore. Now it serves as a place to subdue demons. Li Chuyi inquired, what does it mean to subdue demons? Suhi pondered for a moment and explained. You can think of it as a prison, containing a demon within. We refer to this demon as Lord Zhu. He is an exceedingly powerful demon. Suhi emphasized exceedingly powerful 3 times. Due to Lord Zhu's existence, the area surrounding the demon mountain is encased in prohibitions. Noticing Li Chuyi's puzzled expression, she elaborated. The prohibitions are akin to the formations found in storybooks. This formation is based on Lord Zhu, and due to his immense strength and high cultivation. This formation is far beyond the ordinary. However, it does not harm anyone. Its purpose is to prevent outsiders from entering the Demon Mountain. Regardless of the branch or sect of cultivators, should they step into the Demon Mountain and Amp, Oppos, S domain, their spells and realms will be restrained by the formation. If one were to forcefully use their abilities, they would suffer backlash from the formation, mildly resulting in injury, or severely, risking their very lives. For thousands of years, there have been no exceptions. Thus, I warned you that the solitary mountain is not to be ascended. But, Li Qi glanced back at Ao Sun. She wished to mention that she had indeed ascended, and it appeared that Ao Sun had long resided atop it. I know you went up, and so did I. Sui stated. This is also a point I do not understand. The prohibitions of the solitary mountain have not vanished, yet it seems to be open to the three of us. She suddenly turned her gaze to Ao Sun, falling silent. Both Li Chuyi and Su He had only ascended the mountain yesterday, while Ao Sun, if he were not deceiving them, must have ascended 6 years ago. Moreover, during his ascent, he seemed completely unaware of the Demon Mountain's prohibitions. Could it be that the three of them share some commonality? Sui scrutinized his eyes, hoping to uncover something. Unfortunately, she found nothing. Ao Sun, with a calm demeanor, replied honestly, I do not understand either. His questions far exceeded those of Su He. Who exactly is Lord Zhu? What is his connection to the dragon race? Did they truly swear a blood oath as he claimed? If so, what prompted the oath? And what were its terms? I knew you would not understand, Su He retorted with exasperation. Then continued speaking to Li Chuyi. The reason cultivators flock to Taiping Town is due to the Demon Mountain and Lord Zhu. As I mentioned before, Lord Zhu is immensely powerful, having survived through the ages. Though he is suppressed by the Demon Mountain, he occasionally awakens from his slumber. Based on observations over countless years, this occurs roughly once every century. Each time Lord Zhu awakens, it is accompanied by changes in the Demon Mountain's territory, resulting in an influx of spiritual energy. This energy is exceptionally pure, equivalent to the best spirit-gathering formations for cultivators. Thus, during this time, a multitude of cultivators flock to Taiping Village, seeking to enhance their realms. The individual you brought back is no exception. Su He pointed towards the pharmacy within. Li Chu pondered for a moment, finally grasping Su He's words, and curiously inquired, is Sister Su He also among them? Su He shook her head and suddenly remarked, do you recall the person who used to reside next door to your home? Li Chu responded, I remember. Not only do I remember, but the impression is quite vivid. The person who previously lived in Su He's courtyard was a scholar. His surname was Zhang, and his given name was Shu Bai. He always donned a scholar's robe, with a scroll of books tucked at his waist, appearing rather out of place among the townsfolk. However, due to his handsome features, gentle demeanor, and his willingness to enlighten the town's children free of charge, he was quite popular in the village. Standing in stark contrast to Su He, he is my second senior brother, Su He elucidated. We are distinct from those cultivators. Our purpose is not to seek spiritual energy, but to observe the circumstances surrounding the Demon Mountain. This has been the mission of my sect for ages. In previous years, it was my senior brother who undertook this task, and now it falls to me. Li Chu suddenly understood, realizing why Su He had resided next door. I have a question, Ao Sun interjected. Since you did not come for spiritual energy, why does your sect pay attention to the Demon Mountain? Chapter 22. The True Dream. I am not entirely certain. Su He shrugged, resting her chin on her hands, pondering aloud. Perhaps it is the concern that Lord Zhu, having been suppressed for so many years, harbors a profound resentment that could unleash calamity upon his escape. Ao Sun, with an expression devoid of emotion, scoffed. Do you truly believe that is plausible? White City lies far to the east in the Tang dynasty, while the Demon Mountain is situated in the southernmost part of the South Continent, separated by an expanse of countless miles. Even for a formidable 8th realm expert like Zhao Li, traversing this distance to reach the Tang would require at least a year or more. As for ordinary individuals, without extraordinary assistance, they would spend their entire lives confined within the borders of the South Continent. Demon clan experts, if their cultivation reaches above the 9th realm, are referred to as Demon Kings. That terrifying creature with a human head and a serpent's body, Ao Sun deemed him at least a 9th realm, or perhaps even a 10th realm Demon King. Even if he were to break through limitations, he could not traverse such a vast distance to affect the Tang, unless, of course, that great demon holds a grudge against the Tang. Yet, that seems unlikely. When the demon was suppressed, it was debatable whether the Tang had even been established. Of course, it is possible. Su He raised her chin with pride, declaring, my White City harbors aspirations for the world. How could mere distance deter us? Whenever she spoke of her sect, an unmistakable pride colored her tone. Ao Sun found no inclination to dispute her. In truth, both were acutely aware that, even if White City desired to protect the world, it could not extend its guardianship over the entirety of the South Continent. It is simply impossible. As the Dragon Clan of the South Sea, despite bearing the responsibility of safeguarding those waters, only truly protects or occupies a radius of 100,000 miles surrounding the Dragon Palace. White City's interest in the Demon Mountain undoubtedly stems from deeper reasons, though such motives were beyond Su He's comprehension. After a moment's contemplation, Ao Sun spoke. In fact, I am more inclined towards another hypothesis. Su He, intrigued, inquired, what hypothesis? That Lord Zhu harbors an irreconcilable enmity with your White City, and should he escape, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Perhaps Ao Sun's voice trailed off momentarily. He could very well be sealed here by your White City. Su He exclaimed, how could that be possible? Ao Sun remained silent, donning an inscrutable smile. Observing his expression, Su He felt a jolt of uncertainty. Could it be that White City truly holds animosity towards Lord Zhu? For thousands of years, White City has consistently dispatched disciples to monitor the Demon Mountain, and occasionally, their master would come personally. Compared to the concern over Lord Zhu's potential escape, the notion of enmity appeared more logical. In reality, Ao Sun was merely conjecturing. If it were indeed the case that White City bore a grudge against Lord Zhu or had sealed him, Ao Sun would be the first to express skepticism. Suppressing Lord Zhu would have required the use of the divine binding lock, as he must be at least a ninth realm demon king. It is not that Ao Sun looks down upon them, but what ordinary celestial sect possesses the capability to seal such a formidable demon? However, upon mentioning the Tang dynasty, Ao Sun suddenly harbored a new query, turning to Su He. May I ask you something? What is it? Su He replied. When was the Tang dynasty established? Ao Sun asked earnestly. The historical records of the Dragon Clan predominantly detail significant events across the four seas, and occasionally major occurrences in the celestial and demon realms. But scant information exists regarding mortal kingdoms. Having resided in this world for over 20 years, he had yet to encounter a comprehensive historical account of the four continents and seas. Perhaps the world is simply too vast, the seas too expansive, and the continents too broad, rendering the multitude of mortal kingdoms impossible to document. Even the most prosperous mortal kingdom in the East Continent holds little significance for the Dragon Clan to warrant recording. The Tang dynasty is remembered by many cultivators chiefly for being the sanctified land, a battleground for the celestial families. The Tang is the largest nation in the East Continent. And you are unaware of this? How remarkably ignorant, Su He remarked, her face filled with disdain. I asked because I didn't know, Ao Sun responded with a smile. Offering a compliment. Very well, let me enlighten you, she said, maintaining her demeanor but refraining from divulging the answer directly, instead countering with a question. Surely. You are aware of the sacred decree. That is a given, Ao Sun nodded. The King Wu's campaign against Zhou led to the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, which lasted approximately 800 years, followed by the Tang dynasty, which has endured for over 2,200 years, beginning with Emperor Gaozu. Su He spoke with a smile, recounting the history of the Tang dynasty. Li Chu listened with rapt attention. However, Ao Sun's gaze grew distant. He became oblivious to Su He's subsequent words, fixating instead on a particular spot on the ground, his thoughts swirling chaotically, echoing four words in his mind, Zhou followed by Tang. How could it be that Zhou is followed by Tang? What of the Qin and Han? What of the three kingdoms? Where have the two Jin and the northern and southern dynasties vanished? Why does this differ entirely from the history he remembers? Moreover, the Tang dynasty, which he recalled as the brief Li dynasty lasting less than 300 years, now transformed into a resplendent empire existing for over 2 millennia. In that instant, Ao Sun felt as though a fragment of his memory shattered, rendering everything so foreign. Jiang Sun, what is the matter with you? Li Chu's concerned voice interrupted Ao Sun's tumultuous thoughts. Regaining his focus, Ao Sun inhaled deeply, suppressing his complex emotions, and softly replied, It is nothing. Merely a recollection of past events, like the ephemeral nature of dreams, increasingly surreal. Ao Sun silently added in his heart. Having spent over 26 years in this realm, he had long surpassed the timeline of his previous life, yet he still perceived himself as a traveler from another world. He was first Jiang Sun, and then Ao Sun. If forced to choose between the two, his answer would undoubtedly be Jiang Sun. That was the beginning of his life, the inception of his memories. Thanks to the formidable spiritual capacity of cultivators, those memories had not faded with time. The welfare institution, the city of Luo, the gluttonous empire, 6 years of elementary school, 6 years of middle school, and 2 years of university. Yet now, the divergence in history instilled within him a sense of the past being an illusion. This feeling was intensely profound. He even pondered whether it was merely a dream. Perhaps there was never a Jiang Sun in this world. Just the 9th prince of the Dragon Clan, Ao Sun, who was born into a dream. Or perhaps everything was manipulated by an unseen hand. A game orchestrated by a powerful being, an experiment. If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Of course, it might also simply be an overactive imagination. In this vast expanse, filled with celestial beings and deities, contradictions in history are not uncommon. With a long exhale, Ao Sun pressed his hand against his temple, shaking his head vigorously to clear his thoughts. Both Su He and Li Chu detected the shift in his mood, hesitating momentarily, but neither dared to inquire further. In the northern part of Taiping Town, there exists a particularly remarkable courtyard, for it is home to a grand locust tree. This tree has thrived for over 500 years, its trunk so robust that it requires several adults holding hands to encircle it. This is the residence of Old Man Niu Huai. Chapter 23. Calculation. The old man sat beneath the locust tree, gazing anxiously at the blackened scorch mark in the palm of his hand. Earlier, during his encounter with the old crone, he appeared to have the upper hand. Yet in reality, he was the one at a disadvantage. Although there were no visible flames on the crone and Appo's staff, the moment it made contact, it inflicted an intensely searing sensation upon Niu Laohai, scorching his palm with that mark. Moreover, the burn swiftly spread, and within a mere quarter of an hour, it had enveloped his entire right hand. The fiery, stinging pain was unbearable, contorting his expression in agony, even leading him to contemplate severing his own hand. Just as he was on the brink of losing his composure, the courtyard door swung open, and the middle-aged Taoist, Song Bai, strode in. Niu Laohai immediately rose from his chair to greet him, asking, "Why have you arrived so late?" Song Bai, maintaining a stoic demeanor, did not divulge the repercussions of their earlier encounter, simply stating, "There has been a situation." Niu Laohai, not in the mood for further inquiry, extended his hand and urged, "Quickly, think of a way to help me." Upon seeing the scorch mark on his hand, Song Bai's brows furrowed deeply. "Is this nether fire?" Niu Laohai nodded. With a grim expression, Song Bai waved his robe, summoning a white jade bottle into his hand. Niu Laohai's eyes flickered with hope, but he quickly dismissed it as merely a replica. As Song Bai flipped the bottle, a few drops of pure water transformed into mist, cascading over the burn in Niu Laohai's palm. The sizzling sound was reminiscent of rain striking hot coals, producing clouds of white vapor and a piercing noise. Niu Laohai winced in pain, and after a while, the scorch marks gradually faded. Nether fire burns the body, scorching yet unquenchable. After stowing the jade bottle, Song Bai frowned and asked, "How did you come to attract nether fire?" Niu Laohai recounted the events involving two individuals he had encountered. "People from the Nine Nether City?" Song Bai exclaimed in surprise. Niu Laohai waved his hand dismissively, confirming that aside from the Nine Nether City, there were few places capable of wielding such power. "Indeed," Song Bai remarked, "but what prompted you to provoke them?" "Provoke them?" Niu Laohai sneered. "Those who come to Taiping Town, one and all, are our adversaries. From my observations, that crone is likely the most formidable among the cultivators. If I could eliminate her, it would certainly spare us a multitude of troubles. But you did not kill her. And now you find yourself in a greater predicament," Song Bai replied. Niu Laohai responded with a cold, silent smile. Song Bai cast him a sidelong glance. "That earlier commotion was also caused by you, wasn't it?" Niu Laohai replied defiantly. "And what of it?" Song Bai pressed his fingers to his forehead and sighed. "That individual was merely a fourth realm cultivator. He posed no significant threat. Why did you choose to engage him? Would you ignore a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing in your ear?" Niu Laohai retorted, spitting on the ground. "Whether I strike or not, too many mosquitoes are bothersome. So killing a few is worthwhile." Song Bai's expression remained impassive. "Then why did you hold back?" Niu Laohai replied icily. "His internal energy is pure, his foundation solid, and his realm impressive. It would be better to let them turn on each other." Song Bai raised an eyebrow. "Oh," Niu Laohai continued. "He possesses a flawless Lianshu Dan, which has now been taken by another." Understanding dawned on Song Bai in an instant. The Lianshu Dan was a pill that aided fourth realm cultivators in breaking through the fifth realm barrier. Although relying on such a pill might hinder future achievements, true geniuses were exceedingly rare. Over 90% of fourth realm cultivators toil for years without ever grasping the threshold of the fifth realm. Thus, they must resort to Lianshu Dan for breakthroughs. Earlier, Meng Yuhan and the crone had mentioned the Lianshu Dan, though their tone was casual, more a jest at Ao Sun than a serious discussion of its significance. Yet this did not diminish the importance of the Lianshu Dan. On the contrary, the process of crafting it was intricate, requiring exceptional skill, refined alchemical furnaces, and high-quality materials. Even seasoned alchemists could not guarantee a 100% success rate, nor could they ensure the quality of the resulting pill. Even among the great sects, Lianshu Dan was in short supply when it occasionally appeared. It was worth its weight in gold, and many fourth realm cultivators would spend their life savings for even a single ordinary grade Lianshu Dan. "Are you certain it was a flawless grade Lianshu Dan?" Song Bai asked skeptically. "The pill's energy is extraordinarily pure. It is undoubtedly flawless," Niu Laohai asserted confidently. "To possess such a treasure, the individual must have a noteworthy background," Song Bai mused before inquiring. "Who took it?" Niu Laohai replied, "A young man clad in azure silk, who appears to have an inflated sense of self-importance." Like Su He, Niu Laohai's first impression of Ao Sun was similarly one of arrogance. "What is his strength?" Song Bai pressed. Desiring the Lianshu Dan, he should be a fourth realm cultivator, Niu Laohai speculated, adding, "But he is certainly not an ordinary one." Song Bai raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What do you mean?" Niu Laohai stated plainly, "I cannot see through him. He may possess a hidden treasure or be a gifted disciple from a sect practicing unique and secretive techniques." Song Bai frowned in contemplation. While the spiritual energy in Taiping Town had indeed grown denser, it was not yet astonishing enough to attract truly powerful figures. Thus, the majority of cultivators in Taiping Town were either in the third or fourth realms, many of whom had trekked great distances to seek a glimmer of opportunity in the Demon Mountain due to their hopelessness in cultivation. For them, a flawless Lianshu Dan was undoubtedly a coveted prize. Niu Laohai looked at Song Bai and said, I have already spread the word. I believe some individuals are already restless. Song Bai shot him an unhappy glance, discontent with the old man's cunning schemes but refraining from arguing, merely frowning and asking, aren't you concerned that someone might catch on and turn the tables on you? Niu Laohai scoffed, let them survive first. In the world of cultivators, competition was ever present, and each contest often accompanied death and bloodshed. Song Bai's brow tightened, and he gazed at the old man. I did not anticipate your malice to be so profound. Niu Laohai replied, if not with malice, shall I wait several more decades? Song Bai fell silent, uncertain whether their collaboration was right or wrong. Let them die, the more, the better. Niu Laohai looked toward the solitary mountain, his tone calm and his smile gentle. At the Li family clinic, Suhi sat on a small stool, leaning against the door, having finished recounting the history of the great Tang dynasty, and began sharing amusing tales from Baiqing. Li Chuyi nestled beside her, tilting his head, captivated by her stories. Ao Sun had remained silent since discovering the historical contradictions, and both Su He and Li Chuyi noticed his change in demeanor, but could not comprehend why he had suddenly become so listless. Just as Su He began recounting how her second senior brother, Zhang Shubai, had traveled and taught at a certain academy in Nanzhou for over a decade, a few coughs echoed from the pharmacy. Ao Sun stood up, retracting the recliner into his storage space, and turned to look into the pharmacy. That fellow had awakened. Chapter 24. Luo Liangpeng from Shizhou. As the three entered the apothecary, they were greeted by the sight of a young man propped up on the bed with his left hand, struggling to sit up. Do not move recklessly. You may injure your muscles and bones, Li Chuyi exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to restrain him. It is of no consequence, the young man replied, furrowing his brow as he assessed his injuries. The bleeding had ceased, and an unidentified herbal poultice adorned his wound, yet the bone had protruded from his right shoulder, dislocating his entire right arm. After a moment of contemplation, he unwound the bandage that Li Chuyi had applied to his wound. This action aggravated his injuries, causing blood to flow anew from the flesh, staining the bedding crimson. Li Chuyi winced, wishing to intervene, but was held back by Su He. The young man bit down on a piece of cotton blanket, slowly lifted his left hand, and grasped the protruding bone. After a brief pause, he forcefully yanked it down, realigning the bone with a resounding crack. Blood splattered forth, not merely flowing but bursting out, leaving several droplets upon the wall. The gruesome scene was utterly horrifying. Li Chuyi gasped in shock, contemplating the brutality of such a bone-setting technique. Even Aoshuan and Su He, accustomed to turmoil, felt a shiver of discomfort in their own arms. Spitting out the cotton blanket, the young man turned to Li Chuyi and inquired, do you have needles and thread? Despite the pain, his forehead glistened with sweat. Yet his voice remained remarkably calm, betraying no hint of suffering. Yes, Li Chuyi nodded fervently, hastily retrieving a threaded needle from the medicine box and offering it to him. The young man did not request her assistance, biting down on the blanket once more, and began to stitch his wound with his left hand. His jaw clenched tighter as beads of sweat poured from him, soaking his blood-stained garments anew. One could only imagine the excruciating agony he endured. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the young man completed the suturing and leaned back against the headboard, exhaling deeply. As the tension dissipated, his arms trembled uncontrollably, betraying his exhaustion. Is this sufficient? Li Chuyi remarked in disbelief, observing his adeptness in stitching. He must surely be an exceptional physician, or perhaps a remarkable tailor, if not a healer. Rest for a few days, and you shall recover, the young man said casually. Li Chuyi noted his mention of merely a few days. For an ordinary person, such an injury was no trivial matter. Recovery would typically take at least half a year, if not longer. Moreover, for an ordinary individual sustaining such wounds, excessive blood loss could prove fatal. Even if one survived, the right arm would likely be rendered useless, rendering the notion of recovery moot. Indeed, the capabilities of cultivators defied common logic. Drink this, Li Chuyi presented the medicinal concoction she had previously prepared. The young man appeared unaccustomed to taking medicine and hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. I have undergone fasting. Food and drink are of no use to me, he stated. This is a tonic for replenishing qi and blood, containing angelica, astragalus, and white peony, all beneficial for blood production, Li Chuyi explained earnestly. Ah, a medicinal brew. Then that is acceptable, the young man remarked, taking the bowl and consuming it in one gulp. He then glanced toward the medicine furnace and bluntly asked, is there more? Bring it all over. Very well. With that, he downed a quantity of medicine equivalent to 5 times that of an ordinary person, wiping his mouth afterward, seemingly yearning for more. Only then did he take a moment to survey his surroundings and the 3 unfamiliar faces before him. It seems you 3 have saved my life, the young man said, taking a deep breath. He recognized Aoshuan and Su He as cultivators, yet felt little apprehension. If they had intended him harm, he would have already perished during his prior unconsciousness. It was a mere trifle, Ao Xuan replied nonchalantly. Sui shot him a glance, pondering why he felt the need to boast. Did he truly contribute so much? However, she refrained from calling him out, choosing instead to remain silent. Previously, she had prevented Li Chuyi from aiding him to avoid entangling her in unknown enmity. Yet now that Li Chuyi had intervened, Sui would stand by her side, no matter the consequences. As for Ao Xuan, his thoughts remained a mystery. The young man, enduring the pain, managed to clasp his hands together in gratitude, saying, I am Luo Liangpeng from Shizhou. I am deeply thankful for your life-saving assistance. What transpired? Sui inquired directly. Luo Liangpeng understood her question and recounted. I had just arrived here at noon, intending to find a place to rest. I casually stopped an old man to ask for directions, only to discover that he was also a cultivator. He glanced at me and without uttering a word, struck me with a punch. He attacked you without provocation? Sui exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, without hesitation, Luo Liangpeng nodded, a look of indignation on his face. To be honest, I do not comprehend the old man's actions. Was it truly necessary to react with such fury over a simple question? Upon hearing this, Ao Xuan recalled an incident from 9 years prior when he and Zhao Li had ventured to a cluster of islands in the South Sea in search of treasure. They had lost their way on the return journey, prompting Zhao Li to stop a tiger demon on the island, asking, Hey, how do I get to the Dragon Palace from here? Little did they know that the tiger demon was a formidable being at the peak of the 7th realm, which incited its wrath. The two had found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, narrowly escaping death due to their superior cultivation. If Luo Liangpeng had approached the old man similarly, it was only natural that he would be met with hostility. How did you pose your question? Ao Xuan asked him. Excuse me, dear sir, is there an inn nearby? Luo Liangpeng replied, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Is that all? Ao Xuan raised an eyebrow. Luo Liangpeng felt even more wronged, thinking that if he had suffered such severe injuries for merely this, he might have been killed for a misstep in phrasing. I assure you, I spoke not a word out of place, he sighed. Sui glanced at him, pressing further. What did the old man look like? Luo Liangpeng contemplated the old man's appearance, gesturing with his left hand. He was not particularly tall, but quite robust, comparable to two of me walking side by side. Sui was taken aback, realizing it must be Niu Laohua. However, she had not anticipated that Niu Laohua could inflict such severe injuries with a single punch. This indicated that he was at least a late-stage 5th realm cultivator, if not stronger, potentially even at the 6th realm. Choosing not to reveal this to Luo Liangpeng, Sui simply stated, Since you have awoken, you should take your leave. Forcing a seriously injured person to depart seemed rather unkind. Li Chuyi hesitated. Yet recalling Suhi's earlier mention of the Demon Mountain and cultivators, she withheld her reservations. Luo Liangpeng managed a wry smile. I understand. Rising from the bed, he felt the fabric pouch at his lower back, which contained a small charm. The storage bag is still intact. Luo Liangpeng sighed in relief. Extracting a silver ingot weighing 5 taels, he turned to Li Chuyi and said, Thank you for your assistance. Consider this a consultation fee. Li Chuyi instinctively glanced at Su He and Ao Xuan. Seeing their lack of reaction, she accepted the silver ingot with delight. 5 taels was no small sum, by standard rates. Considering the blood-stopping and medicinal preparation, the maximum charge would have been 3 taels, especially since the most challenging tasks of realigning bones and suturing were performed by the young man himself. Li Chuyi was kind-hearted but not naive. And since the individual before her was a cultivator, wealthy and willing to compensate, she was more than willing to accept. However, just as Luo Liangpeng placed the ingot down, his expression suddenly darkened. The storage bag was indeed still present, but the most vital item within was missing. Where is my Lianshu Dan? What has happened to my Lianshu Dan? Disregarding Li Chuyi's absence, Luo Liangpeng immediately turned his attention to Ao Sun and Suhi before him, concealing any hint of dissatisfaction. When you rescued me, did you happen to see anything? He inquired, carefully modulating his tone. Ao Sun shook his right hand, smiling as he replied. Is this what you mean? He held a red pill between his fingers. Suhi gasped in astonishment, pondering when Ao Sun had managed to conceal the Lianshu pill, having failed to notice its disappearance. Luo Liangpeng's eyes brightened, nodding repeatedly as he said, Indeed, indeed. I kindly request that you return it to me. Ao Sun regarded him in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Liangpeng seemed to sense that demanding it outright was somewhat inappropriate. So he continued, You have saved my life. I should not be so presumptuous. However, this pill is of utmost importance to me. If you are willing to return it, I can offer. Here, Luo Liangpeng fell silent. He sighed ruefully, confessing, To be frank, I exhausted my savings to obtain a Lianshu pill, and I possess nothing left to barter. Ao Sun remained unresponsive, smiling benignly at him. Taking a deep breath, Luo Liangpeng altered his approach, stating, I can offer you a promise. A promise is entirely unnecessary, Ao Sun replied, shaking his head directly. Luo Liangpeng, now somewhat agitated, pressed on. May I inquire what would persuade you to return it to me? Ao Sun merely smiled and remained silent. At this juncture, Even Sui found it difficult to watch, thinking to herself that it was Li Chuyi who had rendered assistance, while this man offered no help, yet pretended to be the benefactor. Shamelessly attempting to pilfer the precious pill and mock the other, such behavior was utterly excessive. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. In the realm of cultivators, the notions of honesty and returning lost items hold little weight, particularly concerning treasures of this nature. Once acquired, they become an individual's fortune, and whether through competition or happenstance, who would relinquish their own opportunity? Moreover, matters pertaining to personal character remain consistent across all contexts. Even in the well-regulated Tang dynasty, many individuals choose not to return found items. Li Chuyi, too, remained silent, quietly gathering the blood-stained cloth from the ground, lost in his own thoughts. Chapter 25. Intrigue. Ao Sun displayed a complete lack of awareness regarding the precious item in his possession, carelessly tossing the Lianshu pill into the air, catching it, and then tossing it again, repeating this playful act several times. He turned to Luo Liangpeng with a smile and asked, "I offer this to you. Do you dare to accept it?" Naturally, Luo Liangpeng did not finish his thought. After a long pause, he slowly shook his head. Indeed, he did not dare to accept it. His apprehension was not directed towards Ao Sun, but rather the other cultivators surrounding them. Luo Liangpeng was acutely aware of the immense value of a Lianshu pill and the temptation it posed to cultivators in the third and fourth realms. Even fifth realm practitioners would gladly seize a Lianshu pill, whether to bestow upon a junior or to exchange for wealth. It was a commendable choice. Had he not been injured, the situation would have been different. Now, with his injuries, venturing out with a Lianshu pill would undoubtedly lead to a fatal outcome. Yet, he felt a strong reluctance to relinquish it. The room fell into silence for an extended period. After much hesitation, Luo Liangpeng ultimately chose not to say anything further and stood to leave. The moment he stepped out of the Li family clinic, he suddenly raised his left hand, gritting his teeth against the pain, and awkwardly lifted his recently bandaged right hand. He spread his arms wide and waved them a few times, resembling a clumsy duck attempting to take flight. Inside the pharmacy, Li Chuyi was preparing a basin of water to clean the medicinal furnace and bowls. Sui crossed her arms and, with an irritated glance at Ao Sun, remarked, "Is it proper to threaten others in such a manner?" Sui was not pitying Luo Liangpeng, nor did she feel the need to defend him. Rather, from a friend's perspective, she had only just begun to reassess Ao Sun and was now displeased by this incident, believing Ao Sun had gone too far. "I did not threaten him," Ao Sun retorted, displeased. "I offer this to you. Do you dare to accept it?" Sui pinched her nose, mimicking Ao Sun's prior tone with an annoyed puff. What else could this be but a threat? "I am saving him," Ao Sun asserted with conviction. Sui scoffed, ready to counter, but suddenly recalled Luo Liangpeng and Apo's actions as he departed, leading her to a realization. After cleaning the medicinal bowls, Li Chuyi approached and inquired, "Is that pill truly formidable?" Sui explained the efficacy of the Lianshu pill, casually remarking, "To say it is formidable is somewhat exaggerated. However, it holds immense significance for peak fourth realm cultivators. Furthermore, the pill's complicated crafting process contributes to its high value, rendering it unattainable for most fourth realm practitioners, who would have to deplete their fortunes to acquire even one." "How much would that be?" the mortal girl asked, bewildered. Such pills are rarely sold for money. They are typically exchanged for goods, like herbs or magical artifacts. Sui patiently elaborated. Li Chuyi nodded in confusion. Though she lacked a clear understanding of magical artifacts, she was familiar with herbs. However, the herbs Sui spoke of were likely of a different nature than what she knew. To clarify, Ao Sun interjected, pointing at the blue jade beads adorning Li Chuyi's wrist. That string of beads could exchange for at least 5 pills of the same grade. "Ah," Li Chuyi gasped, instinctively glancing at Sui. "Do not heed his nonsense. They are merely a string of beads," Sui quickly interjected. While she personally believed that 5 Lianshu pills could not even be traded for one of those beads, she did not want Li Chuyi to feel any undue pressure. She shot Ao Sun a fierce glare and communicated telepathically, "You are far too talkative." Ao Sun chuckled, choosing to remain silent. Sui then pointed at him and addressed Li Chuyi. Although he withheld the pill, in a sense, he is indeed saving a life. With Luo Liangpeng injured and the Lianshu pill revealed, taking it outside would likely lead to a deadly struggle for possession. Deadly struggle for possession? A flicker of fear crossed Li Chuyi's face. This occurrence was all too common among rogue cultivators. Speaking of rogue cultivators, Sui suddenly turned to Ao Sun and asked, "By the way, which sect do you belong to?" Ao Sun pondered briefly before responding, "As of now, I would classify myself as a rogue cultivator." Sui seized upon the phrase "as of now," her curiosity piqued. "So, you were expelled from your sect?" Rolling his eyes, Ao Sun chose not to engage. "You deserve to be expelled." Sui interpreted his silence as an affirmation. With a huff, she continued addressing Li Chuyi, though Jiang Sun acted with good intentions. One cannot discount the possibility that he seeks to hoard the pill for himself. As for Luo Liangpeng, he is ungrateful and certainly no virtuous individual. Li Chuyi appeared perplexed. "How is Luo Liangpeng ungrateful? He just left." Sui replied, Did you not see him wave goodbye at the door? Li Chuyi nodded. She had found it odd at the time. Was he greeting someone? There were other cultivators waiting outside, and not just one, Suhi stated coldly. His gesture indicated that the Lianshu pill was no longer in his possession, signaling to those individuals not to pursue him. Though Luo Liangpeng did not express it explicitly, his meaning was abundantly clear. He cares not for Ao Sun's fate, nor for how Su He and Li Chuyi manage within the clinic. After all, to ensure his own safety, the loss of a few lives is inconsequential. In the South Sea region, where malevolent creatures roamed freely, Ao Sun had witnessed such scenarios far too often. Furthermore, a pressing issue lingered. Ao Sun spoke meaningfully. There is another matter. What matter? Su He and Li Chuyi turned their attention to him. Ao Sun toyed with the pill in his hand, stating, he possesses a storage bag. If the pill were properly stored within it, how could it have fallen out? Li Chuyi was confused by the concept of a storage bag, her expression somewhat dazed. However, Sui grasped the implication and, after a moment of contemplation, furrowed her brows, clenched her fist, and ground her teeth in frustration. Such storage artifacts are intrinsically linked to their owner's spirit. For outsiders to retrieve items from within, there are only two methods. First, to kill the owner, at which point the storage artifact becomes ownerless upon the demise of its spirit. Second, to employ secret techniques to control the owner's spirit. Beyond these methods, there are no alternatives. Since Luo Liangpeng was alive and not under anyone and Appo's control, it follows that only he could have retrieved the Lianshu pill. Alternatively, he may never have placed the Lianshu pill within the storage bag at all. Regardless of the possibility, Luo Liangpeng harbors deliberate intentions in revealing the existence of the Lianshu pill. Ao Sun tossed the pill into the air, catching it between his thumb and forefinger, gently twirling it. Moreover, he spoke candidly about its significance, asserting, however, to speak the truth, I do not believe he genuinely values this pill. How could you discern that? Suhi inquired, puzzled. If he truly cared for the Lianshu pill, he would have checked on it immediately upon awakening rather than tending to his wounds. And after our lengthy conversation, he did not even bother to inspect his storage bag. Even Ao Sun had to concede that Luo Liangpeng performed admirably in his act. The anxiety of losing the pill, the hesitation in seeking it, the shock upon being refused by Ao Sun, and the resignation to relinquishing the pill, all emotions were vividly expressed. Should he have pursued an acting career in his past life, he would undoubtedly have been a formidable talent. How could this be? Sui began to comprehend. Finally, with a sigh, Suhi addressed Li Chuyi, you see, these outsiders are all up to no good. Li Chuyi cast a furtive glance at Ao Sun. Jiang Sun is the same. Suhi noted her subtle movement and coldly replied, what does that have to do with me? Ao Sun lamented. Sui scoffed, stating matter-of-factly, your ability to discern his schemes only goes to show that you're equally cunning. Ao Sun? Then why could it not be that I am merely thoughtful and exceptionally wise? Li Chuyi was equally astonished by Sui's logic. It seems I have hit the nail on the head. Sui chuckled softly, and what about you? Are you not also an outsider? Ao Sun gazed at her and replied, well, I suppose I am not a virtuous person either. Is that sufficient? Sui narrowed her eyes and puffed out her cheeks as she spoke. Ao Sun found himself at a loss for words. This woman was so fierce that she even scolded herself. Baicheng Suhi, indeed, was formidable. The Taiping Inn stood as the sole lodging in Taiping town, nestled in the northern part of the village. Though the inn saw few patrons, its tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and the windows glimmered with cleanliness, presenting a rather pleasant appearance. The inn was owned by the town's mayor, who, however, was not present at the establishment. He had appointed an elderly scholar as the innkeeper and hired 2 cooks along with several robust young men as attendants. Truth be told, many could not comprehend the rationale behind opening an inn in a small town when one could easily venture to the city for such a venture. It seemed a waste of money. Unsurprisingly, the inn struggled to attract business, with the elderly scholar spending his days at the counter practicing calligraphy, while the cooks and attendants passed their time playing cards around the dining table, enjoying their leisurely existence. Yet, the inn remained open, continuing its quiet operation for over a decade, despite its solitude. Chapter 26. The Ghost Wall. In recent days, business at the Taiping Inn has flourished, with nearly half of its 70 rooms occupied. The innkeeper busily checked the accounts behind the counter when a man clad in a spacious robe approached, placing a silver ingot on the counter. A room, please, he requested. The innkeeper lifted his gaze, taking in the man with a thought that he was yet another outsider. It was merely early autumn, and the weather had yet to turn cool. How could one endure wearing such a heavy robe? Truly a peculiar individual. Among these outsiders, there were many oddities. Some donned fox fur, others wore brocade garments. There were elegant and affluent ladies, and elderly men with youthful appearances. Initially, the innkeeper hesitated to accommodate these strangers, fearing trouble, especially since the owner was not in need of money. However, the sums offered were simply too generous. For example, the man before him had just produced 20 taels. How could one refuse such a proposition? Very well, a room it is. As the innkeeper's words faded, a waiter approached with a sincere smile, leading the man in the robe upstairs while promoting the inn's specialties. Dear guest, you must be tired. Would you like to try our signature dishes? All sourced from the mountains. The robed man remained silent, entering his room and dismissing the waiter with a wave, instructing him not to disturb and securing the door. He shed his robe, revealing a blood-soaked right arm. The wound, along with the stitches, exposed his identity. He was Luo Yangping from the Li family medical clinic. Yet, he had not only changed his attire but also his demeanor and appearance, making him utterly unrecognizable. With such a severe injury, he knew he would be unable to venture outside for the next 3 to 4 days. Luo Liangpeng sighed heavily. Fortunately, he anticipated that Lord Zhu would not make a move anytime soon. The issue lay with that old man. I merely asked you for directions. And you resorted to violence against me? Niu Laowai, just wait. Once I have honed my skills, I shall lift your skull from your shoulders. As the afternoon passed, Luo Liangpeng had already identified his assailant and silently vowed vengeance. Since many sought to cultivate the void pill, why not seize the opportunity to claim the elixirs for themselves? Within the Li family medical clinic, Li Chui hesitated for a moment before voicing her thoughts. She struggled to comprehend the significance of the void pill, naively believing that one should not jeopardize their safety for a single elixir. It's easy to say, Sui replied coldly. Li Chui was puzzled. Knowing that the pill was a scheme of Luo Liangping, why would one still choose to leap into such a trap? Sui gazed at Ao Sun and inquired. If I am not mistaken, you are also a 4th-tier cultivator, correct? I suppose so, Ao Sun conceded without denial. Exactly, Sui pointed at Ao Sun, addressing Li Chui. For 99% of 4th-tier cultivators, this elixir is an invaluable treasure, and it remains so for Jiang Sun. Now that it has come into his possession, how could it possibly be relinquished easily? The path of cultivation is fundamentally a struggle against fate, naturally fraught with conflict with others. If one surrenders their hard-earned opportunities out of fear, they will never achieve greatness. Sui believed she understood Ao Sun well enough, while she did not support his actions. She did not oppose them either. Li Chui began to grasp the situation, casting a worried glance at Ao Sun, her words caught in her throat. She still felt it was far too perilous and wished to offer caution but found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Sun, Sui's expression suddenly turned serious. What is it? Ao Sun raised an eyebrow. How old are you this year? Sui asked. 27, I believe. Then I advise you to refrain from relying on the elixir, as it may affect your future accomplishments, Sui said gravely, her tone earnest. While I am unaware of your master's identity, it is evident that your extraordinary talents are not the product of an ordinary sect. At just 27, possessing 4th-tier cultivation. As my master would say, your aptitude is exceptionally high, even rivaling the sages of antiquity. You have no need for elixirs. Ao Sun could not help but chuckle, teasing. So, are you complimenting me? Sui's serious expression faltered, and she turned away with a huff, showing her displeasure. You should already know this. Like me, a 4th-tier cultivator, I would never, under any circumstances, resort to elixirs to break through. I understand, Ao Sun replied with a smile. Do not take this lightly. Sui bit her silver teeth, expressing her seriousness through reprimand. Rest assured, Ao Sun said lightly, though he felt a twinge of gratitude in his heart. He sensed that both Su He and Li Chui genuinely cared for him, especially Li Chui, who, despite her silence, revealed her concern through her expressive eyes. As dusk approached, Ao Sun bid farewell to the two, preparing to depart. Li Chui hesitated, wanting to speak but unable to find the words. Su He wrestled with her thoughts for a while before addressing Ao Sun. How about I accompany you? Ao Sun immediately discerned the underlying meaning of her words. So he wanted to face the outside cultivators together with him, helping him navigate the challenges of the night. In truth, Sui despised conflict, particularly so. Yet, Ao Sun was a friend to both her and Li Chui. Even after just one day of acquaintance, she could not stand idly by. Ao Sun shook his head in refusal. No need. Can you manage on your own? Sui scrutinized his attire, concern creeping into her expression. Ao Sun laughed, patting his chest. Against those below the 5th tier, I'll be fine. Sui had nothing more to say. After all, the void pill was only beneficial for 4th-tier cultivators, and the practitioners in Taiping Town were primarily of the 3rd and 4th tiers. Since Ao Sun claimed he would be fine, she chose not to insist on playing the role of the hero. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, she still huffed and tossed him a talisman. This is my sect's communication talisman. If you find yourself in danger, use it, and I will come to your aid. As she spoke, she patted her chest, exuding an air of bravado, reminiscent of a gallant hero who had consumed 10 bowls of strong liquor. Yet, her petite stature rendered her display of valor particularly endearing. Both Ao Sun and Li Chui could not help but chuckle. Sui huffed again, expressing her dissatisfaction. Thank you, Ao Sun said, no longer refusing her kindness. He stored the communication talisman in his spatial artifact and smiled as he exited the small courtyard. He halted at the courtyard entrance, mirroring Luo Yangping's earlier gesture, lifting his right hand and shaking it. However, between his thumb and index finger, he held a crimson elixir. As the sun set like blood, the red pill echoed its hue. You wish to cultivate the void pill? Come then. Twilight is always fleeting. By the time Ao Sun stepped beyond Taiping Town, the sun had completely vanished. A solitary moon hung in the sky, casting an air of desolation over the world. At this hour, the villagers had returned home, with only the scattered and dim moonlight barely illuminating the dirt path beneath their feet. Though it was early autumn and the days remained warm, the temperature dropped sharply at night, with gusts of cold wind sweeping through. The chilly breeze stirred the fallen leaves along the dirt road, enhancing the sense of desolation. Ao-sun turned back to gaze at Taiping Town. Strangely, despite the darkness of night, the town was shrouded in an eerie blackness, devoid of any light. Additionally, the dirt mounds by the roadside had become overgrown with wild grass, towering over a person's height and obscuring the fields on either side. Within the thicket of wild grass, it seemed as though hidden eyes were watching Ao-sun, imparting a chilling sensation. This scene was undeniably uncanny, reminiscent of the ghost stories often recounted by the elders. Were an ordinary person in this situation, they would surely feel a sense of trepidation and hasten their pace. Yet, Ao-sun remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, and he did not quicken his steps, calmly continuing toward the solitary mountain. This stretch of road is neither particularly long nor short. Under normal circumstances, one could traverse it in approximately half an hour. However, Ao-sun's pace exceeds that of an ordinary individual, yet as a quarter of an hour passes, then another, a peculiar phenomenon occurs. A full hour elapses, and the path remains untraveled. Gazing ahead, the narrow road descends into the mountain, stretching endlessly into the inky blackness, as if devoid of boundaries. In the distance, a solitary mountain looms, shrouded in the cloak of night, its outline barely discernible, seeming eternally distant, forever unreachable. Ao-sun pauses momentarily, then presses onward. Time gradually slips away. The chilling wind blows fiercely, yet an eerie silence envelopes the surroundings. Not even the sound of the wind can be heard, creating a haunting stillness that sends shivers down the spine. The overgrown grass stirs, and within the darkness, it seems as though unseen entities emerge. She follows closely behind you, mirroring your every step. Hush, do not speak. Even more so, do not look back. Behind you, there is a specter. Chapter 27, The Ghostly Woman. At this moment, the silence was shattered. Ao-sun heard someone calling his name from behind. Jiang-sun, Jiang-sun. It truly felt like a ghostly encounter. Ao-sun silently pondered why the person was able to call his name. Perhaps it was due to Suhie's loud voice when she called him. He had heard similar ghost stories before. According to tradition, at this juncture, he must not turn around or respond. Otherwise, he would be possessed by a ghost or be captured and killed. While listening to the stories, Ao-sun often wondered why the protagonists insisted on turning around to answer despite knowing the risks. Were they not afraid of seeing a ghostly face pressed against theirs, with blood streaming from its eyes? Simply covering one's ears and running towards a crowd would suffice. He felt that the protagonists met their demise unjustly. However, when this predicament befell him, Ao-sun did not attempt to cover his ears and flee, for this path appeared endless. He turned and inquired, "Who is it?" The voice in the darkness did not answer, continuing to call his name. Jiang-sun, Jiang-sun. The voice oscillated between distant and near, sounding old and pained when far, yet hoarse and mournful when close. In the vast desolation, the echo of the voice grew increasingly eerie. A line from the Red Cliffs Ode suddenly sprang to mind. Its voice is mournful, like a lament or yearning, like weeping or recounting. Indeed, the description was fitting. Ao-sun did not feel fear. Rather, he felt a touch of helplessness. He glanced to his left, then to his right, and finally looked up. Although the surroundings were empty, he distinctly sensed a surge of spiritual energy wildly swaying and shifting, as if in a frenzy. It oscillated back and forth, altering its tone. Was it not tiring? Ao-sun followed the movement of this spiritual energy with a calm gaze, devoid of any turbulence. The voice behind him continued to call out, "Jiang-sun, Jiang-sun," pausing momentarily before resuming. This ghost exhibited more patience than Ao-sun had anticipated. Regardless of what Ao-sun said or how his gaze pursued its movement, the entity remained hidden in the shadows. Just as he began to grow impatient, a chilling gust of wind swept through, and suddenly, a slender figure of a woman appeared beside the overgrown grass in front of him. Clad in a blood-red wedding gown, her embroidered shoes mirrored the same crimson hue. She hovered in the air, her hands hanging limply at her sides, devoid of a shadow. Her long hair, dark as ink and chaotic, cascaded down to her calves, obscuring her face and rendering her features indistinguishable. She resembled a newlywed woman who had been hanged out of thin air. Drip, drip. Blood suddenly dripped from her embroidered shoes, producing an unsettling sound in the surrounding darkness. Oh my goodness. Even though he was mentally prepared, Ao-sun was still startled by her appearance. Following that moment of fright, he felt somewhat speechless, wondering if there could not be a bit of innovation. He had seen too many similar portrayals in horror films of his past life. Just as Ao-sun was taken aback, the woman moved. She transformed into a red shadow, brandishing a short blade that glimmered like a cold star, lunging toward Ao-sun's heart like a specter. He had to admit, her timing was exquisite. Yet, what the woman never anticipated was that Ao-sun, though startled, did not lose his composure. It seemed he had foreseen her move, In the instant she approached, he sidestepped and delivered a powerful knee strike to her abdomen. The impact resonated with a dull thud. The woman let out a piercing scream, falling from the air, bracing herself on the ground, half kneeling, her back hunched. And she wept uncontrollably, retching. Before she could make another move, Ao Sun was at her side, his right hand gripping her neck, lifting her into the air. So, you are not a ghostly cultivator? Ao Sun remarked, somewhat astonished. In this world, there indeed existed ghosts. However, these so-called ghosts were fundamentally spiritual entities, which, under certain circumstances, did not transition into reincarnation after their physical bodies perished. Instead, they continued to wander through the realms in an independent state. Should a spiritual entity embark on a path of cultivation, it would be labeled as a ghostly cultivator. Ao Sun initially thought he had encountered a ghostly cultivator, but it appeared she did not exist as a spiritual entity. The woman, whose neck he was gripping, was left bewildered. The instinct of a cultivator informed her that the man before her, Jiang Sun, was stronger than any adversary she had previously encountered. Just the force of his earlier kick had nearly overwhelmed her, causing her insides to churn violently and some of her organs to rupture. The pain surged into her consciousness like a tidal wave, leaving her disoriented. Please, don't kill me, she sobbed pathetically, her voice rasping due to the grip on her throat. Rest assured, I shall not kill you. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Ao Sun maintained his hold on her neck while his left hand seized her dagger, brushing aside the hair that obscured her face. At last, he beheld her visage. She was not unappealing. Resembling many female cultivators, she appeared to be under 30. However, due to some peculiar cultivation method, her cheeks were gaunt and pale, marred with several indentations, giving her a rather sickly appearance. As long as you don't kill me, you may ask anything at all, she wept, pleading for mercy. Which sect do you belong to? I am but a wandering cultivator without a sect, she replied. Do you seek to cultivate the void pill? Yes, she nodded, acknowledging the truth. Ao Sun continued. Do you know Luo Liangpeng? Who is Luo Liangpeng? She inquired, momentarily taken aback. Ao Sun's expression remained impassive as he exerted pressure on her neck, channeling a surge of true energy into her body. The woman immediately emitted a wail of agony, tears streaming down her face as she begged, Please, senior, spare my life. I truly do not know who Luo Liangpeng is. It appeared she was not an accomplice of Luo Liangpeng. Ao Sun relaxed his grip slightly. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. We can discuss this. I can give you whatever you desire. The woman in the wedding gown intensified her pleas, her head bowed in trepidation, her cheeks flushed, her eyes reflecting fear, exuding an aura of fragility. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her shoulders trembling, emanating an air of sorrow and melancholy that could easily evoke a protective instinct in others. It seemed she had also practiced some form of seductive martial arts. As she slowly lifted her head, her demeanor transformed, the blemishes on her face vanished. Her eyes twinkled alluringly, akin to an exquisite beauty, stirring the heart and spirit. Ao Sun mused that if Zhao Li were to witness this scene, he would surely feel a surge of compassion and offer her comfort. Unfortunately, he was not Zhao Li and was impervious to such tricks. To him, she resembled a vengeful spirit donned in a wedding gown, inciting no sympathy whatsoever. You are quite astute, Ao Sun remarked, observing her with a TSK. The woman, perplexed, did not comprehend his words. Suddenly, she began to wail, her cries piercing and heart-wrenching, as if mourning a lost mother. Yet, in the next instant, her right fingernails elongated, curling into claws as they lunged towards Ao Sun's chest. Her earlier weeping, pleading, and timidity were not signs of surrender, but rather a strategic recalibration, biding her time for a fresh opportunity to strike. A cultivator of her caliber, relying on the void pill for breakthrough, was not akin to the prodigious talents like Su He. Such individuals had navigated the cultivation world for decades, and none were fools. Even if their temperaments differed, when faced with dire straits, they would not lack cunning and courage. This ghostly woman, despite her desperate pleas, was perpetually calculating her comeback. And in that very moment, Ao Sun could never have anticipated her sudden assault. She was utterly vulnerable, yet she seized this opportunity with impeccable precision. Chapter 28. Soul searching. However, she miscalculated once more. Ao Sun grasped her wrist firmly. Her claw-like blade was merely a finger's breadth from Ao Sun's heart, tantalizingly close, yet an insurmountable chasm away. In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed as Ao Sun snapped her wrist bone with ease. The force was so tremendous that the back of her hand and her arm nearly fused together, the shattered bone piercing through flesh, with blood gushing forth from her veins, creating a gruesome scene. The woman cried out in agony, yet with every surge of pain, her consciousness sharpened. An icy chill enveloped her heart, as a fellow practitioner of the void refinement realm, having failed twice in her ambush. She realized Ao Sun must be a direct descendant of a prestigious sect or a prodigy who had mastered a transcendent art. She was undoubtedly no match for him. She was oblivious to how Ao Sun had seen through her disguise and thwarted her assaults. Yet, she understood that death was imminent. He showed no interest in her appearance. and her seductive techniques had failed to evoke even the slightest sense of protectiveness in him. He was undoubtedly a merciless individual, having spared her once. There was no reason he would do so again. Just end it quickly, she uttered with a bitter smile. Kneeling on the ground as tears streamed down her face once more, Aosun gazed at her with a smile, contemplating that the agony of shattered bones surely rendered her tears genuine this time. Suddenly, Aosun remarked, "Do you think you look quite graceful in this pitiful state?" "Excuse me?" The woman replied, bewildered. "Cooperate," Aosun instructed. "Cooperate in what?" she asked, confusion evident in her voice. Aosun clearly had no intention of explaining. He pointed his right hand, forming a sword-like gesture, at her forehead, and a wisp of consciousness pierced into her mind. The woman was caught off guard, her eyes glazing over as she fainted. Chao Ilian, 56 years old, was indeed an old matron, Aosun mused internally. How dare she refer to herself as a young woman? However, in the realm of cultivation, 56 did not seem particularly old. The eighth prince of the South Sea, Aosun's closest elder brother, was over 300 years old and still regarded as a youth in the South Sea. Each breakthrough in cultivation significantly prolonged one's lifespan. While true immortality might be elusive, the aging process slowed dramatically. With the existence of beauty-preserving elixirs, the notion of women remaining eternally youthful at 18 easily became a reality. Consequently, many female cultivators, when faced with those stronger than themselves, habitually referred to themselves in a humble manner, as this humble servant or young lady. Before long, Aosun discovered the memories he sought within Chao Ilian's consciousness, specifically those related to the solitary mountain. Chao Ilian had lied. She was not a rogue cultivator, but hailed from a sect called the Twin Ghost Gate, located thousands of miles away in the South Ding County. She had entered the sect at the age of 7 and, within a mere 49 years, had reached the late stage of the void refinement realm, now serving as an elder of the Twin Ghost Gate. Just as Sui had mentioned, the Twin Ghost Gate also held legends concerning the Demon Mountain. This legend could be succinctly summarized in 8 characters. Demon Mountain stirs, fortune descends upon the world. The Twin Ghost Gate lacked specific records of the fortune, and Chao Ilian herself was uncertain. She had merely come to test her luck. Chao Ilian could be considered a significant figure. Had she encountered an ordinary fourth-tier cultivator, she would most likely have triumphed. Yet, she had crossed paths with Aosun. After 6.5 years of cultivation, Aosun's realm had recovered to the early stage of the 5th tier, but he had once been a formidable 8th-tier warrior, rendering typical 5th-tier practitioners beneath his notice. Such scant knowledge, Aosun lamented, withdrawing his consciousness from her mind. Zhu Leoi had once been a demon king, and Chao Ilian was merely a 4th-tier cultivator. Aosun did not expect to glean much truth from her. However, apart from a few details Sui had previously mentioned, Chao Ilian had provided no new information, which was rather disappointing. As Aosun's consciousness withdrew, Chao Ilian's awareness gradually returned. Though she had fainted, she comprehended what Aosun had done to her. Soul searching. This was a secret technique concerning the spirit, only employable when one's soul was overwhelmingly powerful. You are not merely a practitioner of the void refinement realm, Chao Ilian thought. Enduring the piercing pain to her soul, her gaze towards Aosun shifting from shock to fear. A cultivator of the void refinement realm would never possess such formidable spiritual strength. Before Aosun's consciousness, her own felt akin to a pitiful little pond, unworthy of comparison. Thus, in the face of Aosun's soul searching, she had no capacity to resist, let alone oppose. Fortunately, she had not fought back. Otherwise, her consciousness might have been shattered, leaving her a mere fool. Could the other party be a practitioner of the void refinement realm? No. Perhaps he was a powerful being of the spirit unification realm, or even the ascension realm. Yet, if that were the case, why would Aosun waste time? He could have easily extracted her from the maze upon his initial entry. Thus, only 2 possibilities remained. Aosun might be the reincarnation of a great being who had awakened his memories, endowing him with unparalleled spiritual power. Or he could be a disciple of a great being who had begun cultivating his spirit long ago. The great being in question must be at least at the 9th level of ascension, akin to an earthly immortal. Regardless of the scenario, he was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Why would he bother to seize a void refinement elixir? Was this not sheer bullying? Chao Ilian found herself in a dire predicament. She could no longer maintain the illusion, and the surrounding wild grass vanished, revealing the dirt road and farmlands on either side. The distant village of Taiping began to flicker with lights. Chao Ilian gritted her teeth, sealing the meridians in her right hand. Otherwise, if the blood continued to flow, even as a 4th-tier cultivator, she would meet her demise. She had no opportunity to flee, having wholly abandoned any struggle. Perhaps Aosun would soon take her life. However, living just a moment longer before death was preferable. You may leave, Aosun suddenly said. You won't kill me? Chao Ilian asked, stunned. Aosun shook his head. Chao Ilian was overjoyed, hastily kneeling in gratitude. Thank you for your mercy. Though she did not understand why he chose to spare her, she hurriedly retrieved a healing elixir from her storage pouch and scrambled towards Taiping town. She glanced back at the dagger she had dropped on the ground. hesitating for a moment but ultimately daring not to reclaim it. This dagger, known as the Ghost Blade, was one of the Twin Ghosts Gate and Amp, Apos, treasured artifacts of considerable rank. Though she was an elder of the Twin Ghosts Gate, losing such a treasure would certainly invite punishment. Yet, she feared provoking Ao Sun's ire, which might lead him to change his mind and kill her. Ao Sun watched her retreating figure with cold eyes. Mercy? He believed he could not be classified as a villain, yet he was certainly no benevolent soul. His intention in taking the Void Refinement Elixir was to await unsuspecting prey, to soul search and uncover more about the Demon Mountain. As for those who sought to seize the elixir and harbored murderous intent towards him, he would show no mercy. The notion of sparing Chao Ilian was far from an act of kindness. She was doomed regardless. Unlike Luo Liangpeng, who had been injured in broad daylight. With numerous cultivators present to impede one another, this was the first confrontation in Taiping Town. Everyone had tacitly chosen to observe, granting Li Chuyi the opportunity to rescue him. However, in the darkness now lurked countless cultivators, all prepared to strike for the elixir. Had Chao Ilian picked up the Ghost Blade and fled outward, there might have been a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet now, having abandoned the artifact and heading towards Taiping Town, her fate was sealed. This was the consequence of greed. Chao Ilian, unwilling to relinquish the potential opportunity at the Solitary Mountain, failed to realize that, in her injured state, she had become an opportunity for others. Indeed, just as she was about to enter the village, a flash of blade light suddenly illuminated the night sky, slicing towards her. The assailant was a towering figure shrouded in a robe, and the aura emanating from his blade indicated he was at least a mid-level practitioner of the Fourth Realm. Chao Ilian, gravely injured with her right hand nearly incapacitated and devoid of any protective treasures, was utterly incapable of mounting an effective defense against a surprise attack from a peer. The figure in the robe approached Chao Ilian's lifeless body, retrieving her storage bag. From several hundred meters away along the dirt path, he glanced back at Ao Sun before swiftly vanishing into the depths of the night. Two other streaks of light trailed closely behind him, pursuing his retreat. Ao Sun observed the scene with a cold detachment. He had anticipated Chao Ilian's demise, but did not expect it to occur so swiftly. He stowed away the Ghost Blade and took out a Lianshu pill, idly rolling it in his hand. Several covetous gazes converged upon him, momentarily halting the atmosphere around them, yet none dared to make a move against Ao Sun. Could it be that they were intimidated so easily? Ao Sun furrowed his brow, reflecting that he should have feigned greater difficulty when dealing with Chao Ilian. He proceeded toward the Solitary Mountain, quickly drawing within less than a mile of it. He was aware that a few followers lingered behind, yet he also confirmed that they would not act against him. Ao Sun felt a twinge of regret, but harbored no intention of striking first. He tossed the Lianshu pill in his right hand, pondering for a moment before forcefully flinging the pill into the distance. It transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing into the forest 2 miles away. Simultaneously, Ao Sun's voice shattered the surrounding silence. A pill for the taking. Freshly produced Lianshu pill. Chapter 29. Return to the town. No one anticipated that Ao Sun would so recklessly discard the Lianshu Dan, inciting a frenzy among the onlookers. Some began to grasp Ao Sun's motives, yet what could they do? Those who trailed after him were all driven by a desire for that very pill. The rush of wind was punctuated by the sounds of fierce collisions, roars, and shouts. The tranquil night was utterly shattered, drenched in blood. Recalling Sui's warnings about the Demon Mountain's restrictions, Ao Sun ultimately chose not to ascend, opting instead for a detour back to Taiping Town. Li Xuanji returned home in the evening, had dinner, and retired early, deeply under the influence of Sui's subtle magic that ensured he slept soundly. Neither Chu Yi nor Su He had yet retired. They sat in the clinic's main room, engaged in light conversation. More often than not, it was Su He who spoke, while Chu Yi occasionally chimed in, her mind evidently elsewhere, her lovely face etched with worry. What is troubling you? Still thinking about Jiang Sun? Sui suddenly inquired. Shui hesitated slightly before nodding. Yes. Are you worried? Sui pressed on. Shui did not deny it, whispering. A bit. A knowing smile crept onto Sui's lips as she teasingly asked, Do you like him? Startled, Chu Yi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, quickly spreading to her ears. And no, she stammered, waving her hands in denial, her voice rising slightly. Sui burst into laughter. Having visited Chu Yi's dreams and knowing well what had transpired after her ascent, it was clear to her that the girl harbored feelings akin to admiration, if not outright affection. After all, Chu Yi had projected all her hopes regarding elixirs and immortals onto Jiang Sun, who, despite being a cultivator, treated her with kindness and lacked any pretentiousness. Moreover, his handsome appearance and exceptional demeanor would naturally stir the heart of a young girl filled with dreams of love and the future. Sui decided not to tease Chu Yi further, suppressing her mirth as she said, Rest assured, he is quite safe. He may very well have reached the mountaintop by now. Really? Chu Yi and Apos' spirits lifted at once, her tone brightening. Of course, he is not foolish. If he were in danger, would he not use the talisman I gave him? Sui replied matter-of-factly. Chu Yi acknowledged this with an O, though a flicker of concern remained in her heart. Yet that worry swiftly dissipated when she spotted a figure outside the window. It was Ao Sun, who pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside. Chu-yi immediately rose to open the door for him. Soo-hee jumped down from her seat, her brows raised as she asked the question on both their minds. Jung-sun, why have you returned? Too many tails followed me down. Descending was easy, but ascending is another matter. Ao Sun responded with a grin. Indeed, Soo-hee agreed, recognizing the need to keep their ability to ascend under wraps for the time being. And you too? Still awake? Ao Sun chuckled, glancing at the petite Soo-hee and the somewhat awkward Chu-yi beside her. I would like to sleep. But some people. Soo-hee shot a teasing glance at Chu-yi before adding, you've just met him, yet you're already losing sleep over him. Soo-hee. Chu-yi's face reddened. Ao Sun quickly grasped the situation, casting a surprised look at Chu-yi, wondering if his charm was truly so potent. He chuckled, dismissing it as Soo-hee's jest. Soo-hee then shifted to more serious matters. What of the Lianshu Dan? I tossed it away, Ao Sun replied nonchalantly. Tossed it away? Soo-hee exclaimed, astonished. They dared not snatch it, and keeping it served no purpose, so I simply discarded it. Let them fight over it. Ao Sun said with indifference. He refrained from sharing the grim details concerning Chao Ilian, deeming it too brutal and bloody. His indifference stemmed from years spent in the South Sea, where he accompanied the old turtle in subduing unruly sea demons and slaying savage beasts devoid of wisdom. His subsequent travels with Zhao Li only amplified the bloodshed. However, Soo-hee and Chu-yi were different. Chu-yi, being an ordinary girl, had never witnessed such savagery. As for Soo-hee, Ao Sun recognized her as a cherished girl of the sect. Despite her exceptional talent and promising future, she remained, for now, a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. How could you bear to do so? Weren't you planning to use the Lianshu Dan to break through? Soo-hee gazed at him incredulously. When did I ever say I would use it? Ao Sun countered with a smile. This afternoon, Soo-hee retorted. Momentarily taken aback as she recalled that Ao Sun's intentions had remained speculative at best. Understanding dawned upon Soo-hee, and she crossed her arms, pouting. You're truly wicked. Li Chu-yi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that with the Lianshu Dan gone, no one would trouble Ao Sun anymore. Wait a moment, Soo-hee suddenly recalled something, looking at Ao Sun. You mentioned Luo Liangpeng intentionally revealing the Lianshu Dan. What was his purpose? To incite conflict. Leading the cultivators here to turn on each other, Ao Sun replied calmly. Since you're aware, why did you bother picking up the Lianshu Dan? Soo-hee frowned. Ao Sun examined her critically. Why didn't you ask this afternoon? Soo-hee puffed out her cheeks defiantly. I only just realized. You truly are slow, Ao Sun teased. Yet he did not conceal his thoughts, explaining, you know too little about Gu Mountain. I intended to gather information from these cultivators, but it's evident they know very little. Soo-hee exclaimed in comprehension, muttering, Luo Liangpeng is indeed ruthless to instigate such discord. She cast a glance at Ao Sun, pondering how he had perceived all this yet still chose to take the Lianshu Dan and subsequently discard it, sparking a new wave of conflict. In exasperation, she remarked, You're not much better. Ao Sun merely smiled, choosing silence. Ruthless? He didn't believe so. After 20 years in the South Sea, Ao Sun understood the nature of this realm of cultivation, so different from his memories. While warmth and hope existed, cruelty and despair were far more prevalent. He was no saint, nor did he aspire to save the world. He knew his own goals and discerned what actions were necessary and which were not. The night was tranquil, the waning moon rising from the clouds, bright yet gentle, exuding a serene ambience. Outside Taiping Town, dense groves of trees clustered together, with the occasional call of startled birds piercing the stillness, soon returning to silence. The struggle for the Lianshu Dan had concluded. The victor being a frail old man whose kindly visage belied his cunning nature, he had seized the perfect moment to strike and had swiftly retreated. Likely hundreds of miles away by now, several cultivators lingered, either lamenting or fuming over their missed opportunity, among them Meng Yuhan, who had come merely for the spectacle. Not for the Lianshu Dan. What a foolish creature, the old woman remarked with an indifferent expression, referring to the deceased Chao Lian. Just a touch greedy. Meng Yuhan replied with a smile, but none of these wandering cultivators are truly foolish. Greed that knows no bounds is indeed foolishness. The old woman retorted with a cold laugh. Meng Yuhan ceased her argument, suddenly saying, Did you hear? That person is called Jiang Sun. The old woman cast a glance at Meng Yuhan, anticipating another discourse on friendship and fate, and irritably remarked, I've heard enough. What is it that you wish to convey? You claim he is a fifth realm cultivator, yet his methods do not reflect this. Meng Yuhan replied, Perhaps I misjudged. The old woman readily admitted her error, frowning as she continued. Yet he certainly exudes the aura of a fifth realm practitioner. This only reinforces my suspicion that he is either a reincarnation of a great being or possesses extraordinary fortune akin to yours. Do you think he has come for Lord Zhu? Meng Yuhan pondered. Is there any practitioner in Taiping Town who isn't? The old woman replied nonchalantly. Meng Yuhan gazed into the night-shrouded Taiping Town and softly inquired, Does he know that Lord Zhu is on the verge of breaking free from his prison? At the mention of this matter, the old woman's expression turned grave as she replied, It is hard to say, but given his cultivation level, He is unlikely to be as foolish as those dimwits, yearning for a mere trickle of spiritual energy. The night seemed to pass more swiftly than day, and Su He and Li Chui had already fallen asleep. Ao Sun reclined in a chair in the yard, lost in thought. He found Su He perplexing. As a fourth realm cultivator, why was she so fond of sleep? When he learned that Su He was a sound sleeper who lingered in bed every morning, he was further astonished, for it mirrored his own experiences in a past life at university. However, since his rebirth, Ao Sun had seldom indulged in sleep. The Dragon Clan, inherently powerful and endowed with innate knowledge from their bloodline, devoted most of their nights to deep meditation and cultivation under the old turtle-less guidance. To him, Su He should likewise be diligent. Otherwise, how could she attain the fourth realm at such a young age? Could it be that she is the reincarnation of a great being? This thought briefly crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. It seemed improbable. This proud girl was far more immature than Chui. Suddenly, a voice erupted within Ao Sun's consciousness. Save me. Ao Sun abruptly rose from his chair, squinting towards the direction of the solitary mountain. Lord Zhu. This serpent-bodied demon had managed to break the limitations of the binding spell, communicating with him over a distance of 10 miles. Yet the voice was fleeting and faint, surely indicating Lord Zhu's limits. However, now that such a formidable demon had awakened, it was merely a matter of time before it regained its strength. It was imperative to ascertain its origins quickly, otherwise, given its animosity towards the Dragon Clan, escaping would likely result in his own demise. With a soft sigh, Ao Sun returned to his chair, retrieving a book to cover his face. The following day, as dawn broke, Li Xuanji awoke from his slumber, yawning as he opened the door. Ao Sun set the book aside and stood up, contemplating a greeting. Uncle Li. Good morning. Upon seeing the unfamiliar figure in the yard, Li Xuanji felt as if cold water had been poured over him, instantly becoming alert, yet he soon relaxed. This young man seemed familiar. You are the immortal master from 5 years ago, Li Xuanji exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. He recalled that this was the very person who had passed through Taiping Town 5 years prior and saved his daughter. He could not be mistaken. In such a remote town, a young man of Ao Sun's attire and demeanor was a rarity. Li Xuanji approached, instinctively bending his back in a mixture of reverence and anxiety. Immortal Master, what brings you here? There is no need for such formality. I am no immortal. Ao Sun responded with a smile. I am merely an ordinary cultivator. Yet, Li Xuanji's heart did not lighten at this statement. To him, a cultivator was synonymous with an immortal. Noticing Li Xuanji's tension, Ao Sun explained that he was merely passing through to take a look and then prepared to take his leave. However, Li Xuanji, gritting his teeth to withstand the pressure within, called out to him. Immortal Master, you saved my daughter's life back then. She has often thought of you and wished to express her gratitude. I hope you might. Li Xuanji stumbled over his words, but his trembling hands, hanging limply at his sides, betrayed his true intentions. Gratitude? Perhaps not. Li Xuanji wished for Chui to become his disciple, to send his daughter into the realm of immortals. Taiping Town, founded by the revered Taiping Zhenren, was indeed a place of cultivation, and tales of immortals abounded. How could Li Xuanji not yearn for such a path? Especially after witnessing Song Bai's miraculous recovery with just a single pill, which had alleviated the old man's ailments and rejuvenated him. Li Xuanji maintained a calm facade while at the Song residence, yet he felt an intense envy, even jealousy. Ao Sun, having once saved Chui, had now returned to the Li family. Perhaps this was their opportunity. Ao Sun, perceiving Li Xuanji's intentions, smiled and inquired, Do you wish for her to become my disciple? Caught off guard, Li Xuanji stiffened, immediately kneeling and bowing his head to the ground. Please forgive me, immortal master, he implored, forcing himself to regain composure. I do not dare to harbor any excessive thoughts, but you have seen Chui. She is intelligent and capable. I hope you will grant her a chance. Uncle Li, there is no need for such formality. Please rise and speak. Ao Sun interjected, not allowing Li Xuanji the opportunity for further bows. A gentle breeze lifting the humble man back to his feet. Ao Sun instinctively glanced towards Chui's room and then towards Su He's home, feeling relieved. If the two young women were to witness this, it would surely be awkward. I have already met Chui. Her opportunity does not lie with me. However, rest assured, what you seek for her, she has already attained. As Ao Sun spoke, he cast another glance next door, contemplating the white city of Tang, a place he had not previously heard of, and initially regarded with some disdain, yet it was not weak, for it had produced a disciple like Su He. And according to her, her senior brothers and sisters were equally formidable. Already attained. Li Xuanji echoed in astonishment. Could it be that his daughter would also become a cultivator? To pursue the Tao was to seek immortality. Such fortune had befallen the Li family. Unable to contain his excitement, Li Xuanji bowed deeply, exclaiming, Thank you, immortal master. Thank you. He then recalled, Immortal master, I have some tea leaves at home. As the town had mentioned, Ao Sun could no longer withstand such fervor, raising his hand to interrupt. With determination, he took his leave. Chapter 30. The mayor in the early morning, as the sky dimly brightened and the sun still lingered beyond the solitary mountain. Ao Sun departed from the Li residence and ventured into the woods outside the town, arriving at the spot where he had discarded the elixir the previous night. Observing the surrounding fallen trees, shattered rocks, and the disordered earth that had been overturned, Ao Sun paused, squinting his eyes. This was indeed the primary battleground for seizing the elixir, yet something felt amiss. Where was the blood? Where were the corpses? The body of Chao Ilian and the spilled blood had vanished without a trace. Last night, Ao Sun had sensed that someone had cast a barrier outside the town, muffling most sounds and preventing excessive destruction in Taiping Town. But had the one who set the barrier also taken the night to clean up the battlefield and collect the bodies? Not lingering on this thought for long, Ao Sun prepared to head to the inn in town. The once quiet Taiping Inn had now become a gathering point for outsiders like him. Just then, the figure of Taoist Song Bai appeared at the edge of the woods. As Ao Sun turned his gaze, he saw the latter take a few swift steps closer. "Fellow Taoist, please hold on," Song Bai said to Ao Sun. Ao Sun chuckled inwardly, observing the kindly middle-aged Taoist, thinking to himself, does he fancy himself as Shin Gongbao? What is it? Ao Sun replied, his face betraying no emotion. I am Taoist Song Bai. Yesterday, I witnessed you retrieve the Lianshu Dan and subsequently set a trap, which I found quite intriguing. I would like to invite you to my humble abode for a discussion, Song Bai said with a gentle smile, as warm as a breeze. What a pretentious and pedantic Taoist, Ao Sun mused. Though uncertain of the other's intentions, he pondered briefly and decided not to decline, responding with a light laugh. Very well, lead the way. Song Bai nodded with a smile, stepping aside to invite him forward, and they made their way toward Taiping Town. The journey was silent, and they soon entered a cobblestone alley, arriving at an ancient and elegant mansion. Compared to the ordinary farmhouses of the Li family and Su He, this residence was remarkably luxurious, with red walls, green tiles, and a towering vermilion door, its brass nails gleaming. No servants were present at the entrance, and Song Bai pushed open the large door himself, gesturing, fellow Taoist, please come in. Instead of leading Ao Sun into the main hall, he turned left, following a stone path to the backyard. With rockeries and flowing water, surrounded by corridors, beneath a pavilion adorned with crimson lanterns sat two individuals. One was a burly elder with a head full of white hair, the town's master craftsman, Niu Laowai. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man clad in a yellow silk robe, adorned with a jade ring. This man had a smooth face, square in shape. Dressed like an ordinary wealthy merchant, though he wore a smile, it exuded an air of authority, giving off an impression of being formidable without harboring anger. Together with the simply dressed Niu Laowai, it resembled a master with his servant. Allow me to introduce, this is the mayor of Taiping Town, Song Bai said with a warm smile. The mayor rose voluntarily, smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting. I am Ma Tongya. Niu Laowai followed suit, also smiling, and said in his deep voice, I am Niu Laowai, the town's master craftsman. Ah, greetings, fellow Taoists. Ao Sun displayed an innocuous smile, quietly observing the three. Song Bai appeared genuinely amiable, while Mayor Ma, though friendly, was certainly not a naive person, likely a cunning character beneath his cordial facade. As for Niu Laowai, Ao Sun would not be deceived by his seemingly honest demeanor. He was a focal point of concern, possessing deep concealment and at least a fifth-tier cultivation. Please, have a seat. Mayor Ma extended a hand in invitation, turning to instruct a servant outside the pavilion to bring tea. Then looked back at Ao Sun with a courteous bow. May I ask how to address you? Jiang Sun. Jiang as in river. Ao Sun replied with a smile. Oh, Jiang Taoist, I must confess, I am the master of Luoxia Peak from Yunqi sect, Ma Tongya said with a slight smile, gesturing toward Song Bai. This is Elder Song of our sect. Yunqi sect. Ao Sun quickly recalled the name, stating, the one from Haishan County? It seems Taoist has heard of our sect. Song Bai interjected, nodding with a smile. Yunqi sect is indeed the orthodox sect of the Xianmen, governing the 6 counties in the southwest of Nanzhou, including Nanding County, which also lies within our jurisdiction. Ao Sun shot him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, this is sheer nonsense. He knew Yunqi sect to be one of the most renowned sects in Nanzhou, far more powerful than Chao Ilian's Shuangaimen. Yet Haishan County was over 30,000 miles away from Nanding County. Even if there were terrestrial immortals stationed within Yunqi sect, it would be challenging to assert control over Nanding County. Song Bai's declaration seemed to signify a claim of authority, positioning them morally high and granting them the power to dictate how to handle these outsiders who had trespassed into their Yunqi sect territory without permission. May I ask, from where do you hail, fellow Taoist? Mayor Ma inquired as he poured tea into a cup for Ao Sun, his demeanor impeccable. Ao Sun glanced at the tea before casually stating, I have no sect or affiliation. I am merely a wandering cultivator from the mountains. Both Mayor Ma and Song Bai maintained their smiles, showing no unusual reactions. However, Niu Laowai's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not believe Ao Sun was just a wandering cultivator. Having witnessed Ao Sun defeat Chao Ilian with such decisiveness, even without employing any spells, he found it hard to accept that someone of Ao Sun's caliber could simply be a mountain hermit. Both Mayor Ma and Song Bai understood this reasoning well, but would not call him out on it. You have come for the Demon Mountain, I presume? Mayor Ma cheerfully queried. Are you not here for the same? Ao Sun laughed heartily, taking a sip of tea and seemingly casually remarking. I have only heard whispers of Demon Mountain's upheaval, opportunities forthcoming. As for what opportunities, though Ao Sun intended to inquire further, he abruptly changed his mind. He paused, feigning an air of inscrutability, and smiled without continuing. This smile caused both Mayor Ma and Song Bai's hearts to skip a beat, while Niu Laohuai narrowed his eyes even further. Since our purposes align, shall we not consider cooperation? Mayor Ma extended an invitation. Cooperation for what? Ao Sun inquired. Naturally, Mayor Ma paused slightly, smiling, to clear obstacles and eliminate dissenters. Ao Sun rubbed the edge of his teacup. So, the Lianshu Dan was your scheme? Sort of. Mayor Ma glanced at Niu Laohuai, directly providing an answer. What of Luo Liangpeng? Ao Sun asked. Is he also one of yours? Luo Liangpeng? Mayor Ma shot a questioning glance at Song Bai. Song Bai quickly deduced who Ao Sun referred to and whispered, he should be the one injured by old Niu. Then he turned to Ao Sun, saying, he is not one of us. It was merely a coincidence that they crossed paths. Ao Sun responded with an "oh," before continuing. The barrier outside the town and the corpses of several cultivators were also your doing, correct? Indeed, Song Bai nodded. Taiping Town must have peace. The conflicts among us cultivators should not disturb the common folk here. This statement finally bore the semblance of an orthodox sect, yet Ao Sun remained unconvinced. He did not believe Song Bai's words were sincere and retorted with a smile. If you truly wish to avoid impact, why create discord in the first place? Song Bai faltered momentarily. Ao Sun clearly had no intention of letting him off easily, continuing with a serene tone. Moreover, to annihilate all cultivators, you are rather ruthless. Is Yunqi sect not the orthodox sect? Faced with Ao Sun's persistent questioning, a trace of displeasure finally surfaced on Mayor Ma's face. Song Bai also frowned slightly, lightly reprimanding. What do you mean, fellow Taoist? Cultivation is inherently a struggle against heaven and man. Besides, the opportunities at Demon Mountain are scarce when the time comes. With opportunities at hand, who speaks of righteousness or evil? If you show them mercy, how could they spare you in return? This also explains why. Despite his disapproval of old Huainyo and Apos' actions, he did not intervene. Thus, the initiative is paramount, is it not? Ao Sun inquired. Indeed. Song Bai nodded slightly. If that is the case, how can I place my trust in you? Ao Sun gazed at the three with a smile, remarking, with opportunities laid before us. If we do not discuss righteousness or wickedness, how can we speak of camaraderie? Should you eliminate them all? Who can assure me that I will not be your next target? Another rhetorical question. Another veiled taunt. Even someone as good-natured as Song Bai could not help but furrow his brow. Old Huainyo suddenly slammed his palm against the stone table, rising to meet Ao Sun's gaze with a cold smirk, declaring, do not refuse a toast and then demand punishment. The force of his strike was formidable. Had it not been for Mayor Ma's timely use of true energy to shield them, the stone table would have surely met a shattering fate. Refusing a toast? Ao Sun looked at the teacup before him, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as he abruptly splashed the tea towards old Huainyo, exclaiming, is this concoction laced with dissolving powder also a toast? Chapter 31. The Cow Demon. Indeed, the tea was laced with the qi dissolving powder. When Ao Sun received the tea, he immediately confirmed this fact. He also realized that these three individuals had invited him with the intention of ensuring he would not leave alive. However, Ao Sun was unconcerned about the qi dissolving powder. This poison could at most control cultivators below the fourth realm, and its effect on those of the fifth realm was exceedingly limited. Moreover, he was not merely human. He was a true dragon, the pure-blooded ninth prince of the South Sea. And the qi dissolving powder before him was as ineffective as a half dose of sleeping pills for a chronic insomniac. The reason he acquiesced to Song Bai and Apos' invitation, and continued to converse despite discovering the powder, was to ascertain the intentions of these individuals and to inquire about the matters concerning the Demon Mountain. Unfortunately, his composure and patience were insufficient. Ao Sun found it intolerable to endure the facade of these seemingly affable individuals, suppressing his urge to scoff. When Mayor Ma feigned a smile, Ao Sun felt an impulse to scoff in return. When Song Bai uttered a hypocritical remark, he wanted to retort. And when old Huai narrowed his eyes, Ao Sun felt compelled to curse at the old man. Last night, he had been rather cold-blooded. During his time in the South Sea, he had stained his hands with considerable bloodshed. Yet, this did not hinder his internal moral compass, which still weighed good against evil. Alas, who could blame him when his past self had been an educated university student of the 21st century? The tea did not splash onto old Huai's face, being repelled by an invisible barrier. Seeking death, old Huai bellowed, his fierce gaze fixed on Ao Sun like a venomous serpent eyeing its prey. Without uttering another word, old Huai leaped high, his right fist raised to strike Ao Sun's head. The force of his punch was as heavy as a mountain, accompanied by a sound that seemed to blend the roars of dragons and elephants. Dragon-elephant divine skill? Perceiving the aura within the punch, Ao Sun raised an eyebrow. This was indeed an authentic mystical method. Simultaneously, he confirmed Old Huai's cultivation level to be at least in the late 5th realm. This was troublesome, Ao Sun thought helplessly, as he lightly touched the ground with his toes and swiftly retreated like a swallow. Had it been before his suppression in Nanding County, he could have effortlessly extinguished a waste like Old Huai with a mere flick of his fingers. This was no exaggeration. Every year during his inspections of the sea market with the old turtle, he would crush several sea demons of the 5th and even 6th realm. Yet now, his own level had only recovered to the early 5th realm, rendering him even weaker than Old Huai. Boom. With a thunderous crash. Even under the protection of Mayor Ma's true energy, the stone table could not withstand the might of the punch and was reduced to rubble. In the next moment, the pavilion collapsed with a resounding crash. Without pause, Old Huai's fist surged through the dust and once more targeted Ao Sun's head. As Ao Sun retreated, his right hand opened, summoning the swiftly swirling creek water in the courtyard. A beam of watery light coalesced in his palm, transforming into a shimmering blue sword. The water sword thrust forward to meet Old Huai and Apos, as punch. With a splash, the sword and fist collided, producing not the anticipated violent clash, but rather the sound of cascading water, as the water sword was significantly diminished while simultaneously neutralizing much of the punch's force. The ground bore traces of moisture, remnants of the shattered sword, yet the flowing water was formless, and the fragmented water sword swiftly regained its brilliance. Stop, stop, stop. You cannot harm me, nor can I harm you. Continuing this fight would be impolite. Ao Sun retreated to the wall, his face cold as he regarded the three before him. He sighed inwardly, reluctantly admitting that this time he had completely miscalculated. The absence of mercy from the others had rendered him unjust. He had initially intended to capture the three and probe their souls as he had the previous night. Yet, with Old Huai's overwhelming strength, coupled with Song Bai, who was evidently no weaker, and Mayor Ma leading the trio, Ao Sun found himself at a loss. Ridiculous. Old Huai clearly had no intention of granting Ao Sun an opportunity. With a roar, he charged forward, stomping heavily on the ground. The force of his steps shattered the blue stone path, creating a circular pit. Old Huai leapt once more, his hands clasped together, descending upon Ao Sun's head like a mighty hammer. In that moment, his imposing presence surged forth, his aura escalating. Late 5th realm? No. Listening to the sonic booms near his ear, Ao Sun suspected this brute might very well be a powerful 6th realm cultivator. It was no wonder that Luo Liangpeng had shown no resistance before him. Simultaneously, Song Bai formed hand seals, causing the surrounding air to become dry and oppressive. A ring of fire materialized above Ao Sun, swiftly descending as if to bind him like a rope. Mayor Ma was not idle either, stomping his right foot. He twisted his toes, revealing the concealed barrier that enveloped the entire estate. The barrier cut off the wind, sound, and any possibility of Ao Sun and Apos' escape. Just as Ao Sun had surmised, they had no intention of allowing him to leave alive. Damn it. Damn those three beasts. Ao Sun cursed inwardly, releasing the water sword, which broke free from the fire ring's constraints while simultaneously forming seals with his left hand. As Old Huai's fist loomed closer, Ao Sun abandoned any thoughts of direct confrontation, his figure suddenly vanishing. The punch and fire ring struck empty air as Ao Sun, now wielding the water sword, hovered in midair. Water escape. Elemental escape technique. The voices of Old Huai and Mayor Ma echoed simultaneously. Ao Sun harbored no intentions of initiating an attack, since he could not subdue them. He wished to avoid pointless conflict. The water sword thrust forth with all his might, tearing a small opening in the barrier. However, just as he was on the verge of escaping, Old Huai unexpectedly sniffed. Roar. A ferocious and savage roar exploded in Ao Sun's ears, akin to the awakening of an ancient beast, instilling fear while carrying a hint of a foul odor. A demon? A cow demon? Ao Sun paused, casting a glance back at Old Huai. He was all too familiar with such roars, having witnessed countless sea demons emit similar cries. One could not deny that for human cultivators, who seldom encountered great demons, such soul-piercing roars could, under the right circumstances, be utterly disarming. Yet, as ever, he was not human. He was a true dragon, the pure-blooded ninth prince of the South Sea. This roar, imbued with the essence of a lion's thunder, capable of instilling dread, was something he too could produce. Ao Sun yearned to counter with a genuine dragon roar, to demonstrate the power of bloodline suppression to Old Huai. But he quickly quelled that thought. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to reveal his dragon lineage. Farewell, gentlemen. Unaffected, Ao Sun slipped through the rift in the barrier, casting a cold smile as a parting gesture to the three. Chapter 32. The posture is too good. The backyard of the mayor's residence was enveloped in silence. Ao Sun's figure vanished at an astonishing speed, leaving Mayor Ma, Song Bai, and Niu Laohuai with somber expressions, each lost in thought. They had failed, and despite their combined efforts, they had still faltered. After a moment of contemplation, Mayor Ma sighed softly, dispersing the protective barrier shrouding his home with a flick of his sleeve, and coldly inquired, "Did you discern his methods?" The use of the 5 elements escape technique was executed so flawlessly that it left barely a trace of spellcasting. One can surmise he hails from a prestigious lineage within the Xianmin, Songbai remarked, gazing at the stream in the courtyard. Mayor Ma nodded slightly, agreeing with his assessment. Niu Laowai rubbed his wet hands together, his brow furrowed as he added, he seems impervious to old Niu's roar technique. Either his spirit is extraordinarily powerful, or he has considerable experience with the demon race. Suddenly, Songbai proposed, is it possible that this Jiang Sun is affiliated with the Zhang High Sword sect? He elaborated that the Zhang High Sword sect was on par with the Yunqi sect, both being local forces in the southern region, governing the 5 prefectures in the southwest, adjacent to the South Sea. As a practitioner of water techniques, transforming water into a sword, while he may not utilize conventional sword techniques, he could very well be a sword cultivator. Thus, the possibility of him being from the Zhang High Sword sect cannot be dismissed. Mayor Ma appeared thoughtful. Niu Laowai snorted derisively, maintaining his stern demeanor. What does it matter which sect he belongs to? What shall we do now? Songbai remained silent, casting a glance at Mayor Ma. After a brief pause, Mayor Ma spoke coldly, he is a formidable adversary. For now, let us focus our efforts elsewhere. He then turned to Songbai and inquired, have the bodies of those who perished last night been sent for examination? Songbai affirmed, they have been delivered. What were the results? Mayor Ma pressed. Acceptable. Songbai confirmed. That is good to hear. Mayor Ma nodded in satisfaction, finally receiving some positive news. He waved his sleeve and instructed, go. Keep an eye on the inn, and invite a few more individuals over for a chat. Understood, Songbai replied, performing a respectful bow before taking his leave. Wait. Mayor Ma suddenly called him back. Songbai turned, questioning, what is it? Mayor Ma hesitated briefly and advised, you might want to refrain from using that phrase, Taoist friend. Please stay too often. Songbai looked puzzled. Are you not aware of its origins? Mayor Ma replied with a hint of melancholy. During the Fengshan War, Shun Gongbao ultimately faced defeat. Speaking too much of it is ill-omened. Yet, despite his failures, Taoist Shun was eventually appointed as the general of the Eastern Sea. Far more illustrious than us, Songbai retorted, seemingly unfazed, and laughed heartily before waving his hand dismissively. I am off. Upon returning to the Li residence, Ao Sun found that Li Xuanji had already departed. The medicinal herbs at home were insufficient, and some were unavailable nearby, necessitating a trip to the city, 100 miles away, to procure supplies. Li Xuanji did not mention the 50 taels of silver gifted by the Song family the previous day. He had other matters to attend to in the city. He wished to inspect the property. Having confirmed that Songbai was a cultivator, he felt compelled to heed Songbai's warning to distance himself from Taiping Town. Li Xuanji was not an inflexible individual. He understood the importance of adaptability. This time, Ao Sun did not linger at the Li residence. He exchanged a knowing glance with Su He before making his way out of town, heading towards the forest behind the solitary mountain. The area was tranquil, and the trees in early autumn still flourished, providing a pleasing sight. However, Sui's mood was less than cheerful, as her biological clock had been disrupted by Ao Sun over the past few days, and she could not fathom the need to converse in this secluded spot. Why avoid Chui? Seating herself upon a stone, she tossed a candy into her mouth. Crossing her arms as she questioned Ao Sun while munching, Chui is aware of the happenings in Taiping Town, including the Demon Mountain and Lord Zhu. She is no longer a child. Why conceal anything from her? Ao Sun chuckled. You were already so protective of her before she has even entered the fold? Sui huffed, puffing out her small chest and patting it. Ao Sun's expression turned serious as he responded, but to be frank, Chui's aptitude is average. Are you certain she can? I am certain. Sui interrupted, fully aware of Ao Sun's intended words. You must have seen the string of blue jade beads I gifted her. Ao Sun nodded. The quality of those beads is quite remarkable. They could indeed be classified as spiritual treasures. Of course they qualify. Sui curled her legs up, resting her chin on her knees. You have no idea. The moment I presented the blue jade beads to Chuyi, they recognized her as their master almost instantaneously. Do you understand what that signifies? Ao Sun played along, asking, what does it signify? Suhi replied, though we may not have perceived it, this alone indicates that Chuyi possesses her own opportunities. She puffed out her cheeks, adding, once we reach the Tang dynasty, even if my master does not take her in, I will ensure she finds a suitable place. You need not worry. My connections in the Tang dynasty are truly excellent. Suit yourself. Ao Sun was not particularly concerned, barring unforeseen circumstances. He intended to remain in this location for many years to come. Do you know Matanya? He shifted the topic back. Who? The mayor of Taiping Town, Matanya. Oh, him. I have a vague impression. What about him? Suhi inquired. Leaning against a poplar tree with arms crossed, Ao Sun recounted the events of that morning. He is allied with Niu Laowai and a Taoist by the name of Song. Ao Sun's expression turned serious as he warned. They are methodically hunting down the cultivators in the town. You must be cautious. Suhi's demeanor shifted, and she quickly chewed her candy, swallowing it in a fit of anger. Why are they doing this? They claim opportunities in Demon Mountain are limited. Fewer people mean more chances, Ao Sun replied. However, those individuals are ruthless, and their words are not to be fully trusted, including their assertion of being from the Yunqi sect. I understand, Sui nodded earnestly. Instantly, she recalled Luo Liangpeng and asked, What about that Luo Liangpeng from yesterday? Is he part of their group? Ao Sun pondered for a moment before responding. He likely is not. It was not that he believed Songbai's claims, but rather he felt that based on Luo Liangpeng's abilities, he was unqualified to collaborate with Ma Tongya and the others unless he were their junior. They have already set their sights on me. And knowing that Niu Laohua used Chui to threaten you, I will not visit you for the next few days to avoid them discovering my closeness with Chui. Ao Sun advised Suhi, be vigilant. All right, Suhi replied, her bright eyes glancing at Ao Sun with a hint of surprise. Are you worried that Niu Laohua might threaten you as he did with me? Ao Sun acknowledged with a non-committal hum. Suhi tilted her head, continuing to scrutinize him before leaping off the stone to glance around, seeing her small head bobbing about. Ao Sun chuckled and playfully gave her a light tap on the head. Hey, don't take it the wrong way. You're just like a delicate doll. It feels quite nice to give you a little knock. Suhi immediately scowled, covering her head in indignation. What are you doing? Haha, your posture is just too good. I couldn't resist, Ao Sun said with a hint of mischief. My bad. He offered a half-hearted apology, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Suhi huffed. Why are you afraid of being threatened? Ao Sun replied. If you can be concerned, why can't I? Suhi seized the opportunity, stating, I have known Chui for 6 years. We have been sisters for 6 years, and she will be my future junior apprentice. My concern for her is entirely justified. As for you, why are you worried? Suhi cast a narrow glance at him, an involuntary smile gracing her delicate features. Ao Sun could not suppress his own laughter, pondering to himself how this was merely a high school student eager to meddle in matters of love. How could he, a practitioner of the Four Realms, compare himself to her? Was this not rather childish? He feigned disdain and uttered a remark, but without waiting for Suhi's response. He waved his hand and strolled towards the solitary mountain, cheerfully advising, let us be off. Do take care. Chapter 33 Meng Yuan. Upon hearing Ao Sun express his intention to return to Gushin, knew he was not being truthful, as he stepped out of the woods. He cast a spell to alter his attire and appearance. Had Suhi and Ma Tongya witnessed this transformation, their perception of Ao Sun would undoubtedly elevate. The technique of transformation is rare, with many celestial sects lacking any records of such methods. Ao Sun merely employed the most commonplace transformation technique, not the grand powers like 72 transformations or 9 mystical skills. Although he wished to learn those, the Dragon Clan lacked such a lineage. Typically, this ordinary transformation method could only change one's outer appearance without imitating the essence of one's being. After all, the physical form is a reflection of the inner self. Once a demon or beast morphs, its appearance becomes fixed. Yet, Ao Sun's transformation even mimicked the essence. The reason was simple. The visage he donned, while not strikingly handsome, bore a certain delicacy reminiscent of his past life. He confidently believed that even Zhao Li would not discern any flaws. Reflecting on Zhao Li, Ao Sun sighed quietly, feeling a sense of helplessness. If Zhao Li were present, the challenges before him would likely be resolved with ease. Although Zhao Li could not reveal his true identity or fully display his realm, his peak 8th tier cultivation was undeniable. A practitioner of the 5th or 6th tier, like Ma Tongya or Niu Laohua, would surely falter within 3 exchanges before Zhao Li. As for the formidable serpent demon lurking beneath Gushin, it would be far simpler and swifter for Zhao Li to investigate. Why had he not thought to descend from the mountain to take a look? The spiritual energy in Nanding County was gradually reviving. Why had he not considered checking it out, even if just a day earlier? Alas, life is rife with regrets. Ao Sun muttered a klitsch to himself. Lifting his gaze to the sign of the Taiping Inn, he stepped over the threshold and entered. It was just past the hour of Chun, and the inn was sparsely populated, with only 2 tables engaged in casual conversation. A cursory glance revealed the absence of any cultivators. Were these individuals not going to partake in a meal? Even while fasting, one must eat. Ao Sun silently criticized. He noticed that his desire to express such sentiments grew with each interaction he had with others. Esteemed guest, what would you like to eat? The innkeeper approached with a beaming smile, signaling to a young attendant. The attendant, recognizing the unfamiliar traveler before him, dashed outside, eager to seize the opportunity for profit. Ao Sun observed their exchange but paid it no mind, glancing at the menu and ordering a pot of cool tea and a serving of stir-fried mountain hare. With a flick of his wrist, he placed a piece of silver on the counter. Excellent. Please have a seat, the innkeeper replied. Ao Sun nodded and settled into a window-side seat, thinking that he could not wait until noon. At that moment, the creaking of stairs caught his attention. He turned to see a woman in a pale yellow dress descending from the 2nd floor. The shade of yellow often connotes charm, yet the garment seemed slightly snug, accentuating her alluring curves. Coupled with her captivating features, she exuded an air of elegance intertwined with an enchanting allure. Ao Sun had encountered her twice before. First, on his way to Taiping Town when she had asked for directions and invited him to accompany her, and second, while rescuing Luo Liangpeng, when she had smiled and waved at him as he took the Lianshu pill. He could not deny her breathtaking beauty. Her captivating peach blossom eyes seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. If Suhi embodied the charm of a 2-dimensional beauty, and Chu irradiated the essence of youthful exuberance. Then this woman was undoubtedly a stunningly graceful mature figure. However, the term mature seemed inappropriate. Her every smile and frown bore a hint of mischief and innocence, suggesting her true age was not overly advanced. The woman's gaze swept across the hall, and upon spotting Ao Sun, she paused briefly before striding directly toward him. "May I help you?" Ao Sun inquired, casting her a sidelong glance. "Good sir. Have we met before?" She tilted her head, her voice gentle. "I don't believe so," Ao Sun replied with a polite smile, subtly distancing himself. The more beautiful a woman, the more troublesome she could be, especially one appearing so unexpectedly lovely in such a secluded place. It surely foretold unimaginable complications. She smiled knowingly. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely not," Ao Sun affirmed with conviction, pondering whether a woman's intuition was truly that sharp. Before she could reply, the attendant arrived with a platter of stir-fried hare. Unperturbed by her presence, he placed the dish down and remarked, "Enjoy your meal," before departing. Ao Sun raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at the woman. Not only the attendant, but also the innkeeper and the patrons at the two tables seemed oblivious to the stunning figure passing before them, engrossed in their own affairs. What peculiar technique allows one to diminish their presence so significantly? The woman smiled, sensing his confusion. "Would you like to learn?" She teased lightly. "Perhaps not," Ao Sun chuckled, internally scoffing at her strange words, as if she were a character from a comedic film. Unperturbed, she maintained her playful demeanor. "Even if you don't wish to learn, you must invite me to sit, no?" Ao Sun looked at the newly arrived dish of hare and quipped, "You aren't hoping to share my stir-fried mountain hare, are you?" The woman paused, then burst into laughter. This laughter was enchanting, radiating charm. Even Ao Sun, accustomed to the enchantresses of the South Sea, found himself momentarily entranced. "Truly, you surpass even the most bewitching of spirits," Ao Sun mused inwardly, realizing that had he been his former self, he might have been completely ensnared by her allure. "My name is Meng Yuhan," she introduced herself with a smile. "Zhao Li," Ao Sun replied, maintaining a composed facade. Meng Yuhan took a seat opposite him. "Since I am here, I must try some," she said, reaching for a pair of chopsticks. "Very well," Ao Sun relented, passing her a pair of chopsticks. "Ah, delightful. But do remember to share that technique of concealing one's presence with me," she added playfully. Meng Yuhan blinked in surprise. "Did you not just decline?" "Well, now that we've crossed paths, it seems only fair to take a little," Ao Sun replied, gesturing towards the hare before him. "If you do not share, I shall not allow you to partake." Meng Yuhan was momentarily taken aback. Am I truly being threatened over a plate of hare? She mused, bemused yet amused, and directly conveyed the technique for reducing one's presence to Ao Sun via thought transmission. The technique was not difficult, yet it was quite clever. Ao Sun confirmed he could easily master it, and, feeling satisfied, poured her a cup of tea. "Miss Meng, you must not be from around here," he said, setting down the teapot and beginning to probe for information. "Indeed, I hail from the east," she replied, her eyes twinkling. "I come from the south," he responded, both of them offering vague directions in unison. Ao Sun sampled a piece of hare, finding it disappointingly inferior to the spicy rabbit he had known in his past life, and thus decided against further consumption. He placed his chopsticks down, smiling as he remarked, "You must have come to Taiping Town for Lord Zhu." Chapter 34. The suspected candle dragon Meng Yuhan evidently did not anticipate his directness, and instead of denying it, she chuckled lightly. "Aren't we all like that?" Ao Sun took a sip of tea and said naturally, "Indeed, the spiritual energy has just begun to revive, and already so many people have arrived. If this continues, the town will soon be brimming with cultivators." "Spiritual energy?" Meng Yuhan blinked her peach blossom eyes. "ISN and Apos. Is that the case? I have heard that whenever Lord Zhu awakens, an abundance of spiritual energy will surge near the Demon Mountain, comparable to the finest spirit-gathering formations." Ao Sun fiddled with his teacup, seemingly nonchalantly commenting while observing Meng Yuhan's reaction from the corner of his eye. He noticed Meng Yuhan's brows furrow slightly before she relaxed and smiled gently. "Precisely so. She is lying." Just with that single expression, Ao Sun was able to make a judgment, convinced that this young woman was privy to more secrets. He began contemplating how to extract information from her. "Do you have any records of Lord Zhu in your place? I wonder what Lord Zhu might look like." "No," Meng Yuhan replied, picking up a piece of rabbit meat only to find it unpalatable, much like Ao Sun, and set her chopsticks down. Ao Sun remarked, "In my sect, there are indeed related records, stating that Lord Zhu possesses a human face and serpent body, which is quite terrifying." Meng Yuhan lowered her gaze to the patterns on her teacup, seemingly deep in thought, before lifting her head again. "Is that so?" "Over on my side, the records describe him as having a human face and dragon body." "Dragon body?" Ao Sun raised an eyebrow slightly. Under the circumstances of being covered in scales, the sole distinction between a dragon body and a serpent body lay in the presence of hands. Ao Sun was certain that the great demon had no hands. If so, why then is he referred to as a dragon? Moreover, his appearance is hardly commendable. I have no hesitation in excluding him from the ranks of dragons, just as I prefer to call my hands rather than claws. Not dwelling further on this matter, Ao Sun continued, dragon body or serpent body, they are quite similar, I suppose. Yet I wonder if this ancient great demon will one day break free from the confines of his prison. Zhao, if you have something to inquire about, it would be better to speak plainly, Meng Yuhan suddenly interjected. Zhao, oh right, I am Zhao now. Ao Sun smiled awkwardly, having had his intention exposed. In truth, he held a favorable first impression of Meng Yuhan. Since she requested openness, he pondered briefly without much hesitation, honestly stating, I wish to know everything about Lord Zhu. Why? Meng Yuhan promptly asked. Ao Sun fell silent for a moment. The Dragon Clan, the Blood Oath, and his experience of encountering Lord Zhu that night were ultimately unspeakable. He sighed softly, if I say it is out of curiosity, would you believe me? Meng Yuhan shook her head, I do not believe it. Ao Sun helplessly shrugged, contemplating how to fabricate a suitable reason. However, he noticed a smile creeping onto Meng Yuhan's lips as she said lightly, but I can tell you directly. Huh. Ao Sun was momentarily taken aback. This rabbit meat is quite tasteless. I want to eat that. Meng Yuhan pointed at the honey yam on the cutting board. Honey yam? Sui and Chewy seem to enjoy this dish quite a bit, but perhaps due to the absence of beekeepers in the town. Its price is even higher than the mountain rabbit. Ao Sun immediately stood up and called to the waiter by the counter, one serving of honey yam, quickly. Got it. The waiter turned and hurried off. Ao Sun refilled Meng Yuhan's tea, and they exchanged silence until the honey yam was served. After paying, Ao Sun gestured. Would you like to try? Meng Yuhan nodded slightly, cautiously picking up a piece. As the sweetness spread in her mouth, her smile deepened, and she softly said, Lord Zhu is very likely to be the ancient great demon, Candle Dragon. Candle Dragon? Candle Zhuyin. Ao Sun raised his brows in surprise. He had considered this possibility. But still, there were discrepancies. Firstly, the Candle Dragon should not be so dark and sinister. Secondly, if that great demon truly was the Candle Dragon, why would he refer to Gloomy Mountain as Cold Mountain and call himself the god of Cold Mountain? Furthermore, the record stated that Zhang Mountain lay beyond the Northwest Sea, north of Qishui River. Yet this place was nearly at the southernmost edge of Nan State, separated by more than 100,000 miles from the Northwest Sea. If that great demon were indeed the Candle Dragon, why would he not reveal his name? The Candle Dragon is a righteous deity, a god with great benevolence towards all living beings. What exactly is he concealing? Ao Sun would rather believe that the great demon was a variant of the Dragon Clan imprisoned during the upheaval of demons or an innate beast that wreaked havoc upon the world. Suppressing the myriad questions in his heart, he gazed at Meng Yuhan earnestly and asked, Are you certain? Of course, Meng Yuhan said while munching on the yam, deliberately elongating her tone, I am not certain. Huh. Ao Sun felt a rush of blood to his head. I already said it was a possibility. After all, there is but one recorded instance of a great demon with a human face and dragon body. Meng Yuhan replied with a sense of entitlement. Moreover, since ancient times, the Candle Dragon has not appeared before mankind for several tens of thousands of years. He could very well be suppressed here. Ao Sun furrowed his brows and stated solemnly, The Candle Dragon is a righteous deity. He has great merits in the realm. Meng Yuhan pouted slightly, her pretty face showing some displeasure as she said, What of righteousness? What of merit? Ao Sun instinctively wanted to retort but then reflected on the South Sea and the Four Seas Dragon Clan, ultimately falling silent. Aran and Apos, the Four Seas Dragon Kings also righteous deities, also meritorious? Yet he still did not believe that Lord Zhu was the Candle Dragon. Ao Sun tapped the table, asserting, That sinister and malevolent aura contradicts the records of the Candle Dragon. All we are saying is that it is merely a possibility, Meng Yuhan said somewhat helplessly. The Candle Dragon once had a son, also a human head and serpent body, but he perished countless years ago. However, Candle Dragon could still have a second or third child, after all. In any case, no matter what, Lord Zhu is inextricably linked to the Candle Dragon. Ao Sun pondered for a moment before asking, What was the name of the Candle Dragon's offspring? Meng Yuhan shook her head, I have forgotten. Ao Sun also couldn't recall clearly. After all, in both past and present lives, he had not paid much attention to these bizarre beasts of mountains and seas. Only the name of the Candleine deity was sufficiently renowned, with ample records, which allowed him to understand and recognize some information. I understand now. Ao Sun clasped his hands together and said earnestly, Thank you. There's no need for thanks. Meng Yuhan waved her hand and said, I want to eat that. Ao Sun glanced at the cutting board and called the waiter again, ordering a serving of crystal fish soup. Watching the girl eating happily, he stroked his chin, puzzled. These should be considered secrets, yet you revealed them to me so directly? He did not believe that merely 2 plates of food, costing less than 2 taels of silver, could yield such significant information. Meng Yuhan said casually, Perhaps it is a secret on your side. Ao Sun detected the implication in her words, suggesting that, in her view, this was merely ordinary information. Then from which side are you? He asked curiously. Meng Yuhan blinked, pushing the honey yam towards him with a charming smile. Try it. It tastes quite good. Chapter 35. The death of Li Xuanji. Ao Sun had never been fond of sweet foods. Yet he could not resist the hopeful gaze of Meng Yuhan, so he took a few bites. After realizing the difficulty of extracting information from her, he ceased his attempts and engaged in casual conversation, primarily revolving around their cultivation practices. The ambience of this exchange was delightful. Meng Yuhan posed several perplexing questions closely tied to her own cultivation journey, inquiries that even her mentors would struggle to address. Ao Sun spent most of the time listening intently to her analysis, occasionally contributing a few remarks that, akin to a bonfire in the dark of night, illuminated new perspectives for Meng Yuhan. This astonished her, and she found herself harboring a rare admiration for him. She had encountered many practitioners at the Fifth Realm, yet Ao Sun's depth of knowledge and cultivation prowess surpassed her expectations, standing out even among those she had previously met. It was noteworthy that Jiuyo City had a lineage of over 100,000 years, boasting profound cultural heritage and a plethora of talented youth far exceeding the practitioners of the four continents. Unbeknownst to her, Ao Sun had witnessed the splendor of the Eighth Realm and considered her insights and abilities remarkable. He could not help but regard Meng Yuhan with heightened esteem. Recognizing her rare talent and cultivation, the questions she posed were challenging even for him. Admittedly, part of his struggle stemmed from his identity as a Dragon Clan descendant, which limited his understanding of human cultivation. Nevertheless, this only served to enhance his respect for Meng Yuhan. It was evident that true genius existed in this world. Were it not for his formidable dragon lineage, he believed he could never reach her level, let alone that of Su He. As the honey yam on the plate was finished, their conversation drew to a close. Ao Sun rose to bid farewell. Upon returning to the summit of the solitary mountain, he pondered deeply, sending a wisp of his consciousness into the depths of the mountain, preparing to meet with Lord Zhu once more. However, he found himself unable to enter that realm again, and Lord Zhu did not respond, appearing to be in slumber. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Ao Sun made several attempts to connect, yet still received no reply. Each noon, he would transform into his former self and visit the Taiping Inn, hoping to glean some information from the town and Apos as practitioners. Unfortunately, these practitioners, much like Chao Lian, were rather repetitive in their dialogues, merely repeating that the Demon Mountain was stirring, and opportunities were approaching. Conversely, Meng Yuhan awaited his arrival each time, and their interactions gradually made them feel like acquaintances. What caught Ao Sun's attention was the steady influx of new faces in the inn each day, alongside the vanishing of familiar ones. He inquired with the innkeeper about these individuals, learning that none had checked out before their disappearance. It seemed they had vanished forever. Ao Sun speculated that the involvement of Ma Tongya and his companions was likely. Naturally, he would not allow them to escape unscathed, discreetly leaving behind messages aimed at Ma Tongya and his associates. This strategy bore fruit quickly, as that very evening, 4 practitioners simultaneously made their way to the Ma residence, only to disappear into the shadows. It appeared that the wolves were indeed wolves, driven not by tigers but by cats. Ao Sun lamented inwardly, suddenly nostalgic for the South China Sea, teeming with demons. In this human realm, in such a remote location, finding a practitioner capable of dealing with Ma Tongya and his companions was quite the challenge. Perhaps the old woman by Meng Yuhan's side could assist. But given Meng Yuhan's demeanor, it seemed she had no intention of stepping forward. By the time Li Xuanji returned to Taiping town, it was already the 3rd night. He had spent 2.5 days in the small town, procuring the necessary herbs and securing accommodation. Even if he did not intend to move, it would be wise to take precautions. Yet, how could he broach this subject with Chu Yi? Furthermore, that immortal had mentioned that Chu Yi possessed an opportunity. Would his departure now jeopardize his daughter's fate? Li Xuanji's thoughts were a tangled mess as he dismounted from the ox cart, paid his fare, slung the medicine box over his shoulder, and limped homeward. The night was deep. Without the moon, the path was shrouded in darkness. The temperature had dropped over the last 2 days, and frost had begun to settle, rendering the dirt road muddy and difficult to traverse, leaving no one in sight. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his cane striking the ground suddenly became crisp. Li Xuanji realized he had arrived at the Qingshi Alley. Unlike other areas, this alley housed prominent families such as the Song, Ma, Du, and Shen families, each with lanterns illuminating their doorways. Among them, the Ma family's lanterns were the largest and brightest. Instinctively, the limping physician glanced into the alley. Suddenly, he froze. He saw Niu Laohuai standing before the Ma residence, gripping a dead man's throat, with 2 corpses lying at his feet. He recognized them as deceased immediately, for one bore a gaping wound in his chest, blood spilling profusely. The other 2 bodies were not intact, they remained scattered. Li Xuanji was astonished by the clarity of his vision. Despite the dim light of the lanterns, he distinctly saw the blood on Niu Laohuai's face and body, the pool of blood surrounding him, and the horn sprouting from Niu Laohuai's forehead. He could hardly fathom how such a horrific murder could occur in the usually peaceful Taiping town. He was equally shocked to witness the typically honest and simple Niu Laohuai reveal such a ferocious side, along with the horn atop his head. What manner of creature was this? Sensing something amiss, Niu Laohuai turned around, his expression devoid of emotion, as the horn on his head gradually retracted. Li Xuanji was paralyzed with fear, his pupils dilating, feeling as though an invisible hand had seized his throat. He attempted to scream, but could produce no sound. He wished to flee, yet his feet felt rooted to the ground, rendering him immobile. Helplessly, he watched as Niu Laohuai discarded the corpse in his grip like refuse and slowly approached him. Isn't this Dr. Li? So late at night, where are you headed? Niu Laohuai's voice remained as warm and straightforward as ever. Li Xuanji found himself speechless. He could not discern what Niu Laohuai had uttered, only gripping his cane tightly. With his ears filled with two sounds. Thud, 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 his heartbeat. Tap, 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 the sound of Niu Laohuai's footsteps on the cobblestone path. The footsteps grew louder, while his heart raced, echoing in his ears. No, this time it was not merely an echo. Niu Laohuai now stood before him, extending his hand and extracting his heart. The footsteps halted. The heartbeat grew increasingly pronounced. Li Xuanji finally realized that his heart was in the old man's hand, right before him. How loud it was. No wonder. The following day, in the northern streets of the small town, the limping physician lay in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, devoid of breath. Chapter 36. Morning on the other side of the town street, a throng of people gathered, murmuring among themselves. They observed the commotion from a distance, either fearful or sympathetic. Yet none dared to approach, wary of attracting misfortune upon themselves. Unlike the previous incident involving Luo Liangpeng, this time the individual was beyond salvation. His heart had been forcibly extracted, leaving no hope for revival. Furthermore, they all recognized the deceased, Li Xuanji, the doctor of the Li family clinic and the only physician in town. Suddenly, the rapid sound of footsteps echoed as a young girl named Chu Yi raced towards the scene. She fell to her knees before Li Xuanji, grasping one of his lifeless hands, her vision blurred with tears. Father, father, she whispered softly, stifling her cries. Her father had taught her to remain strong even in the face of overwhelming pain, especially before strangers. She gazed at her father's pale face, gently closed his wide-open eyes, smoothed out his wrinkled clothing, and, with a deep breath, hoisted him onto her back. With her head bowed, she took slow, deliberate steps home. Her blurred vision focused on the ground beneath her. Sui followed quietly behind, mirroring her posture as they returned to their home. She watched as Chu Yi laid her father on the medicinal bed, wiping away the blood and dirt from his face with a damp cloth. After completing these tasks, Chu Yi seemed to have lost all her strength, gasping for breath, as if fighting for life itself. Sui felt an urge to comfort her, but words failed her. She felt an inexplicable sense of injustice, not for herself, but for Chu Yi, and tears streamed down her cheeks. By the time Ao Sun arrived, it was already afternoon. He had heard of Li Xuanji's death at the inn and hurried over. At the entrance of the Li family clinic, white mourning banners had been erected, ink smeared with characters expressing condolences, transforming the once warm and inviting courtyard filled with the scent of medicine into a cold, desolate place. In the main hall, a coffin had been placed, and Chu Yi, draped in white mourning garments, knelt before it with red-rimmed eyes, her expression numb. Ao Sun cast a glance from outside but did not enter, instead opting to go next door. Sui sat numbly on a stone stool at the threshold, her eyes also swollen and red, as though she had been weeping for a long time. Upon seeing Ao Sun, she stood and wiped her eyes. You're here. What happened? Ao Sun asked softly. It was a cultivator who crushed Uncle Li's chest and extracted his heart. Such a cruel method. Sui exclaimed, her voice filled with anger as she recalled the gruesome wound. Ao Sun narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening as he inquired, have they found the culprit? No. Sui shook her head, but Ma Tongya brought people here just a moment ago. What was his purpose? Ao Sun asked in a hushed tone. Sui rubbed her stiff face. He brought some silver and a coffin, offering his condolences in the hall. Before leaving, he told Chu Yi that he would help find Uncle Li's murderer. Ao Sun gazed at the white banner in front of the Li residence, frowning. Is it possible he was involved? Sui shook her head. I'm not sure, but whenever there is a death in the town, the Ma family always sends someone to pay respects and offer some silver. No wonder Ma Tongya holds such high esteem in Taiping town. The townsfolk speak of him in glowing terms. Ao Sun remained silent and returned to the Li residence with Su He, lighting incense in the main hall. He felt little sorrow. It wasn't he that he was heartless, but his interactions with Li Xuanji had been minimal, leaving him with a sense of regret. Yet, seeing the bloodshot eyes of Chu Yi filled him with compassion, prompting him to consider taking action. Can you communicate with spirits? He asked Su He. Ao Sun did not expect Ma Tongya to diligently seek out the true culprit, especially in a world devoid of surveillance or fingerprints. Taiping town lacked even a magistrate's office. However, in this unscientific world, there were numerous unconventional methods for solving cases. For instance, the spirit communication technique mentioned by Ao Sun. In the 7 days following a person's death, their soul remains unclaimed by the underworld, allowing for possible communication with the deceased through spirit communication. Sui shook her head. I cannot. Neither could Ao Sun. He had only learned soul-searching during his time in Nanhai. According to the old turtle, many prodigies could grasp various techniques by mastering one. But Ao Sun had never considered himself a prodigy. In his previous life, he had toiled for 10 years, barely passing the entrance exam. In this life, despite a decade of rigorous training, he had only achieved the early stage of the Eighth Realm. Though the Eighth Realm sounded formidable and could intimidate many cultivators in Taiping Town, it was important to note that Ao Sun possessed the bloodline of a true dragon. Even without effort, he would still be a powerful figure in a century. I have someone in mind, Ao Sun suddenly remarked. Who? Suhi raised an eyebrow. A friend I just met a few days ago, he replied. Please wait for a moment. I will go inquire. Ao Sun ascended to the second floor of the Taiping Inn and knocked on the door of a certain room. Meng Yuhan opened the door with a smile. While an elderly woman stood by the window, her expression unfriendly. Under the scrutiny of the old woman's gaze, Ao Sun felt slightly uneasy and lowered his voice. Miss Meng, may I have a word? Meng Yuhan tilted her head, seemingly confused, and scrutinized him. Who are you? Ao Sun paused, realizing he had forgotten to revert to his previous appearance. I am Zhao Li, he replied with a hint of exasperation. A laugh escaped Meng Yuhan. I thought you looked familiar. It is indeed you. She waved her hand to dismiss the old woman, shutting the door behind her as she led Ao Sun downstairs. What is it? Why do you seek me? Do you know spirit communication? Ao Sun asked directly. Spirit communication? Meng Yuhan furrowed her brow. Who do you wish to contact? The town's only physician has passed away, Ao Sun stated. Meng Yuhan blinked, quickly grasping Ao Sun's intentions. Her curiosity piqued. Do you wish to avenge him? What was your relationship? He is the father of a friend, Ao Sun explained. Meng Yuhan eyed him skeptically. Aren't you from the south? Do you have friends here? You came from the east. Don't you have a friend here too? Ao Sun countered with a smile. Meng Yuhan chuckled softly, tilting her head. If you want my assistance, you must first answer a few questions. All right, Ao Sun readily agreed. No lies, Meng Yuhan insisted immediately, raising his right hand. Ao Sun solemnly declared. You first spoke to me about Lord Zhu, and now you're willing to help. Why would I lie to you? Ask away. And I promise to answer truthfully. Your real name and origin? My surname is Jiang, first name Sun. I am a disciple of the Songhai Sword sect, Ao Sun replied, his expression unflinching. Chapter 37. The Murderer. The Songhai Sword sect is a local sect of the south, situated by the shores of the Southern Sea, and is among the few celestial sects that Ao Sun is somewhat familiar with. He is aware that the sect's ultimate skill is water-based swordsmanship, which coincidentally aligns with the majority of the techniques he has cultivated, coupled with a few sword techniques. It would not be difficult for him to masquerade as a disciple of this sect. Meng Yuhan scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze, pondering which sect the Songhai Sword sect belonged to. She had never heard of this name before, but it was clear that a sect capable of producing a disciple like Ao Sun must be extraordinary. What is your true purpose for coming to the Demon Mountain? She inquired. My master mentioned that opportunities have manifested at the Demon Mountain, hence my visit, he replied. And that physician's child, what is your connection to him? A mere acquaintance. He answered. Just an ordinary friend, and yet you seek vengeance on his behalf. Have you not heard? Li Xuanji is an exceptionally skilled physician, possessing both medical expertise and ethics, and his fees are quite reasonable. A few years ago, when an epidemic broke out here, he saved dozens of lives. Ao Sun spoke these words with a hint of admiration, for he knew that Li Xuanji had risked infection to save others. This limping physician harbored noble intentions and was indeed a good man. Ao Sun considered himself not a villain. He could save lives, but risking his own for others was beyond his capabilities. This very fact deepened his respect for Li Xuanji, who possessed such a compassionate heart. Is that all? Good people slay bad people. It's only natural, Meng Yuhan retorted. Are you a good person? At the very least, I do not consider myself a bad one, Ao Sun shrugged. Meng Yuhan posed no further questions. Instead, she tilted her head, a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips as she childishly declared. Then I shall be a good person too. Turning to Ao Sun, she instructed, lead the way to your friend's home. With a smile, Ao Sun nodded and guided the way, with Meng Yuhan following closely behind. As they approached their destination, she glanced at the hem of Ao Sun's garment and suddenly remarked, I can't shake the feeling that you are deceiving me. Absolutely not. Ao Sun replied with righteous indignation. He thought to himself, this hardly qualifies as deceit. If anything, it is merely a benevolent falsehood. Though he acknowledged that his talent for cultivation was not particularly remarkable, his aptitude for being a scoundrel seemed to be rather impressive. Upon pushing open the door, Ao Sun led Meng Yuhan into the main hall of the Li family. Suhi curiously sized up Meng Yuhan, astonished by her beauty. She had never encountered such a stunning woman in her many years within the cultivation realm. Not even the sisters of her sect could compare, let alone the female demons of the Black Mist Forest. Who is this? Suhi inquired. Before Ao Sun could introduce her, Meng Yuhan smiled and spoke. My surname is Meng Yuhan. Ao Sun explained their purpose to both women. Suhi bowed slightly and whispered, thank you. Through Suhi, Meng Yuhan had already learned that her father's death was at the hands of a cultivator. She recognized her inability to exact revenge and was aware that Ao Sun and Suhi were plotting something. Rationality urged her to stop them. What if that individual was too powerful? She felt she should not involve them. Yet, she found herself unable to voice these concerns, longing to avenge her father. even as an ordinary girl untouched by the path of cultivation. Sui perceived the guilt within her and approached, gently taking her hand and offering a reassuring pat. Meng Yuhan composed herself and approached the coffin, gazing at the slumbering physician. She extended her hand, placing a finger on his brow. A faint red light seeped into Li Xuanji's head as Meng Yuhan softly recited a few incantations. Suddenly, Li Xuanji's mouth opened wide, releasing a white orb of light. The orb seemed to beckon something, calling forth an unseen presence. Meng Yuhan cast a sidelong glance at the orb, her expression tranquil as she continued to chant incomprehensible spells. The orb brightened slightly, flickered twice, and then returned to stillness, showing no further change. With a wave of her hand, Meng Yuhan dissipated the orb and retracted the consciousness attached to Li Xuanji, declaring, "Something is amiss." "What is it?" Ao Sun furrowed his brow. Meng Yuhan glanced at the girl, hesitating to speak. "Please, sister, speak plainly," the girl urged, biting her lip. With a soft sigh, Meng Yuhan replied, "Your father's soul has been shattered by that person, rendering it impossible to communicate with him." The girl trembled, nearly collapsing. Ao Sun was momentarily stunned. Sui's fists clenched tightly, her teeth gritted in anger. The implication of those 5 words was clear to everyone in the room, including the uninitiated girl. Not only had that person murdered Li Xuanji, but he had also stripped him of the possibility of reincarnation. What kind of grudge could provoke such malevolence? Regaining his composure, Ao Sun spoke gravely. "Is there no other way?" "There is," Meng Yuhan replied, looking at the girl. "However, it may require a degree of disrespect towards your father." Tears welled in the girl's eyes as she gritted her teeth, saying, "I wish to know the truth behind my father's death." Meng Yuhan nodded. Turning to the coffin where Li Xuanji lay, she traced her hand across his chest, parting his garments to reveal a gaping void where his heart should have been. A cavity twice the size of a normal fist. In her hand appeared a silvery short sword. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of Ao Sun and Su He, Meng Yuhan inserted the short sword into Li Xuanji's wound, scraping away the flesh at the edges of the gaping hole. The scene was undeniably gruesome. The mangled flesh was fragmented, decayed, and somewhat viscous. Su He felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Ao Sun, however, remained unfazed. Having battled numerous sea demons in the Southern Sea, he had witnessed far more horrific sights. Yet, he found it curious that Meng Yuhan remained so composed and indifferent, which led him to reflect on the nature of practitioners who had achieved significant cultivation. None were truly virtuous. He had not anticipated that even the seemingly celestial Meng Yuhan was accustomed to such brutality. Only Su He, it seemed, had been well shielded from such darkness. How did it go? As Meng Yuhan completed her incantation, Ao Sun inquired. Meng Yuhan wiped the blood and flesh from the short sword, returning it to her spatial pocket, and uttered 2 words, "Demon Shi." "What kind of demon?" Ao Sun raised his brow, aware that his upbringing among various demons had dulled his sensitivity to Demon Shi. He could identify many demonic entities, but could not articulate what Demon Shi truly was. Meng Yuhan appeared quite knowledgeable about Demon Shi and various demons, confidently asserting, "A cow demon. Speaking of which, I encountered a cow demon on my way to Taiping town." Before Meng Yuhan could finish describing the cow demon's characteristics, Ao Sun interjected, frowning as he spoke the name of the old bamboo craftsman. "Old Cao Huai, that's him. Old bamboo craftsman Cao Huai. That old fellow is a demon?" The voices of the girl and Sui rose in unison. Ao Sun nodded, stating, "A few days ago, I fought him, and he briefly revealed his cow demon powers. There are not many demons in this area. If nothing unexpected occurs, he is the only cow demon in town." Chapter 38. The Taoist of Treasures. Once it was confirmed that the culprit was Niu Lao Wai, the subsequent matters became straightforward. However, in the presence of Chui, neither Ao Sun nor Sui mentioned the issue of revenge. After soothing Chui, the 3 departed from the Li family and proceeded to the Taiping Inn, where they reserved a private room. Meng Yuhan ordered 3 dishes, sweet yam, osmanthus crucian carp, and cherry meat. Unlike other cultivators who were fervent about fasting, she had spent several days in the inn and was well aware of which dishes were delectable. "What is his name?" Before the dishes arrived, Meng Yuhan suddenly leaned closer to Su He and glanced at Ao Sun, inquiring, "Jiang Sun, what is the matter?" Sui asked, puzzled. "Nothing." Meng Yuhan replied with a smile. Ao Sun, realizing that the girl still harbored doubts about his honesty, shot her an exasperated glance and said, "Am I going to deceive you even about my name? What about anything other than your name?" Meng Yuhan immediately pressed. "A disciple of the Tsang High Sword sect. Radiant as the sun and clear as a mirror," Ao Sun asserted with conviction. Meng Yuhan clearly did not believe him, and Su He's eyes nearly rolled to the heavens in disbelief. Leaning languidly against the chair, Ao Sun had already mastered the technique Meng Yuhan taught him to obscure his presence. When the waiter came to announce the dishes, he was merely perceived as an ordinary patron, drawing no additional attention. "How do you plan to deal with Niu Lao Wai?" Meng Yuhan asked, gazing at Ao Sun. "Honestly, in a one-on-one confrontation, I currently have no means to handle him," Ao Sun replied candidly. Meng Yuhan then turned her attention to Su He. The typically lively Su He fell silent, her small face flushing slightly. Ao Sun interjected. You've probably never been in a battle, have you? Of course I have. Suhi retorted. I've participated in several assessments personally overseen by the senior brother in our sect. Is that all? Ao Sun asked. Suhi's voice was barely above a whisper. That means you haven't tea, Ao Sun concluded. The assessments in the sect were hardly comparable to real combat experience. He cast a sidelong glance at Meng Yuhan, thinking that this girl must have seen blood before and possessed various skills. Yet she was even less connected to Li Xuanji than he was, having never even met him. You can't just grab a single sheep to shear its wool. I suppose I'll handle it then, Ao Sun said, rubbing his forehead in mild frustration. Do either of you have any offensive talismans or magical artifacts that I could borrow? Meng Yuhan blinked her beautiful eyes. Is that permissible? I have a trump card that is particularly effective against such inferior monsters, Ao Sun stated. Suhi's eyes revealed skepticism as she quietly asked, Jiang Sun, just how advanced is your cultivation? Early stage of the 5th realm, Ao Sun replied. Suhi gasped in astonishment. You're already at the refinement void realm. Meng Yuhan's expression remained unchanged, merely shaking her head. If you're only at the 5th realm, it may not suffice. In response to Suhi's puzzled gaze, Meng Yuhan softly explained, my grandmother said that the bull demon possesses at least the cultivation of the divine union realm. 5th realm refinement void. 6th realm divine union. That old creature is actually a 6th realm powerhouse. Suhi inhaled sharply, suddenly feeling incredibly fortunate that she hadn't clashed with Niu Laowai that day. Despite her many trump cards, the thought of confronting a 6th realm demon left her feeling uncertain. What should we do? Suhi lamented, tugging at her hair, pondering how to seek vengeance for Uncle Li against the divine union realm killer. Should we keep a record? But once we leave Taiping Town, who knows how many years it will take to find Niu Laowai again. Though she had not witnessed much bloodshed, her desire for revenge was far more intense than Ao Sun's. After all, during her 6 years in Taiping Town, she had eaten Li family meals and received their care. Li Xuanji truly regarded her as one of his own. What is there to discuss? Ao Sun tapped the table. Didn't I say I'll take care of it? You know he's a powerhouse of the divine union realm? Meng Yuhan asked. I do, Ao Sun nodded. Then how did you escape from him as an early-stage 5th realm cultivator? Suhi's face was filled with disbelief. Even she, lacking combat experience, understood the vast gap between the 5th and 6th realms. To say it was like a chasm would be no exaggeration. An ordinary early-stage 5th realm cultivator, without exceptional means, would struggle to last even 10 exchanges against a 6th realm powerhouse. Yet Ao Sun had not only emerged unscathed after several exchanges with Niu Laowai, but he also claimed that 2 other cultivators of comparable strength were present at that time. I'm also a genius of the Songhai Sword sect. Ao Sun initially intended to say the word genius, but recalled that it took him 2 months to learn meditation and 10 years of rigorous training to barely match the growth of someone who had benefited from 80 years of freedom. He could not deceive himself. The term genius felt inappropriate. Bloodlines are also a form of talent, he reassured himself. Ao Sun remarked, in any case, due to certain reasons, I'm not significantly weaker than him. This statement was indeed true, after all. He had witnessed the splendor of the 8th realm firsthand and was not intimidated by Niu Laowai. However, his current realm was too low, and against an opponent who surpassed him by an entire realm, his offensive means fell short. Suhi's face was filled with skepticism, and Meng Yuhan's eyes blinked in disbelief. Even in Jiuyo City, she had never encountered anyone capable of battling across an entire major realm. Unless, perhaps, it was someone with a multitude of means and a reincarnated soul awakened from memory. Could it be that Grandma was right, and within Jiang Sun's form, there truly resided the spirit of an ancient being? Meng Yuhan's thoughts spiraled as she furtively glanced at Ao Sun, finding it difficult to fathom and accept. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, Ao Sun glanced at the charming girl and the alluring woman, urging, what about you two? Who can lend me 2 powerful offensive artifacts? I only have a sword, which you can't use. Meng Yuhan shook her head decisively. I have 2 items. Suhi replied. What kind of artifacts do you excel with? Ao Sun said. That bull has tough skin and flesh. Anything powerful enough to breach his defenses will suffice. Let me see. Suhi began to rummage through her belongings. First, she produced a talisman sword. This is a sword talisman given to me by my senior brother. It's said to be usable twice and possesses the power comparable to a full force strike from someone in the late Divine Union realm, but I've never used it, so I'm unsure of its specifics. Next, she retrieved a small, ancient seal adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns. This is the mountain suppression seal crafted by my second senior brother. It's somewhat damaged, but can still be used a few times. My senior brother told me to throw it out when I encounter danger. It can be both offensive and defensive. However, I've never tested it, so I'm unsure of its power. Following that, she produced a round mirror with a golden border, its handle decorated with an oval green gem. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but when the light from a candle flickered upon its surface, the mirror appeared to come alive, casting a beautiful moonlit glow, exquisite beyond compare. This is the moon shadow mirror discarded by my third senior sister. It has formidable defensive capabilities and can even rebound the enemy's attacks, but I'm not sure, as I haven't tested it, right? Ao Sun interjected, anticipating her next words. Sui scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed. How many magical artifacts do you have? There are a few more. This is the 10,000 Li talisman given by my master, allowing instant transport across vast distances. This is the Four Symbols Guardian flag, also bestowed by my senior brother. This is the Soul Suppression banner, which is particularly effective against spectral entities. Sui continued to produce magical artifacts, and the large dining table, which had yet to be served, became cluttered with the items she unveiled. In just this brief moment, the charming girl had revealed 13 distinct magical artifacts, each radiating energy and clearly not of ordinary quality. Ao Sun and Meng Yuhan exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting mutual astonishment. Do you have any that you are proficient in? If not, I have two more here. As Sui observed that the table was becoming overcrowded, she paused her action of retrieving treasures. Meng Yuhan remarked with a hint of melancholy. Is this what you call having two more? Ao Sun raised her hand to her forehead, suddenly contemplating a fitting title for Su He, the Taoist of Abundant Treasures. Chapter 39, Extermination of Demons, Part 1. The title Daobao Taoist struck Aoshuan as somewhat juvenile, unbefitting of Xiuhe's refined demeanor. Yet, it was the singular thought occupying his mind at that moment. It was no wonder that this girl held little regard for the Lianshu pill. The 13 treasures laid before them could easily be exchanged for several of those pills, not to mention the blue jade pearl that Xiuhe had bestowed upon Chuyi, along with her demeanor, which suggested that should Aoshuan indicate it was insufficient, she would produce an additional myriad of treasures. It was hardly surprising that she was favored in her sect, with her masters and seniors allowing her to venture into such a remote locale. Adorned with these magical artifacts, her ability to ensure her own safety was more than adequate. Meng Yuhan sighed wistfully. I suddenly feel that crossing borders for battle is not beyond the realm of possibility. Indeed, even if Xiuhe was merely a fourth-tier cultivator, she could wield this collection of treasures to strike down Niu Laohai without hesitation. Was this the prowess of a pay-to-win player? If the investment was insufficient, could one not simply invest more? The esteemed ninth prince of the South Sea, Aoshuan, suddenly felt like a pauper in Xiuhe's presence. With a heart full of contemplation, he immediately began to select items without hesitation. The sword talisman, the mountain suppression seal, this mirror, and that one. We won't be taking the Wanling Yo. We're here to slay demons, not to contemplate retreat. Let us take it, Xiuhe interjected unexpectedly. Aoshuan glanced at her. In case we are unable to prevail, it would be prudent to maintain an escape route. Xiuhe sniffed, speaking earnestly. All right, we shall take it then. Aoshuan noticed the concern in the sprightly girl's demeanor and chose not to refuse. In the end, he appropriated 9 of the 13 treasures. Xiuhe waved her small hand, erasing her mark from the 9 artifacts before gathering the remaining items. Meng Yuhan chuckled. Aren't you concerned he might abscond with these treasures without returning them? Surely not. Xiuhe replied, casting a wary glance at Aoshuan, denying him an opportunity to speak. Turning her head, she added, if he can slay Niu Laohai, whether he returns them or not is of little consequence. But if he takes these treasures and flees, I. Xiuhe initially intended to utter some fierce words, yet the thought of Aoshuan fleeing brought a moment of trepidation. Even if she were to be blind to such treachery, both she and Chuyi would be heartbroken for an eternity. You wouldn't flee, would you? The usually proud Xiuhe displayed a hint of vulnerability, gazing imploringly at Aoshuan. Aoshuan couldn't help but smile. He had intended to offer some light-hearted banter, yet witnessing Xiuhe's pitiful expression, he opted for reassurance instead. Rest assured, I am a disciple of the Songhai sword sect, as radiant as the sun and as pure as a crystal mirror, incapable of committing such despicable acts. After dinner, Aoshuan bid farewell to Meng Yuhan, instructing Xiuhe to remain by Chuyi's side, and made his way towards Niu Laohai's residence. He did not rush to engage, but chose to sit upon a willow tree some 100 paces away, observing Niu Laohai's home from a distance. His eagerness stemmed not only from the urgency of the situation regarding Li Xuanyi, but also from a personal vendetta. Niu Laohai had harbored intent to kill him and had set traps. Had Aoshuan possessed the means, he would have dispatched the old wretch days prior. Under the old locust tree, the craftsman Niu Laohai, illuminated by moonlight, was meticulously smoothing a wardrobe with a rasp. His actions were deft, each stroke perfectly measured. Too much would mar, too little would fail to please. In no time, the wardrobe was complete. Niu Laohai stood it upright, surveying it with a satisfied grin before putting down his rasp and clapping his hands together as he turned to enter the main house. A tremendous crash resounded as the newly crafted wardrobe shattered violently. Niu Laohai's eyes narrowed immediately, and he spun around, clenching his fists, arms bent before his chest. With a ripping sound, his sleeves tore apart, more thoroughly than the wardrobe had. A fierce glint flickered in Niu Laohai's eyes as he gazed towards the source of the sword chi. Aoshuan stood 100 paces away, brandishing a sword conjured from water, smiling as he waved at him before turning to flee in the direction beyond the town. Aoshuan was confident that Niu Laohai would pursue him. The man had recently slain over 20 cultivators in Taiping Town and was emboldened by his recent successes. Moreover, given Niu Laohai's immense confidence in his own abilities, there was no reason he wouldn't follow. As expected, the burly old man, weighing at least 200 jin, made no effort to conceal his approach. His heavy footfalls echoing on the ground without a sound, leaping high like a monkey, suspended in midair, and charging towards Aoshuan. One pursued, the other fled. And soon they had distanced themselves from Taiping Town by over 100 miles. Seeing Aoshuan's speed unwavering, Niu Laohai roared, his aura surging as he transformed into a blur, appearing before Aoshuan with a thunderous punch. A soft sound echoed as Aoshuan summoned the moonlight mirror. Niu Laohai's fist collided with the mirror's surface, causing the moonlight to glow with an unprecedented brilliance. Niu Laohai gasped in shock, which swiftly morphed into a cry of pain. "This hurts terribly," he bellowed, as unimaginable force rebounded from the mirror, almost shattering his arm. His fist pulled back from the moonlight mirror, releasing the pressure as he swung downward, the residual force striking the ground. With a thunderous boom, the earth heaved, creating a pit at least 100 paces wide and several paces deep. A cultivator of the Divine Harmony realm, a 6th-tier practitioner, with what seemed a casual punch, had already demonstrated the strength to move mountains. However, those of this realm typically possessed mastery over their power, rarely allowing it to spill over. "Quite effective indeed," Aoshuan remarked, gazing at the moonlight mirror in his hand. Before Niu Laohai could strike again, Aoshuan produced an ancient bell, gently striking it once. The sound resonated, echoing through the tranquil night sky, but confined within 100 paces of Niu Laohai. Niu Laohai's complexion turned pale, feeling his very soul tremble as he spat a mouthful of blood. This blood, a deep crimson, did not merely spill, but rapidly coalesced before the old man, forming blood-red arrows. With a furious shout, Niu Laohai launched the blood arrows forward at an unimaginable speed, igniting into fierce flames due to the friction with the air. Demon blood transformed into arrows. Aoshuan narrowed his eyes, channeling his chi as he summoned the seal. This mountain suppression seal, gifted by Shuha's second senior brother, Zhang Shubai, who had once taught in Taiping Town, began to expand rapidly, overshadowing the moonlight as it hurtled towards Niu Laohai. The blood arrows were easily crushed by the mountain suppression seal. Niu Laohai roared, raising both fists to meet the oncoming force. His forehead bore the emergence of horns, the skin splitting. As his fists collided with the seal, Niu Laohai and Apos' body trembled violently, dense white mist escaping from his mouth and nose. "Is this what they call smoke rising from one's chi?" Aoshuan internally scoffed, not intending to grant Niu Laohai a moment's reprieve. The sword talisman appeared in his hand. Channeling its power, a brilliant azure sword light cleaved across the heavens, descending upon Niu Laohai. Roar! A surge of crisis erupted within Niu Laohai's consciousness. He threw his head back and unleashed a deafening roar, his once dark skin darkening further as coarse hair sprouted forth. He retreated a step before striking out, countless strands of chi coalescing into a fiery dragon from his fist. Sensing the authentic Buddhist energy emanating from that fist, Aoshuan was taken aback. Could it be that this is a true Buddhist bull demon? Reflecting on Niu Laohai's recent use of the authentic Xianmin dragon elephant technique, Aoshuan regarded the old man with a mix of heightened respect and irritation. Respect was due to the fact that both the Xianmin dragon elephant technique and the current Buddhist fury dragon fist were not skills that ordinary demons could master. Irritation arose from the absurdity that every technique Niu Laohai employed bore the word dragon. "Please, you are a bull." Chapter 40, Extermination of Demons, Part 2. Ao Sun uttered a sharp command and without hesitation, once again activated the sword talisman, unleashing the remaining strikes of the talisman. The first beam of sword light was torn apart by the fire dragon. However, the second and third beams swiftly approached. Niu Laohai had just unleashed a dragon punch. Yet his previous strength had waned and new power had yet to manifest, leaving him seemingly unable to contend. Roar! Roar! The white mist emanating from Niu Laohai's mouth and nose thickened, enveloping his entire being. His body rapidly expanded, his garments disintegrating, and in an instant, he transformed into a majestic black bull resembling a small mountain. The black bull thrust the mountain suppression seal aside, then raised its head and roared skyward, revealing its sharp fangs, shattering the incoming sword lights. As a consequence, the gaping maw of the bull was now a bloody mess, with at least a dozen teeth shattered. The right corner of its lip was further torn by the sword energy, a horrific wound extending to its neck, crimson blood gushing forth. "Who are you?" Niu Laohai reverted from his demon form back to that of an elderly man in his 80s, fixating his gaze intently on Ao Sun. "Are you not aware? I am Jiang Sun of the Songhai Sword Sect," Ao Sun replied calmly. "You truly are of the Songhai Sword Sect," Niu Laohai sneered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Do you perhaps have a Taoist title, something like treasure-holding Taoist?" At this moment, he felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. He was certain that Ao Sun's cultivation level did not surpass his own, nor did he possess a greater amount of true energy. Perhaps only in terms of mental acuity could they be deemed equal. Yet, It was this seemingly inferior individual who had forced him into such a predicament. That mirror, that seal, that bell. And now this final sword talisman. When Ao Sun unleashed his power at the fifth realm, even he found it hard to resist. Fortunately, as a bull demon, his tough skin and flesh provided him with greater defense compared to practitioners of the same realm. Otherwise, he could very well have been a corpse by now. A smirk tugged at the corner of Ao Sun's mouth as he recalled the Taoist title he had bestowed upon Su He, now being attributed to him by Niu Laohai. I shall ask you but one question. Did you kill Li Xuanji? Ao Sun inquired directly. Niu Laohai chuckled coldly. So what if I did? What if I didn't? Ao Sun narrowed his eyes. It seems you did. For whether it is true or false, the outcome remains the same. Niu Laohai refrained from responding further, instead flicking his finger to unleash a fist-sized orb that resembled a relic. However, unlike the usual relics obtained from enlightened monks, which were all holy artifacts, this orb exuded a chilling, bloody aura. Regardless, this orb was indeed an extraordinary treasure. It exploded in midair, releasing an endless stream of black light, attempting to envelop Ao Sun. Naturally, Ao Sun would not allow this to happen. He retrieved a small black flag and hurled it forward. Centered around the small black flag, a formation materialized, with wind howling like blades and the wails of malevolent spirits echoing within. Sensing the aura of this formation, Ao Sun was somewhat surprised. It was evidently crafted by a powerful demon. Was there truly a great demon within Sui's sect? The demonic winds within the formation countered the black light emitted by the orb. As the flag fluttered, Ao Sun drew forth a brush and inscribed the character in the air, its tip as sharp as a sword, slashing toward Niu Laohai. Another thunderous explosion resonated, and Niu Laohai was struck from the sky, crashing into the dirt and rubble, blood staining his chest, his expression growing even more ferocious. How dare the Songhai Sword Sect, which prides itself on being a righteous sect, resort to such vile means as demonic flags? What face do you have to call yourself a disciple of the Songhai Sword Sect? Niu Laohai shouted at Ao Sun as the latter approached him from the heavens. Resorting to verbal attacks now, since you cannot win? Ao Sun remained unfazed, declaring resolutely, as a disciple of the Songhai Sword Sect, I shine like the sun and moon, pure as a mirror of water. Even if I wield certain wicked methods, they shall be employed for righteous purposes. Who are you, a mere demon, to criticize? Niu Laohai struggled to rise, enduring the pain as he retrieved several more orb-like objects resembling relics, hurling them towards Ao Sun without hesitation. Simultaneously, he transformed back into his demonic form and turned to flee towards Taiping town. Trying to escape? This time, Ao Sun ignored the 3 orbs Niu Laohai had thrown and instead produced a button. 10,000 Li button. To his surprise, he found it truly useful, not for fleeing, but for pursuing. The button shattered, and Ao Sun's figure vanished from sight, as if traversing space and time, reappearing directly before Niu Laohai. This time, Ao Sun wielded not a water sword, but a genuine longsword. Roar! Niu Laohai reacted swiftly, letting out a roar as he attempted to twist away. However, at that moment, a more terrifying roar echoed in his mind, seemingly emanating from the ancient past, or perhaps from the abyss. Niu Laohai froze for a moment, suddenly feeling an uncontrollable fear surge from the depths of his being. Not a disparity of strength or realm, but a chasm of bloodline. It was as if he was the prey. No, not merely prey, but food. A dragon. A true dragon. This was the roar of a dragon. Niu Laohai came to his senses, staring blankly at Ao Sun, unable to comprehend the sword in his hand. With a soft sound, the long sword pierced through Niu Laohai's chest, as if he had rushed into it himself. In the next moment, the long sword vanished, and Ao Sun's hand clutched Niu Laohai's throat. Without any hesitation or superfluous words, he exerted force. Crack. Twist. But this was not the end. A thick plume of black smoke erupted from Niu Laohai's mouth and nose. Just as Ao Sun unleashed a mist of water for defense, a streak of light shot from Niu Laohai's brow, fleeing at a speed surpassing all previous velocities. That was his primordial spirit, or rather, his soul. Ao Sun did not pursue. Even if he wished to, he could not catch up. The speed of a soul detached from its physical form was astonishing, vanishing into the night sky in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. Niu Laohai's corporeal form reverted to that of a massive black bull, collapsing before Ao Sun like a small mountain. This carcass still retained a sliver of consciousness. Songhai. Songhai Sword Sect, how dare you collaborate with the Dragon Clan? Even at this moment, Niu Laohai harbored no doubts regarding Ao Sun's identity. Nor did he believe Ao Sun was a descendant of the Dragon Clan. What harm was there in collaborating with the Dragon Clan? Ao Sun dispersed the black smoke, spat, and remarked, it seems you, bull demon, possess knowledge of both the mystical arts and Buddhist techniques. Just who is your master? Niu Laohai remained silent, trembling as he threatened. Just wait. I shall not let this grudge go. Unfazed, Ao Sun replied coldly. I await your arrival at the Songhai Sword Sect at any time. Amidst the debris of dirt and stones, the black bull bled from its 7 orifices, devoid of breath. Meanwhile, The streak of light formed from Niu Laohai's soul was nearing Taiping town. Chapter 41. Soul-fractured Niu Laohai's spirit was exceedingly fragile. Not every soul could transform into a ghostly cultivator. Without the appropriate techniques or someone to help gather the soul, even a being of the sixth realm like Niu Laohai would soon dissipate. However, this was of little concern to him, for he had made ample preparations. His soul traversed the darkness, carefully circumventing the Taiping Inn, returning instead to his home, where an ancient locust tree stood. Beneath this venerable tree lay a jade-green elixir known as the Gathering Soul Pill, capable of collecting the essence of heaven and earth to stabilize and nourish the spirit. He had buried this pill during his first year in Taiping town, anticipating unforeseen circumstances. By absorbing this elixir, he would not need to fear the dissolution of his spirit and subsequent demise. Niu Laohai's spirit floated beneath the locust tree when, suddenly, dozens of exceedingly subtle sword auras arose around him, forming a net that ensnared his essence. These sword intents were remarkably sharp, faintly ignited by slender tendrils of black flame. This was the infernal fire. A look of terror crossed Niu Laohai's spectral visage as he sought to escape through the gaps. Hissing sounds echoed as the sword intents and flames constricted rapidly, making contact with his spirit and producing a searing noise. A cry of agony escaped Niu Laohai as his essence was damaged, dimming considerably. Meng Yuhan emerged from behind the tree. Niu Laohai ceased his struggles, and the net of sword flames relented its tightening grip. Suspecting that something lay hidden beneath the locust tree, Meng Yuhan extended her hand, causing the earth to upheave, revealing a delicate jade box that landed in her palm. Upon opening it, she discovered the Gathering Soul Pill, confirming her suspicions. Without dwelling on it further, she casually stowed it away and proceeded to sit upon a stone bench in the courtyard, while the net of sword flames continued to enshroud Niu Laohai's spirit before her. Is this your final escape plan? Meng Yuhan inquired coolly, harboring some dissatisfaction towards Jiang Sun. Before Niu Laohai could respond, a presence like a gentle breeze descended beneath the locust tree, coalescing into the figure of Ao Sun. Meng Yuhan's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise, noting the silent and remarkably clean escape technique. How can you conduct yourself in such a manner? Upon seeing the true form, she openly expressed her discontent. What is it? Ao Sun asked, momentarily puzzled. Meng Yuhan gestured toward Niu Laohai's ensnared spirit, her displeasure evident. If the spirit can be set free, wouldn't he that simply offer him a chance to return? She was acutely aware of the vast difference in realms between Ao Sun and Niu Laohai, understanding that a creature like Niu Laohai, being of the sixth realm, possessed many tricks. Yet, since Ao Sun had promised to handle everything, he ought to fulfill that commitment. Without contesting, Ao Sun remained silent momentarily before saying, I apologize, this is my oversight. Meng Yuhan said nothing further, once again indicating Niu Laohai's spirit, signaling Ao Sun to take charge. Ao Sun expressed gratitude, then took a seat on the stone bench, locking eyes with Niu Laohai's spirit. You may answer my questions now. He initially intended to directly inquire about Niu Laohai's origins and the people behind him, but, instead, he posed a question already confirmed, yet seemingly trivial to Niu Laohai. Did you kill Li Xuanji? Having seen the world, Niu Laohai regained his composure and replied, Why should I tell you? Ao Sun contemplated retorting, questioning whether Niu Laohai had the right to negotiate while in his grasp. Suddenly, Meng Yuhan interjected, addressing Ao Sun. I possess several secret techniques for dealing with souls that are remarkably effective. As her words fell, before Ao Sun could react, Niu Laohai's spirit quivered uncontrollably. He was aware of Meng Yuhan's background. Those from the Nine Nether City often dealt with souls and possessed methods of tormenting them. Coercing confessions could indeed be a viable approach, but should this old entity sense danger, he might choose to seek death instead. Unfortunately, his current realm was far too inadequate to extract the old one's essence. After a moment of thought, Ao Sun waved his hand dismissively, stating with an air of righteousness, There is no need. What you suggest is too cruel. As a disciple of the Songhai Sword sect, I am as bright as the sun and as clear as a water mirror, and I disdain the use of such vile sorcery. Meng Yuhan's brows furrowed, her displeasure mounting. Her lips moved as if to reprimand him, but she ultimately held her tongue. Niu Laohai wore an expression of peculiar intrigue. During our earlier confrontation, did you not assert that even employing dark arts would not alter your righteous demeanor? A few nights ago, you must have seen that I allowed a woman named Chao Ilian to escape, Ao Sun suddenly remarked. What are you implying? Niu Laohai retorted. I let her go because she answered my questions willingly, and you should do the same. Ao Sun gazed into Niu Laohai's eyes earnestly, declaring, If you cooperate honestly, I may spare your life. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuhan's brows knitted tighter. She cast a glance at Ao Sun, reevaluating her once favorable impression of Jiang Sun. Those sentiments were now precariously on the verge of collapse. In stark contrast, Niu Laohai's expression brightened. What had once seemed hopeless now appeared as though he might evade disaster. Yet he expertly concealed his excitement, responding solemnly, How can I trust you? You currently lack the standing to negotiate with me, Ao Sun replied impatiently. Cooperate well and I, in the name of the Songhai Sword Sect, shall spare your life. This is your only opportunity. Alternatively, you may choose to experience the consequences of those secret techniques. Niu Laohuai fell silent for a moment, acknowledging that, as Ao Sun had asserted, he had no other choice. I killed Li Xuanji. But I presume someone of your stature would not seek vengeance for a mere mortal. A mere mortal indeed, Ao Sun replied nonchalantly, turning to Meng Yuhan and asking, Miss Meng, since you possess considerable knowledge regarding souls, do you have a method to discern whether a soul is lying? Having encountered many individuals, Ao Sun knew that some could lie without betraying any outward signs. Yet on a psychological level, every lie bore traces. For when a person hears a question and knows the answer, their initial reaction is never to fabricate a response. This psychological transformation from truth to falsehood reveals the flaw. The heart inquiry talisman from the mystical sect was derived from this principle. Neither Ao Sun nor Meng Yuhan had a heart inquiry talisman at hand. Moreover, Meng Yuhan was irked and dissatisfied with Ao Sun, having no desire to engage in conversation with him. With a huff, she summoned the infernal fire, which flared even more fiercely, accompanied by a pained wail as the inferno intensified around Niu Laohuai's ensnared spirit. Ao Sun regarded Niu Laohuai and rapped on the stone table, saying, Now, tell me about your origins. Niu Laohuai remained silent for a moment before slowly recounting his tale. As Ao Sun had surmised, he was not from the Yunqi sect, but hailed from the southwestern demon domain. Unlike the 4 continents and the 4 seas, the demon domain is not a specific location, but rather a collective term for all wild and untamed lands. For instance, the Feng clan, where Zhao Li resided, was situated on a desolate island at the southernmost edge of the sea. Across the vastness of the 4 continents and the 4 seas, countless wild territories and innumerable demons existed. The celestial realm had established a decree forbidding demons from entering the lands of the 4 continents and the 4 seas. Yet this decree was often ridiculed, for many demons dwelled within the 4 continents, with Ao Sun noting that in the South Sea, 90% of those he encountered were demon cultivators, and none were concerned. Many human settlements suffered under the oppression and violation of demons, yet no one intervened. This decree was primarily aimed at formidable and destructive demons like Zhao Li, who were notoriously ungovernable. In contrast, a 6th realm creature like Niu Laohuai could wreak havoc in Nanding County without fear of celestial retribution. At most, nearby immortal sects might intervene out of discontent. My tribe sent me to guard the Demon Mountain, awaiting the arrival of a fateful opportunity, Niu Laohuai explained. What opportunity? Ao Sun inquired. Lord Zhu is about to make his appearance, Niu Laohuai replied. A sudden shock coursed through Ao Sun as he cast a sidelong glance at Meng Yuhan, only to find her seemingly unfazed, indicating her prior knowledge of the matter. However, one thing was certain, neither Meng Yuhan nor Niu Laohuai had ever laid eyes on the esteemed Lord Zhu. Ao Sun had, and he had personally experienced the formidable power of Lord Zhu. He surmised that the awakened Lord Zhu might soon extricate himself from confinement, yet the question of opportunity lingered. The emergence of such a terrifying demon would undoubtedly spell unimaginable disaster for Nanding County. Ao Sun rapped the stone table lightly, his brow furrowing. What opportunity am I inquiring about? Many perished while suppressing Lord Zhu, and within that prison lie numerous ancient artifacts, along with an abundance of crystallized remains from celestial beings and demons alike. The shattered Demon Mountain will also manifest. Niu Laohuai, unable to conceal the truth, divulged what he deemed the 2 greatest opportunities. Ao Sun then inquired, what of Song Bai and Ma Tongya? Did they also arrive from the southwestern demon domain? Niu Laohuai shook his head. My Black Bull clan once shared a camaraderie with the former leader of the Yunqi Immortal Sect, and our 7th elder serves as a guardian of the Yunqi Sect. After my arrival here, I initiated a collaboration with them. Why do you hunt down practitioners? Ao Sun pressed further. Firstly, to diminish our rivals. The fewer opponents there are, the greater the opportunities that will fall into our hands. Secondly, the essence and vitality of practitioners can accelerate Lord Zhu's revival, Niu Laohuai stated candidly. Subsequently, Ao Sun posed several indirect questions, uncovering no discrepancies and confirming the veracity of Niu Laohuai's assertions. He unexpectedly returned to the initial inquiry. Why did you kill Li Xuanji? Niu Laohuai paused, then replied in a deep voice. That night, I dispatched the encroaching practitioner, revealing my demonic form to him. The encroaching practitioner, Ao Sun remarked impassively. Was it not your scheme to deliberately lure them there? Indeed. However, these individuals, driven by insatiable greed, met their just demise, Niu Laohuai stated bluntly. While Ao Sun harbored no fondness for those individuals, his sentiments towards Li Xuanji were different. Furrowing his brow, he queried, and what of Li Xuanji? Merely because he witnessed your demonic form, you sought to eliminate him, leaving no chance for his soul to escape? You had myriad methods at your disposal, yet he was but a mere mortal. Erasing a portion of a mortal's memory is hardly a daunting task for someone of Niu Laohuai's caliber, even without any soul-related techniques. A single demonic roar would suffice to plunge Li Xuanji into prolonged slumber. Alternatively, striking him unconscious could lead Li Xuanji to awaken the following day believing it had merely been a strange dream. Niu Laowai faltered. Perplexed as to why Ao Sun once again targeted Li Xuanji, he responded with Ao Sun's own words. He is merely a mortal. The tone of Niu Laowai was casual, as it truly bore no significance. Li Xuanji was just an ordinary mortal, akin to an insignificant insect. Thus, the simplest course of action was to crush him outright. It was his habit to obliterate both body and soul, leaving no roots to regrow. Ao Sun was momentarily stunned. The anger that had initially simmered within him surged into a blazing inferno. He had several more questions, yet suddenly found himself disinclined to continue. Miss Ming. He turned to Ming Yuhan. Yes? She replied, frowning. Proceed as you see fit, employ whatever means necessary, but ensure he does not suffer a swift demise. Ao Sun spoke with an indifferent tone. Ming Yuhan paused for a moment, then softly acquiesced. Very well. Niu Laowai's gaze momentarily dulled, his anger flaring as he glared at Ao Sun, bellowing, You promised to spare me. You vowed to let me go. Ao Sun remained unfazed, merely observing him in silence. With a pointed gesture, Meng Yuhan summoned blazing infernal flames, transforming Niu Laowai's voice from accusations to curses, then to anguished howls, finally dwindling to pitiful pleas for mercy. Until all fell silent. A wisp of azure smoke lingered as the infernal flames consumed his remnants entirely. Chapter 42. The sudden change in Taiping Town as the azure smoke dissipated and the ghostly flames faded. Niu Laowai, a six-realm bull demon, had already been utterly annihilated. Meng Yuhan gazed at the vanishing smoke and cast a sidelong glance at Ao Sun, remarking, I thought you truly intended to spare him. Had Ao Sun been in a more typical state, he might have chuckled and said it was merely a jest, a trick to amuse himself. Perhaps even boast about his small scheme. However, this was not the case. Ao Sun harbored no inclination for levity, suppressing his inner fury as he coldly replied. He should be treated as he treated Li Xuanji. Indeed, as Niu Laowai had claimed, Li Xuanji was to him merely an inconsequential mortal, a mere insect. Yet, in Ao Sun's eyes, was Niu Laowai not equally a trivial beast, a bull demon? What if he sincerely repents? Meng Yuhan suddenly inquired. I would not believe it. He answered, Is it because he is a demon? This is not a matter of race. I do not trust the repentance that follows wickedness, nor do I find it deserving of compassion. If he wishes to repent, let him do so in his next life. But if his soul is extinguished, he will have no next life. Then there is no need for repentance. Ao Sun reiterated his earlier statement. He should be treated as he treated Li Xuanji. Meng Yuhan blinked, observing Ao Sun, and the flickering fondness she had nearly lost returned to her. Thank you for today, she said. If you had not intervened, he would have truly escaped. Ao Sun replied. Gratitude is unnecessary. Meng Yuhan added. Did you not say this afternoon that good people ought to eliminate bad ones? Ao Sun paused, a smile touching his lips as he nodded in agreement. On their way back to the Li residence, Ao Sun calculated the expenditures of the evening. He had utilized the sword talismans and the Wanli Niu. The town mountain seal was nearly damaged but should endure 2 or 3 more uses. While some of the restrictions within the formation flags were compromised and required repair. Upon reaching Su He's home, he returned the remaining magical artifacts to her and announced the demise of Niu Laowai. You truly killed him? Su He exclaimed, leaping from her chair and circling Ao Sun. Disbelief etched across her face. To be precise, I merely destroyed his physical form. Miss Ming preserved his soul, Ao Sun clarified as he took a seat. Su He gasped, cupping her face and asking, What is Meng Yuhan's background? You seem quite familiar with her. I am uncertain. Ao Sun shook his head. But you should discern that she possesses many skills and an extraordinary origin. Precisely because I can see this, I am curious about her background. Su He suddenly turned, warning Ao Sun, be cautious. Her gaze upon you is rather unsettling. Ao Sun raised an eyebrow in surprise. What do you mean? After some contemplation, Su He replied. It seems she is assessing you, somewhat akin to how I scrutinized Chuyi. Perhaps, Ao Sun said nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at the illuminated Li medical hall. Aren't you going to see her? Only then did Su He realize, hastily climbing over the wall into the Li courtyard to inform Chuyi of Niu Laowai's death. Ao Sun refrained from using his magical powers to eavesdrop on their conversation. Soon, he heard the sound of a girl weeping. Letting it out will bring relief. Ao Sun thought. Yet, in the next instant, the girl's cries were overshadowed by a tremendous roar. The earth trembled violently, and the once bright moon vanished abruptly, plunging everything into darkness. The Demon Mountain. Ao Sun sprang to his feet, looking toward the solitary mountain. A cataclysmic change was unfolding, radiating from the mountain and engulfing the entirety of Nanding County. The booming sounds echoed through the blood-red night sky, and pale lightning, like silver serpents, incessantly tore the heavens apart. Without a moment's hesitation, Ao Sun soared into the Li medical hall. Chuyi and Su He were also stunned, gazing in shock toward the mountain. Suddenly, a crimson light appeared in the sky, casting a vast expanse of red over the atmosphere, instilling both confusion and dread. It is Lord Zhu. He is breaking through. Suhi exclaimed in alarm. Most likely. Ao Sun squinted. Take Chuyi and leave first. Get out of Nanding County. He understood that Suhi's mission differed from others. She was not here for opportunity, but for observation and documentation. Understood, Suhi acknowledged, realizing the gravity of the situation. She waved her hand, retrieving Li Xuanji's wooden coffin, and grasped Chuyi's wrist. Though Chuyi felt a momentary panic, she quickly regained her composure, wiping her tears and renewing her resolve. Seeing this, Suhi felt more satisfied with Chuyi. The two prepared to depart, but noticed Ao Sun standing firm, showing no intention of retreating. Are you not leaving? Suhi frowned. I am not. Ao Sun shook his head. He could not leave. The moment he stepped out of Nanding County, the restrictions within his soul would be triggered. He was uncertain of the extent of this restriction. Would it obliterate his consciousness, leading to his demise? Or would he endure torment before being dragged back to the celestial realm for a second round of suffering? Suhi was unaware of these details, her brow furrowing deeper. Are you planning to join those individuals in seizing opportunities? Since I am here, I must at least make an attempt. Ao Sun did not deny. In truth, he was disinterested in the opportunities Niu Laowai had spoken of. The Dragon Clan possessed a lineage of teachings. Magical artifacts and spiritual essence were merely embellishments for him, not necessities. The primary reason was that he did not wish to confront Lord Zhu, who evidently harbored significant resentment toward the Dragon Clan. Should he voluntarily walk into the trap, he might not even realize how he would meet his end. You people. Suhi observed the cataclysmic transformation of the world, pondering that this might be Lord Zhu's emergence, entirely unlike previous disturbances of the Demon Mountain. To still be contemplating opportunities at such a perilous moment was reckless. She intended to scold them, but swallowed her words before they could escape her lips. The higher the risk, the greater the opportunity. Just because she did not care did not mean others shared her indifference. Each had their own aspirations, and one could not force another's will. Ultimately, Suhi simply coldly stated, be careful, as she tossed Ao Sun over a dozen magical artifacts, erasing their marks. Thank you. Ao Sun accepted without pretension. Stay safe. Chuyi expressed her concern as well. Ao Sun smiled and patted his chest. Do not worry, I will. Suhi refrained from further words, taking Chuyi's wrist and swiftly departing into the distance. Ao Sun watched them leave, preparing to head in the opposite direction toward the edge of Nanding County. Yet, before he could act, Suhi and Chuyi hurriedly returned. Why are you back? Ao Sun inquired, glancing at them. We cannot leave. The entire town is trapped. Suhi replied tersely, her brow knitted. The roaring continued unabated. Within the Ma residence, Ma Tongya and Song Bai seemed to have anticipated this, activating the formation they had long prepared and taking refuge. The formation was located beneath a high pavilion in the back courtyard, offering a clear view of the external scene. Yet, from the outside, it appeared utterly empty, devoid of their presence. Where's Niu Laowai? Why has he not arrived? Song Bai glanced toward the direction of the Niu family. Do not concern yourself with him. He is ultimately not one of our Yunshi sect, and his allegiance is uncertain, Ma Tongya replied nonchalantly. Song Bai nodded slightly. Very well. Ma Tongya shot him a sidelong glance, suddenly recalling Song Bai's recently extended elderly father and his few ineffectual brothers and their families, asking, what provisions have you made for the Song family? I have set up a defensive formation at home, Song Bai responded. Just a defensive formation? Ma Tongya appeared somewhat astonished as he gazed at the silver lightning that tore through the crimson sky, listening to the thunderous roars of the beasts that echoed intermittently. He remarked, if it is merely this, it may prove quite difficult to withstand the lingering might of Lord Zhu. Song Bai, with an unchanging demeanor and an air of indifference, replied, life and death are predestined. I have done all within my power. Ma Tongya smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. He certainly did not believe Song Bai's words. If he had truly exerted himself, he would not have merely defended the formation. Just days prior, Song Bai had the means to escort the Song family out of Nanding County, and even now, he possessed the capability to safeguard their lives. Yet perhaps refraining from rescue is indeed the right course. In this worldly realm, familial ties, often regarded as bonds of affection, are an immense burden for cultivators like them, leaving only entanglements. To refrain from direct intervention and instead sever the ties through Lord Zhu's hand. What a splendid resolution that would be. Chapter 43. The unraveling of Lord Zhu. The Taiping Inn may well be the unluckiest place in the entire town. At the moment the earth trembled, the ground split open, creating a fissure 3 yards wide that rapidly extended towards the lonely mountain. Buildings collapsed in an instant, and the innkeeper, along with more than 10 ordinary souls within, had no chance to escape, being crushed beneath the rubble and plunging into the abyss of the earth. In the depths of the forest, terrifying howls echoed. The wild beasts fled in all directions, driven by their instinct to survive, attempting to distance themselves from the lonely mountain. Yet, before they could escape the confines of the woods, their bodies disintegrated mid-flight, as if the air were infused with a toxic substance, causing them to collapse and spew forth blood, ultimately transforming into clouds of crimson mist. Some of the more astute mountain foxes sought refuge in tree hollows, but were utterly powerless against the overwhelming pressure from within, helplessly enduring the escalating pain as they faced the inevitable fate of being reduced to blood mist. The anguished cries of the animals and the desperate wails of the townsfolk drowned out even the sound of thunder. Yet, the ground remained devoid of blood. As all the mist of life force drifted towards the lonely mountain, human blood and beast blood intertwined to create intricate patterns in the sky above the mountain, forming an extraordinarily complex, three-dimensional design. Could this be the legendary sacrificial formation? On a slope outside Taiping town, Meng Yuhan and an elderly woman stood side by side, gazing at the blood-red design hovering above the lonely mountain. The 9th or even 10th tier of great demons. Was Lord Zhu truly the long-vanished incarnation of Zhu Juyin, or perhaps a descendant of Zhu Juyin? The elderly woman seemed to possess some unique abilities, as though she had witnessed the might of a great demon of equal rank. However, upon sensing Lord Zhu's aura, she confirmed that this great demon was certainly not Zhu Juyin. The ancient Zhu Long must have possessed at least the 12th tier of cultivation, while the Lord Zhu before them was vastly inferior. The elderly woman glanced back at Taiping town, sighing, Taiping town is finished. Hearing the cries and wails, Meng Yuhan felt a pang of compassion. Is there any hope for salvation? The elderly woman shook her head. I did not anticipate that Lord Zhu would set such a murderous formation. He must be seeking to harness the power of blood to restore his injuries and elevate his realm. Had I known this earlier, perhaps we could have salvaged something. Now, we can only hope they find their own fortune. Meng Yuhan sighed again and said nothing more. Are you not concerned for your friend? The elderly woman asked, casting a sidelong glance at her. He is quite formidable, Meng Yuhan replied softly. The one who could slay Niu Laohua across realms, Ao Sun, certainly did not require her worries, and neither did Su He, that girl who possessed an unfathomable number of treasures. The elderly woman nodded slightly, as if sensing something, then turned to look towards the right front. Amidst the collapsed wheat fields, a figure was struggling to escape. The elderly woman squinted, saying, It is the one who was injured on the first day. She referred to Luo Liangpeng, who was clad in black linen, his shoulders still wounded, making his movements somewhat cumbersome. Yet, for some unknown reason, this captivating sacrificial formation had no effect on him. It was known that at the moment the formation had risen, over half of the cultivators in the inn had perished in agony. A glimmer of realization sparked in Meng Yuhan's eyes as she noticed a blue gourd concealed in Luo Liangpeng's arms. Is that the gourd? The one that can resist the sacrificial formation? The elderly woman remarked, How rare. Suddenly, her tone turned cold. This young man is quite cunning. Should I retrieve that blue gourd? Meng Yuhan shook her head. Let it be. He has not wronged us, so why should we wrong him? Let us wait until Lord Zhu emerges. Within the Li family medical hall, the moment the sacrificial formation erupted, Chu Yi felt a surge of energy, pain coursing through her, rendering her breathless. Fortunately, at that instant, the blue jade bead on her wrist emitted a faint glow, enveloping her in its protective light. The sacrificial formation. Ao Sun instantly recognized the terrifying array mentioned in the Dragon Clan's texts. It was called sacrificial because the one who set it up used the formation to drain the life force and vitality of all beings within. Is this the method of Lord Zhu? Su He murmured, hurriedly taking out a small formation flag to prepare for defense. Ao Sun stated, in a killing formation, no one escapes unscathed. I did not expect him to wield such a ruthless array. The sounds of wailing had diminished significantly. In a mere moment, nearly 90% of the households in Taiping town had become sustenance for Lord Zhu. Once a peaceful town for countless years, Taiping now resembled a hell on earth. Sui was filled with sorrow, while Chu Yi appeared dazed and numb. In one day, this mortal girl had lost her father, her home, and all her relatives and friends. She understood that this calamity was due to the Demon Mountain and Lord Zhu, yet she felt as if she comprehended nothing, unable to fathom why everything had changed so drastically. She was even devoid of the capacity to feel heartache. Ao Sun glanced at the two of them, sighing helplessly. He too wished to save these innocent townsfolk, but ultimately felt powerless. Yet the next moment, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted as his pupils constricted. His gaze fixed upon the lonely mountain, which finally split open. With a resounding roar, the great demon, Lord Zhu, with a human head and serpent body, soared into the sky. He appeared utterly colossal, particularly when his serpentine form stretched, surpassing even the height of the lonely mountain. Simultaneously, dark clouds rolled across the heavens. Thunder rumbled, and countless bolts of lightning struck Lord Zhu. Remarkably, he seemed oblivious, as the very lightning that had once tormented him now became sustenance. His enormous maw opened wide like a bottomless pit, consuming the lightning and the waves of blood energy emanating from the formation. His decayed flesh fell away in tatters, while new blood and flesh sprouted at an observable rate. Chu Yi trembled involuntarily, and even Sui felt a shiver of dread. Fear not, the great demon has descended. The heavens will send someone. Ao Sun reassured them gently. I believe this great demon will not linger here long. He will surely flee before anyone from the celestial realm arrives. But Ao Sun's words trailed off, for Lord Zhu suddenly turned his gaze towards them. His crimson eyes glimmered with malice, An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth, threatening to engulf their very souls. Ao Sun's spirit trembled violently. He was certain that Lord Zhu was staring directly at him, and that Lord Zhu had no intention of sparing him. Take Chu Yi and hide elsewhere. Ao Sun shouted fiercely at Su He and Chu Yi, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed towards the outskirts of Taiping town. You've lost your mind. Su He exclaimed in shock. With the killing formation still active, Ao Sun's rush towards danger was tantamount to seeking death. Do you truly believe you can confront that great demon? Ao Sun offered no explanation, nor was there time for one. He realized that with every passing moment, Su He and Chu Yi edged closer to death. Run. Quickly. This was the only thought occupying his mind. As he fled, he inwardly cursed Lord Zhu. Damn it. You've finally broken free from your prison, finally restored your strength. Why do you not escape? Do you believe the heavens will not send anyone? That no one in this realm can contain you? Even if the Dragon Clan had sworn an oath of blood with you. Even if I had shown you little respect during our last encounter, I have never wronged you. Why must you force me into a corner? Ao Sun's heart burned with rage, and his sole hope lay in breaking open a rift within the killing formation, escaping Taiping town at all costs. In the Li family medical hall, Su He and Chu Yi had no time to ponder why Ao Sun had left. As they were engulfed by a chilling sense of impending death, Lord Zhu continued to fixate on Ao Sun, but he also took note of Su He and Chu Yi, who had initially been with him. He sensed a familiar scent emanating from Su He. It was precisely due to this aroma that he allowed Su He into his domain after awakening. Beside Su He stood Li Chui, and suddenly, the crimson pupils of Lord Zhu brightened perceptibly. An instinct stirred within him, suggesting that if he could devour Su He and Chu Yi, the numerous old wounds accumulated over the years would not only heal completely, but he might even transcend, catching a glimpse of the vistas of the 11th realm. With this thought, Lord Zhu's gaze turned icy, and he unleashed a crimson blade of blood towards Su He and Chu Yi. Su He's expression shifted dramatically as all her magical artifacts and secret techniques frantically shielded her. Yet, it all seemed futile. The mountain suppression seal, broken. The moonshadow mirror, broken. The Shinlight shield, bestowed with high hopes by her senior brother, held out for less than a breath. While the speed of the crimson blade was indeed slightly impeded, the effect was negligible. Sparks flew, yet there was no sign of altered trajectory or diminished might. Was she truly to perish here? Despairing, Su He glanced at Chu Yi, who was gazing back at her, standing quietly by her side. In her eyes lay a mixture of regret and reluctance, yet there was little fear or trepidation. Just as Su He closed her eyes in resignation, preparing to embrace death, a rift suddenly tore open in the space before her. From within, a figure emerged, stepping in front of her and Chu Yi, extending a hand to grasp the oncoming crimson blade. The once colossal crimson blade shrank rapidly, writhing like a serpent in his grasp, gradually dissipating. This figure was a man in his 30s, tall and possessing well-defined features. He was neither stout nor slender, neither handsome nor ugly, but exuded an air of reliability. Senior brother. Su He opened her eyes in surprise, looking at the newcomer. The man smiled at Su He, instinctively reaching out to pat her head before quickly restraining himself. Blocking Lord Zhu's blood blade was no simple feat. His palm was already a gruesome sight. The man wrapped his injured right hand with a piece of white satin, and, meeting Lord Zhu's gaze, offered a slight bow. Though he did not speak, his voice resonated in Lord Zhu's ears. In the great Tang's White City, I am Ji Ming, and I pay my respects to Lord Zhu. On behalf of my master, I extend greetings to you. This young woman is my junior sister and cannot be entrusted to you. However, I can assure you that I will not involve myself in your grievances with that young dragon. Chapter 44. This is his fate. Lord Zhu's crimson pupils fixated intently on Ji Ming, the insatiable hunger deep within his soul becoming increasingly vivid. He began to entertain the notion of devouring Ji Ming whole. However, Ji Ming managed to raise his hand to deflect one of his attacks, proving to be a formidable opponent. As for the white figure Ji Ming mentioned, Lord Zhu had no recollection, but suspected it was not someone to be trifled with. After a brief contemplation, Lord Zhu let out a cold snort, his voice reverberating in Ji Ming's very essence. I shall grant you this favor. Thank you, senior. Ji Ming sighed in relief. Lord Zhu withdrew his gaze, his scarlet beard fluttering, and turned his attention back to Ao Sun, who was racing towards the edge of the killing array. Ao Sun halted at the perimeter, his right hand clenched tightly as he launched a punch. Though it appeared simple, it was imbued with profound significance. The wind from his punch erupted with countless cracking sounds, resonating clearly amidst the thunderous storm. Ao Sun's feet, planted firmly on the rocky ground, sank suddenly by half a foot, and from his feet as the epicenter, numerous fine fissures spread outward like lightning. When his fist struck the killing array, similar cracks appeared on its surface. Yet, such an array was not so easily shattered. The bloodlight surged, restoring itself in an instant. An indescribable rune swirled around the cracks, exuding an enigmatic beauty. Where do you think you can escape to? Lord Zhu's voice echoed behind him. Ao Sun's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to see that the colossal demon in the sky had vanished. In its place stood a stooped, fearsome red-skinned elder before him. "Who are you?" Ao Sun inquired, locking eyes with him. Lord Zhu offered no response, merely gazing upward at the swirling blood-red aura of the killing array, along with the churning sea of thunder. "Isn't it magnificent?" Lord Zhu's voice trembled with unimaginable excitement. "Magnificent? Do you understand the implications of this?" Ao Sun retorted coldly, locking eyes with him. "The celestial realm will not permit you to slaughter living beings in this manner. If you do not depart, beings from the celestial realm, along with various great sects, will come. What then will you do?" Lord Zhu smiled, retorting, "Do you not find such threats rather amusing?" Ao Sun fell silent. He was well aware of the absurdity of the situation, yet faced with a demon of at least the 9th realm. He knew he was no match even before his punishment, and that even Zhao Li could not save him now. All he could do was utter these futile threats. "I have considered rescuing you, and I have been striving for that these days," Ao Sun suddenly declared. Lord Zhu burst into laughter, adding, "For that remark, I shall ensure your death is more swift." Without hesitation, Ao Sun exclaimed, "I am the prince of the Dragon Clan. If you kill me, the Dragon Clan will seek revenge." "The Dragon Clan?" Lord Zhu squinted, sneering. "I care not for the gods. Why would I be concerned about a mere Dragon Clan? Rest assured, after I consume you, I shall head to Qishui. If the Dragon Clan dares, let them come to Qishui to find me." "Qishui, you are indeed a descendant of the Zhulong," Ao Sun murmured, as if grasping a lifeline. "The great Zhu Jiuyin has bestowed grace upon the world. If you are truly his descendant, do you not fear his divine punishment for such actions?" Lord Zhu's expression faltered momentarily, as if he bore an unresolved grudge against the legendary Zhulong. He coldly replied, "I shall settle this score with that old fool." Ao Sun fell silent again, his complexion turning extremely pale. Under Lord Zhu's oppressive presence, his true energy and consciousness were in a state of extreme turmoil, incredibly unstable. He felt a profound fear creeping into his very being. It seemed he was on the brink of death once more. Yet, something felt amiss. No, something was profoundly wrong. If Lord Zhu truly intended to consume him, why had he spoken those words in the demon prison? And why had he engaged in this lengthy dialogue now? Such a formidable demon, if resolved, could easily obliterate him. So why the hesitation? "What are you waiting for?" Ao Sun inquired softly. Lord Zhu's voice grew grave. "I sensed a potent aura within you. Tell me, who is it?" Ao Sun was taken aback. The last time Lord Zhu mentioned that aura, his immediate thought was Zhao Li. But now, sensing Lord Zhu's unmistakably greater strength, Ao Sun realized he had erred. However, in recent years, he had encountered no one stronger than Zhao Li. If it were not Zhao Li, who else could it be? As he gazed at the suffocating presence of Lord Zhu, his throat tightened. He understood who Lord Zhu was referring to. That being resided in the deepest part of the South Sea, in the Abyssal Trench, a subject he had never disclosed to anyone. That emaciated figure bound tightly by iron chains, covered in filth and blood. Suddenly, Lord Zhu raised his brow, casting a glance upward, his eyes narrowing momentarily before returning to Ao Sun. Ao Sun noticed the gesture and understood, gazing into Lord Zhu's eyes. "So who released your seal? What were the conditions, including?" "To kill me." Lord Zhu's gaze sharpened as he regarded Ao Sun. "You are quite astute. It seems my guess was correct." Ao Sun let out a self-deprecating smile. "No wonder I was cast away here." He had no doubt that now that Lord Zhu had awakened, there would come a day when he would break free from his prison. Yet, he had not expected it to happen so swiftly. He was aware of Niu Laohua and the others' actions, slaughtering practitioners and offering their spiritual essence to Lord Zhu. But they had only killed a handful, at most 30 individuals. Those were merely at the 4th or 5th realm in the face of a demon like Lord Zhu. It was a mere drop in the bucket. No wonder Lord Zhu initially sought his assistance, only to later disregard him. It turned out that an agreement had been forged between celestial beings and this underground demon. The reason he had been banished to Nanding County, sent to Lonely Mountain, was all in preparation for this moment. "We are both prisoners toyed with by those celestial beings. Even if you kill me, they will not spare you," Ao Sun declared. Lord Zhu remained silent. His hesitation was not born from pity for Ao Sun, but rather due to the aura emanating from the depths of Ao Sun's soul. Lord Zhu was unaware of the identity of the aura's master, but he could sense the malevolence it exuded, even instilling fear within him. Since this entity had left a mark on Ao Sun, slaying him would mean falling into the gaze of that being. Lord Zhu had no desire to be repressed again so soon after escaping. Yet, he found himself with no choice. The potential dangers of the future and the immediate scrutiny from the heavens compelled him to prioritize the present. Extending his right hand towards Ao Sun, a blood-red vortex began to swirl within his palm. Ao Sun's complexion grew even paler. With a furious roar, his figure vanished from his original spot, replaced by a colossal silver dragon measuring over 10 zhang in the air. Ao Sun could no longer afford to conceal his identity. In this moment of life and death, he had to give his all. In the Li family's courtyard, Su He, having recovered from the relief of seeing her senior brother escape death, immediately thought of Ao Sun. Senior brother, I have a friend named Jiang Sun. Before she could finish, the roar of a dragon echoed in her ears. Following the sound, Suhi gazed upward to see a majestic silver dragon, radiating an aura of mysterious beauty. From that dragon's form, she sensed an extraordinarily familiar essence. Is that Jiang Sun? Ji Ming, also observing Ao Sun's dragon form, smiled and said, it must be Ao Sun. He is indeed of the dragon clan. Suhi stared in astonishment. The first-year student was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the dragon in the night sky, realizing that it was indeed the legendary true dragon. Suhi, unable to ponder further, urged anxiously, we must save him. I cannot, Ji Ming replied, shaking his head decisively. Why? Suhi pressed, growing frantic. As you can see, I am not a match for Lord Zhu, Ji Ming remarked, casting a glance at the now diminutive figure of Lord Zhu. What about Master? If you can come, surely he can as well. Call him. Suhi implored desperately. Enough. Suhi. Ji Ming raised his voice, stating, Master will not come. This individual, Ao Sun, must die tonight. At this proclamation, Suhi was struck dumb, and the first-year student stood in shock. Suhi's eyes misted over as she questioned, why? Master says he is a sinner of the heavenly realm. A prisoner of Nanding County, Ji Ming replied, taking a deep breath before continuing in a measured tone. He ventured to a place he should not have. A place that harbors one who ought to have perished. Whether he encountered them or not, death is his inevitable fate. The heavenly realm cannot act directly. Thus they have exiled him here, intending to use Lord Zhu's hand to bring about his demise. But why? Suhi rubbed her reddened eyes. There is no why, Suhi. You must understand that this world is fraught with helplessness, far beyond our control. Ji Ming interrupted her, saying, just as this town of Taiping is destined to perish with Lord Zhu's rebirth. If you insist on seeking a reason, I can only tell you that this is his fate. Chapter 45. I am willing we refer to those destined by fate as destiny. This is his fate. Such a simple phrase echoed in Suhi's heart. The innocent and carefree girl, protected well by her sect, gazed at the roiling thunder in the sky, feeling for the first time her insignificance in the vastness of the world. A sense of powerlessness surged from the depths of her heart, shattering her thoughts into fragments. Shuyi's eyes turned red. The poor mortal girl felt despair yet again today, for an uncountable time. It seems you are the Chuyi that Shubai mentioned. Ji Ming's gaze suddenly fell upon Chuyi, noticing the blue jade bead on her wrist, casting a surprised glance at Suhi. Chuyi whispered, Immortal, Master. Ji Ming raised his right hand and gently said, you may call me senior brother, just as Suhi does. Chuyi lowered her eyes, responding, yes, senior brother. Ao Sun is undoubtedly doomed. Ji Ming narrowed his eyes, observing the silver dragon, and suddenly asserted, however, Jiang Sun may yet survive. Chuyi was momentarily taken aback. Suhi was equally stunned. Senior brother, what do you mean by that? Suhi inquired anxiously. Ji Ming remained silent, merely looking at Chuyi with a smile, asking, if I told you that you might save his life, would you be willing? Chuyi's eyes sparkled with a newfound light, and she pointed to herself in disbelief. Me? Suhi, filled with confusion, glanced between her senior brother and Chuyi, questioning her own hearing. She had no intention of belittling Chuyi. Yet, with neither master nor senior brother intervening, how could Chuyi possibly be the answer? Perhaps, Ji Ming said. I am willing. Without hesitation, Chuyi nodded. If the cost. Ji Ming paused and softly added, is your life? The confusion in Suhi's eyes morphed into shock, then panic. Instinctively, she turned to Chuyi, only to see her nodding resolutely, replying with the same 3 words, I am willing. That is good. Ji Ming gave a slight nod. Suhi looked up into her senior brother's eyes, seeking confirmation that he was not jesting. Panic seized her mind as she exclaimed, Senior brother, Chuyi doesn't understand cultivation. She is just. Before she could finish, Chuyi interrupted, earnestly stating, Suhi, if I can truly help Jiang Sun, then I am willing. Why? Suhi bit her lip, asking. Chuyi lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling, and softly replied, Sister Suhi, I fear you may laugh at me. But the moment I first saw Jiang Sun, I felt an indescribable connection, as if he were my destined one. The girl had more to say, but even though she had known Ao Sun for less than 10 days and their interactions were fleeting, she had to admit that this was love, an affection that blossomed at first sight, like a breeze weaving through the forest, inexplicable, yet so real and resolute. During their brief encounters, she had many words to express, many questions to ask, yet she dared not speak. Just as she could not reveal her feelings, she kept them hidden deep within her heart. She could not erase her sense of inferiority. She knew Ao Sun never looked down on her, and that should she ask, he would answer with a smile. Yet, she remained silent. This inferiority was a shackle she had placed upon herself. If she could save Ao Sun, perhaps in another life, she would have the right to meet him as an equal, dissolving the shadow of self-doubt. The girl thought naively, how intriguing. Ji Ming chuckled softly, unperturbed by this outcome. The bond of fate imposed upon a mortal maiden. Could one blame her for her heart's turmoil? In a sense, this too was Chuyi's destiny. Ji Ming sighed lightly, musing, I wonder if your decision stems from your own reasons or merely from that thread of fate intertwining you. Suhi caught the essence of this statement and hurriedly asked, Senior brother, what do you mean by that thread of fate? Ji Ming shook his head, and seeing Su He's persistent gaze, he innocently replied, Su He, you must understand I am merely following orders. Many of your questions are beyond my knowledge. If you wish to inquire further, ask master when you return. He then turned back to Chui. Are you certain? Certain. The girl nodded, her voice soft as water, yet resolute. Very well. The time is nearly upon us. Ji Ming raised his gaze to the silver dragon in the night sky, then extended his palm, resting it atop Chui's head. Chui's body instantly tensed, and in the next moment, she seemed to collapse as though her soul had been severed from her body. Suhi rushed forward to embrace Chui, watching her eyes lose their luster. Suhi's vision blurred, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She struggled to suppress her cries, gasping for breath as if fighting for life itself. Ji Ming sighed inwardly, pondering how long it would take for Suhi to mature. He withdrew his gaze, observing as he extracted a thumb-sized orb of dark red light from Chui's soul. Is this the bond of fate? Ji Ming examined it with curiosity, noting that it was somewhat different from his expectations. But now was not the time for contemplation. He turned to the young man leaning against the doorframe, offering a slight bow. Senior, the next steps are in your hands. Ji Ming extended the orb. Suhi turned her head, only to discover a figure had appeared beside her. It was a tall young man, appearing to be in his 20s, with deep, bright eyes, clad in an unusual yet graceful black attire that Suhi had never seen before. The young man stretched lazily, accepting the orb with a light smile. Just watch. In the next moment, without any warning, the young man vanished from sight, along with Chui, who was cradled in Su He's arms. Outside the small town, on a slope, at the moment Ao Sun revealed his true self, Meng Yuhan and the old woman turned their gazes toward him. Through the aura, they recognized Ao Sun and Apos' identity. The old woman narrowed her murky eyes into a slit. Is this the Jiang Sun of the Zhang High Sword sect you mentioned? Is he of the dragon lineage? Meng Yuhan was equally astonished. As she regained her composure, she looked at the old woman and asked in a low voice, Can he be saved? Did you not see that he has been targeted by Lord Zhu? The old woman retorted, shaking her head. He cannot be saved, he is doomed. Meng Yuhan fell silent, a mix of pain and regret swelling within her, and for a long time, she remained quiet. 3 miles away, Luo Liangpeng hid in a gully, clutching a blue gourd, his body covered in mud, gazing at the silver dragon in the night sky with a sense of wonder. First the candle dragon, now the true dragon. My goodness, this Pingtai town is indeed too peaceful. Chapter 46, The Devouring Dragon at the Edge of Taiping Town. Lord Zhu gazed mockingly at the soaring silver dragon, erupting into a derisive laugh. The frail, hunched old man vanished amidst his laughter, only for the colossal figure of a serpent-bodied, human-headed entity to re-emerge. The true form of the silver dragon, spanning several dozen feet, appeared diminutive before his immense demonic presence. He looked down upon Ao Sun, his crimson eyes flickering like infernal flames, cold and cruel. Rather than awaiting his demise, Ao Sun ascended to meet the impending threat, unleashing a beam of ghostly blue light aimed directly at Lord Zhu's scarlet pupils. This represented the pinnacle of his current abilities, within the legacy of the Dragon Clan. This technique was known as Ghostly Blue Hell, yet Ao Sun felt it more aptly named True Dragon's Breath, or Frost Breath. A crackling sound resonated as the blue light swept across a vast area, encasing it in ice. However, Lord Zhu did not flinch, a cold smirk etching his face as the frigid aura pierced his gaze like a blade. The red flames ignited instantly. As if a bucket of water had been splashed into molten lava, the ghostly blue light vanished, along with the ice, melting away into nothingness as a tempest raged. Unprecedented rain pouring down upon the town. Ao Sun's assault was far from over. Utilizing the town mountain seal, moon shadow mirror, and the ancient bell, he unleashed a multitude of magical artifacts acquired from Su He, hurling them wildly toward Lord Zhu. Yet, this strategy, which had caused immense suffering to Niu Laowai, bore no fruit. With a mere disdainful grunt, Lord Zhu halted the artifacts mid-flight, reducing them to mere dust scattered amidst the torrential rain. But this was still not the end. Following the barrage of artifacts, Ao Sun retrieved a red talisman. The blood of the true dragon surged forth, shattering the talisman. Beneath the night sky, amidst the downpour, myriad faint red sparks emerged, resembling tiny meteors. As the wind whipped the flames into a frenzy, the sparks ignited, dancing in the rain like shooting stars. In the next moment, these sparks inexplicably coalesced, and the downpour ceased, not because the rain had run its course, but because the flames evaporated all the water, igniting the night sky over Taiping Town into a blazing spectacle. A magnificent phoenix soared from the flames, illuminating the heavens, transforming the night into day. Meng Yuhan, Luo Liangpeng, and Ma Tongya gazed in astonishment at the fiery phoenix, pondering the extraordinary turn of events. After the candle dragon came the true dragon, and now, astonishingly, a true phoenix had emerged. The fiery phoenix grew larger, crossing the night sky in an instant. Though still dwarfed by Lord Zhu, The rising flames gave it an imposing presence that rivaled his own. No rain could fall from the night sky. Not even a mist remained. The higher clouds had been scorched away, revealing a tapestry of stars. The fire phoenix let out a resounding cry, charging towards Lord Zhu under Ao Sun's command. This was truly his last resort. The divine talisman had been entrusted to him by Zhao Li, containing the essence of Zhao Li's most formidable strike. Yet, the pinnacle techniques of an eighth realm demon were so intricate that even Zhao Li could not fully inscribe them within the talisman. Moreover, Ao Sun's realm was too far removed. Even with all his might, he could not fully unleash the talisman's power. Would it be effective? With a flicker of hope, Ao Sun awaited the outcome. Finally, Lord Zhu moved. His blood-red brows furrowed, his chilling crimson pupils resembling a frigid abyss. There was no sense of concern in his gaze. Only the cold determination of someone resolved to act with cruelty and impatience. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed and opened his mouth wide, akin to a lion stalking a cornered rabbit. The fire phoenix was consumed within him, along with the silver dragon. The world before Ao Sun faded into absolute darkness. He felt enveloped in searing heat and thick humidity, taking on human form, confusion and anguish flooding his mind. He realized he was within Lord Zhu's belly, losing all sense of time and space. Reborn as a dragon, reincarnated in the South China Sea, and yet, after merely 26 years, he was to meet his end, devoured by such a grotesque demon. A pitiful, unfortunate, and revolting demise. At that moment, he surprisingly felt no despair, only bitterness and resignation. Even finding amusement in his predicament, he distinctly sensed the pain spreading throughout his body, his limbs beginning to dissolve in a haze of agony. Is this the end? The final consciousness echoed in his mind. In the distant heavens, two figures stood side by side. Before them stood a large round mirror, its surface reflecting the scene of Taiping town. One figure appeared as an old man, draped in a Taoist robe, holding a whisk. His expression stoic as he watched the mirror until Ao Sun was swallowed by Lord Zhu, at which point a slight smile broke upon his face. Buried in the drum of the belly, I suppose the Dragon Clan has no grounds to protest this time, he remarked. The other figure, a middle-aged man with a portly appearance, exposed chest, reminiscent of the legendary Maitreya Buddha, exuded an aura far less gentle, instead evoking the fierce demeanor of a wrathful deity. I had forgotten to inquire. My friend, was your intervention on behalf of Lao Jun or the Jade Emperor? He squinted, casting a sidelong glance at the old Taoist. The latter remained silent, smiling as he countered. Does it truly matter? The middle-aged monk laughed, turning his gaze to the mirror reflecting Lord Zhu. What do you intend to do with this great demon? The old Taoist sighed, replying, my powers are limited. Even if I were to descend, I would be no match. I truly cannot intervene. He looked sincerely into the monk's eyes and said, since you are determined to eradicate this demon, why not you take the lead? The middle-aged monk shook his head vigorously, muttering a prayer before sighing, it is better left to him. Slaying a dragon with a demon is easy, but to vanquish this 10th realm demon is another matter entirely. He turned and departed. The old Taoist chuckled as he stowed the water mirror away, retreating to report back. Silence enveloped the world. The clouds parted, the rain ceased, and both dragon and phoenix had been consumed by the formidable demon, Lord Zhu. What a pity, Meng Yuhan sighed, suppressing the rising tide of sorrow within her. The old woman felt little of this. Life and death were commonplace in this world, each moment witnessing new births and endings. In the presence of a 10th realm demon like Lord Zhu, Ao Sun's maneuvers truly amounted to little. In the vast expanse of the universe, the death of a true dragon was, after all, insignificant. In the Li family courtyard, Su He, disregarding her tears, confronted Ji Ming with indignation. Senior brother, you promised on the first of the month that you could save him. Ji Ming remained silent, merely grasping Su He's wrist and leading her to the edge of the town beneath the sky. This seemingly stable and reliable middle-aged scholar bore an unusual glimmer of anticipation and excitement in his eyes. Watch closely, Su He. The grand spectacle unfolding next will be a rare sight, Ji Ming whispered. Chapter 47. The grand performance begins in a dim haze. Ao Sun's consciousness gradually returned. Had he been reborn once more? As this absurd thought flickered through his mind, he beheld a small orb of light, tinged with red and black, materializing before him. Though faint, its glow emanated a warmth akin to the gentle caress of spring amidst the enveloping darkness. Suddenly, Ao Sun's muddled awareness sharpened, and he recognized this firefly-like orb as the very line he had seen when he first encountered Li Chui atop the solitary mountain. At that moment, he had believed it to be a thread of causality. Little did he know it was, in fact, a thread of fate, a heavenly bond. It was no wonder he felt compelled to extend greater kindness and compassion to Chui, sharing in her sorrow when he witnessed her sadness. Yet, why had this bond manifested between him and Chui? Was it the work of the god of marriage, or perhaps another formidable being? What purpose did they have in forcibly intertwining their fates? Ao Sun was certain that this thread of destiny was not predetermined, but rather orchestrated by unseen hands. Drawn only after his arrival in Nanning Prefecture, The blackness within the red hue served as undeniable proof, binding him and Qi tightly at the level of causation. Why had this bond appeared here? Was Qi also consumed by Lord Zhu? New questions swirled in Ao Sun's mind. Just then, the surrounding darkness shattered. A fiery crimson rift emerged beside him, and a long, exquisite hand reached forth from the chasm, grasping at Ao Sun. Momentarily taken aback, Ao Sun watched as the hand settled upon his heart, not in panic, but in an unimaginable surge of joy. Was this his salvation? However, this joy was fleeting. With a swift motion, the hand pierced through his chest, pulling forth a torrent of blood and viscous substance, along with a silver orb that resembled a luminous pearl of the night. This was his dragon pearl. In human terms, it corresponded to the golden core. Yet, for the offspring of dragons, a golden core naturally formed within them at birth. This was the dragon pearl. Within it resided half of Ao Sun's fortune and spiritual essence as a dragon progeny. He chuckled bitterly, watching helplessly as the dragon pearl was forcibly extracted. The pain he endured was already overwhelming, so he felt little more than a deepening bitterness and helplessness in his heart. The assailant hastened his demise, preventing him from being corroded to death by Lord Zhu's noxious gastric acid. In a sense, this was salvation, or perhaps liberation. Just as he began to find solace in this thought, the hand still clutching the dragon pearl did not withdraw. Instead, it descended once more upon his crown, tearing forth his very soul. In that instant, Ao Sun found himself incapable of thought. In the unassuming ruins of the solitary mountain, the young man clad in black withdrew his arm from the spatial rift, gazing with satisfaction at the dragon pearl now imbued with Ao Sun's essence. However, upon noticing the viscous residue clinging to his sleeve, his satisfaction quickly turned to displeasure. With a snap of his fingers, a flame erupted from his fingertips, incinerating the unsightly substances. The dimming orb of light, once vibrant, now lay before him, flickering as though it might extinguish at any moment. How intriguing that this heavenly bond could truly pinpoint the dragon's location. The spatial manipulation employed by Mr. Bai was remarkably effective. He would have to request more talismans on their next encounter. The young man murmured to himself, collecting the dragon pearl and the orb before raising his gaze towards Lord Zhu. With a smile, he took a step forward. Sui surmised that the grand performance mentioned by Ji Ming was related to the peculiar young man clad in black. But where had he gone? The deadly formation enveloping Taiping town quietly dissipated. Lord Zhu had consumed the spiritual essence of the entire town, devouring Ao Sun's dragon form, and nearly fully healed his long-standing injuries. His gaze was one of disdain, as if his indifferent eyes could perceive all truths within the world. The Tangbai city, was it? There would come a day when I shall pay a visit. Lord Zhu cast one last glance at Ji Ming, his voice resonating like a celestial drum in Ji Ming's mind. Ji Ming smiled without speaking. Lord Zhu then turned his attention downwards. Noticing Ming Yuhan and the old woman on the slope, as well as the formation behind the Ma family, the flickering lights outside the Taiping Inn, and the figure of Luo Liangpeng, ensconced in the ruins and mud, he regarded them with indifference, mere insects in his eyes. Within his consciousness, he sensed hundreds more of these so-called insects racing towards him. Were these the so-called cultivators of the immortal sex? Having not set foot on this realm for millennia, even such insects could claim dominance? Yet, he could also perceive that the current world was no longer as unrestrained as in ancient times. Lord Zhu had no intention of lingering. The gaze from the depths of the heavens had vanished, and it was time to return to Qishui. However, just as he resumed his human form and prepared to depart, a frown crossed his brow, sensing an unusual sensation in his abdomen. It felt as though something peculiar was stirring within him. He dismissed it as indigestion caused by Ao Sun and paid it little heed, rubbing his stomach in preparation to leave. A voice called out from behind, "Lord Zhu, since you've emerged, do not be in such a hurry to depart." The young man in black stepped through the void, advancing towards Lord Zhu, pointing at the ruins of the solitary mountain with a smile. "Are you truly willing to abandon your cold mountain abode?" Lord Zhu's demeanor shifted to one of alertness as he fixed his gaze on the young man, his voice low and cautious. "Who are you?" His wariness stemmed from the fact that throughout this encounter, he had never detected the young man's presence. "You need not concern yourself with my identity," the young man replied casually, a hint of disdain coloring his tone. "I simply find it lamentable that the glory of the great god Zhu Juyin is to be squandered by such an unworthy progeny." The young man squinted at Lord Zhu's crimson pupils, his voice sharpening as he reprimanded, "Gu, do you truly believe you can simply walk away?" The young man did not use telepathy. His voice was so powerful that it reached the ears of all who still lived in Taiping town. Zhu Jiyin's offspring? Gu. Was that Lord Zhu's name? Even Ji Ming furrowed his brow slightly. He was aware of Lord Zhu's connection to Zhu Jiyin. Yet he had not anticipated him to be the offspring of that figure. Gu. Wasn't this great demon slain countless years ago? Historical texts recount, 400,000 miles to the northwest lies Zhongshan, and his son is Gu, whose form possesses a human face and a dragon's body. He, alongside the deity Qianli, slayed the celestial spirit Baojiang in the sunlit expanse of Kunlun, after which he was executed by the emperor at Yaoyai. following their deaths, both transformed into fierce birds. These events transpired in ancient times. Could it be that this great demon had escaped a calamity, along with his domain, Cold Mountain? Now suppressed here, Ji Ming reflected, never doubting the young man's discernment. Yet, Lord Zhu's expression shifted dramatically as he warily scrutinized the young man. Who exactly are you? That you recognize this king? The young man's tone remained nonchalant, tinged with derision as he scoffed. You dare to call yourself a king? In the void of chaos. Ao Sun gradually awakened. This time, no pain assailed him, for he had shed his corporeal form, leaving only his soul entwined within the dragon pearl. He was oblivious to his surroundings, as if he found himself in a dimensional space near the lonely mountain. Raising his gaze, he chanced upon the sight of a young man clad in black, standing opposite Lord Zhu, posing a pointed question. Do you truly believe you can simply walk away? Ao Sun began to comprehend. This formidable demon was known as Drum, the son of the candle dragon deity, who should have perished long ago. The text chronicled that Drum had committed numerous atrocities, harming the innocent, assassinating celestial beings, and inciting countless calamities. It was no wonder he had been reluctant to reveal his name, fearing that once uttered, no one would dare come to his aid. What of the blood oath? Which ancestor of the dragon clan had conspired with this great demon and pledged to rescue him? As Ao Sun pondered these questions, his attention shifted to the young man in black. The moment he comprehended the figure before him, Ao Sun was taken aback. It was not the youth's appearance that astonished him, but rather the attire he donned. The black trench coat draped to his knees, its fabric an enigma. Yet it was unmistakably a bespoke piece from an esteemed international luxury brand. Around his neck was a black tie, paired with a pristine white shirt, meticulously pressed. The hem tucked neatly into his waistband, which bore the iconic emblem of Hermes. The trousers, simplistic yet elegant in black, were tailored to perfection, exuding an air of refined sophistication. Chapter 48. The Farmer's Three Fists and Su He's Eyes. Such attire was exceedingly peculiar. Having lived for over 20 years, she had never encountered such an odd ensemble. Of course, the outfit was not unappealing. Paired with the youth and Apo's handsome visage and flowing long hair, he appeared both tall and graceful. However, in Ao Sun's perspective, this garb was all too familiar. In his previous life, he had seen movies where elite agents donned similar outfits. He had even attempted to emulate such a style, but alas, his temperament at that time fell short, rendering him unable to pull it off. Yet, the youth was certainly no cinematic agent. This was not Blue Star, but rather the southern realm Nanning County, in the town of Taiping. At that moment, Ao Sun felt as if he had returned to that afternoon when Sui spoke of the Grand Tang dynasty of 2,000 years ago. A surreal sensation enveloped him. Was this truly a scene from a film? Who was this youthful figure in the trench coat? Was he also a traveler from another world? But even if he were a fellow transmigrator, such attire seemed incongruous. Could it be that he had visited Blue Star? Ao Sun's thoughts were in disarray. At this juncture, gazing at the black-clad youth blocking his path, Lord Zhu's mood was no better than Ao Sun's. I care not who you are. It would be wise for you to step aside now, Lord Zhu commanded in a deep voice, abandoning his self-reference as this king. And if I refuse? The youth replied with a faint smile. Lord Zhu's eyelids twitched, unable to discern the intentions of his opponent. He strove to suppress the anger and murderous intent bubbling within him. I see no reason for you to obstruct my way, he stated firmly. None. Allow me to enlighten you, the youth casually replied before his smile faded. His voice grew somber, revealing an unmistakable aura of menace. Escaping from a cage is a commendable act, and devouring that dragon kin might be justifiable. However, it is utterly inexcusable to sacrifice the lives of thousands of innocent souls from this land to satiate your meager essence. You must be the new deity of this realm, correct? Lord Zhu suddenly inquired. The youth responded with an impassive countenance. I suppose that is a fair assessment. Lord Zhu scrutinized the youth's eyes and, after a moment of silence, remarked, a god as powerful as you would surely not concern himself with mere mortals. His definition of mortals extended beyond the innocent townsfolk to include the deceased cultivators. In Lord Zhu's view, these formidable beings of the celestial sex were no different from common folk. Furthermore, he genuinely could not comprehend why. Were mortals not born to be subjugated by demons and deities? He recalled the countless years past, before the establishment of the three realms, when various demon gods governed their territories, reveling in the tributes offered by the mortal tribes. When these demon gods were hungry, injured, or in need of cultivation, it was entirely natural for them to seize the vital essence of mortals for their own use. Suddenly, the youth chuckled, binding his windswept hair into a low ponytail, and coldly remarked, in ancient times, your father illuminated the darkness for the sake of the common people, sacrificing his own vitality. How has it come to pass that you regard them as mere mortals? Lord Zhu curled his lips in a sardonic smile. He was foolish, indeed. You see, I have nothing further to discuss with you. The youth flexed his wrist and sighed softly. Even if not for today, for your past transgressions, you must be punished here. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lord Zhu let out a furious roar, charging forth. Flames of crimson ignited around his fist, crashing toward the youth's face in an instant. The youth stepped back, a white mark appearing on his visage. Yet, with a mere swipe, the mark vanished. Your fist is quite formidable, Lord Zhu. How about you experience mine? The youth said, flames igniting on his hands. However, unlike Lord Zhu's red flames, the youth and Appo's fire was more vibrant, brighter, and far more intense. In the next moment, the youth and Appo's figure vanished from his original position and suddenly reappeared beside Lord Zhu. Boom. A punch struck Lord Zhu's cheek. Lord Zhu cried out in pain, tumbling through the air. Before his roll could cease, the youth re-emerged directly beneath him. Boom. An uppercut landed squarely on Lord Zhu's chin. The sound of Lord Zhu's anguished wail intensified as he soared upwards. The youth snapped his fingers, vanishing once more, only to reappear amidst a blaze along Lord Zhu's trajectory. With his hands clasped and raised high, the flames on his fists roared with renewed fervor, descending like a hammer. Boom. The fist connected with Lord Zhu's chest. The upward momentum abruptly ceased, accompanied by a sonic boom and a cloud of dust. As Lord Zhu plummeted like a meteor, his crimson, disheveled hair billowed upwards, while his garments bore countless small tears. The speed of his descent left no time for either hair or attire to react, and as his clothing frayed against the air, they revealed a body marred by injuries. In a cacophony of muted thuds, a human-shaped crater emerged on the ground, unfathomably deep, with wisps of smoke rising from its depths. It was not until several breaths had passed that Lord Zhu roared in fury, emerging from the pit. He had regained his demon form, his human face atop a serpent's body, casting a shadow over the land. The youth smiled at the colossal beast hovering above, appearing as insignificant as an ant in comparison. Yet the marks left by his fists on Lord Zhu were magnified, swollen with congealed blood, starkly evident. The youth shook his right hand and cheerfully declared, I call this technique the farmer's three fists. In the distance, beneath the vast sky, Suhi swallowed hard. Ji Ming, too, had lost his composure, staring in disbelief. He understood that this elder was incredibly powerful, exceptionally so, yet he never anticipated that the battle would unfold in such a manner. This elder was treating the formidable Lord Zhu, a demon of the 10th realm, like a mere child in a game of mockery. However, the farmer's three fists? Elder, you are hardly a farmer, and these three strikes are so domineering. How can they be dubbed the farmer's three fists? This is quite absurd. Not just the two siblings, but also Meng Yuhan, the old crone, Luo Liangping, Ma Tongya, and Song Bai, along with the few remaining cultivators outside the Taiping Inn, were left utterly astonished. At that moment, they even questioned the reliability of their own eyes. What were they witnessing? The terrifying Lord Zhu. The very being capable of reducing Taiping Town to ruins in a heartbeat, the invincible, unparalleled demon Lord Zhu, was being utterly bested by the peculiarly dressed youth, rendered powerless. Who could this youth possibly be? Ao Sun, too, was at a loss for an answer. Yet, observing Lord Zhu being pummeled and hearing the youth's final quip, his desire to scoff surged once more. The farmer's three fists. How many years had it been since this old trope had resurfaced? With such a name, should you not inquire of this beast? Is it sweet? As if sensing Ao Sun's inner commentary, the youth smiled at the gargantuan demon far larger than himself and playfully asked, Lord Zhu, how do my three fists taste? Chapter 49. The end of Lord Zhu. Lord Zhu, evidently unable to grasp the old joke originating from Blue Star many years ago, was in no mood to respond. He was overwhelmed by an unimaginable sense of humiliation and fury. You seek death. The great demon roared to the heavens, an incomparably powerful aura emanating from his serpentine form. Centered around Lord Zhu, crimson energy spread outward, the domain unfolding as if it were poised to engulf the world. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the remaining cultivators in Taiping Town and calculated the arrival of others rushing towards it. If he could devour them all, perhaps he would have a chance. Of course, not a chance to defeat them, but rather a chance to escape. The young man perceived Lord Zhu's intentions, but would not grant him any opportunity. It was time to conclude this battle. The youth's gaze sharpened, and without uttering another word, he extended his right arm, fingers splayed. The void shattered, a tempest howled, and endless fiery flames coalesced in his palm, materializing into a scarlet spear. Unrepentant and disruptive to the world, then perish. Flames surged, enveloping the youth, his previously bound hair cascading down, swirling and dancing in the fire. Truly magnificent. This was the singular thought in Ao Sun's mind at that moment. The appearance and demeanor of the figure clad in a cloak, soaring with charisma and exuding an aura of dominance, was precisely the form that everyone yearned for. Meng Yuhan, feeling her sorrow over Ao Sun's impending demise dissipate, contemplated how to befriend the young man. The old woman glanced sideways at her, recognizing her intentions. Yet the words of admonition would no longer escape her lips. If they could indeed befriend such a person, it might be a stroke of fortune for both Meng Yuhan and Jiuyou City. The cloaked youth tightened his grip on the flaming spear, and, as he stepped forward, he suddenly flung it like a javelin, sending it hurtling towards Lord Zhu, resembling a burning sun in flight. As the flaming spear approached, an indescribable terror coursed through the depths of Lord Zhu's soul. Unstoppable. Inescapable. With all his strength, Lord Zhu attempted to flee skyward, vanishing from the eyes of the crowd in an instant, traversing an unknown expanse of miles. Yet the spear's velocity was swifter still, as if it were destined to strike at his very fate. No matter how far he fled into the heavens or sought refuge in the netherworld, he could not alter the outcome of being pierced by the spear. The air was filled with the roar of flames and the heart-wrenching cries of Lord Zhu, a cacophony that seemed to stretch for an eternity. With a resounding crash, the beast with a human head and serpentine body plummeted from the clouds, crashing heavily into the barren, mottled earth. Scales shed from his body, revealing charred flesh riddled with countless wounds, blood gushing forth like a river breaking its dam. The cloaked youth descended slowly, standing atop the flames, hovering above Lord Zhu. The latter gazed up, gasping for breath, his crimson pupils constricting to pinpricks. This ancient demon, the progeny of the great deity Zhu Yin, now trembled in fear. He did not know who the youth was, but he could sense the youth's rank. He was in the 10th realm. The youth was not in the 11th, but rather the 12th, creation. Even in his era, only a minuscule number of celestial beings had entered the realm of creation, and among them, only Chongli, the fire god, had barely reached the initial stage of creation through the path of fire. Yet, much like his father, Zhu had fallen into folly. In the past, when Gonggong had angrily collided with Mount Buzhou, Zhu had transformed into a pillar to save the people, his remains buried in Hengshan of the eastern continent. Little did he expect that during his years of confinement, another being of the creation realm, who had mastered the way of fire, had emerged in the three realms. The sheer magnitude of true essence and the grandeur of his aura rivaled that of the former fire god, perhaps even surpassing it. No, Lord Zhu coughed blood, attempting to utter something, perhaps a plea for mercy or a promise. Yet the youth did not grant him the chance to speak again. He conjured another flaming spear, piercing through Lord Zhu and Apos' skull. The demon in Apos' voice abruptly ceased, and his massive head crashed down, stirring up another cloud of dust. Night had passed its zenith. The clouds parted, revealing the bright moonlight. The ancient demon, Lord Zhu, who had been suppressed in Hanshan for countless years, had perished on the very first day of his escape from captivity. His true spirit was entirely consumed by the flames, losing all qualifications for rebirth. There would be no more Taiping Town in South Zhou. From this moment on, Lord Zhu was no more. The youth gazed coldly at the towering form of Lord Zhu, brushing away the flames from his body, dusting off the remnants from his cloak, and readying his disheveled hair. In a peculiar manner, he vanished before the crowd, just as he had appeared, without a trace. Let us depart, Suhi. It is time for us to return. Ji Ming observed the grand spectacle with great satisfaction, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Suhi, snapping out of her astonishment, scolded Lord Zhu's body, yet found no joy in her heart. What about Jiang Sun? Did you not promise Chu Yi that you would rescue him? She looked into her senior brother and Apos' eyes, seeking answers. Ji Ming, with a gentle smile, corrected her, saying, first, I said perhaps we can save him, but I cannot guarantee it. Second, I am not the one responsible for this matter, but rather that esteemed elder from earlier. Sui hurriedly pressed on. Then did he manage to save him? And where did he take Chu Yi? Uncertain, Ji Ming shook his head, extending his hand to pat her little head for comfort. Sui turned away, displeased. I genuinely do not know. At present, I am unaware of that elder's plans. With a resigned smile, Ji Ming gestured towards Lord Zhu's fallen form, saying, but look, he is a very reliable elder. Jiang Sun will undoubtedly be rescued, and as for Chu Yi, although forcibly extracting the consequences went awry, that elder should have a way. Sui hesitated. Really? Of course it is true. Would your senior brother deceive you? Ji Ming replied. Sui's spirits lifted somewhat, thinking that someone capable of easily defeating Lord Zhu must indeed be trustworthy. Who exactly is that esteemed elder? She whispered. You have heard of him. Who? Well, he is. Ji Ming, seemingly wary of being overheard, switched to a private transmission and revealed the young man's identity to Suhi. Suhi's eyes widened gradually, her mouth forming an O shape. It's actually him. Her inner panic and worry dissipated, as if the clouds had been swept away. If that esteemed elder intervened, then Jiang Sun and Chu Yi would surely be safe. A smile returned to Suhi's face as she declared, then let us wait here for their return. Ji Ming shook his head with a smile, saying, they will not be returning just yet, but trust me, soon they will head to the Tang Empire, and you can wait for her there. They will come to the Tang Empire? Sui exclaimed with delight. Weren't you hoping for Chu Yi to join our Baiqing? Ji Ming responded playfully. Oh. Sui puffed out her cheeks. Senior brother, even you noticed that? Ji Ming patted her head, teasingly admonishing, remove the word and Apos, even and Apos. Your little thoughts are not hidden from anyone. Chapter 50, A Guiding Light. Ji Ming departed from Taiping Town with Suhi, returning to the Great Tang. However, the bustling activity in Taiping Town was just beginning. The death of Lord Zhu not only signified that the countless treasures hidden beneath the lonely mountain were about to be revealed, but also that Lord Zhu himself would become the most significant and valuable treasure in this small town. The scales upon his body would be crafted into extraordinary defensive artifacts, while the blood and flesh beneath those scales contained a wealth of true essence, making them invaluable for alchemical concoctions. His eyes and teeth, when a whale falls, all life flourishes. In the surrounding seas of Nanzhou, Lord Zhu was undoubtedly a colossal whale capable of providing a feast for many. Luo Liangpeng emerged from the ruins and dashed toward Lord Zhu's corpse without hesitation. The blue gourd hung from his shoulder, an unimaginable force emanating from within, drawing some of Lord Zhu's remaining soul into it. After accomplishing this, Luo Liangpeng did not spare a glance at the other treasures, stuffing the gourd into his embrace and swiftly retreating. The old woman glanced at Luo Liangpeng. While Meng Yuhan also approached Lord Zhu's body, she made no attempt to pursue him. The gourd was a treasure, and so was Lord Zhu's remnant soul. But they were not the goal of their expedition. Meng Yuhan wielded a crimson longsword, plunging it into Lord Zhu's head, the sword's aura radiating for over 10 zhang. A faint glow shone in her beautiful eyes as she gazed through the wound created by the sword, revealing the red demon core hidden within the flesh and blood. With a wave of her hand, she collected the demon core and turned to the old woman, exclaiming, "I found it. Grandmother, let us go." Without hesitation, the two retreated. At that moment, Ma Tongya from Yinchi sect and Songbai happened to approach, noticing Meng Yuhan's action of retrieving the demon core. The demon core, Ma Tongya's eyes narrowed. This was the most precious thing on Lord Zhu's body. The old woman snorted coldly, her aura bursting forth unabashedly, dispelling any thoughts Ma Tongya and his companion had of seizing it. "Forget them, let us grab the others," Songbai decisively stated. Both he and Ma Tongya, along with the remaining survivors of Taiping Town, were taken aback by the unfolding situation. Their original plan was to wait until Lord Zhu was free to seize the opportunities within the Lonely Mountain. Yet, no one had anticipated, nor dared to imagine, that Lord Zhu would die. Thus, the opportunities within the Lonely Mountain held little value now. Properly utilizing Lord Zhu's flesh and blood could grant them divine artifacts capable of breaking through their limits. Ao Sun was unaware of the events transpiring in Taiping Town. As soon as the wind-coated youth stowed away the dragon pearl, he lost consciousness once more. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a mountainous area, shrouded in mist, with emerald bamboo swaying gently. The faint sound of flowing water reached his ears as sunlight streamed through the treetops, casting mottled shadows. The chirping of birds and the gentle breeze caressed his face, creating an idyllic paradise. "Ah, you're awake." The youth, lounging in the grass under the sun, stood up, brushed off the fallen leaves from his body, and approached Ao Sun. More accurately, he walked toward the moon-white dragon pearl. Ao Sun looked at him in slight astonishment. He was dressed similarly to their last encounter, perhaps due to the warmth of this place. The youth had replaced his windbreaker with a simple white t-shirt and loose gray joggers, paired with sporty shoes prominently displaying the Antal logo. His hair was casually tied back, and his laid-back, roguish demeanor resembled that of a charming figure. Ao Sun dared not linger his gaze on the youth for too long. His soul detached from the dragon pearl, transforming into a smaller, ethereal form, and he surveyed the surroundings, inquiring, "Senior, may I ask where we are?" "East Continent. Shuiping Mountain," the youth replied. "Have we really arrived at the East Continent? How long have I been asleep?" Ao Sun murmured. 8 days. The youth said with a casual smile. "Given that your physical form was destroyed and your soul forcibly severed, awakening so quickly is quite remarkable. Thank you for saving me." "Senior." Ao Sun respectfully bowed to the youth. The youth waved his hand with a smile, saying, "No need for that. Even without you, I wouldn't have let that great demon escape." Ao Sun had no doubt about the youth's sense of justice and softly asked, "Can I know the current situation in Taiping Town?" "The cold mountain has shattered. Taiping Town lies in ruins, and rebuilding it holds no significance anymore. Lord Zhu's remnant soul was taken by a young fellow from the West State, while the most precious demon core fell into the hands of Jiuyu City, with the remaining flesh and treasures divided among the great sects of Nanzhou." The youth, who had evidently departed Taiping Town after vanquishing Lord Zhu, seemed to know everything. The young fellow from the West State must refer to Luo Liangpeng. That individual traveled thousands of miles to Taiping Town, clearly with grand ambitions in mind. However, Jiuyu City, that notorious place said to be situated at the border of the East and West States, was rumored to be inhabited by ancient prisoners. Just as the Dragon Clan's offspring could not step beyond the seas, the people of Jiuyu City, without a decree, could not leave the city gates. Could the visitors from Jiuyu City be Meng Yuhan and her companion? The youth perceived Ao Sun's confusion and confirmed they were intercepted on their way. "That girl is fine, but the old guardian was severely injured. Fortunately, his life is not in danger. What about Su He and Chui?" Ao Sun recalled his two friends from the town. Sui was taken back to Baiqing by her senior brother. As for Chui, the youth paused, turning his back with hands clasped, strolling toward a gracefully designed pavilion not far away, the dragon pearl hovering behind him. Ao Sun's soul swiftly followed. The pavilion was empty, containing only a stone bed, where Chui lay quietly, her complexion pale as snow, devoid of breath. Ao Sun froze for a moment, whispering, Is she dead?" "Not yet," the youth replied. At least, it cannot be said that she is dead for the time being. As he spoke, he produced a glowing orb resembling a firefly, dimmed to the brink of extinction, as if it would shatter at any moment. Half of her remaining soul resides in this orb, while the other half lingers within her physical form. Why is this happening? Ao Sun inquired. Because of you. The youth pointed at Ao Sun, calmly stating, there is another mystery within Lord Zhu's body. Extracting you without alarming the onlookers was quite difficult. I needed a point of reference, or rather, a guiding light. After a moment of silence, Ao Sun asked, is Chuyi that guiding light? The youth nodded. That thread of fate was also crafted by you, was it not? Ao Sun inquired, gazing into the youth's eyes. It was us, but not solely me, the youth replied with a smile. You need not regard me with such suspicion. We harbor no malice towards you. To extract you without alerting anyone, while Lord Zhu remains oblivious, the connection between you and the guiding light must be sufficiently profound, ideally intertwined. Crafting a thread of fate is the most straightforward and effective method. Originally, Suyi was to be the chosen one, but for reasons unknown, it was changed to Chuyi. Chuyi is but a mortal. Tracing her fate is easy, and extracting that connection is not overly challenging. However, during this process, her soul could not bear the strain and inevitably sustained damage. As you can see, her soul is fractured, and she requires an opportunity to awaken. Chapter 51. Neza Ao Sun inquired, what opportunity? Do you wish to save her? The young man suddenly asked. Ao Sun raised an eyebrow. Was there even a need to ask? Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, of course, I hope for your assistance, senior. The young man chuckled and shook his head, saying, the one who can save her now is not me, but you. Me? Ao Sun was perplexed. His physical body was destroyed, and his soul was merely residing within the Dragon Pearl. How could he possibly save Chuyi? The young man stood beside Ao Sun's soul and spoke softly. Cultivating through 3 realms to form a Dan, the Dragon Clan is endowed with creation, inherently possessing the 3 realms, and thus gives birth to the Golden Dan. Yet this Dan is not termed Golden Dan, but the young man left his sentence unfinished, merely smiling at Ao Sun. Dragon Pearl. Ao Sun picked up on his implication, his voice involuntarily lowering. You want me to use the Dragon Pearl to save her? Indeed, the young man replied. The Dragon Pearl, which harbors half of the true dragon's essence and fortune, is sufficient to cleanse her marrow and bones, to recreate her existence, and to reverse her fate, allowing her dissipated soul to coalesce once more. Ao Sun remarked, such feats can also be achieved with the soul-gathering pill. She is merely immortal. The young man shrugged, but I currently lack the soul-gathering pill. She has waited for you for 8 days. She cannot afford to wait much longer. Ao Sun fell into silence, and after a moment, shook his head. I am sorry, but I cannot do it. The young man regarded him with a somewhat enigmatic smile, saying, do you not know? This girl is willing to sacrifice her life to save you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, manifesting the girl's resolute demeanor from the Li family's courtyard. Hearing her 2 words, I am willing, Ao Sun fell silent once more. He was acutely aware that this was largely due to the thread of fate binding them. Yet the young man had made it abundantly clear that the reason for this thread's existence was to locate him within the belly of old Master Zhu. This was to facilitate the stealthy theft of his Dragon Pearl and soul under the watchful eyes of the Celestial Realm. From this perspective, Li Chuyi was merely a pawn in this scheme. Chuyi was, above all, innocent. I am grateful, Ao Sun spoke softly. Yet, he still found himself unable to act. There was no inner turmoil. He simply gazed quietly at the young man before him, clad in a t-shirt that seemed so out of place in this world. Senior, why must you test me? Ao Sun's tone bore a hint of resignation. After all, this individual could easily defeat even old Master Zhu, yet now claimed he could not save Chuyi and required Ao Sun's Dragon Pearl. It felt akin to a teacher claiming ignorance of letters or a Go master professing incompetence in the game. Such assertions seemed utterly implausible. This is not a test. The young man laughed, looking at Ao Sun's soul. Whether you are willing is your concern, but the decision to hand over the Dragon Pearl is not solely yours. Before Ao Sun could react, the young man's hand abruptly pressed down upon the Dragon Pearl. Ao Sun's soul was ruthlessly expelled. The young man gestured, extracting Chuyi's lingering soul from the crimson black orb, placing it within the moonwhite Dragon Pearl. He then positioned the Dragon Pearl upon Chuyi's heart, executing a spell as the pearl gradually fused into the girl's body. Ao Sun displayed a pained expression, feeling the severance of his connection to the Dragon Pearl at that moment. His essence damaged, his soul trembled uncontrollably, growing exceedingly dim. The young man glanced back at him, casually tossing forth a deep indigo pill. The pill shimmered in the air, melting away in flames, akin to thread and glue, reassembling Ao Sun's nearly shattered soul. A soul-gathering pill, and one of exceptionally high quality. I currently lack the soul-gathering pill. Ao Sun recalled the young man's earlier earnest words, feeling utterly helpless. He understood that the senior bore him no ill will, yet he could increasingly make no sense of the young man's actions. Meanwhile, the young man, satisfied as the Dragon Pearl fully integrated into Chuyi's heart, nodded. How does it feel? He asked Ao Sun. A bit painful, Ao Sun replied with a wry smile. I have lost at least 80% of my essence, and I feel as though my connection to the dragon clan has been severed. My dragon form consumed. My dragon pearl taken, I am indeed no longer considered a member of the dragon clan. To retain even 20% of your essence is quite impressive. It seems the efficacy of this top-tier soul-gathering pill is remarkable, the young man mused, stroking his chin. Senior, did you not say you lacked the soul-gathering pill? Ao Sun's tone turned slightly resentful. The young man burst into hearty laughter, devoid of any remorse. I was merely jesting. Ao Sun was left in despair. Gazing at him with helplessness, Senior, what exactly do you intend to do? To help you escape the celestial realm's scrutiny, to evade the fate of your destined death, and to free you from the identity of the dragon clan, the young man replied, his demeanor turning serious as he regarded Ao Sun intently. From this moment forth, there shall be no more Ao Sun of the South Sea. You may now choose a new name for yourself, or simply use the alias you adopted in Taiping Town. Jiang Sun. Ao Sun understood, yet he felt increasingly bewildered. Was he truly so significant that the young man and those behind him would orchestrate such a grand scheme against the celestial realm for his sake? And what was this destined death? Senior, do you also play the game of fate? He inquired, puzzled. Why? Ao Sun asked, confounded. Am I truly a genius? Or are these individuals merely friends of my father, paving a path for him? Because you bear the aura of that individual, the young man stepped out of the attic, lazily leaning against the doorframe, gazing at the clouds in the sky. You should know whom I refer to. Yes, I know. Ao Sun silently affirmed within his heart. In the depths of the South Sea, in the abyssal trench, there lay a gaunt figure shackled in iron, bloodied and filthy. You told everyone that you saw nothing in the trench, and none dared to expose you. The young man crossed his arms, reflecting with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, the vast majority truly do not know, and those who do prefer not to mention his existence. You have seen him. You have encountered him. Any cultivator above the 10th realm could sense his aura upon you, though I have since erased that aura. The young man paused before continuing. Thus, the celestial realm would exile you to Nanding County, using old Master Zhu's hand to eliminate you. Of course, there are some, such as ourselves, who will attempt to save you. Thank you. Ao Sun bowed respectfully to the young man, though a lingering confusion remained in his heart. To escape the celestial realm's gaze, to evade his destined death, was it truly necessary to seize his dragon pearl? He hesitated, softly asking. But I still do not understand why I must forsake my identity as a dragon. The young man smiled, looking at him inquisitively. Do you believe the dragon clan to be formidable? Of course, Ao Sun nodded. Truth be told, they are rather average, the young man replied nonchalantly. Ao Sun found himself momentarily at a loss for words, thinking that only someone of such stature as this individual could afford to make such an assessment of the dragon clan. After all, he was a being of creation, while old Master Zhu, at the 10th realm, was but a plaything in comparison. The young man saw through his thoughts, smiling lightly. Do not think I look down upon the dragon clan. Well, I do find them somewhat lacking, but consider this. If the dragon clan were truly powerful, among the myriad gods and Buddhas, how many would hail from the dragon clan? Ao Sun paused, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, among the countless gods and Buddhas, where was the presence of the dragon clan? Not that there are none. Take for instance the third brother of the West Sea, who was bestowed the title of Eightfold Heavenly Dragon. But what of that? Zhurong is indeed formidable, and Yinglong is not weak either. But these two deities cannot be considered members of the dragon clan. The young man continued, stating that in ancient times, the dragon clan was indeed formidable, possessing terrifying strength and having birthed several beings of creation. However, with the demise of those few sages and the subsequent retreat of the dragon clan to the four seas, no one has since ascended to the realm of creation. Your father, Ao Qin, is merely at the 10th level. Among the four sea dragon kings, the mightiest, Ao Guang, barely reaches the 11th. He epitomizes the current limits of the dragon clan. You are shackled by these constraints. To liberate yourself from this bondage, you must first relinquish your dragon form and blood. The young man paused briefly, gazing earnestly at Ao Sun, and said, since he has left a mark upon you, in a certain sense, you are his chosen one, perhaps even his heir. I do not wish for your future to be confined to the 11th level. And you, having had the courage to enter that abyss and stand before him, do you not yearn to glimpse the vistas of creation or even higher realms? The young man's calm words pierced Ao Sun's soul. After a moment of silence, Ao Sun softly replied, I do. That's right, the young man smiled. You seem quite reluctant to let go. Ao Sun nodded in affirmation, not denying his feelings. He genuinely cherished the identity of being a dragon clan descendant. The young man then posed another question. What is the essence of life, the body or the soul? After some contemplation, Ao Sun responded, the soul? Many ghost cultivators have long abandoned their bodies, yet still exist within this realm. No, the young man shook his head. It cannot be solely the body. Ao Sun remarked. Then it cannot be that either. The young man shook his head again and stated, it is the unity of both. Born as a dragon, your connection to the dragon clan is indelible. Even if you forsake your dragon form and blood, Even if you undergo numerous reincarnations, the blood of the dragon clan will forever flow within you. This is an immutable truth of the universe. No one can alter it. Ao Sun scratched his head and said, but I genuinely feel that my connection to the dragon clan has been severed, and that fortune is lost. Only temporarily, the young man reassured him. Once you ascend to creation, all that belongs to you will return. Creation realm, the 12th level. Ao Sun sighed wryly. What if I cannot? Then there is nothing to be done, the young man replied nonchalantly. If you cannot, simply consider it a mistaken decision on my part. Ao Sun sighed inwardly, realizing he truly had no recourse. Looking at the young man, Ao Sun earnestly inquired, what do you need me to do? Or rather, what can I do for you? Nothing is required. The young man returned to his languid demeanor, casually stating, if you genuinely wish to assist us, then strive diligently to enhance your cultivation as swiftly as possible. Is that all? Ao Sun questioned, perplexed. He had encountered individuals who gave without seeking recompense. Yet this person's contributions seemed rather excessive. The young man noticed his confusion and smiled lightly. Many individuals attempt small endeavors in various ways, such as that fellow from Shizhou, Luo Liangpeng, or that girl from Jiuyou City, or Suhi. To put it in more relatable terms, it is not that we do not require your help, but rather that you are currently too weak and lack the qualifications to assist us. We extend our help because we perceive a glimmer of potential in you. You are neither the first nor will you be the last. Cast a wide net and catch more fish. Who knows? One day an inconspicuous little fish may grow into a great koan. The young man chuckled at his own words. Ao Sun chuckled in response, saying, Senior, one day I shall earn the right to stand beside you. The young man winked and replied with a smile, then do your best. Ao Sun nodded, observing the young man's profile, noting his tousled hair, and finally could not restrain his curiosity. Senior, your attire, and that outfit from last time. Oh, it's quite cool, isn't it? The young man shook his t-shirt playfully. I think it's quite cool. Ao Sun suppressed his true thoughts and remarked, it's simply quite peculiar. I've never seen anything like it before. This is the attire from a small world, a rather intriguing one. When the opportunity arises, I shall take you to see it, the young man promised without sincerity. All right. Ao Sun agreed, yet his heart surged with waves of excitement. With that simple statement, he confirmed that the individual before him was not a traveler from another realm, but rather that someone could indeed reach the blue star. He whispered, Senior, who exactly are you? The young man glanced at him sideways and smiled. Having witnessed me vanquish that great demon, do you still not recognize who I am? Ao Sun choked momentarily. In truth, he had formulated a guess in his mind, yet lacked the courage to assert it. After all, in this world, figures capable of entering the path through fire and easily slaying Lord Zhu were indeed few. The young man smiled faintly and said, I am Neza. Chapter 52. The newborn. The young man in the t-shirt before him was none other than Neza. Indeed, it was truly Neza. Even though he had anticipated the identity of his counterpart, the confirmation left Ao Sun utterly astonished. Following that was an indescribable exhilaration, akin to a fervent fan encountering their long-admired idol. Of course, Neza was not merely an idol, nor was Ao Sun a fervent admirer. Yet, among the Han people who had grown up witnessing Neza's exploits and hearing tales of the third prince's renown, who did not harbor a Neza in their hearts. You seem excited, Neza remarked with a grin. Well, a bit, Ao Sun admitted, rubbing his hands together. It appears my fan base is quite substantial. Neza stroked his chin, using a term foreign to this world. What is this fan you speak of? He feigned confusion. Ah, it refers to a term for admirers, Neza explained. Ao soon realized. Oh. Neza shot him a sidelong glance and asked, what are you thinking? Is it so strange that I am Neza? It's not that it's strange, Ao Sun replied honestly. It's just that you, Senior, differ from what I imagined. With arms crossed, Neza inquired with interest. Then in your imagination, what should I look like? With two skyward buns, bare feet, riding on two fire wheels, and wielding the universe ring, Ao Sun envisioned the most vivid image of Neza in his mind. However, upon seeing the casually charming young Neza before him, he quickly shook his head and awkwardly chuckled. No, you should look just like you do now. Enough of this. Neza waved Ao Sun over. Come, let us go over there and reshape your body. Ao Sun followed eagerly, without a shred of doubt. Unable to suppress his anticipation as he inquired, Senior, what will you use to reshape my body? Lotus root, perhaps? What else would I use but lotus root? Neza replied matter-of-factly. For you, I specifically brought some spiritual lotus from my master. You better hurry and cultivate, or my efforts will be in vain. The terrain at the summit of Chuiping Mountain was flat and expansive, with a lake nestled in the center. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the azure sky and white clouds, while a few willow trees graced the lakeshore, and lotus flowers bloomed in the center. Even though autumn had settled in the eastern continent, the willow branches remained lush, and the lotus flowers flourished, their green leaves abundant. A large cauldron, standing over a meter tall, rested by the lakeside, adorned with enigmatic and ancient engravings. Neza lightly touched the tip of his toes to the cauldron, landing upon it like a flying swallow, igniting a layer of top-tier spiritual crystal within. As the temperature within the cauldron rose, the crystals gradually melted, Several lotus flowers from the lake broke free at their stems and fell into the cauldron. The moment they met the flames, the lotus flowers emitted dazzling hues of 7 colors, their petals layered and teeming with endless vitality. The flames within the cauldron changed color, transitioning from a blazing red to an exceptionally deep hue with a touch of eerie blue. The lotus flowers were not consumed by the flames. Instead, they took root in the fiery and crystalline solution, sprouting verdant leaves and tender white roots. The surface of the lotus leaves glistened with dewdrops that rolled gently with the leaves' movements, poised to fall, yet perpetually returning to the center of the leaves. Are you not in a hurry? Neza pointed at Ao Sun's spirit, drawing his soul into the cauldron, merging it with the newly sprouted lotus root. Until Ao Sun's spirit fully integrated with the lotus, those dewdrops finally fell, gradually washing away any remnants of discord. Alongside the falling discord were numerous fragments of lotus roots, a pruning and a rebirth, slowly piecing together Ao Sun's form and figure. How peculiar, Neza murmured, observing the newly reborn Ao Sun. A person's appearance is a manifestation of their spirit. While one's features are innate, they can also be altered through cultivation. The realm of cultivation boasts many elixirs capable of subtly modifying one's appearance, rendering it more perfect. However, at this moment, Ao Sun was in an unconscious state, and his external form manifested as it naturally would. Neza had assumed that Ao Sun's appearance would remain unchanged, for reshaping the body does not alter the inherent spirit. Yet, the Ao Sun before him bore slight changes. The once sharp features had softened, and his light blue irises had transformed into a warm brown, with subtle alterations to his facial structure and physique. Neza found this intriguing, yet did not dwell on it. Surrounded by a mist of celestial energy, he softly recited a few incantations. The lotus root gradually softened, the physical form solidified, and Ao Sun's consciousness began to return. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. So, this is the sensation of rebirth, Ao Sun mused, clenching his fists and feeling the powerful vitality surging within him. Alas, despite this vitality, his new body felt exceedingly fragile. His strength had diminished to that of the early stages of the second realm, a mere fraction of what it once was. I am but a fledgling, Ao Sun lamented, feeling a mix of nostalgia and helplessness. Since birth, he had never been this weak. Even 6 years ago, when his powers were stripped away, he had still been at the pinnacle of the third realm, merely relying on his physical prowess. Lowering his gaze, he observed that the flames in the cauldron had extinguished, leaving behind a cool, crystal-clear spiritual liquid. Gazing into the liquid, he was momentarily taken aback. No longer was he the flawless favorite of heaven, nor the mundane Jiang Sun of his past life, but rather a blend of both. Strange, yet familiar. Seeing Ao Sun successfully reborn, Neza waved his hand to dismiss the cauldron, regarding Ao Sun's new form with keen interest. Not bad, this new appearance of yours. Neza assumed this was a natural change following the shedding of his dragon lineage. He intended to tease Ao Sun, but was suddenly reminded of his own experience of rebirth, and thus lowered his voice, mimicking his master's demeanor. This rebirth has unlocked boundless potential. In your future cultivation, you must strive harder to honor this opportunity. Ao Sun promptly bowed, solemnly stating, Thank you, Senior. I shall engrave this in my heart and strive to meet your expectations. Neza smiled, realizing that his master's mannerisms were ill-suited for him. He casually asked, How do you find this new body? Ao Sun scratched his head, sensing that this lotus root-reformed body indeed held immense potential, as Neza had indicated. At this moment, he could truly consider himself a prodigy. He harbored no grievances. However, a thought crossed his mind as he discreetly glanced at Neza, pondering, Senior, are we not both, in a sense, lotus overlords now? No, Neza is undoubtedly the true lotus overlord. I am merely a lotus cardamom at best in the second realm. Chapter 53, The Azure Mirror here, take this. Neza tossed an object to Ao Sun. Catching it, Ao Sun discovered it to be a handleless bronze mirror, slightly smaller than an ordinary mirror, reminiscent of portable makeup mirrors from his past life. The material appeared stone-like, yet felt warm to the touch, akin to jade. Though referred to as a mirror, the bronze surface was dull and incapable of reflecting one's image. The edges were exquisitely crafted, etched with ancient and mysterious cloud patterns. What is this? Ao Sun inquired, puzzled. A rather interesting item, Neza replied, smiling enigmatically. Just accept it for now. Very well. Ao Sun infused the mirror with his spiritual essence, leaving a mental imprint without any resistance. It seemed to be no extraordinary artifact, for it had so easily accepted him as its master. Ao Sun examined the copper mirror repeatedly, unable to discern anything extraordinary. He inquired, Senior, this mirror is named Qingxian. Is it not the name given by Neza? Qingxian mirror? Does that not equate to the celestial mirror? The name certainly resonates. Gazing at the copper mirror in his hands, Ao Sun asked, Senior, how does one utilize this Qingxian mirror? According to the Tang Dynasty's calendar, on the 3rd, 13th, and 23rd of each month, at noon, one must infuse it with true energy, Neza replied with a mysterious smile. The rest, you will come to understand. I comprehend. Ao Sun nodded. Originally, I possess 3 of these mirrors, having given away 2. This is the last one. Neza, with a gentle smile, remarked. You will encounter them in due time. Upon hearing this, Ao Sun once again scrutinized the copper mirror in his hand. Although it appeared unremarkable, Neza's implication suggested that the 3 individuals to whom he would bestow these mirrors bore some significance akin to disciples. A surge of excitement bubbled within him, causing the mirror in his grasp to feel heavier. He pondered the identities of the 2 individuals who had received guidance from Neza before him. You may depart at your leisure, Neza suddenly stated. Ao Sun was taken aback, wondering if this signified a dismissal. The serene and picturesque landscape of Tsuaping Mountain beckoned him to request a prolonged stay for cultivation until he encountered a bottleneck. Sensing Ao Sun's thoughts, Neza shook his head, saying, Your path does not lie here. Understanding this, Ao Sun nodded without a trace of disappointment. Suddenly recalling the girl in the attic, he asked, What will happen on the first day of the month? Neza replied, When she awakens, I shall take her to meet Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai? By city of the Tang dynasty? Ao Sun immediately associated this with Su He's sect. He quelled his curiosity and respectfully bowed, saying, Thank you, senior. Neza waved his hand with a smile. The following morning, at dawn, Ao Sun bid farewell to Neza, performing 3 respectful bows before descending the mountain. As he stepped outside Tsuaping Mountain, it felt as though something had shattered. The world around him became hazy, and an eerie silence enveloped his ears. He felt himself moving rapidly, his body growing heavier, the surroundings shifting unpredictably. Darkness enveloped him momentarily before giving way to brilliant sunlight. He found himself standing on the official road, flanked by vast fields, with the outline of a city faintly visible ahead. Tsuaping Mountain, a paradise beyond the mortal realm. Ao Sun exclaimed in awe, yet it seemed only fitting, for it was Neza's palace. He glanced down at the stone path beneath his feet, clenched his fists, and observed the lines in his palms, still bearing traces of his draconic lineage, albeit scant. What am I now? A half-dragon? Ao Sun mused silently, feeling the remnants of his once boundless vitality now diminished. He strode towards the indistinct city, basking in the warm sunlight and listening to the gentle breeze. Though tinged with melancholy and wistfulness, his heart brimmed with tranquility and peace as he murmured, From today forth, I shall once again be Jiang Sun. Where to next? This was the first question that occupied Jiang Sun and Apo's mind. His thoughts immediately turned to the South Sea. By now, news of his demise must have reached there. What of his father, mother, old turtle, and brothers? How were they faring? Had his father erupted in anger? Had he stormed through the palace? Would his mother shed tears for him? Would the old turtle be unable to sleep in sorrow? Ah, brother, he sighed, realizing that, unbeknownst to him, he had developed so many attachments in this world. Yet, returning to the South Sea was not an option, setting aside whether he could return at all. Even if he could, with his current cultivation at the Second Realm, traversing the vast distance from Dongzhou to the South Sea would be impossible. Thus, he resolved to visit the Tang dynasty. Jiang Sun swiftly made his decision, driven by Su He's vivid descriptions of Tang, the first day of the month, and the knowledge that Zhao Li's task was set in the Tang dynasty. He felt an exhilarating anticipation akin to the excitement he had experienced before Neza. There, after all, lay the Tang dynasty. Jiang Sun hastened to the city whose outline had first captured his attention, glancing at the signboard and discovering it was the state city of Rongzhou. Rongzhou City, though not particularly large, was significant due to the convergence of 2 trade routes, one leading directly to the capital of the Tang dynasty, Chang'an. Its geographical importance meant strict control from the court. Outside the city gate stood guards, who, while accepting a fee for quick passage, maintained rigorous checks on travelers. Jiang Sun lingered beneath a poplar tree by the roadside, gazing at the city gate for a considerable time. Suddenly realizing a troublesome predicament, he lacked travel documents and official residency. Without proper documents, he could not enter any city of a higher rank than a state city. Recalling travelogues and historical regulations he had perused, he found no alternative. However, he soon devised a plan. Halting a passing merchant convoy and offering 5 taels of silver to the leader, securing his entry into the city alongside them. Naturally, conversations ensued during the journey. Yet, Jiang Sun, though handsome, lacked the striking presence he once possessed. He was easily mistaken for a mere scholar. Through the introduction from the merchant leader, his first order of business upon entering the city was to procure a household registration. The registration was expertly crafted, indistinguishable from a legitimate document, save for the absence of official records. Even the quality of the yellow paper matched that of the government-issued documents, being of superior quality. Of course, it was not inexpensive. Even as a black market item, it cost him 20 taels of silver. Next, Jiang Sun purchased a map to ascertain his current location, Eastern Land, Tang Dynasty. Jiannandao, Rongzhou City. The distance to Chang'an was 18,000 li. Note: in the cultivation realm, the regions we know, including the Tang Dynasty, are expanded tenfold. At its peak, the Tang Dynasty covered approximately 12 million square kilometers, which, when amplified, becomes 1.2 square kilometers. The population during its heyday was around 80 to 90 million. And due to the expansion of territory and the emergence of cultivation, productivity greatly increased, leading to a population expansion of approximately 20-fold, resulting in around 18-20E. The first volume, Taiping Town is Not So Peaceful, concludes. The second volume, Hello, Tang Dynasty, begins tomorrow. Chapter 54. The World of Reflection. The Longyue Inn in Rongzhou City is a well-regarded establishment, known for its exceptional culinary offerings and reasonable prices. This insight had come to Jiang Sun during a conversation while purchasing his household registration. Arriving at the inn just as evening approached, he was greeted by a lively atmosphere. The place bustling yet clean, presenting a delightful sight. Jiang Sun felt a pleasant uplift in his spirits, and a faint smile graced his lips as he gazed at the sign engraved with the words Longyue. He found himself pondering his peculiar disposition. Typically, he cherished solitude and tranquility, with his only companions in Nanhai being the songs of his parrot and the watchful presence of the old turtle. Seldom engaging in any other activities. Apart from Zhao Li, there were no familiar faces to be found. Yet, in this bustling venue, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Stepping inside the inn, he approached the innkeeper and requested a modest room. After glancing at the price board, he noted that a standard room for the night cost 201. He produced a small piece of silver and stated, "No need for change. Just bring me a few signature dishes. Room Xuanzi Jiahao. Please head upstairs, and your meal will be delivered shortly," the innkeeper replied, flashing a sincere smile as he summoned a waiter to escort Jiang Sun. Upon entering his room, Jiang Sun surveyed the surroundings. While not opulent, the accommodations were quite satisfactory. It seemed that the Tang dynasty was relatively affluent, at least more so than the records of his past life suggested. Perhaps the presence of cultivation here contributed to this prosperity? A knock soon echoed at the door, and the waiter entered, carrying a basin of warm water and 2 pristine towels. After washing his face and gazing into the mirror at the amalgamation of his past and present appearance, his mood brightened further. After dinner, he sat cross-legged on the bed, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth to refine his physique. Despite the limitations on many combat-related techniques from his previous training, his breath remained unaffected. The essence of cultivation, after all, is not as complex as it seems. It merely involves inhaling and exhaling the energies of the universe, gradually cleansing the internal organs and meridians, and transforming this energy into one's own essence, storing it within one's personal realm. The process of cultivation is, in essence, the transformation of this internal domain. For Jiang Sun, this process was remarkably simplified. Having once glimpsed the vistas of the 8th realm, if cultivation were a book, a typical practitioner would need to read and comprehend its content simultaneously. Failing to grasp the material would lead to confusion and misinterpretation, resulting in a deviation from the true path. Jiang Sun, however, had already assimilated this knowledge. He merely needed to proceed methodically through the text. This journey was straightforward, yet not entirely so. Transitioning from the 2nd to the 8th realm required a substantial amount of universal energy, which he could only accumulate through time, a force both immense and subtle in the cosmos, slowly bridging the distance to his former state. Of course, he could expedite this process with elixirs that replenish true essence, but the unfortunate reality was that he possessed none. Following his battle with Lord Zhu, all his elixirs, manuals, and treasures had been lost, swallowed by the very adversary he faced. Even the 1,000 taels of silver on him were borrowed from Neza, 300 taels requested, and 1,000 taels graciously provided, along with a small storage pouch. As time eluded him, the river behind the inn began to resonate with song, the evening deepening with the brilliance of stars, laughter, and cheers filling the vibrant city of Rongzhou. Jiang Sun had little desire to explore. He remained immersed in meditation, finding solace in the tranquility of his inner world. He longed to repay the kindness of Neza and others, aspiring to earn the right to stand alongside them. His sentiment was far from mere rhetoric. The following day, as dawn broke, the gates of Rongzhou opened, and citizens along with merchant caravans began to enter and exit the city in an orderly manner. Jiang Sun too departed, map in hand, making his way toward Chang'an. He opted against the official roads, as they would hinder his use of teleportation techniques and slow his pace. He journeyed a staggering 800 li, exiting the borders of Rongzhou, and stopped at Neijiang City for a meal of lamb rice. It was not mere craving, though he indeed relished the earthly delights of culinary fare, as evidenced by his hot pot outings with Zhao Li atop Lonely Mountain. However, given his current state in the 2nd realm, and with his newly reshaped body, complete fasting proved challenging. With no elixirs to sustain him, he relied on external nourishment to replenish his strength. In the afternoon, he set forth once more, covering several hundred li until he arrived at the outskirts of Suizhou City. This region now belonged to Lingnan Dao, and its city walls were more imposing than those of Rongzhou. The setting sun cast a magnificent glow upon the city towers, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Standing in the fields outside, Jiang Sun gazed at the colossal city under the sunset, feeling a strange stir within. To read a myriad of books and travel countless miles to witness diverse landscapes, the words of the sages resonated profoundly. Once again, he sought refuge in an inn, dined, and resumed his routine of meditation. Yet this time, his contemplations extended until noon the following day. After descending for lunch, he renewed his stay for another night at the front desk, then returned to his room, securely closing the door. Feeling uneasy, he cast a simple formation to block sound and presence. Then, he retrieved the copper mirror. Today marked the 231st year of the Yongin era in the Tang calendar, the 13th day of the 7th month. According to the Tang tradition, he needed to infuse true essence into the mirror at noon on the 3rd, 13th, and 23rd of each month. Neza's instructions echoed in his mind. Jiang Sun's gaze fell upon the Qingshan mirror. To this point, he had discerned no extraordinary qualities within it. Yet, the unknown often evokes reverence and anticipation. After cleansing his face and hands thoroughly, he sat patiently at the table, his sense of expectation mingling with a hint of trepidation. Finally, the appointed hour arrived. Jiang Sun lit an incense stick and subsequently infused true essence into the mirror, his anticipation reaching its zenith. What would transpire? What secrets lay hidden within the Qingshan mirror? Could it hasten his cultivation? Or was it a legendary artifact imbued with miraculous properties? In that moment, Jiang Sun felt his breath catch. Sensing the air around him grow still, thickening into an eerie density. Suddenly, strange melodies filled his ears, sounds reminiscent of the guqin, pipa, and guzheng, intermingling with the faint notes of flutes and shangs. Jiang Sun struggled to discern them, as he was no maestro of music. Yet, the harmonious interplay of these instruments was undeniably enchanting. As tranquility enveloped him, he felt the flow of his true essence quicken in rhythm with the music. Could it be that the Qingshan mirror was a musical treasure capable of accelerating his cultivation? Neza, a lover of music? The absurdity of the thought barely crossed his mind before the melodies abruptly ceased. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere becoming ethereal and dreamlike. Jiang Sun felt as if he were floating, detached from the world, ascending into a realm of immortality. The verses of Su Zi resurfaced in his mind as he slowly opened his eyes, taking in his surroundings. Before him lay a vast expanse of thick, white mist, vague, blurred, and dreamlike, stretching infinitely. He soon realized he stood within a grand palace, adorned with intricately carved beams and dragon columns, suffused with an aura of immortality. The spectacle was far more magnificent and imposing than even the dragon palace of Nanhai. Whose palace was this? Whose sanctuary did it belong to? Jiang Sun gazed toward the front of the hall, yet found no throne or statue to signify its master. In the next instant, swirling clouds materialized, and a long white jade table appeared in the center of the hall, measuring over 10 feet in width and at least 20 feet in length. On either side of the table were 12 expansive white jade chairs, with an equal number positioned at the front and back. The chair is intricately engraved with ancient and mysterious cloud patterns, while the back showcases a variety of relief sculptures. Upon a cursory glance, one can discern the presence of dragons and phoenixes, cranes and cheilants, along with numerous exotic creatures whose names elude Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun finds himself positioned beside the third seat on the left side of the main throne. Instinctively, he reaches out to gently caress the armrest of the white jade seat, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Before he can fully comprehend the unfolding situation, the mist begins to swirl once more. Radiance emanates from the highest seat, outlining a figure, soon followed by a second and a third that materialize almost simultaneously. Chapter 55, The White Wolf and the Nine Tails. Including the figure at the head of the table, 3 shadows appeared on the right side of the long table, while 2 were on the left. Jiang Sun stood beside the third seat on the left. Could it be that he was the 7th guest of this palace? No. Perhaps the 6th, as the individual at the head might be the host. Jiang Sun felt no panic or trepidation. He trusted that Neza had bestowed this upon him for a reason. Yet, questions and reverence lingered. Where am I? What am I doing? What should I do now? The 5 figures on either side of the long table simultaneously bowed to the figure at the head and then took their seats. Jiang Sun mimicked their gesture, hesitating briefly before sitting down. Remarkably, everyone had arrived today, an unusual occurrence with no one in seclusion. However, there was an unexpected addition. After 2 years, a newcomer had appeared among them, as the second figure on the right side of the long table made their entrance. They greeted the assembly with a cheerful demeanor and then turned their attention to the newly arrived Jiang Sun, displaying great curiosity. Not only he, but the individual at the head, along with the other 5, directed their gazes toward Jiang Sun. This place was shrouded in mist. All present were projections of their consciousness rather than their physical forms. The fog enveloped each consciousness, obscuring their features, allowing only their outlines to be discerned. Jiang Sun turned to the speaker, vaguely perceiving that he was a man of average build, neither stout nor thin, with disheveled hair cascading over him like a wandering swordsman. Jiang Sun nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. Hey, newcomer, where are you from? The man inquired. Jiang Sun refrained from responding. Don't be so guarded. Since you're here, we're all brothers now. The man patted his chest. Jiang Sun continued to observe him in silence. The other figures listened with interest, showing no intent to interrupt. Is the fragment of the Haoyan mirror yours, or was it given to you by someone? The man asked with a smile. Jiang Sun was taken aback. The Qingxian mirror given to him by Neza was indeed a fragment of the Haotian mirror. The Haotian mirror, an ancient divine artifact, had been shattered. Jiang Sun skillfully concealed his astonishment, pressing his lips together, and remained silent. It seems our new friend is rather introverted. The man chuckled. The figure beside him, in the first seat on the right, interjected. All right, Bai Lang, let us discuss the important matters. Bai Lang. It appeared to be the name of the second individual on the right. Jiang Sun silently noted it down. He did not comprehend the current situation but believed that observing it, listening, and remembering would be prudent. Bai Lang nodded with a smile and said, at the last gathering, I informed you about the disturbances in the demonic mountain of Nanding County in South Prefecture. This time, I have gathered specific details. Let us hear it. The second figure on Jiang Sun's left responded. Bai Lang continued, it concerns the offspring of the great god Zhuin, known as Gu. Somehow, he escaped a fatal calamity back then and now goes by the name of Lord Zhu, along with his Taoist temple, which has been suppressed in Nanding County. The second figure on the left exclaimed, so it's that fellow. The third figure on the right expressed surprise. Gu has survived until now? I wonder if Zhuin intervened when he escaped the calamity. Unlikely, the first figure on the left said. If Zhuin had intervened, Gu would not have faced a fatal calamity. What was the outcome? The second figure asked. Gu perished at the hands of the great god Neza. Bai Lang's tone turned excited and yearning. Jiang Sun found it peculiar that this person remained calm when discussing Gu and the great god Duin, yet displayed such fervor when mentioning Neza. The others present also exhibited only slight surprise at Gu and Zhuin, not shock or bewilderment. It appeared that discussions involving such divine beings were commonplace among them. Jiang Sun felt a deepening sense of reverence and became even more cautious. The first figure on the left looked at Bai Lang with a question. Why would a mere Gu provoke the great god Neza? Before anyone could respond, she continued. Not that I belittle Gu, but I've heard that Neza broke through to the legendary creation realm 200 years ago. And with his Taoist temple in the eastern continent, a Gu truly does not warrant his personal attention. Listening to her melodious voice, Jiang Sun glanced her way and noted that she was a tall woman with long, flowing hair reaching her waist. Although her features were indistinct, her voice and silhouette suggested an extraordinary beauty. Perhaps Neza was merely passing by, Bai Lang remarked. However, there is another intriguing matter, Bai Lang continued. After Gu broke through, aside from causing widespread devastation in Nanding County, he also devoured a true dragon. A true dragon? The others displayed interest, as true dragons were exceedingly rare compared to the various river gods and flood dragons. Are you certain it was a true dragon? The second figure inquired. I've heard that due to certain reasons, the dragon clan seldom leaves their realms. Not seldom, but they cannot, Jiang Sun silently corrected. Bai Lang retorted. When the silver dragon revealed itself, I was on my way to Nanding County. I'm a peak god harmony practitioner. Surely, my perception cannot be wrong. The second figure sighed. A true dragon is indeed a rarity. Not only rare, but don't you think it's rather foolish? Bai Lang scoffed. The dragon clan possesses the essence of creation. Given enough time, they should at least have cultivation above the 8th realm. Yet that foolish dragon offered little resistance and was simply devoured by Gu. It's truly a disgrace to the reputation of the dragon clan. Jiang Sun thought to himself. Indeed, the foolish dragon you speak of is me. But I absolutely deny that I offered little resistance. I fought with all my might, yet my efforts were in vain. Does anyone have anything to add? Bai Lang surveyed the group. Everyone shook their heads. All right then, Bai Lang sighed in resignation, leaning on the table in discontent at the lack of engaging discussion. Since Gu has fallen, and you were present, did you gain anything? The first figure on the right asked quietly. Damn it, just mentioning that irks me. Bai Lang exclaimed. I arrived too late. Gu's inner core, residual soul, and most of his blood essence had already been taken. All I managed to obtain was a piece of his tailbone and about 100 pounds of flesh. Nine Tails. Could you assist me in refining this flesh into elixirs? Bai Lang turned to the woman identified as Nine Tails. As for the tailbone, let us forge it into a sword. Nine Tails? Jiang Sun was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the curvaceous figure of the woman on the left. However, he quickly realized that Bai Lang and Nine Tails were likely merely codenames for these individuals in this place. The woman addressed as Nine Tails nodded slightly and said, I can do that. As she spoke, she seemed to sense Jiang Sun's gaze and turned to offer an explanation. As per custom, I shall take a tenth. The 100 pounds of flesh should yield about 10 elixirs, and with the bone sword, I will take 3 elixirs from you. No problem. Bai Lang readily snapped his fingers and glanced at Jiang Sun. In this realm, one could use their consciousness to retrieve items from the material world, albeit with 3 stipulations. First, the item must be lifeless. Second, it must be within 3 zhang of oneself. And third, complete control over the item is required. Bai Lang pointed to his temple, echoing Nine Tails to enlighten Jiang Sun about the rules of this place. Chapter 56. The Meeting of Mountains and Seas. The white wolf retrieved a tailbone measuring over 4 feet in length, along with the bloodied flesh wrapped in white cloth, and gently pushed them towards the Nine Tails. As the tips of Nine Tails' fingers made contact with the tailbone and flesh, the 2 items promptly vanished. Clearly, they had completed the delivery process. Jiang Sun silently observed this scene, unable to suppress his thoughts, marveling at the wonders of this world within the mirror. At our next gathering, I shall bring you the finished product, Ninetails remarked to the White Wolf. Agreed. The value of Lord Zhu's tailbone and flesh was considerable. Yet the White Wolf merely nodded, displaying no signs of doubt. It seemed that the individuals present at this gathering were more trustworthy than he had initially surmised. Jiang Sun mused contentedly. After all, starting today, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would be a regular attendee at this assembly. Moreover, the White Wolf had just mentioned that he was a formidable practitioner at the pinnacle of the Sixth Realm, a status that was already rare among mortals. For the foreseeable future, given Jiang Sun's relatively low cultivation level, he might indeed require assistance from such an esteemed ally. Having more friends of high caliber and trustworthiness was undeniably beneficial. Seeing that the two had reached an agreement, Right 3 tapped the table to draw everyone's attention and announced, "Esteemed guests, I have discovered a cave dwelling, suspected to be left by an immortal, and I intend to explore it. Do you have any suggestions? An immortal's cave dwelling? Which immortal?" Right 1 inquired. "Uncertain," Right 3 replied, shaking his head. "Can you ascertain the realm the immortal was in during their lifetime? A rough estimate will suffice." "Not certain either," Right 3 admitted, feeling somewhat awkward. Right 1 paused before asking, "Where is it located?" "Southern Shizhou," Right 3 responded vaguely. Yet it was understandable considering the significant implications for personal fortune. Even with trusted friends, he remained somewhat guarded. "Is it near the eastern continent?" Right 1 probed. "Indeed." Right 3 hesitated before confirming. "If that's the case, and you know nothing about it, my advice is not to go." Right 1 calmly stated while leaning back in his chair. "That area is rife with ancient battlegrounds and is home to many immortal abodes. However, it is perpetually shrouded in darkness, and while the potential for fortune remains uncertain, the dangers lurking in the shadows are indisputable." "Very well, thank you for the warning." Right 3 acknowledged, but evidently did not intend to heed the advice. He then turned to Ninetails, asking, "Do you have any elixirs that can restore the injuries of Fifth Realm practitioners within 3 breaths?" "Yes," Ninetails nodded. "I require 3. No, 5. Right 3 corrected himself. "What would be the cost?" 600 high-grade spirit stones, Ninetails replied. "Is that not rather steep?" Right 3 reacted instinctively. Ninetails replied coolly, "You should be aware that this price is not excessive. If you were to visit the Pill Pavilion in Shizhou, similar elixirs would cost at least 800 high-grade spirit stones, and availability is not guaranteed." Right 3, fully aware of Ninetails' truthfulness and the prices of such elixirs, sighed, realizing that his reluctance stemmed from a lack of funds. "I will prepare the spirit stones for the next gathering, and I kindly ask you to have the elixirs ready." Ninetails nodded in acknowledgement. In the span of a few exchanges, the second transaction was concluded. Following a brief silence, the group engaged in casual discussions about cultivation, while Jiang Sun remained a silent listener. After a while, the man seated at the head of the table tapped it to halt the brief discourse and turned to Jiang Sun. "All right, everyone, time is of the essence, and we should extend a warm welcome to our new friend." Right 1 smiled and said to Jiang Sun, "Welcome to the meeting of mountains and seas." Jiang Sun paused momentarily, his fingers gently caressing the jade armrest as he regarded the individuals before him. "So, this organization is called the Meeting of Mountains and Seas. What a splendid name," he thought to himself. "You may have noticed, the Meeting of Mountains and Seas is a rather loose organization. Our members hail from various corners of the world, united by our possession of fragments of the Haotian Mirror, or rather, the Qingxian Mirror. It is through the power of the Haotian Mirror that our souls have converged here." "This is the world within the Haotian Mirror?" Jiang Sun ventured, posing his first question since arriving. "Indeed," Right 1 nodded. "To be precise, this is merely a small remnant of the former Haotian realm. With the shattering of the Haotian Mirror, this small world has long ceased to exist. This palace is but a fraction of what remains." "Ah, I see." Jiang Sun nodded slightly, then turned to the man at the head of the table, quietly asking, "Who is this senior?" He had previously noted that the figure seated at the highest position was unlike the others, motionless and devoid of any discernible presence, as though merely an unconscious projection. "He is Mr. Qingxian," Right 1 replied. Such a divine artifact as the Haotian Mirror should have dissipated into the cosmos upon its shattering, but it was Mr. Qingxian who intervened, allowing the fragments of the Haotian Mirror to endure. It is also Mr. Qingxian who has restored the mirror's divine power, enabling our gathering here. Right 1 offered a respectful gesture towards the figure, smiling as he continued. "Mr. Qingxuan's projection is used to maintain the operation of this small world. He seldom participates in our meetings. The last time we encountered him was half a year ago." "Mr. Qingxian," Jiang Sun pondered, realizing that the name of the Qingxian Mirror stemmed from him. Could he be the Neza mentioned earlier, or the Mr. White referred to by Neza? Jiang Sun could not help but reflect, considering that the assembly comprised outstanding individuals from various regions. This seemed to align perfectly with Neza's style of operation, as well as his approach of casting a wide net to nurture talent. "May I inquire how you prefer to be addressed?" Ninetails asked with a smile. Jiang Sun hesitated for a moment before asking, "Are the code names among the attendees derived from the beasts of the mountains and seas?" Indeed, the meeting of mountains and seas. The White Wolf and Ninetales have both been recorded in the annals of the mountains and seas. While they are indeed derived from the mountains and seas, not all are beasts, right? One smiled. For instance, my title here is Days. As you know, Ninetales, left one glanced at Jiang Sun. White Wolf, right two added. I am called Ling Tu, chimed in left two, the sweet-voiced girl seated beside Jiang Sun. Zhurong, came the final introduction from right three, who, noticing Jiang Sun's curious gaze, chuckled and said, there's nothing to hide. Everyone here except you knows that I fortuitously inherited the legacy of the great god Zhurong, hence the name. Jiang Sun sincerely inquired, is there any significance to the names? Not particularly, Days replied with a smile. However, it is curious. Perhaps due to the unique nature of this realm, when you contemplate what name to give yourself, the answer is already present in your heart. We all experience this, do we not? Jiang Sun was taken aback for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, when he posed that question, a name had already surfaced in his mind, Yulong. After a brief pause, he declared, you may call me Yulong. Chapter 57. The bustling Chang'an, though the code name in this context holds little significance, it is evident that it bears a certain connotation. Each individual contemplated the term Yulong provided by Jiang Sun. A silver-white dragon? Or perhaps a treasured sword? The likelihood of a sword seems to outweigh the enigmatic dragon. It appears that this newcomer, Yulong, is likely a sword cultivator. However, none among them chose to inquire further. Understanding is a gradual process, not something to be rushed. Very well, Mr. Yulong, Days said with a gentle smile, regarding Jiang Sun. The Shanhai Society welcomes your participation. Jiang Sun nodded in response, hesitating momentarily before asking, is there no assessment? Upon hearing this, not only Days, but also Bai Lang, Jiu Wei, and Ling Tu erupted into laughter, particularly Zhu Rong, whose laughter was hearty and infectious. Do you recall when Bai Lang inquired about the origin of your Haotian mirror fragment? Days prompted. Indeed, Jiang Sun affirmed with a nod. The Haotian mirror shattered into 24 pieces, forming 24 Qingxian mirrors. Half of these are held by Mr. Qingxian, while the remainder has been taken by several other senior figures. Days elucidated, Mr. Qingxian dispersed some of these mirrors as opportunities and established the Wending Array for evaluation. Those who gain the recognition of a mirror have either passed Mr. Qingxuan's test or received it as a gift from other esteemed predecessors. He glanced at Zhu Rong. For instance, Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong interjected with a smile, our Qingxian mirror was obtained when I received the Zhu Rong legacy. The implication behind Days' words was clear. Whether through a predecessor's gift or a successful trial of Qingxian, both paths are worthy of trust. Jiang Sun nodded slightly, refraining from disclosing the origin of his mirror. At that moment, the projection seated at the head of the table flickered momentarily, hinting at a dissipating presence. Very well, everyone. Today's gathering comes to a close. We shall reconvene in 10 days, Days announced as he stood. Until next time. Zhu Rong also rose, robustly clasping his hands in farewell. Ling Tu, gazing at Jiang Sun, playfully waved her small hand, her smile endearing. Mr. Yulong, see you next time. As the ethereal sounds resonated again, the clouds dispersed. The grand hall crumbled, and everything around them became illusory and blurred. In the blink of an eye, the dream shattered, leaving Jiang Sun enveloped in silence. Simultaneously, he felt his spirit suddenly gain mass, plummeting rapidly while becoming increasingly heavy. After a moment of blurred vision, he found himself back in the inn, seated at the table. The Qingxian mirror lay before him, appearing utterly ordinary. It felt as though he had just experienced an exceptionally vivid dream. Jiang Sun shook his slightly dazed head, feeling a touch of fatigue, understanding that it was due to his low cultivation level. He glanced at the incense on the table, which had burned down 2/3. With a one-on-one flow of time, this indicated that he had spent approximately 20 minutes in the mirror's realm. He began to ponder the events that transpired during the Shanhai Society meeting. First and foremost was Mr. Qingxian, the esteemed predecessor capable of preventing the Haotian mirror from dissipating and fracturing it into 24 Qingxian mirrors. Clearly, he was the founder of the Shanhai Society. He was not Neza, yet he might be someone Neza mentioned among us. Next was Mr. Days, the first seated to the right. Balanced and wise, he commanded respect. Bai Lang listened to him attentively, and Zhu Rong was eager to seek his counsel. He seemed to embody a role akin to that of a senior brother within the Shanhai Society. As for Jiu Wei, Zhu Rong sought to purchase pills from her, while Bai Lang requested her assistance in refining weapons and elixirs. She appeared to be a master of both alchemy and crafting, perhaps affiliated with a sect renowned for those skills. The first to engage him was Bai Lang, likely hailing from Nanzhou, not far from Nanding County. His extroverted, somewhat frivolous demeanor radiated cheerfulness, resembling a roguish wanderer, with a hint of admiration when Neza was mentioned. Jiang Sun recalled Neza stating that he had previously bestowed 2 Qingxian mirrors, one of which was likely given to Bai Lang. Yet, it was evident that Bai Lang was not Neza's disciple. Ling Tu had spoken little throughout, but her sweet voice and delicate demeanor suggested the archetype of a youthful beauty. Jiang Sun couldn't help but smile at his own conjecture. As for Zhu Rong, seated directly across from him, her origins were unmistakably from the western region. Inheriting the will of the fire god, Zhu Rong exhibited a slight stinginess when discussing celestial abodes, but left an excellent impression on Jiang Sun, outgoing, jovial, and refreshingly straightforward. Jiang Sun unconsciously envisioned a robust brother from northeast China, embodying honesty and strength. Upon this reflection, Jiang Sun chuckled again, marveling at the wonder of the Shanghai society, where individuals from the four continents, separated by vast distances, could still converge in spirit, engage in face-to-face dialogue, share secrets, and exchange resources. The more he pondered, the more familiar it felt. Wasn't this akin to the internet? The Shanghai Society was, in essence, a network for immortal cultivation, a chat group of sorts. Dispelling the enchantments within his room, Jiang Sun descended the stairs, exiting the inn to continue his journey through Chang'an. On this day, he traversed 800 li. He roasted a wild rabbit in an ancient temple in a small mountain town, meditating through the night before setting off again the following day. This routine persisted for 4 consecutive days. At last, on the 5th day at noon, Jiang Sun arrived outside the city of Chang'an. This was likely the east city gate of Chang'an, where several broad thoroughfares sprawled, wide enough for 10 carriages to travel side by side. Gazing at the towering city walls, resembling a dragon coiling, he sensed an imposing aura emanating from the dark blue bricks and tiles. The city gate loomed grandly, heavily guarded, with banners fluttering in the breeze. A steady stream of merchants and travelers formed orderly lines before the 8 open gates. Jiang Sun understood that this was the largest city within the greatest mortal realm of the eastern continent. This massive metropolis housed over 15 million inhabitants, likely making it the most prosperous city in all 4 continents. Ah, Chang'an, he mused, wondering when he might visit Luoqing, the city of his past life. Jiang Sun felt a surge of unspoken anticipation and excitement, almost akin to a wanderer returning home. After standing in line for more than an hour, he finally entered the city as a traveling scholar. 20 taels of silver well spent, Jiang Sun thought to himself, stowing the black household registration acquired from Rongzhou City into his pack. Following the bustling crowd along the stone-paved road, he ventured toward the intersection ahead. Drawing a deep breath, he surveyed the contented faces of the people around him, softly murmuring, "So this is Chang'an." The smiles of the surrounding populace, the incessant calls of vendors, and the throngs of people all blended into a vivid tapestry of life. Such a thriving spectacle amidst the crowd was precisely what he had envisioned. Jiang Sun unfurled the map he had purchased beforehand, confirming his intended direction. At that moment, a woman in plain attire approached, carrying a basket and whispering conspiratorially, "Young sir, in need of lodging?" Her eyes twinkled as she sweetly added, "We have just the kind you imagine." Jiang Sun chuckled, finding the familiar warmth of the encounter both nostalgic and heartwarming. He regarded the woman and asked with a smile, "Are you a local or a visitor? Do you have any women? From Goryeo or the eastern barbarian lands?" Chapter 58. Settling in. The woman evidently could not keep up with Jiang Sun's pace. Nor was she aware of the plethora of unspeakable websites in some small world. "What did the young master say?" she inquired with wide eyes. Jiang Sun chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, unfazed by this minor interruption. He glanced at the map and proceeded along the bluestone path toward the east city. An hour later, Jiang Sun arrived at the bustling east market of Chang'an, standing before a board displaying various rental properties. Number 18, 7 Streets, East Market, a farmhouse. Beautiful surroundings, monthly rent 10 taels, excluding expenses. Jiang Sun indeed intended to maintain a low profile, yet comfort was also a consideration. After all, he was a distinguished practitioner of the second realm, a foundation-building ancestor. To reside in a farmhouse would certainly diminish his stature. Jiang Sun had contemplated extensively regarding his accommodation. Even a remote girl like Chu Yi was aware of the existence of cultivation, so with a population exceeding 15 million in Chang'an, the presence of cultivators should be considerable. He was not averse to mingling with these practitioners. Moreover, considering future purchases of cultivation resources, he did not plan to live too far away. The East Market, close to the Imperial City, along with several nearby lanes, presented excellent choices. Number 17, 3 Streets, Chongren Lane, a 2-entry courtyard, furnished with mahogany, monthly rent 80 taels. This was the listing Jiang Sun found most appealing. Chongren Lane boasted a prime location, north-facing the Imperial City's scenic fomen, and in proximity to the Ministry of Personnel's selection hall. To the south lay the bustling street of Chumingmen and Jingguangmen, adjacent to the East Market. With its status as a northern thoroughfare, it attracted crowds day and night, its lights never extinguished. No other lane in the capital could compare. Prosperity was secondary for Jiang Sun. His primary concern was that Chongren Lane housed various religious establishments, including the Lihuwei Courtyard, Baoshi Temple, Zixing Temple, and Yuanjin Temple. In this flourishing world of cultivation, these religious sites likely served as gathering places for practitioners. However, the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. One word: expensive. 80 taels a month. How much would it cost to purchase? Jiang Sun couldn't help but recall Bai Juyi's lines. In the capital for 20 springs, the poor have nowhere to settle. Longing for a snail's shell, not as good as a rat's burrow. Such exorbitant prices explained why Bai Juyi, a top scholar, labored for 18 years before acquiring a home in Chang'an. Buying a house was out of the question. Yet, upon leaving Tsuaping Mountain, Jiang Sun had received 1,000 taels from Neza, spending 90 along the way, leaving him with 900 taels, ample to establish himself in Chang'an. After noting the information from the rental board, Jiang Sun arrived at number 17, Chongren Lane, half an hour later. Following the description on the board, he approached the fourth residence on the left side of the courtyard and knocked on the door. The house was beautifully adorned, with 2 stone lions flanking the crimson door. Yet there was no plaque, suggesting it belonged to a wealthy merchant of low profile without an official position. Before long, the red door opened, revealing an elderly man who scrutinized Jiang Sun with a wary gaze. "What brings you here?" he asked. "I am here to inquire about renting the courtyard from Manager Fan." Jiang Sun replied, gesturing to the right. "That particular residence, I assume, is still available?" The full name provided on the rental board was Fanon. "It is still available." "Please wait a moment," the old steward replied, his demeanor noticeably more courteous. He hurried inside to make an announcement. Shortly thereafter, the old steward returned, opening the door to guide Jiang Sun into the residence. Passing through a spacious courtyard and glancing at the pond and flower beds, Jiang Sun followed the steward into the main hall, where intricately carved doors and windows greeted him, along with exquisite wood grain and 2 landscape paintings adorning the walls, exuding an air of opulence. The old steward led Jiang Sun to the reception area, addressing a man in a brown robe. "Sir, the guest has arrived." Fanon, appearing to be in his 40s, was tall and robust, likely of Hu descent, with a broad face, high cheekbones, and a prominent nose adorned with a thick beard. "I have the pleasure of meeting Manager Fan," Jiang Sun said with a respectful bow, realizing he was dealing with a Hu merchant. Fanon smiled heartily. "Please, take a seat. Would you like some tea?" Jiang Sun seated himself across from Fanon, expressing his gratitude. Fanon turned to instruct a servant to bring tea. Taking a moment to appraise Jiang Sun with a smile, "How shall I address you?" "Rongzhou Jiang Sun," he replied. "A scholar here for the imperial examination?" Fanon inquired. Not that Fanon was overly inquisitive. If Jiang Sun were to engage in wrongdoing in the city, he would share some responsibility for renting him a room. Jiang Sun shook his head, maintaining his smile. "My ancestors had some standing in Chang'an, hence my aspiration for an official position." He had already crafted this explanation. For the 80 taels rent was considerable, making it clear he could not be a destitute scholar or an ordinary person. "Manager Fan, I wish to rent the residence at number 17. Jiang Sun reiterated his intention. "No problem, but I must say, that residence holds special significance for me, as it was where I resided when I first arrived in Chang'an. Since my occupancy, everything has gone smoothly, and my wealth has only increased. It could be considered a blessed abode." Fanon remarked with a smile, "So do not think 80 taels is exorbitant. A blessed abode is indeed worth the price." "You mainly wish to convey that last sentiment," Jiang Sun teased, offering a sincere smile. "Chongren Lane is exceptionally well located. Your residence is delightful, and being a blessed abode, the monthly rent of 80 taels is entirely justifiable." Pleased by Jiang Sun's response, Fanon nodded slightly. "Since you understand this, let us be clear. I am a man who dislikes trouble. The rental board states clearly that you must pay a year's rent up front, plus a half-month deposit, totaling 1,000 taels. If there are no issues, I can have the contract drawn up immediately." Jiang Sun shook his head, smiling. "Manager Fan, to be candid, I just arrived in Chang'an today. Whether I can secure my ancestors' legacy remains uncertain, and I do not know what challenges may lie ahead. 1,000 taels is indeed a heavy burden for me. Therefore, I can only commit to a 6-month lease, totaling 520 taels including the deposit. What do you think?" With only 900 taels remaining, a year's rent was not only burdensome but utterly unattainable. Jiang Sun sighed inwardly. Even mundane matters like currency required scrupulous consideration, and surely no one could be more unfortunate than himself, a foundation-building ancestor. "Is that so?" Fanon expressed slight dissatisfaction before adding, "May I see your household registration?" Jiang Sun produced his registration and handed it over. Fanon, upon seeing the established status of the Jiang family from Rongzhou, had no cause for suspicion. "This tea is delightful. My father enjoys this type of tea," Jiang Sun remarked. Taking a sip, though he could not discern the type, it did not hinder his genuine praise. "Is that so?" Fanon inquired with a slight smirk. "May I ask about your esteemed father?" "He holds the position of registrar in Rongzhou," Jiang Sun replied impassively, stating a position that was neither too grand nor too insignificant. After all, he was not pursuing the imperial examination nor an official title. As long as he did not commit any offenses, no one would investigate his background. Fanon expressed no further doubts and nodded. "Then we shall proceed with the 6-month payment. I will have the contract prepared, perhaps living in my blessed abode. Within 6 months, you, young Master Jiang, will achieve great success and move into a grand residence," Fanon said with a hearty laugh. After exchanging pleasantries, both parties signed the contract, and Jiang Sun presented the requisite silver notes. Having finished his tea, Jiang Sun rose to take his leave and walked into the nearby No. 17 residence. The layout of this courtyard resembled that of the Fan family. Though limited in size, it lacked some of the ornamental features like ponds and flower beds. The main hall and bedroom were also well furnished, with all the furniture crafted from fine mahogany. Manager Fan was certainly truthful in this regard. After a bit of tidying up, Jiang Sun has finally settled down in Chang'an. Sitting in the bright main hall, he began to contemplate his forthcoming plans. Nightly meditation is indispensable. Yet daytime practices are not required. Regardless of his desires, cultivation is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in the blink of an eye. Especially given his current lowly realm, there is no need for him to seclude himself for many years like those eminent figures. What he truly requires now is access to cultivation resources, such as spirit stones and elixirs, which can only be obtained through the cultivation community. Jiang Sun does not intend to join any sect, and due to his status as a non-citizen, he cannot affiliate himself with the Tang dynasty's official entities. Thus, his remaining options are exceedingly limited. He aspires to become a bounty hunter. Chapter 59. The county office in Nanzhou. There exists no true nation. Rather, its territories are divided among various celestial sects, each wielding dominion over their respective realms. While the Tang dynasty may appear distinct, its essence bears little difference. The imperial family, along with a handful of prominent military clans centered around the monarchy, collectively form the foremost celestial sect of the realm. From the inception of the Tang dynasty, the principles of cultivation were disseminated throughout the governmental offices. Those capable of serving as catchers were primarily initiated into the path of cultivation. However, most catchers merely scratched the surface of their training. The insufficient number of catchers contrasted sharply with the abundance of criminals and monsters, prompting the government to frequently issue bounty tasks. Those who specifically took on these bounties and made a living from the rewards were known as bounty catchers. The term bounty does not solely denote silver. Often, particularly troublesome criminals would have their corresponding rewards in the form of elixirs or spirit stones, currencies of the cultivation world. The allure of freedom and high rewards, coupled with a moderate level of risk, rendered this profession exceedingly suitable. After a night of profound meditation, Jiang Sun opened his eyes with the rising sun. His first morning in Chang'an Dapos, and began amidst a refreshing rain, the cool droplets cleansing the air of lingering heat, shrouding the streets in a misty haze. Wanyan County, a suburban district of Chang'an, housed the county office situated 10 miles away in Qinjianfeng. Jiang Sun, wielding an oiled paper umbrella, took a leisurely stroll that lasted a quarter of an hour before arriving near the county office. The office faced south, flanked by 2 towering stone lions at the entrance, with a large drum positioned to the right of the vermilion door. Not far from the street stood a notice board where bounties were announced. A middle-aged man, clad in the garb of a constable, was affixing something to the board. Seemingly a new bounty for the day, Jiang Sun approached to take a look, only to find the majority of the tasks were petty thefts offering rewards of 50 silver or less, which immediately dampened his interest. He had no desire to pursue such trivial bounties. This was not the role of a bounty catcher he envisioned. Moreover, having once ascended to the 8th realm as a true dragon, engaging in such menial tasks felt rather beneath him. The pressing question remained: where could he find the extraordinary bounties of the cultivation world? At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the office. The old man wore a bamboo hat and a raincoat, beneath which was a coarse gray garment, clearly not a government official. Yet, a short blade hung at his waist, and his limbs were deftly bound with hemp rope, with numerous leather pouches dangling from his body. The constable, having completed his posting on the bounty board, was preparing to return to the office when he noticed the old man and promptly stepped aside. "Good morning, Captain Chong," the constable greeted, bowing respectfully. The elderly man, referred to as Captain Chong, appeared somewhat irritable, dismissively instructing the constable to get lost. The constable, undeterred, smiled and watched the old man depart before turning back to the office. Captain Chung continued onward, suddenly noticing Jiang Sun standing before the notice board. Raising his brow in curiosity, "This young friend?" Captain Cheng's gaze fell upon Jiang Sun's face, a flicker of light shimmering in his murky eyes. Jiang Sun met the old man's gaze, instantly discerning his robust vitality and abundant spirit, clearly indicative of a practitioner. However, without employing any mystical vision, and with the old man not revealing his powers, it was challenging to gauge his precise cultivation level. For Captain Chung, the assessment was simpler, upon a mere glance. The inability to see through Jiang Sun was sufficient to attest to the young man's extraordinary nature. A smile crept upon Captain Cheng's lips as he hoarsely inquired, "Might you be inclined to join this old man for a cup of tea?" Jiang Sun remained silent, watching the old man with a hint of caution, contemplating his intentions. Captain Chung grinned and, gesturing towards the notice board, suggested, "If you wish to pursue bounties from the cultivation world, you won't find them on this board." After a moment of thought, Jiang Sun inclined his head slightly. "I would like to hear more." In a tea house 2 streets away from the office, Captain Chung ordered only a pot of tea, serving a cup to both himself and Jiang Sun. He removed his bamboo hat and raincoat, revealing a weathered, dark face adorned with deep wrinkles and a prominent scar stretching from the corner of his eye to his chin, lending him a somewhat stern appearance. Yet, curiously, the adage that one's demeanor reflects their heart may hold some truth. Despite the deep scar, Captain Cheng's expression was cold but not menacing. As Jiang Sun accepted the tea, He expressed his gratitude and asked, "Might I inquire how long you have been in Chang'an, Senior?" Captain Chung chuckled, "Not long at all. You're quite new here." Jiang Sun did not deny it, but was taken aback. "Am I that obvious?" Captain Chung laughed heartily, taking a sip of his tea. No practitioner would bother with the government's notice board unless they are newcomers or the bounties pertain to them. Understanding dawned on Jiang Sun as he glanced at the old man's calloused hands resting on the table. He lifted his teacup, saying, "So, do you often invite every newcomer practitioner for tea?" Captain Chung paused, then chuckled, "Certainly not." He pointed to his eyes, adding, "But I am inclined to offer tea to anyone I cannot see through, especially those with a pleasant demeanor." Pleasant demeanor? Jiang Sun stroked his chin. "What do you intend?" Then, Captain Chung inquired, "I noticed you lingering by the bounty board. Would you be interested in joining me on a task?" Jiang Sun asked, "What task?" "There has been a murder case in Gaoquan Township in the southeastern outskirts, involving a wealthy merchant," Captain Chung explained. Jiang Sun furrowed his brow. "How does this differ from the bounties posted?" "The perpetrator is a practitioner," Captain Chung replied with a slight nod. "In 5 days, the merchant has become the 7th victim, and the manner of death is gruesome, with vital organs devoured. It does not appear to be human. Preliminary judgments suggest it may be the work of a demon." Jiang Sun's expression remained unchanged. Rather than the identity of the monster, he was more concerned with another matter. "You invite me to join you on a task upon our first meeting. Do you trust me so readily?" I mentioned, "Your demeanor is pleasant." Captain Chung smiled, pointing to his eyes once more, exuding a confidence in his discerning judgment. Jiang Sun was taken aback. "Simply because my demeanor is pleasant? Also because my team lost 2 capable members on the last mission and is currently short-handed," Captain Chung replied. Jiang Sun fell silent, contemplating, "How can I trust you?" Captain Ching, unperturbed, produced a piece of yellowed paper from within his garments and slid it across the table to Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun picked it up, discovering it to be an official notice bearing a seal. The date read, July 19th, year 230 of Yong'an. Issued by the Bureau for Capturing Demons of Wanyan County. Task summary. Since July 13th, 7 individuals have perished within 5 days in Gaoquan Township. The scenes of death were horrific, with vital organs consumed. Suspected to be the work of demonic forces. Task objective, identify the perpetrator. If deemed a demon, eliminate it. Reward, 200 low-grade spirit stones. Captain Chung smiled, asking, "With the Bureau for Capturing Demons of Wanyan County issuing this, do you now trust me?" Chapter 60. The team, upon confirming the authenticity of the seal on the announcement and recalling how the elderly man had emerged from the official residence, along with the fact that the constable was acquainted with him, Jiang Sun felt his doubts dissipate. He was inclined to trust the endorsement of the Tang Dynasty's authorities. However, glancing at the issuing office on the notice, he inquired with some confusion, "Is the Bureau of Beast Capture specifically tasked with dealing with monstrous entities?" Jiang Sun had gleaned from his inquiries at the end that the authorities were offering a bounty, but he was unaware that it was issued by the Bureau of Beast Capture. Upon hearing this question, team leader Chung appeared momentarily taken aback. The elder scrutinized Jiang Sun and, with a slight gasp, remarked, "Are you not a son of the Tang Dynasty?" Realizing he had misspoken, Jiang Sun maintained his composure without hesitation. "I have been under the tutelage of my master since childhood, spending many years in secluded cultivation on the mountain. This is my first descent to the world below, hence my limited knowledge of worldly affairs." "Ah, I see," team leader Chung replied with an enlightened smile, though he seemed uncertain whether to believe him, and he refrained from further questioning. The elder elaborated, "As a former stronghold of many celestial beings, the spiritual energy of the Tang Dynasty is unparalleled among the 100 nations of the eastern continent. This abundant spiritual energy has both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits are evident, as the Tang Dynasty is home to numerous immortal sects, and the government actively fosters talent. Any individual with potential can typically acquire a basic method of breathing technique, joining either an immortal sect or the government, thus embarking on the cultivation path with a pace significantly swifter than elsewhere. The downside, however, is that many monsters are drawn to the Tang Dynasty in search of spiritual energy lurking in various places. The overflowing spiritual energy also tends to give rise to malevolent entities. Hence, the Bureau of Beast Capture came into being, specifically tasked with dealing with the disruptive monsters and those evil beings that have emerged here." Jiang Sun nodded slightly, stating, "So, one could say that the Bureau of Beast Capture functions as a more advanced form of constable?" Team leader Chung chuckled, "You are not mistaken in that regard." Jiang Sun then returned the notice, tacitly accepting team leader Cheng's invitation, and proceeded to ask, "How many individuals are involved? And how will the 200 spiritual stones be distributed?" "Count yourself among 5. Team leader Chung tucked the bounty notice back into his pocket, took a sip of tea, and continued, "As this task was arranged through my connections, no other bounty hunters will partake, so I shall take 1/10 of the reward. The remainder shall be equally divided among all participants. Naturally, if anyone contributes significantly more, they will receive a greater share." After a pause, he added, "Should anyone encounter misfortune, the situation will be evaluated accordingly." Recalling the elder's earlier mention of a companion's misfortune, Jiang Sun sighed softly, understanding the source of the elder's sorrow. No problem. Jiang Sun replied. When do we depart? Team leader Cheng pondered for a moment, then said, in the afternoon, at the Windbreak Pavilion 5 miles outside the East Third Gate. After leaving the tea house, Jiang Sun inquired with passers-by and found a reasonably priced weapon shop where he procured a sword. The seller boasted extravagantly about its origins, claiming it was made from celestial iron and oceanic black iron, pricing it at 200 taels. Ultimately, Jiang Sun managed to negotiate the price down to 50 taels with a simple ultimatum of walking away if the seller refused. Jiang Sun flicked the sword, finding it satisfactory. Unsure where to acquire magical artifacts, and even if he did, he could not afford them. He resolved to make do with the weapon for now. Although the sword could not withstand much true energy, nurturing it for a few days would be far better than facing foes empty-handed. As for the technique of transforming water into a sword, given his current insufficient energy, he deemed it wise to refrain from using it recklessly. After purchasing the sword, he also acquired a straw hat and donned a coarse cloth robe, realizing it was nearly noon. The rain had ceased, and Jiang Sun exited the city, locating the Windbreak Pavilion as described by team leader Cheng. The area around the pavilion was overgrown with wild grass that had yet to succumb to the season's first autumn rain, alongside a few nameless trees. Beneath the pavilion, apart from team leader Cheng, there were 3 others, 2 men and a woman, all with unremarkable appearances. Like team leader Cheng, they bore several leather bags for carrying items. Each of them was armed, with the 2 men wielding knives, while the woman had her long hair tightly bound, carrying 2 short swords on her back and a dagger at her waist. As Jiang Sun approached the pavilion, he noted the sun breaking through the clouds and mused to himself about arriving a half-hour early. Everyone is here, he remarked, removing his hat and greeting them. Team leader Cheng, are these your new teammates? Can they be relied upon? The burly man with the knife standing next to team leader Cheng scrutinized Jiang Sun's fair complexion, harboring doubts. The other 2 also cast skeptical glances in his direction. Jiang Sun understood the source of their skepticism. Among wandering cultivators, few resembled him. To elaborate, most wandering cultivators endure the elements, often facing hardship, treasure hunting, and conflicts, which typically leaves them with a weathered appearance. Such a rugged demeanor often conveys a trustworthy quality, evident in figures like team leader Cheng, the burly man before him, and others such as Niu Laohai and Ma Tongyao from Taiping Town. Yet Jiang Sun's youthful visage lacked such a quality. The previous incarnation of Ao Sun also bore no such traits. However, he had once exuded an air of celestial superiority, aloof and ethereal, instilling a sense of reverence in ordinary folk. Now, he resembled more of an unseasoned scholar from an academy, untouched by the trials of the martial world. Given the gravity of confronting demons and monsters, it was inevitable for his companions to regard him with heightened scrutiny. Team leader Cheng, however, seemed to place considerable trust in Jiang Sun, or perhaps in his own judgment. After contemplating his teammates' doubts, he turned to Jiang Sun and suggested, "How about demonstrating your abilities?" Jiang Sun considered this, and, directing a flick of his fingers at a nearby tree, unleashed a stream of sword energy that pierced the trunk, creating a small hole. The burly man's expression brightened, and the others turned their attention towards him. Although Jiang Sun's display of power was not particularly formidable, anyone present could easily replicate it. His swift execution and the absence of any surplus true energy leakage showcased his exceptional control. It became evident to the group that he was likely a disciple of an immortal sect honing his skills in the world. The burly man's demeanor shifted significantly as he clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Brother, what is your name?" "Jiang Sun." Jiang as in river and Sun as into seek. "I am Lu Tingfeng." The burly man replied with a hearty laugh, adding, "I am at the 2nd realm, 5th layer." "Huyong," chimed in the shorter man, also sharing his level, 2nd realm, 6th layer. The woman, in her 30s, smiled and introduced herself, Zhu Hong, as in rainbow, also in the mid-2nd realm. Only then did team leader Cheng recall that he had forgotten to exchange names earlier. Smacking his forehead, he grinned and said, "I am Cheng Yuan, at the peak of the 2nd realm. You may address me as team leader Cheng." In the realm of cultivation, there are 13 levels, each with 9 tiers, categorized as early, mid, and late. Achieving the 9th tier within any realm signifies reaching its pinnacle. Jiang Sun currently stood at the peak of the 2nd realm. Surprised that they openly shared their names and levels, Jiang Sun cast a glance at team leader Cheng, realizing that the cohesion of this team exceeded his expectations. "Let us proceed to Gaoquan Township," team leader Cheng announced, donning his hat and beckoning the group to depart. Chapter 61. Gaoquan Township. Gaoquan Township lies 50 miles east of Chang'an City. For an ordinary person, it might take half a day to traverse. But for this group of cultivators, even without employing any escape techniques, it would only take a mere 15 to 20 minutes. The journey was silent, and before long, they arrived at the outskirts of Gaoquan Township. "Is this Gaoquan Township?" Jiang Sun murmured, noting its apparent prosperity compared to Taiping Town. He stood at the entrance, observing the small town nestled against the mountains. Situated at the foot of the capital, while the town appeared unremarkable, its roads were clean, and there were no particularly dilapidated houses. As he walked further, he noticed several well-decorated mansions lining the street. It was shortly after noon, and having just emerged from a rainstorm, the air was cool and refreshing. However, the town was eerily devoid of smoke from cooking fires, and the fields were absent of laboring farmers. The streets were desolate, and the once thriving township seemed unnaturally silent. The gaze of Ting Feng and the others fell upon team leader Cheng, who appeared to be well prepared as he led the way into the town. They soon arrived at a well near the southern end of the settlement. A spacious area was filled with over 100 residents, each face reflecting a mix of fear and trepidation. Under a tree by the well, 7 straw mats were laid out, each draped with white cloth, covering the recent dead of the town. Upon seeing Jiang Sun and his companions approach, a middle-aged man of average build, sporting a goatee and dressed in a silk robe adorned with golden patterns, hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. "Immortal Masters, you have finally arrived," the man exclaimed, his excitement palpable. A few days prior, the county officials had visited and, upon witnessing the crime scene, had promptly left, informing the townsfolk that they would report it and that the Bureau for the Capture of Demons would send someone in a few days. While the average citizen may not have encountered the Bureau for the Capture of Demons, this affluent middle-aged man had heard of it. It was akin to a celestial sect of their Tang dynasty. Each individual within the Bureau was a rare sight to behold, yet not uncommon in Chang'an City. Team leader Cheng scrutinized the well-dressed man and casually inquired, "Are you the village chief of Gaoquan Township?" "No, that is not I. The village chief is my father." "But the man gestured toward one of the mats. "My name is Song Yongfu. I found little in the county records. As you are an eyewitness, I would like to ask you a few questions," Team leader Cheng continued. "Has Gaoquan Township ever experienced any disturbances from demons before?" "Never," Song Yongfu shook his head. "The first murder occurred 5 days ago. Prior to that, we enjoyed peace." "Did anyone catch a glimpse of the demon?" Cheng inquired further. "No one has seen it, but it left footprints when it attacked my father," Song Yongfu replied, calling over a servant to fetch his father's clothing. Upon examination, a bloodstained claw mark, significantly larger than a human foot, was revealed. The mark bore 5 long toes with considerable spacing between them. "When did this creature first appear, and was there any forewarning?" Cheng continued his questioning, but then reconsidered and said, "Forget that. Please share everything you know in detail." "Yes," Song Yongfu beckoned other relatives of the deceased, and they began recounting their stories. They spoke of the night 5 days prior, on the 13th of July, when a villager was roused from sleep by his father's agonized screams. Believing it to be a mere nightmare, he slowly rose and entered the adjacent room, only to discover his parents lying in a pool of blood, their bodies marred by numerous wounds, and their innards gruesomely removed. The individual, overwhelmed by shock, immediately awakened his wife and rang the gong to alert the neighbors. Armed with shovels and hoes, the townspeople rushed to the scene, torches illuminating the horrific sight. Initially, they suspected wild beasts like wolves or leopards as the culprits, for Gaoquan Township, being nestled against the mountains, occasionally faced such threats. However, the deaths of livestock were common, but human fatalities were unprecedented. The town, experienced in hunting beasts, was confident, believing they could easily deal with any wild animal. The following morning, the village chief organized hunters with weapons to scour the mountains for the beast. However, by dusk, they returned empty-handed. That very night, another family fell victim to the demon, this time a young man. The back wall of their home bore a massive hole, leaving everyone to realize that this was no ordinary beast. Even tigers and leopards lacked such terrifying brute strength and would not consistently consume only entrails. The village chief reported the incident, and officials arrived that afternoon. Upon witnessing the scene and the bodies, they concluded that a demon was responsible. In the subsequent 3 days, 4 more townsfolk were murdered, including the village chief, who was a well-to-do merchant. The creature returns each night. If you celestial masters do not intervene, we will have no hope left. Song Yongfu pleaded, genuinely frightened. The townspeople echoed his sentiments. They had heard tales of demons before, often dismissing them as mere folklore, but now that calamity had befallen them, fear gripped their hearts. Team leader Cheng nodded slightly and inquired, "Do you have a map?" "Yes, we do," Song Yongfu signaled, and a servant hurried back home, soon returning with a topographical map of the nearby mountains. Team leader Cheng examined it briefly and instructed the townsfolk to remain vigilant and not to wander about. Song Yongfu agreed, reasoning that gathering in one place would provide more security than cowering at home. Utilizing his family's standing in the town after his father was attacked, he had rallied hundreds of residents, organizing patrols around their gathering for a greater sense of safety. Will this truly work? Some expressed doubt. Song Yongfu shot a glare at the skeptic. Team leader Cheng cast a glance at the doubter, unperturbed, and calmly remarked, "This sort of minor demon is not particularly challenging." He then signaled to Ting Feng. Understanding the cue, Ting Feng approached the bodies on the mats, inspecting each one before extracting a sample of blood from the village chief's wounds. Once complete, team leader Cheng turned to leave, and the group made their way toward the distant wild mountains. As they entered the forest, team leader Cheng looked back at Ting Feng, who smiled broadly as he produced a charm from a pouch at his chest. "This is a tracking charm, worth 5 spirit stones from the Qijin Pavilion. Such one-time consumable items could not be solely attributed to El Tingfeng. Observing no objections from the others, he dripped the village chief's blood onto the charm, which promptly ignited, sending a fine gray line extending deeper into the woods. The group swiftly drew their weapons and followed the gray line. Jiang Sun, witnessing this, unsheathed the newly acquired sword he had purchased. Is that a common iron sword? Zhu Hong queried, puzzled. I bought it this morning, Jiang Sun admitted, contemplating their surprised expressions before elaborating. As an unremarkable disciple, my sect generally does not bestow magical artifacts upon me. Having just descended the mountain, I had no choice but to procure a mundane weapon. No one questioned his words. The competition among celestial sects was fierce. Had Jiang Sun been valued, he would not have been assigned to collaborate with these loose cultivators on such a task. El Tingfeng patted his chest confidently, exclaiming, no worries. If the sect does not reward us, we can earn our own way. However, he then shifted his gaze to Jiang Sun's iron sword and jested. As cultivators of the second realm, after decades of practice, even if we must use a mundane weapon, it should at least be of decent quality. Yours is the standard sword from Junwu Pavilion, worth 20 taels of silver. Brother Jiang, a little silver should not make you so frugal. Jiang Sun paused, momentarily taken aback. What is this? You claim this is a standard sword worth 20 taels of silver? The true martial pavilion indeed offers fair prices. Celestial meteorite iron, Eastern Sea black iron, forged through 1,000 refinements. Will you sell it for 50 taels? If not, I shall take my leave. To negotiate down from 200 to 50 taels. I must truly be a genius. Chapter 62. The demon. Several individuals swiftly traversed through the forest, guided by the tracking talisman, occasionally exchanging a few words. The atmosphere was far from tense. After all, Team Leader Cheng's assertion that such minor demons posed no significant threat was not merely an attempt to assuage fears. A demon would only strike under the cover of night, targeting unsuspecting mortals who lacked any martial training. What kind of formidable demon could it be? Although one could not entirely dismiss the notion that the creature might be cautious, it was likely to be no more than the type for which a bounty of 100 spirit stones would be offered. Had the scene of the attack not been so gruesome, with the creature feasting solely on entrails and exhibiting some malevolence. Coupled with Team Leader Cheng's connections within the county's Hunter Bureau, the bounty would not have reached 200 spirit stones. The 5 of them dashed forward, soon arriving at the riverbank at the foot of a wild mountain. Perhaps due to the erosion by the water, the tracking talisman's line abruptly ceased here. However, after a brief search along the river, they discovered several indistinct footprints that matched those found in Gaoquan village. The footprints extended from the riverbank into a dark, foreboding cave, where they vanished from sight. Team Leader Cheng peered into the cave, then retrieved several small explosive projectiles from a leather pouch at Huang Yan's back, distributing them among Jiang Sun and the others. Gunpowder? Jiang Sun regarded the projectiles with surprise. Indeed, as he recalled from his previous life, gunpowder had been invented during the Tang dynasty. One should not underestimate this small explosive. Its power was comparable to a full-force strike from a peak novice. Aware that Jiang Sun was a neophyte adventurer from the Immortal Sect, Huang Yan explained, our Tang dynasty exerts influence far and wide, and this little contraption plays a crucial role. However, the Tang government maintained strict control over gunpowder, keeping its formula confidential, and monopolized the materials required for its manufacture. Gunpowder was not sold to the public. Jiang Sun discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Team Leader Cheng, reaffirming his suspicions about the old man's deep ties to the authorities. Igniting the projectiles, he tossed them into the cave. A resounding explosion reverberated through the darkness as rocks cascaded down, burying the cave beneath a deluge of debris. No response. Team Leader Cheng furrowed his brow. The footprints at the cave's entrance were quite distinct. Surely this was the lair of that demon. He ignited a torch, preparing to approach for a closer look. Suddenly, Jiang Sun sensed something amiss and turned his gaze to the right, shouting at the farthest member, El Tingfeng, be careful. Just as his voice fell, Jiang Sun swung his sword forward, but it was a moment too late. A rush of air whooshed past his ears as a shadow surged from the darkness, colliding violently with El Tingfeng before he could react. Bang! The towering figure, over 6 feet tall, was struck full force by the shadow, the impact sending him sprawling, dazed, into the muddy ground. The abrupt attack caught everyone off guard, prompting varied reactions. Huang Yan bent low, darting forward, drawing his long knife to deliver a swift slash at the shadow. Zhu Hong flung several throwing darts before unsheathing twin blades, unleashing arcs of sword energy. Team Leader Cheng leapt high, gripping his knife with both hands, preparing to deliver a downward strike. The once kindly old man's expression morphed into one of fierce wrath. Jiang Sun helped El Tingfeng to his feet, asking, are you all right? El Tingfeng spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, grimacing as he cursed, damn it, that hurts. He glared at the temporarily repelled shadow, warning, watch yourselves, brothers. This beast is at least in the late second realm. Jiang Sun directed his gaze ahead. Clinging to the dim rock face was a creature over 2 meters long, covered in black scales resembling a lizard but with a human face. If one accounted for its long, slimy tail, the demon's length was close to 4 meters. It then stood upright, its grotesque visage accented by bloodthirsty purple slitted eyes. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, expelling a dark sphere that hurtled toward Team Leader Cheng's face. Cheng squinted, evading to the side while leaping to slash at the demon. Jiang Sun stepped forward, shaking his iron sword, which bore 20 tails of silver, unleashing 2 beams of sword light in an intersecting pattern. The demon did not flinch. It propelled itself downward, its powerful hind legs allowing it to launch a counterattack with its claws. Clang! The two forces collided and separated instantly, causing Team Leader Cheng to stagger back, his eyes reflecting astonishment at the creature's formidable brute strength. Blood dripped from its claws, the result of Jiang Sun's sword energy strikes. Yet, with a deep inhalation, the demon's scales rapidly regenerated, healing its wounds almost instantaneously. This transformation, however, appeared agonizing, as fear flickered in its violet pupils. Huang Yin and Zhu Hong's attacks arrived just a moment too late, prompting the creature to retreat several paces to evade. It opened its massive maw, its cheeks distending ominously, and let out a piercing roar. Nauseating slime oozed from its mouth, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of blood and decay. Zhu Hong, Huang Yin, and the just-recovered El Tingfeng felt their minds momentarily clouded, as if struck by a heavy blow to the back of the head. Yet, being seasoned veterans in the realm of cultivation, they quickly regained their composure. That creature has formidable defensive scales. Target its eyes, joints, and the vulnerable areas of its mouth. Jiang Sun advised, charging forward with his sword at the ready. He refrained from employing his flight technique, knowing his low cultivation level and limited energy would only hinder his speed. With a powerful push off the ground, he leaped, aiming his iron sword directly at the demon's face. Team Leader Cheng was not idle either, channeling his energy into his blade, unleashing a deep-throated roar as he released a wave of sword energy. The air around them heated instantaneously, the blade's aura glimmering with a faint crimson hue, as if it were about to ignite. The demon, unable to evade in time, crossed its arms defensively, bracing against Jiang Sun's sword with the scales on its forearms, while simultaneously lashing out its tail like a whip towards Cheng's sword energy. Jiang Sun would not allow the creature to block his strike. If it underestimated him due to his youth, it had gravely miscalculated. During his time in Nanhai, Jiang Sun had vanquished countless demons, and the 2 tumultuous years spent traveling with Zhao Li had been fraught with conflict. Though he had not fought as often as the older members of the group, his experiences had sharpened his instincts. Seeing the demon's arms raised in defense, Jiang Sun swiftly retracted his sword, planting a foot on the creature's limb. Using its own strength, he performed a mid-air somersault, landing behind the demon and thrusting his iron sword forward. Unfortunately, the late Second Realm demon possessed keen senses and awareness in battle, perceiving its surroundings with remarkable clarity. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength, any attempt at stealth or ambush would be difficult to evade under the scrutiny of a Second Realm cultivator. This was the nature of cultivation, especially for demons, whose spiritual awareness and physical prowess often surpassed that of humans. However, even if it saw the attack coming, could it evade it? Not necessarily. A smirk curled at the corner of Jiang Sun's mouth as he realized his strike would miss. He released the iron sword, channeling his spiritual energy to imbue it. In that instant, the sword transformed into a swift arrow, shooting forth with precision, carving a straight trajectory through the air. The blade pierced the demon's chest from behind, embedding itself halfway within. Roar! The demon howled in pain, its body twisting as its front claws swiped at Jiang Sun. Just then, Team Leader Cheng executed a new offensive maneuver, the crimson blade light descending like a searing iron upon flesh. The moment it made contact with the scales, a hissing sound echoed, reminiscent of hot iron meeting skin. The demon's agony intensified, and it turned to unleash another dark sphere it had previously used. Team Leader Cheng's expression shifted, clearly taken aback that the creature could retaliate in such a dire situation, and he realized too late that evasion was impossible. Thud! El Tingfeng lunged forward just in time, crashing into the elder and sending them both tumbling across the ground. Zhu Hong and Huang Yin, having shaken off their disorientation, rushed toward the demon from opposite sides, ready to join the fray. On the other side, Jiang Sun first evaded the monstrous creature's strike, then extended his right hand, forming it into a sword-like gesture. The iron sword, which had pierced the monster's abdomen, trembled violently in an instant, and then it swiftly moved from side to side, amidst the creature's furious roars. A horrific gash was torn open in its belly, and a copious amount of blood gushed forth. The beast twisted its body, its enormous tail sweeping outwards. In the moment Jiang Sun and his companions sought to evade, it seized the opportunity to turn and dart into the forest, sprinting on all fours like a lizard. Its speed astonishingly swift. Pursue. Do not let it escape. Team Leader Cheng bellowed. LV Tingfeng leaped into action, his eyes wide with fury, the muscles in his right arm bulging, straining against his loose sleeves. With a fierce shout, he hurled his long knife like a projectile towards the fleeing creature's trajectory. Moments later, the forest echoed with the creature's anguished screech. LV Tingfeng's long knife had struck true at the base of its tail. Meanwhile, Huang Yin and Zhu Hong dashed forward, one on each side. However, the forest bordered a river, and the creature, disregarding LV Tingfeng's blade, severed its tail, and leapt into the water. Huang Yan and Zhu Hong's attacks met only empty air. Were they to let it escape so easily? Just as anger and frustration surged within them, a streak of light descended from the heavens, piercing the water with a sharp sound. Moments later, the river was tainted with a significant amount of red as the creature, nearly 4 meters in length including its tail, slowly resurfaced. Embedded in its head was a standard sword weighing 20 taels of silver. Huang Yan and Zhu Hong turned their heads in astonishment to gaze at the young, refined-looking Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun grinned. I didn't expect this sword to be so sharp. The 50 taels of silver were well spent. Chapter 63. Distribution of reward silver. You were able to predict the position of that creature upon entering the water, and you have demonstrated such exquisite swordsmanship. Zhu Hong stared at Jiang Sun, her astonishment barely contained. Lu Tingfeng and Huang Yan shared similar sentiments, both impressed and humbled. However, unlike Zhu Hong, they would not openly express their admiration. Even if they felt it deeply, their faces would betray nothing. Are you truly at the second realm? Zhu Hong inquired, disbelief evident in her voice. Indeed, without a doubt, Jiang Sun replied, shrugging slightly. At that moment, team leader Cheng approached, interrupting Zhu Hong's impending questions as he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Tingfeng and Huang Yan. What are you two dawdling for? Go wash up and retrieve that creature. After the recent rain, the forest was exceedingly muddy, with dirt caked on the shoes of both Jiang Sun and team leader Cheng. Lu Tingfeng and Huang Yan, however, were utterly covered in mud, resembling 2 wretched mud monkeys. They exchanged a sheepish smile, offering no rebuttal, and promptly leaped into the river to retrieve the creature, rinsing themselves off afterwards. The group took a brief respite by the riverbank. Is your injury troublesome? Cheng inquired, glancing at Lu Tingfeng. The initial ambush had not been gentle, and in terms of cultivation level, the creature had indeed held a significant advantage over Lu Tingfeng. Lu Tingfeng grinned broadly. No worries, just a couple of broken bones. A few days of rest will suffice. In comparison to this concern, he was more interested in how the reward silver would be allocated, so he inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng stated, this task was assigned to me. Therefore, I shall take 10%, which amounts to 20 spirit stones. After deducting 5 spirit stones for the tracking talismans, we are left with 175 spirit stones, which, by convention, should be evenly divided. Pausing momentarily, Cheng scanned the group before finally resting his gaze on Jiang Sun. However, it is indisputable that brother Jiang exerted the most effort this time. Had it not been for him, that creature might have escaped. Thus, Jiang Sun shall receive 55 spirit stones, while the rest of us shall each take 30. What do you all think? Lu Tingfeng, Huang Yan, and Zhu Hong had no objections. Strictly speaking, if the rewards were allocated based on merit, they had contributed little beyond providing support. In truth, even without their assistance, Cheng and Jiang Sun would have been more than capable of subduing the creature, particularly Jiang Sun. It was evident to all that the creature had not even touched the hem of Jiang Sun's clothing. Describing the encounter as a one-sided beatdown would not be an exaggeration. They understood that disciples of the celestial sects had far more experience and knowledge than they did. However, each of them had been entrenched in the cultivation world of the Great Tang for decades, with even the youngest, Huang Yan, being over 40. They were no strangers to celestial disciples. Many lacked the experience and temperament, often proving inferior even within the same realm. Seeing someone like Jiang Sun, who, despite being at the same second realm, could dominate an opponent of equivalent rank, was a first for them. Had the distribution been based solely on merit, it would not have been excessive for Jiang Sun to claim 100 spirit stones, while the 3 of them would be entitled to at most 10 each. Jiang Sun was well aware of this fact, but he had already perceived the camaraderie among the group, clearly old friends. In such a familiar circle, how could true meritocracy be expected? This was merely the first bounty, after all. Furthermore, Jiang Sun held a favorable impression of them. The concerned team leader Cheng showed for Lu Tingfeng, and Lu Tingfeng's reckless dive to save Cheng spoke volumes of their loyalty and reliability in critical moments. As a newcomer, Jiang Sun did not mind parting with some spirit stones to cultivate goodwill among them. With a smile, he said, no problem. Team leader Cheng nodded slightly. His regard for Jiang Sun elevated further. Then it shall be distributed this way. He kicked the creature's corpse with his foot and added, Tingfeng and Huang Yan, take this creature back for dismembering. You should be able to sell it for around 100 spirit stones. Just give Jiang Sun half. I shall forego my share. And you 3 can divide the remainder. Receiving a bonus of several spirit stones, Huang Yan smiled broadly. Zhu Hong giggled, covering her mouth. Lu Tingfeng, not one to be overly polite with team leader Cheng, grinned and said, thank you, team leader. May you live 100 years. Get lost. Cheng retorted, kicking him lightly. Lu Tingfeng laughed heartily and winked at Jiang Sun, saying, I almost forgot to mention, team leader is actually 99 this year. The group did not rush back to the capital to report. Instead, they first brought the creature's corpse back to Gaoquan Township. The townsfolk, upon seeing the dead creature, were filled with a mix of fear and anger, hesitating to approach. However, Song Yongfu cautiously stepped forward, cursing and kicking the creature a few times as a form of vengeance for his unfortunate father. Soon, more townspeople rushed over. venting their frustrations through punches and kicks in a collective outburst of rage. Then, someone brought a basket of large white pears and presented it to team leader Ching, saying, "Immortal Master, these fragrant pears were just picked from my tree. They are quite sweet. Please take some to taste." Another woman, her eyes reddened with tears, approached with a basket of eggs and knelt before team leader Ching, exclaiming, "Thank you, Immortal Master, for slaying the demon and avenging my poor son." "Please, rise," Ching replied, giving a glance that prompted Huang Yin and Zhu Hong to step forward and assist the elderly woman to her feet. "This is our duty," Cheng stated. "These offerings are of no use to us. You should take them back." After uttering these words, Cheng did not linger to observe the grateful or anxious expressions of the townsfolk. He simply turned and left. Lu Tingfeng and Zhu Hong followed closely behind, while Huang Yin dragged the creature's tail, bringing up the rear. Jiang Sun, however, was lost in thought. It may seem somewhat unfeeling, but perhaps this approach was the most effective way for cultivators to interact with ordinary people. Upon leaving Gaoquan Township, Lu Tingfeng found a cart, and together with Huang Yin, they divided the massive creature's body into 3 parts, covering it with burlap to avoid alarming passersby. They pushed the cart back to the capital, delivering it to the government office for inspection. Once confirmed, they collected the reward silver. After dividing it among themselves, Lu Tingfeng and Huang Yin took the creature's body back out as it was. While the government office did accept demon corpses, the price offered was lower, falling short by 30% compared to selling it themselves. The group parted ways outside the office. "If similar bounties arise in the future, shall we collaborate again?" Lu Tingfeng extended an invitation to Jiang Sun, with Huang Yin and Zhu Hong looking on eagerly. It was no surprise that the 3 were enthusiastic. Capable and amiable companions like Jiang Sun were indeed rare. Even if they received lesser rewards in future tasks, they were more than willing to work alongside him. "Certainly." Jiang Sun replied without hesitation, contemplating as he asked, "But where do you usually take on bounties?" Huang Yin smiled and answered, "In the East Market at Qijin Pavilion, in the West Market at Balian Residence, at Longling Tower in Lanlingfang, and at Kunlun Inn in Xianifang. Chang'an City has numerous gathering spots for cultivators, with dozens available. Since you are new here, in a year or so, you will become familiar with them all." Chapter 64, Deputy Director Qingshan. However, rewards like today's are rare and hard to come by. Unless one has acquaintances in the capturing evil department, it is indeed difficult to obtain such opportunities. El Tingfeng pointed towards a distant mountain peak that was barely visible and added, "Of course, if you are in urgent need of spiritual stones, you could venture deep into the Hanliang mountain range starting from Zhongnan. There are many demons there, and the monetary returns are swifter than the rewards offered here. Not to mention the side of Weinan. Don't listen to him." Before El Tingfeng could finish, Zhu Hong interrupted him, cautioning Jiang Sun. "There are indeed many demons in those deep mountains, but the dangers are immense. It is not a place to tread lightly." Jiang Sun smiled and responded, "I understand." He then shifted the topic, glancing towards the government office. "Why hasn't Team Chung come out yet?" "He is probably having a drink with friends while reporting on the task," El Tingfeng remarked. "Don't worry about him." Jiang Sun nodded with a smile. Huang Yin suddenly recalled something and asked, "By the way, Brother Jiang, if there are good rewards, where can we find you?" Jiang Sun did not conceal his whereabouts, replying, "Just look for me at number 17, Sanjia, Chongrenfang." "And you?" Huang Yin inquired. "We 3 reside in Chongrenfang. El and I live at the El family's mansion, number 3. Qijia." Huang Yin glanced at Zhu Hong and added, "Sister Zhu has a residence in Jiujia. It's quite easy to find." Jiang Sun was not surprised. After all, they were both practitioners of the second realm. Even if they were lone cultivators, acquiring a residence in Chang'an after decades would not be a challenge. Only he would fret over a small amount of silver. But that would not be the case for long. He had inquired and learned that a low-grade spiritual stone could be exchanged for 100 taels of silver in Chang'an. Yet, they were scarce in the market. Practitioners were not short on silver. Few would trade the precious spiritual stones that aided their cultivation for mundane money. This meant that for his current task, the 55 spiritual stones plus the 50 stones from the disposal of demon corpses would make him a wealthy man upon conversion to silver, instantly transforming him into a person of considerable fortune. Meanwhile, in the second hall of the county office, Team Chung sat across from a middle-aged man. The man had a square face and an average build, exuding a calm and reserved demeanor, perhaps due to his long tenure in high office. He possessed a unique air of authority. If the smile on his face were to dissipate, he would undoubtedly exude great gravitas. However, at this moment, he wore a genuine and unpretentious smile as he poured tea for Team Chung. The tea seemed extraordinary. As the steam rose, a delicate fragrance enveloped the room. Team Chung, initially calm, suddenly became tense, using his vital energy to confine the tea's aroma within the cup. The appearance of the tea was unremarkable. It looked dark and somewhat viscous, akin to batter, with a faint fishy odor accompanying its fragrance. Yet, Team Chung cradled the cup as if it were a rare treasure, carefully lifting it to his lips and drinking it down. After finishing, he directly scooped up 2 fragments of tea leaves from the bottom of the cup and placed them in his mouth. Only after ensuring there was nothing left did Team Chung savor. Where did you acquire this insight tea? Although it may not be of high grade, this cup surpasses several months of my arduous cultivation. It was from a recent official duty to Nanzhao. This is a secret stash of the Nanzhao king. And I brought some back, the man replied with a smile. Is there any left? Team Chung immediately inquired. The man shrugged. None left. Truly, there is none. Are you certain? Team Cheng looked at him with suspicion. There is a little, but dear uncle, I must reserve that for my subordinates, the man said earnestly. Team Chung snorted lightly, and then said, Today, I discovered another promising talent. Another one? Uncle, the last few promising talents you recommended barely passed the initial assessment. The man replied, seemingly unfazed. Team Chung frowned, disapprovingly gazing at him. But you did endorse 2 individuals, did you not? The man chuckled. You've recommended over 90 in total. Only these 2 made the cut. You seem to favor quantity over quality. Team Chung retorted angrily. This time is different. Come now. Uncle, the man sighed. What good talents can be found among loose cultivators? They're just a handful of troublemakers. He's not a loose cultivator, Team Cheng asserted. Oh? The man finally showed interest, asking, which sect does he belong to? Team Chung shook his head. I've only known him for a short time. Didn't he have the chance to ask? Yet his methods are exquisite, unlike the ordinary. What makes his methods so extraordinary? The man queried. Today, I took some people to Gaopuan Township to exterminate demons. Team Cheng recounted briefly the events that transpired during the reward mission, solemnly stating, How many Second Realm practitioners have you seen that can overpower demons of the same level? Without going far, could you do it when you were in the Second Realm? Feigning seriousness, the man replied, I could, uncle. The mountain and sea technique I cultivate is not inferior to the same level demons in terms of brute strength. Stop being so glib. This person is truly exceptional. Trust me once more, Team Chung insisted earnestly. The man smiled and nodded. Clearly, he was more concerned about Team Cheng's cultivation and well-being than recruiting for the capturing evil department, asking, So, uncle, when do you plan to accompany me to Tai Mountain? I want to be going. Team Cheng flatly refused. You've been there before. The spiritual energy is several times denser than in the city. If you cultivate there, with my support, it wouldn't be difficult for you to reach the 4th realm within a century, the man urged in a nearly persuasive tone. Although I lack spiritual stones, if they are for your use, there will be enough. Team Cheng maintained a stern expression, stating, What purpose would it serve to go there? Would you have others say that Deputy Director Cheng is abusing his position for personal gain? Deputy Director, the man corrected him with a smile, asserting, I have devoted decades to the Tang dynasty, shedding blood to vanquish evil. Having reached my current stature, what harm is there in promoting a few of my own? Everyone knows the truth. No one would speak ill of it. You don't understand, my colleagues, each of them. Team Chung coldly scoffed, giving him a disapproving look. The man leaned closer. Uncle, just as you used to say this is for my good, I am now doing this for your benefit. I am perfectly well as I am. Team Chung suddenly slammed the table, his irritation evident. After a moment of silence, as the atmosphere eased slightly, the man quietly remarked, Uncle, I don't believe you have a valid reason to refuse. Team Chung fell silent again, and after a long pause, sighed. Even if Tai Mountain were perfect, I still want to go. After a moment, Team Chung added, I cannot find peace there. The man sighed deeply, left with no words to say. Without peace, there can be no progress in cultivation. This is indeed a conundrum. Cheng Shan, you need not always think of what is best for me. Although I was the one who guided you onto the path of cultivation, I have only taught you the breath control technique. And the rest of your opportunities and fortuitous encounters are your own merit. Team Chung expressed with a hint of melancholy. In truth, Team Chung felt a sense of pride. Though he had no remarkable abilities and was nearing a century in age, he still lingered in the Second Realm. Yet his nephew, barely in his 50s, had already become one of the 5 deputy directors of the Capturing Evil Department. It was worth noting that the other 4 deputy directors were all nearing 2 centuries in age. The man named Chung Shan laughed. Uncle, that is not the case. My father passed away early. I have no other elders in the Chung family. Should I not honor you? Why should the benefits go to others? Team Chung felt the warmth of his concern, a smile breaking through his aged countenance as he said, Forget it. I truly cannot stay in that place. I'm doing just fine now. If you truly care, then bring me more rewards like today's. After saying this, Team Cheng stood to take his leave. Just before stepping out, he turned to Cheng Shan and reminded him, that person named Jiang Sun is truly remarkable. Do not forget him. Understood, Cheng Shan nodded in acknowledgement. As the team departed, Cheng Shan also left the county office. With a single step, his figure mysteriously vanished within the confines of the office, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. When he reappeared, Cheng Shan found himself before a picturesque mountain where several pavilions were nestled among the hills. He entered the central pavilion, which bore a striking resemblance to the layout of the county office, featuring a bookshelf for documents and several desks accompanied by chairs. 2 disciples clad in black garments adorned with cloud patterns approached him with a respectful bow, addressing him as Master Chung. Cheng Shan took a seat at the central desk and stated, There are issues concerning the Nanzhao kingdom. The king of Nanzhao seems to exhibit signs of demonic cultivation. Inform the director and have him dispatch someone to monitor this situation and ascertain the truth. Understood, replied the disciples, clasping their fists in acknowledgement. Cheng Shan continued, furthermore, investigate an individual named Jiang Sun, who accepted a bounty in Wanyan County today. At your command. Chapter 65. The sensation of genius. The moon was bright, and the stars sparse, as crows flew southward. Somewhere, the Tai Immortal Mountain stood, with its ancient 7-story building inscribed with the words Tai. The director of the Beast Capture Division, with white hair and beard, adorned in a robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns, sat at his desk, holding a cup of wine. Opposite him sat a tall, seemingly reliable middle-aged man, Ji Ming, the senior brother of Su He. As the director sipped his drink, he looked at Ji Ming and said, I heard you went to the southwest a few days ago and brought back that girl Sui? Ji Ming replied with a smile. Indeed, I brought her back. The director mused. She has been gone for quite some time, hasn't she? 6 years, Ji Ming answered. 6 years is not a short time. The director remarked with a smile. Has she made any progress in her temperament? She remains as she was, Ji Ming responded helplessly. They say it was for training. But she hasn't faced much hardship in these years. Upon returning, she immediately threw a tantrum with her master, insisting on pulling his beard. Still so unruly. Such madness. How uncouth. The director frowned. If you can't discipline her, just let me know, and I will teach her a lesson. Upon hearing this, Ji Ming appeared reluctant and defended Su He, saying, Director, you can't be serious. The cultivation method she practices is like this. It can't be blamed on her. Before the director could respond, Ji Ming, with a teasing smile, added, Besides, you would just be speaking idly. When you see Su He, don't you dote on her like a precious granddaughter? She must have pulled your beard quite a bit as well. The director coughed lightly, acknowledging the jest. What exactly happened in the southern prefecture? Mr. Bai refuses to speak, and all the disciples from Bai City are tight-lipped with me, the director inquired. Taking a sip of his wine and fiddling with his cup, Ji Ming replied, It's a minor issue that has been resolved. A minor issue? Lord Zhu broke through, revealing his true identity as a descendant of the Zhulong, perishing at the hands of the great deity Neza. The director glared at him, displeased. Do you think I am oblivious to everything? Ji Ming chuckled. So, the director is already aware. The director continued, after all. It's my precious granddaughter's dwelling place for 6 years. How could I not send someone to keep an eye on it? Unfortunately, the distance is too great for the Beast Capture Division to reach, so I can only inquire through the amicable Southern Prefecture Immortal Sect. Suddenly, the director narrowed his eyes, saying, I heard that Lord Zhu devoured a true dragon? Ji Ming nodded. This matter has caused quite a stir among many cultivators in the Southern Prefecture, he added. Which sea region are we speaking of? The director asked. The South Sea, Ji Ming did not conceal. With the means of the Beast Capture Division. If we wish to investigate, it can certainly be uncovered, though it may take a year or so. It's not a secret, so I'm happy to elaborate, he continued. The director raised an eyebrow. Is it the son of Ao Qin? How many children does he have? The 9th, Ji Ming replied. Goodness. When did Ao Qin have a 9th son? The director was taken aback. But upon reflection, given that dragons are known for their lustful nature, it seemed plausible for Ao Qin, a true dragon living for thousands of years, to have sired a 9th offspring. What is the name of this child? The director asked. His name is Ao Sun, Ji Ming answered. The director tapped the table, frowning. How could he end up in such a place, coincidentally encountering Lord Zhu's breakthrough? Is there some hidden agenda at play? Who is orchestrating this behind the scenes? Ji Ming sighed inwardly, recognizing the director's sharp insight, which revealed many points others had yet to consider. I do not know, Ji Ming replied. If you do not know, why has Bai City consistently stationed people in Nanding County these years? The director doubted his words. Ji Ming merely smiled and remained silent. It was evident that the director had already begun to suspect a connection between the events in Nanding County and Bai City. Realizing his tone had become inappropriate, the director chuckled and said, In any case, just ensure it does not involve the Tang dynasty. You can rest assured about that, Ji Ming assured him. At that moment, a captain from the Beast Capture Division under Cheng Shan entered, hesitating slightly upon seeing Ji Ming. The director, not particularly concerned, said, Speak directly. Ji Ming is not an outsider. Yes. The captain knelt on one knee and conveyed Cheng Shan's assessment of the Southern Zhao Kingdom. After listening, the director furrowed his brow slightly and waved his hand for the captain to leave. Is the king of Southern Zhao practicing demonic arts? The director stroked his beard, looking at Ji Ming with a smile. Ji Ming, would you be interested? Ji Ming raised his cup and drank, smiling as he clasped his hands together. Director, I must take my leave. At 17, Fong Street, Chongren, Jiang Sun returned home and set up a simple spirit gathering array with 30 spirit stones. He then took out the Qing Xian mirror and tossed in the remaining spirit stones along with an ordinary iron sword. After attending the gathering, he had deepened his connection with the mirror and discovered it possessed storage capabilities, far superior to the storage pouch casually tossed by Neza. It made sense, as it was a fragment of the Haotian mirror. In the past, the Haotian mirror held not only storage but also contained a true small world. Jiang Sun sat cross-legged within the spirit gathering array, focusing his mind. The primary cultivation method he practiced was still that of the Dragon Clan. known as the Dragon God Decision. Interestingly, while dragons and humans differ vastly in terms of meridians and blood, this technique was traditionally meant for true dragons. Yet perhaps due to his remaining dragon blood, or the uniqueness of his newly reshaped body, he experienced no hindrance in cultivation, even finding it smoother than during his time in the South Sea. Jiang Sun was now certain he was not inferior to talents like Su He and Meng Yuhan. As time passed and night deepened, at the fourth watch, Jiang Sun opened his eyes from meditation. In just 5 short hours, the 30 spirit stones had lost all their luster. The speed of his cultivation exceeded Jiang Sun's expectations. Is this the sensation of genius? Jiang Sun murmured to himself. Feeling the surging true qi within his spirit sea, he confirmed that within a month at most, he would naturally break through to the third realm. He pondered what the difference would be between the spirit sea gathering essence and the former dragon pearl. Of course, this was contingent on having enough spirit stones to set up the spirit gathering array daily. It seemed he needed to take on a few more bounties. Jiang Sun continued to meditate until the first light of dawn gradually rose on the horizon, sunlight spilling over the grand capital of the Tang dynasty. Jiang Sun opened his eyes. Oh, another invigorating day, he exclaimed, taking a deep breath of the crisp morning air. He planned to visit the nearby Qijin Pavilion in the East Market to see the gathering place for cultivators and check for any suitable bounties. Just as he was about to step out, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Knock, 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 followed by the voice of El Tingfeng. Is Brother Jiang at home? El Tingfeng, what brings him here? Jiang Sun's thoughts stirred, and he couldn't help but smile as he opened the door to find El Tingfeng and Huang Yan standing outside. So early, gentlemen. Do you have some good bounties to share? Chapter 66. The unregistered Jiang Sun. El Tingfeng shrugged and remarked, none. There are plenty of bounties out there. It's not that easy to come across someone. Jiang Sun replied, no bounty brought you here so early? El Tingfeng, who was quite sociable, chuckled. Just because there's no bounty doesn't mean I can't come to see you. It's that demon from yesterday, he continued. Compared to him, Huang Yan's demeanor was far more somber as he stated, after returning yesterday, El and I dissected that demon's corpse. El Tingfeng interjected with a playful tone. Guess what? What? Jiang Sun played along. The demon was pregnant. What? Jiang Sun was taken aback. It was a female demon, confirmed to be a gecko that had transformed. But for some reason, it bore a human face. The demonologist from the Rare Treasures Pavilion suggested it might have been artificially induced. El Tingfeng elaborated. She likely came from deep within the Hanliang Mountains. The reason she risked consuming humans was that she was carrying young demons and needed spiritual essence to sustain them. You know, for demons, human spiritual essence is far more delectable than that of regular beasts. A pregnant demon, a variant gecko, these are nothing unusual. Demons consume humans, and humans hunt demons. Their paths diverge, irrespective of whether one is with child. However, a demon morphing due to human interference to develop a human face? That changes the nature of the matter. What is the follow-up? Jiang Sun inquired. El Tingfeng cast a glance at Huang Yan, who understood and retrieved a plump bag from his pocket, resembling a watermelon, and handed it to Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun opened it to find it brimming with luminous blue spiritual stones, at least 100 pieces. Is this many? Jiang Sun exclaimed in astonishment. We sold the demon's body for 100 spiritual stones, but the unborn demon was unharmed and was purchased by someone from the beast taming sect for 150 spiritual stones, totaling 250 spiritual stones. El Tingfeng declared, 250, what a fortuitous number. As per Team Leader Cheng's suggestion yesterday, we shall split it evenly. You, Huang Yan, and Sister Zhu will each receive 30, and the remaining 35 shall be given to Team Leader Cheng. Deal. I shall not be modest. Jiang Sun accepted the spiritual stones, holding El Tingfeng and his companions in even higher regard. After all, 125 spiritual stones represented at least 4 or 5 bounties worth of reward for them at the second realm. They sent it over without a hint of reluctance. Such camaraderie was commendable. Without further pleasantries or an invitation to share tea, El Tingfeng and Huang Yan departed after delivering the stones. Jiang Sun then closed his door and made his way towards the Eastern Market. In the heart of the Eastern Market stood a 3-story building with a brown exterior, rather unremarkable yet renowned. This was the Rare Treasures Pavilion, the largest gathering place for cultivators in the 54th block of Chang'an's eastern half. When Jiang Sun arrived at the Rare Treasures Pavilion, it was still early morning, and the place was bustling. Recently emerged practitioners from meditation mingled with wealthy merchants and officials eager to purchase elixirs. Jiang Sun glanced at the pavilion's antique sign, shimmering softly in the morning sun, and prepared to enter when he suddenly froze. He turned back abruptly. Who? In that fleeting moment, Jiang Sun sensed a distinct feeling of being scrutinized. Unlike the casual glances of passing pedestrians, this gaze carried a palpable judgment. However, upon turning back, amidst the throng, there were no lingering eyes, nor any suspicious figures in sight. Yet Jiang Sun was certain the sensation of being watched was not a mere figment of his imagination, even if it lasted only a moment. 100 paces away from the Rare Treasures Pavilion, by a street-side bun stall, Captain Suong, under Chung Shan's command, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Retracting his gaze, he took a bite of his bun, swallowing it down with salty soup. Was he looking back for me just now? Could he have noticed me? That seems improbable. It shouldn't be possible. Indeed, he was at the second realm, yet it felt unsettling. Suong, puzzled, paid for his buns, donned a nearby conical hat, and vanished into the crowd. 15 minutes later, Suong arrived at the pavilion outside the fifth peak of Tai Mountain and bowed respectfully towards Changshan, who was seated by the cliff. Gong. I have uncovered the details regarding Jiang Sun. Oh, well done. Changshan, clad in a white practice outfit, exhaled a breath of stale air, glanced at Suong, and settled into a nearby pavilion. The order to investigate Jiang Sun had been issued the previous evening. In just one night, Suong had managed to gather substantial information. His efficiency was commendable. Yet Changshan found it to be an expectation. As the youngest among the 5 deputy chiefs of the capturing demons office at merely 52 years of age, he was still considered young, even within the entirety of the office. Most of his subordinates were personally recruited by him, all equally youthful. For instance, the Suong before him, captain of the 7th team, was merely 33 years old but already possessed late-stage cultivation of the 3rd realm, making him one of Changshan's key GS. Youth signified vigor. Vigor implied high efficiency. Investigating Jiang Sun should be a straightforward task. What have you discovered? Speak. Changshan gestured for Suong to take a seat across from him. Suong remained standing, reporting. He hails from Rongzhou, having just arrived in Chang'an 2 days ago. He rented a house on Sanjie Street in Chongrenfang, owned by a merchant named Fan from the north. Jiang Sun belongs to the Jiang family of Rongzhou, with his father being Jiang Huai, an officer there. Changshan smiled. A clean background indeed. Clean? Far from it. Suong grinned. Everything is fabricated. His identity, household registration, and history are all false. False. Changshan raised an eyebrow. My subordinates contacted colleagues in Rongzhou last night. There is no official named Jiang Huai among the officials there. Suong continued. Further investigation revealed his origins to be exceedingly mysterious. I spent half the night and found no leads. Changshan pondered briefly. Begin with the false household registration. Suong replied. I found the individual who forged his registration last night at the hour of the pick. However, that person had only met him once, and the registration cost 20 taels of silver. Changshan then inquired, have you checked the Huangzi? The Huangzi, officially known as the Comprehensive Record Manual of Cultivators in the Great Tang, is a tome-like treasure. Its cover is yellow, hence the name Huangzi. It records over 90% of cultivators within the Tang territory. Only a few exceptional individuals, like Mr. Bai, exist beyond its pages. In the flourishing era of the Great Tang, cultivators remained law-abiding, with the Huangzi playing an indispensable role. If someone is not recorded, they are either an unregistered outsider or a rogue cultivator seeking to hide from the authorities. Kill them, no guilt. Checked. Suong nodded. I began my search with the Huangzi, but he is absent from it. He seems to have appeared out of thin air. I have never encountered anyone so impeccably clean. Yet the more pristine someone is, the more abnormal they become. He is certainly not a local. Suong paused, tapping his temple. What do you think? Shall we? Chapter 67. A new bounty. Suong's gesture of tapping his temple was not an indication of violence. He was not so impulsive. What he meant was to enter a dream. Within the Bureau of Demon Capture, there exists a secret technique capable of invading another's dreamscape, thereby glimpsing their memories. Alternatively, it can weave a dream for the individual, allowing one to ascertain their innermost and most authentic thoughts. This technique is known as nightmare. Those who have mastered and can adeptly wield this skill are referred to as dreamwalkers or dreamweavers within the Bureau. Suong is among them. So he had similarly used this method to enter the dream of a novice. Changshan understood his implication and calmly remarked that there was no rush to employ nightmare, as the individual in question was a new recruit recommended by others, possessing a gentler approach. A new recruit? Suong suddenly felt enlightened and said, no wonder that fellow seems a bit peculiar. Changshan inquired, in what way is he peculiar? Suong sheepishly admitted, when I was shadowing him. It seemed he caught on. Changshan was surprised. Isn't he a second-tier practitioner? Suong nodded, explaining, precisely, and that is why I find it strange. Changshan chuckled, saying, it appears he is indeed not simple. Let us assign him a suitable bounty for now, and once he passes the test, we can use nightmare. If there are no significant issues, we can lure him in. A significant issue, of course, pertains to principles. The Bureau of Demon Capture is an official sect of the Great Tang, entrusted with the responsibility of safeguarding the realm. While it does not demand that all its disciples be purely virtuous, they must at least not be heinous or engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Suong nodded in agreement. He did not ask what should be done if issues arose outside the official records, intruding into the Great Tang. If further problems arise, the solution is simple: kill. Jiang Sun entered the Rare Treasures Pavilion, only to discover that this so-called pavilion was akin to a large-scale shopping mall from his previous life. The first floor was a marketplace filled with shops selling elixirs, magical artifacts, and talismans, all bearing the insignia of various sections. Iron Refinement Sect's magical artifacts, Purple Cauldron Sect's precious elixirs, Divine Miracles Sect's talismans, Beast Taming Sect's demonic beasts. Such a dazzling array, it was overwhelming. These shops not only sold, but also purchased various treasures. And additionally, they accepted commissions for alchemy and artifact forging. Astonishingly, the beast-taming sect even had a custom demonic beast program. At the far eastern end lay a free trading area, essentially a market stall zone. After browsing for a quarter of an hour, Jiang Sun ultimately purchased 2 speed talismans for 10 spirit stones. While he wasn't particularly lacking in offensive methods, having additional means for escape and pursuit was prudent. As for the magical swords, Jiang Sun perused the Iron Refinement sect's offerings, noting that there were cheaper ones priced around 20 to 30 spirit stones. However, upon closer inspection, many bore flaws. All were crafted by outer disciples. Purchasing such items with spirit stones felt like a loss. The second floor of the Rare Treasures Pavilion mirrored the first, yet the sects behind these shops were evidently less renowned, and the quality of their various elixirs and artifacts was inferior. The third floor served as a resting area, information hub, and dining space. Observing the tables and chairs, Jiang Sun reaffirmed that this truly resembled a large shopping mall. However, the tea and food here were distinctly different from the outside world. Tea and wine required an added spirit character, while meat had to bear a demon character. One establishment even advertised a Tao Enlightenment tea with a shocking price starting at 100 spirit stones. A smaller note indicated it was of medium quality, with the conversion rate of spirit stones being 10 to 1, meaning a single cup of tea would cost a staggering 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones at a minimum. Jiang Sun hesitated, feeling impoverished. He reminisced about the South China Sea, where the Dragon Clan's accumulation over countless years had provided an unending supply since his birth. Consuming precious elixirs like meals and Tao Enlightenment tea as water was no exaggeration. Regrettably, he was now swimming in shallow waters. Jiang Sun self-deprecatingly muttered and continued onward, soon spotting a tea shop devoid of signage yet thriving with customers. This tea shop was backed by the official bounty office of the Great Tang. Within the bounty office, there were not only the rewards from the Bureau of Demon Capture but also numerous tasks posted by sects or individuals. Jiang Sun found a seat and picked up a notice, scanning through it. The offered reward was meager. The beast-taming sect expected 500 lower-grade spirit stones for the inner core of a third-tier demonic beast, truly underestimating the capabilities of loose cultivators. What was a green body mountain demon? He had heard of mountain demons, but was there such a thing as a green one? This task was indeed suitable, but the distance was too great. Sighing, he concluded that there were truly no worthwhile bounties. Setting down the bounty book, he contemplated his frustrations. Just then, Cheng Yuan entered, munching on an apple. Noticing Jiang Sun, he smiled and approached, producing another apple from his pocket to offer Jiang Sun. So early to check for bounties? Jiang Sun accepted the apple, replying casually, "No choice, my funds are limited." Cheng smiled warmly, saying, "Ting Feng and the others have come to see me about that demonic corpse, including yesterday's reward. You've earned a total of 180 spirit stones in just one day. Still not enough? Who would complain about having too many spirit stones?" Jiang Sun remarked, "I'm just browsing this Rare Treasures Pavilion with its dazzling variety. My little stash can't even buy a decent magical artifact." Cheng chuckled, picking up the bounty book in front of Jiang Sun and flipping through it. "Have you found a suitable bounty?" Jiang Sun shrugged, "None." Cheng pondered for a moment, then set the bounty book down, saying, "I have another bounty. Would you like to give it a try?" Jiang Sun's interest piqued, asking, "What bounty is it? Where is it, and what is the reward?" Cheng produced a piece of yellow paper similar to the last time. Jiang Sun took it to read. Date: Year 230 of Yong'an, July 20th. Office: Bureau of Demon Capture, Wanyan County. Task overview: the Yin energy in Changle Town is excessively strong, suspected to be due to unregistered ghost cultivators hiding within the town or the emergence of lone souls. Specifics are unclear, requiring on-site investigation. Task objective: determine the source of the Yin energy. If it is an unregistered ghost cultivator, capture them if possible. If not, eliminate them. Reward: 300 lower-grade spirit stones. 300 spirit stones? Jiang Sun raised an eyebrow. Typically, second-tier beasts in Gaoquan Township would only yield a reward of 200 spirit stones. This 300 spirit stones seemed more suited for a third-tier ghost cultivator. However, if it truly were a third-tier ghost cultivator, regardless of whether he could handle it, the reward certainly wouldn't be just 300 spirit stones. The bounty book indicated that the corpses of ordinary third-tier beasts were valued at 800 spirit stones or more. Today's bounty? Jiang Sun noted the date was July 20th. Cheng nodded, freshly issued. Jiang Sun smirked slightly, exclaiming, "Cheng, it appears your connections with the Bureau of Demon Capture run deep indeed." Cheng smiled but said nothing. Indeed, his connections were substantial, yet this bounty was not secured through his influence. Rather, Suong had sought him out, wishing to leverage his position to present this bounty to Jiang Sun. Cheng understood that this was a test from the Bureau of Demon Capture for Jiang Sun, commencing with this bounty. However, he could not reveal this to Jiang Sun, merely stating, "It's not that deep, just a few acquaintances. So what do you think? Are you interested?" "Yes," Jiang Sun did not deny it, pointing at the reward on the yellow paper. "However, this bounty seems less challenging than the last one. Yet why is the reward higher?" because such tasks typically do not offer additional returns, hence the reward is priced higher. Chung spoke, in a sense. Tasks such as yesterday's demon-slaying mission can be viewed as a form of reward for subduing evil. Similarly, missions involving demonic entities, malevolent practitioners, and the like tend to yield lower bounties. Jiang Sun grasped the implication and inquired further, what is the interpretation of if not registered? Yellow register, Chung replied succinctly. He cast a subtle glance at Jiang Sun and added, the Tang dynasty officially records the magical artifacts of practitioners. This encompasses not only solitary cultivators but all practitioners within the local immortal sects of the Tang dynasty. Jiang Sun raised an eyebrow. Is it akin to a household registration for practitioners? You could perceive it that way. Chung nodded, seemingly offering a reminder. According to Tang law, if a practitioner is not listed in the yellow register, anyone who kills them is free from guilt. Jiang Sun pondered, stroking his chin. If all went as planned, he would remain in the Tang dynasty for an extended period. He contemplated whether he should seek registration, but since the yellow register was an artifact, would there be complications in being recorded? He did not pursue Cheng's line of thought but instead remarked, shall we both participate in this bounty? Chung countered, if it is indeed a ghost practitioner, do you possess a method to contend with such entities? I do. Then you shall go alone. Are you not coming? I harbor an aversion to places steeped in excessive yin energy, Chung replied. As for Ting Feng and the others, they are ill-equipped to handle ghost practitioners. Their presence would be futile. Jiang Sun fell silent, gazing at Chung with skepticism, as if to convey, Chung, do you take me for a fool? Chung discerned his doubt, but recalled Su Ang's prior instructions to keep the investigative matters of the capture of evil agency under wraps. Thus, he refrained from elaborating, merely patting his chest and assuring, Jiang Sun, if you trust me, proceed and do so with elegance. Though we have only known each other for 2 days. Please believe me, I will not bring you harm. Chapter 68. Haunted by spirits gazing at the elder's sincere countenance, Jiang Sun harbored little doubt. He was not one to easily extend his trust to someone he had only known for a mere 2 days, regardless of how earnest and trustworthy that person might appear. However, if this individual were backed by the authority of the Tang dynasty and the Bureau of Punishing Demons, the matter would be altogether different. The bounty notice before him could not possibly be a fabrication. The seal of the Bureau emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy. As for why he was inclined to trust the Tang dynasty, Jiang Sun could not articulate it. Perhaps it stemmed from an intrinsic affinity cultivated in his past life. Or perhaps this place, apart from the southern seas, was the first that evoked a sense of home in him. Despite his brief stay of less than half a month and his limited acquaintances in the Tang dynasty, is it the Bureau of Punishing Demons? Jiang Sun inquired softly. Team leader Chung smiled without responding. Jiang Sun understood there were no other possibilities. Yet, he was left to ponder why the Bureau would take an interest in him. Having only arrived in Chang'an 2 days prior, he believed he had done nothing noteworthy to warrant such attention. Was it because he was not listed in the yellow register? Or was it? Jiang Sun cast a sidelong glance at team leader Chung. Could this old fellow be affiliated with the Bureau? He knew that even if he posed the question, the elder would remain reticent. He merely asked, is it a good thing or a bad thing? A good thing. Team leader Chung initially intended to respond succinctly, but hesitated and added, though it could also turn into a bad thing. Jiang Sun fell into silence. Contemplating that being targeted by the Bureau left him with no better options. He seized the bounty notice from the table and declared, I'll take this bounty. Team leader Chung nodded with a smile. Biting into the apple the elder had offered, Jiang Sun looked at him and said softly, however, team leader Chung, it would be best to consult me first before such matters arise again. After acquiring the details of the bounty notice, Jiang Sun departed from the bounty hall. As he exited the Qijin pavilion, he glanced around. The previous sensation of being watched had vanished. It must have been the Bureau's personnel, after all, as that feeling of surveillance had borne no malice. Jiang Sun did not delve deeper into the matter. Instead, he purchased a detailed map of the surrounding area from a vendor on the street, confirmed his bearings, and set off immediately. Chengle Town was not far, and the path was well paved, making it inconvenient to reveal too many evasion techniques. By the time Jiang Sun arrived at the small town, it was already noon. The sun shone splendidly today, generously illuminating the neatly arranged farmlands on either side. Farmers were tilling the soil. An old man was hauling a cart of hay. A woman carried meals to the fields, and children played merrily under the trees, their laughter ringing like sweet music, simple yet heartwarming. In contrast to the turmoil of the demon-infested Gaoquan village, Chengle Town before him epitomized a peaceful town amidst a prosperous era. Observing this scene, a subtle smile graced Jiang Sun's lips, and his spirits lifted considerably. This feeling was difficult to articulate. It encompassed a sense of responsibility to protect the vulnerable. Intertwined with the perspective of an observer as a practitioner, Jiang Sun circumvented the townsfolk and ascended a high earthen mound on the outskirts of the town, a faint golden light glimmering in his eyes as he surveyed the nearby settlement. Although the midday sun was bright, it was evident that a faint aura of yin energy emanated from a particular residence. The house was grand, appearing to belong to the wealthiest family in the town. Spirits are not drawn to wealth. Yet, It was clear that over 90% of spirits thrived within affluent households, rather than entangling themselves with the impoverished. Jiang Sun made his way towards that residence and knocked on the door. After a short while, footsteps approached, and the door swung open to reveal a youthful face. "May I ask who you are?" The girl, likely around 13 or 14, was tall and slender, not particularly beautiful, and regarded Jiang Sun with curiosity. "I come from Chang'an." Jiang Sun replied with a gentle smile, removing his hat. The girl responded with an "oh" and continued without much thought. "You must be looking for my father? He went to the city early this morning to offer incense, and should not return until dusk. Would you like to come back later? Or would you prefer to come in and sit for a while?" The girl feigned maturity, speaking with a hint of authority, embodying the demeanor of a young mistress. "Let us sit for a while," Jiang Sun suggested. "All right." The girl opened the door wider, and Jiang Sun followed her into the residence, quietly observing his surroundings. The abode was serene, with bamboo casually planted in the courtyard between the flower hall and side yard. Glancing toward the back, he could vaguely discern a rockery and flowing water. There were few servants about, only 2 cooks bustling in the kitchen and a maid washing clothes. In such a spacious residence, the number of servants likely did not exceed 10. The girl seemed aware of her duty as a host but was unsure of how to initiate conversation. After leading Jiang Sun into the main hall, she politely inquired, "Have you eaten?" Jiang Sun noticed the unfinished dishes on the table and smiled. "I have already eaten." The girl responded with another "oh," falling into silence. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Jiang Sun took the initiative to continue the conversation, asking, "Is the layout of this residence based on feng shui principles?" The girl paused, momentarily taken aback, as she was not familiar with such matters. She replied somewhat shyly, "I'm not quite sure, but when we moved here 2 years ago, my father seemed to have consulted a master about it." Once the conversational floodgates opened, even a topic she was unfamiliar with became easy to discuss. Before long, Jiang Sun had subtly gleaned the family's general circumstances. The head of the household was surnamed Wei, a former official who had retired from Chang'an and was referred to by the townsfolk as Lord Wei. 2 years prior, Lord Wei had moved to Changle Town and constructed this grand residence, living a life of seclusion. The townspeople often saw the steward and household servants of the Wei family, yet rarely caught a glimpse of Lord Wei himself. These simple pieces of information sufficed to suggest that Lord Wei was a man with a story. To retire from an official position at a relatively young age and return to a small town while maintaining such a low profile implied a narrative worth delving into. Jiang Sun was not particularly interested in these tales. He only wished to ascertain the source of the resident's Yin energy. Finding an excuse to conclude the conversation, he meandered through the house, only to find nothing of significance. During daylight, when Yang energy was at its peak, spirits would retreat. It was not until twilight began to descend that Lord Wei, who had gone to offer incense, finally returned home. Upon hearing that a guest had arrived from Chang'an, Lord Wei's expression shifted, and he quickened his pace towards the hall. At that moment, Jiang Sun was seated in the hall with the Wei girl, sharing amusing anecdotes and bringing smiles to her face. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense as Lord Wei, a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor, approached Jiang Sun, who was a stranger to him, and politely clasped his hands in greeting. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, my friend?" Jiang Sun rose and smiled. Casting a glance around, Lord Wei understood his unspoken intent, dismissed the servants, and turned to the girl, saying, "You honor, you may return. I have matters to discuss with our friend from Chang'an." The girl bowed in acknowledgement and exited respectfully, while the servants withdrew to a distance. "What brings you here from afar?" Lord Wei inquired once more, maintaining an impeccable demeanor. Jiang Sun observed the man who appeared outwardly composed, yet bore a hint of fatigue in his aura, and he spoke decisively. "You are haunted by spirits, Lord Wei. Please, elucidate the matter." Chapter 69. The girl Hongzhu. Lord Wei was initially taken aback, but soon regained his composure, his gaze towards Jiang Sun igniting with fervor. "May I ask who you are?" This time, he did not merely clasp his hands, but instead inclined his body in a deep bow. "It was no longer you, but you," his demeanor imbued with utmost respect. Jiang Sun's response did not disappoint him. "The one who assists you is far more useful than your offerings at the temple." Lord Wei's voice trembled with excitement. "Are you a celestial master?" Jiang Sun replied, "You may consider it so." With that, a loud thud echoed as Lord Wei fell to his knees. The once imposing retired official now displayed tears in his eyes. "I beseech the celestial master for assistance. She haunts me night after night." Lord Wei wept profusely. Jiang Sun urged, "Clarify the matter. The tale dates back many years." Indeed, it was many years ago. In a town under the jurisdiction of Yongzhou in Jiangnan, there lived a scholar known far and wide. His surname was Wei, and his given name was Chun. Wei Chun was orphaned at birth, lost his father in childhood, and was raised by his uncle and aunt. His uncle was impoverished and unable to afford his education. Yet Wei Chun was studious, often sneaking to the walls of the private school to listen in on lessons. It was there he grasped the essence of learning. At the age of 15, he secretly participated in the autumn examination, astonishingly passing the imperial examination. This achievement brought rewards from the town, alleviating his worries about sustenance. allowing him to dedicate 3 years to diligent study before heading to the capital for the examination. Unfortunately, while traveling by water, he encountered a violent storm, capsizing the boat and losing all his funds. By the time he reached Chang'an, his pockets were emptier than his countenance, unable to even afford a flatbread. Reflecting on the past, Wei Chun, although lamenting, spoke with a hint of pride. Fortunately, I was handsome and charming, attracting the affections of many young ladies. Jiang Sun shot him a sidelong glance. Why boast? Wei Chun continued. The daughter of the flatbread shop could not take her eyes off me. Her name was Su Hongzhu. She asked, "Do you wish for a flatbread, sir?" Though I was poor, my ambition was unwavering, and I turned away to preserve my dignity. But she quickly caught up, offering me a meat-filled flatbread, saying, "Allow me to treat you, sir." I hesitated to accept, yet her beauty and melodious voice tugged at my heartstrings. Jiang Sun interrupted. "What do you mean by fate?" Wei Chun replied, "In the twilight, with so many flatbread stalls, it must be fate that I stood before hers." And what happened next? Jiang Sun pressed. Eventually, I took residence at her home. Out of desire, I presume? Wei Chun hesitated, speechless, reflecting, "Celestial Master, you need not be so blunt." What followed was a familiar narrative. Wei Chun passed the imperial examination, became an official, and married the flatbread vendor, Su Hongzhu. Jiang Sun interjected. "The spirit that haunts you, it's Su Hongzhu, is it not?" "Indeed," Wei Chun nodded fervently. Jiang Sun inquired, "And what of Yenner? Was she also haunted?" "She is your daughter with Su Hongzhu, is she not?" "No." Wei Chun hesitated, sighing. Hongzhu was unable to bear children. Despite seeking numerous physicians, there was no remedy. "Yenner is the daughter of a concubine, and I have 2 sons serving in the local administration." After a moment of silence, he confessed, "To be truthful, Celestial Master, Hongzhu has been deceased for many years." Jiang Sun raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh?" Wei Chun continued in a hushed tone. "She passed away 3 years after our marriage." Jiang Sun asked, "What caused her demise, and why does her spirit linger?" Wei Chun sighed deeply, recounting events from over 20 years ago. He had taken Su Hongzhu back to his hometown to visit relatives, traveling by water once more. Perhaps his fate was intertwined with such journeys. This time, though there was no storm, they were besieged by bandits. The pirates stormed their opulent vessel, killing the captain and looting treasures, indulging themselves without haste, and slaughtering anyone who dared to resist. Then they laid eyes upon Su Hongzhu. At merely 20 years of age, she was fiercely virtuous, choosing death over dishonor. However, the bandits threatened Wei Chun's life. As he recounted this ordeal, tears welled in his eyes, and he spoke through clenched teeth. "I was at their mercy, yet I feared not death. I would gladly perish alongside Hongzhu, but she would not allow it. She insisted I survive." Thus, Su Hongzhu chose to appease the bandits instead. Wei Chun survived. Eventually, law enforcement arrived, and a celestial master intervened, slaying the bandits. Yet afterward, Hongzhu became increasingly anxious, neglecting food and drink. I understood she bore a heavy heart. I remained by her side, assuring her of my unwavering love, promising that should she pass on, I would follow her into the afterlife. But it proved futile. Not long after, she succumbed to despair. That day, even the heavens wept, pouring down a torrential rain. Wei Chun sighed deeply, wiping away his tears, and looked at Jiang Sun. "But Celestial Master, the dead are gone, the living must carry on. I cannot truly follow her into death. I gave her a proper burial, and only took a new wife 2 years later. Yet I have never forgotten her. Every year, I visit her grave to pay my respects, ensuring the incense has never ceased. Until 2 years ago, one night, I suddenly dreamt of her, clad in a wedding gown. Her hair disheveled. She wept and asked, 'Why did you make a promise yet not accompany me into death?' Since that day, such dreams have become increasingly frequent, evolving from once every few days to every night. Recently, they have intensified. Several times, I awoke in terror, feeling an overwhelming heaviness. Even catching a fleeting glimpse of her beside me, Wei Chun trembled, as though he could see Su Hongzhu in her bridal attire, terror evident in his gaze. She has become a spirit. Celestial Master, she seeks vengeance upon me." Upon hearing Wei Chun's tale, Jiang Sun's expression remained inscrutable, as calm as a still pond. Empathy eluded him. Indeed, it is a daunting endeavor, especially for one on a spiritual path. Yet, upon hearing Wei Chun's final word, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. Vengeance? He pondered the term instinctively uttered by Wei Chun, inquiring, "Have you wronged her?" Wei Chun shook his head vehemently. "No. Our bond was profound. How could I betray her?" Jiang Sun did not press further, nodding slightly. "I understand. We shall assess the situation tonight." Chapter 70. Breaking the curse. When Lord Wei returned home, dusk had already fallen. As he recounted his tale with Su Hongzhu, the night enveloped the world in silence. The crescent moon shone brightly, and the stars twinkled like snowflakes, illuminating the Wei family mansion with remarkable clarity. Jiang Sun reclined on the roof of Lord Wei's chamber, resting his arm as a pillow, lost in the contemplation of the celestial bodies above. Inside the room, Lord Wei's apprehension had diminished significantly. He retrieved 2 talismans, affixing one to the headboard of his bed and the other to the doorpost. One of these talismans had been sought from a temple, which Jiang Sun dismissed as a mere scam, ineffective and designed to extract offerings. Genuine talismans capable of exorcising spirits could fetch 5 spiritual stones or more at the Qijin Pavilion. As an ordinary mortal, how could Lord Wei possibly acquire such a talisman? While it is true that the Buddha bestows blessings upon those with faith, such encounters require the presence of a true Buddha and a substantial offering of merit. The other talisman had been drawn by Jiang Sun at Lord Wei's request. However, in truth, it was of little efficacy. Jiang Sun, unfamiliar with the intricacies of talismans, merely traced a few lines based on the design of a talisman he had purchased from Qijin Pavilion. Lord Wei, lacking knowledge in these matters, felt a measure of comfort believing that a celestial master had intervened. For the first time in 2 years, he was able to relax, and sleep soon overcame him. As he slumbered deeply, time passed unnoticed, and a faint mist began to envelop the room. The air turned hazy, and the faint sound of a woman sobbing could be heard, sometimes distant, sometimes near. On the roof, Jiang Sun opened his eyes at the first hint of the rising mist. A subtle golden light flickered in his eyes. With the Dragon Clan's magical sight, no specter could hide from him. He discerned that the sinister energy emanated from the courtyard directly opposite Lord Wei's door, rising from the shallow stream beneath the pavilion. Jiang Sun recalled that Su Hongzhu's emotional turmoil stemmed from a past humiliation involving water. While he pondered this, a creaking sound interrupted his thoughts. The door to Lord Wei's chamber swung open, revealing him walking in a daze towards the courtyard. Hongzhu, he murmured unconsciously. Jiang Sun leapt down from the roof, landing before Lord Wei, and with a swift movement of his right hand, he lightly tapped Lord Wei's brow. Return. As his voice echoed, the chaos in Lord Wei's mind dissipated, and he jolted awake as if struck by lightning. He flew backward, crashing onto the bed, but remained unconscious. While Jiang Sun dispelled the sinister energy, he had also rendered Lord Wei faint, for it was wise for mortals to stay clear of celestial masters dealing with spirits. Jiang Sun approached the pavilion, where a woman sat with her head bowed, gazing at the quietly flowing stream beneath her feet, clad in delicate 3-inch soft shoes. As Jiang Sun drew near, her sobs grew softer, and the sound of the water became clearer. In the next moment, a chilling wind surged. The female ghost suddenly raised her head, her malevolent energy surging, enveloping the entire courtyard in mist. Is this a ghost domain? Jiang Sun raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. He had confirmed that the female specter was not a ghost cultivator, but rather a product of resentment and hatred. The primary distinction between such spirits and true ghost cultivators lay in the former's lack of conscious awareness, driven solely by the instincts of vengeance and survival. Thus, these spirits were generally not very powerful, with their limits often residing at the pinnacle of the initial realm or mid-level of the second realm. This, of course, applied only to spirits nourished by mortals. During his time in the South Sea, Jiang Sun had encountered fourth-realm spirits, remnants of a once mighty fifth-realm demon. The female ghost before him had disheveled hair, swollen cheeks, and vacant pupils, yet remnants of her former beauty could still be discerned. Her nails grew rapidly, her hands pale as snow, with blood-red tips. Accompanied by the howling wind, she lunged at Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun and Appo's right hand clenched, and a mundane iron sword was drawn from the Qingxian mirror, enveloped in a layer of pale blue true energy. He executed a simple upward parry, blocking the ghost and Appo's claws with the sword and Appo's body, simultaneously sidestepping to the left, twisting the blade, and bringing it down forcefully. The ghost instinctively recoiled, and the sword energy struck the ground, carving a clear fissure over a foot deep into the stone path. Jiang Sun pressed the attack. After several exchanges, a strand of the ghost's hair was severed by the blade, transforming from ethereal to tangible as it fell. She let out a piercing shriek, her hands morphing into claws, sharp as knives, aiming for Jiang Sun's chest. Jiang Sun stepped back just in time to evade her deadly claws, raising the iron sword above his head for a decisive strike. With a series of crisp sounds, the sword, imbued with true energy, cleaved through the ghost's nails. Meanwhile, on a distant mountainside, Suong stood at the cliff's edge, gazing toward the direction of Changel Town. He observed the events unfolding within the Wei family mansion, his admiration evident as the captain of the 5th Hall of the Capture the Beast Division. He was unable to discern the technique Jiang Sun employed, nor could he identify the lineage of his swordsmanship. It was simple, straightforward, even rustic. Yet, each movement was direct and effective, and his agility lent an elegance to the battle. This kid is truly remarkable, Suong muttered to himself. Particularly at such a young age, it signified unimaginable potential. The 5th Hall of the Capture the Beast Division was in dire need of such talent. However, despite Jiang Sun's ferocity, he exhibited no murderous intent, seemingly holding back. What was his intention? Back in the Wei residence, having severed the ghost's nails, Jiang Sun lowered his sword and approached the female ghost, now just 3 feet apart. The ghost lunged at him with her claws poised to strike. Who says one cannot be lethal without a blade? Jiang Sun smirked slightly, not overreaching but instead moving his arms outward to disarm her. He then raised his right hand, pointing at her brow as he had done with Lord Wei. With a soft glow emanating from his fingertip, he recited a gentle incantation. 5-star town's colors, illuminating the dark abyss. This was an exorcism spell, taught to him by Old Turtle during his time in the South Sea, effective against lowly spirits, not to annihilate, but to dispel and break the curse. The ghost froze, her outstretched arms falling limply to her sides. Her crimson nails faded to a pale hue, the swelling in her cheeks subsiding. Her once dull pupils began to regain their luster. The chilling breeze ceased, and the mist that cloaked the courtyard dissipated quietly. The malevolent energy surrounding the ghost vanished alongside the fog. Su Hongzhu. Jiang Sun's voice resonated in her ears as he gazed at her. Has your consciousness returned? Who are you? Perhaps due to her prolonged silence or the bewilderment of her newly regained awareness, Su Hongzhu's words were unclear. Chapter 71, A Different Tale. Su Hongzhu's consciousness gradually returned. She quickly became aware of her current state, reflecting on her past memories and the events that had transpired during her time. Her attitude towards Jiang Sun became more respectful. Are you here to kill me? Su Hongzhu asked timidly. Jiang Sun shook his head. The bounty notice is quite clear. It is not about killing a spirit, but rather uncovering the source of the Yin energy. The source of the Yin energy has now been identified, and the simplest, most direct method would indeed be to eliminate Su Hongzhu. However, it is unnecessary. This bounty was commissioned by the Capture of Evil Department, and Captain Chung specifically reminded me. I must handle this elegantly. Moreover, I am not a pedantic person. Su Hongzhu has not indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. Though she harbors resentment, it has only entangled Wei Chun. Tell me, why does this obsession linger, and why does resentment run deep? Jiang Sun inquired as he sat down in a nearby pavilion. Su Hongzhu fell silent for a moment, then followed his lead, a genuine tear sliding down her cheek, her voice filled with sorrow as she spoke. The story begins in the same manner. In a town under the jurisdiction of Yongzhou in Jiangnan, there was a scholar named Wei Chun, renowned across the 10-mile radius. Regardless of how difficult his childhood was or how hard he studied, at the age of 19, he came to the capital to take the imperial examination. In Tongshan Alley, there was a small shop selling cakes, owned by a kind-hearted and charming girl named Hongzhu. One evening, as the scholar Wei Chun stood at the shop's entrance, he gazed at the freshly baked cakes, lost in thought. Hongzhu caught a glimpse of him, noticing him swallow hard. At that moment, they were not the only two present. Su Hongzhu's father also observed Wei Chun's gesture and handed him a cake, saying, "Child, take this and eat." The young scholar became incensed, waving his sleeve and retorting, "How can a gentleman consume food offered out of pity?" He turned to leave. Su's father was taken aback and turned to Hongzhu, asking, "What did he mumble?" "I couldn't hear. It sounded like something about a gentleman and some principle," Hongzhu replied, busily kneading dough without looking up. Su's father paid it no mind and continued making cakes. Unexpectedly, a short while later, the scholar returned. He stood before the warm cakes and cooked meat, unable to move further, yet unable to speak. The fragrant aroma wafted directly into his nose. Su's father chuckled, handing him a cake and, after a moment's thought, adding some meat inside. Wei Chun savored the food, finally exclaiming, "I have never tasted such delicious cakes in my life." At that moment, Su Hongzhu had finished kneading the dough and washed her hands, curiously observing this down on his luck scholar. "Hey, where do you come from?" Wei Chun looked up and was captivated by Su Hongzhu's beauty, momentarily lost in admiration. Coming to his senses, he instinctively wanted to bow. But with a meat pie in hand and food in his mouth, he appeared rather comical. "Wei Chun from Yongzhou, I have met the young lady." He was merely a bookish youth. Su Hongzhu stifled a giggle. Then, without waiting for questions, Wei Chun introduced himself, explaining his journey and how he had lost his money. "How much did you lose?" 100 taels. "Did you lose it all in the river?" "The rain was torrential, the boat capsized, and 17 people perished with it. It is a miracle that I survived. Heaven is unkind." Su's father said, "If you're hungry, come to our home. We may not have much, but we have plenty of cakes." This last remark was made casually, merely a polite gesture. Yet, Wei Chun took it to heart. In the following days, he not only visited frequently but also shamelessly stayed at Su's house, claiming it was fate. As Wei Chun described, he was indeed quite handsome at that time. And coupled with his literary talent, he and Su Hongzhu soon found mutual affection. Who spoke first? Jiang Sun asked. Su Hongzhu responded without hesitation. "It was he who first wrote me a love poem." Jiang Sun shook his head with a smile. The young lady in Wei Chun's words was so captivated by him that it transformed into him writing her a love poem. Who was right and who was wrong? Jiang Sun did not wish to be the judge, only finding it amusing. Then came the time when Wei Chun passed the imperial exam with flying colors, became an official, and married Hongzhu in a grand ceremony. The Su family rose in status and no longer had to make cakes for a living. When I married into the Su family, my father could stroll outside for 4 hours without needing to keep an eye on anyone, Su Hongzhu said softly. He treated me exceptionally well, fulfilling all the promises he made before our marriage. Jiang Sun nodded slightly, which aligned with Wei Chun's account. The divergence occurred during a visit home. On the luxurious boat they traveled on, they were attacked by water bandits. The bandits not only robbed them, but also killed many, leaving the cabin drenched in blood. They intended to slaughter everyone aboard, for the ship was worth far more than its cargo. In a bid to save his own life, Wei Chun offered her up. The bandits laughed heartily, thinking him perceptive, and spared his life, allowing him to serve them tea. Su Hongzhu spent 5 days with the bandits, until officials arrived, dispatched a celestial master, and eradicated the gang. Out of 200 passengers, only 18 survived, and among them, besides Wei Chun, all were women. At that time, I had already resigned myself to death, contemplating a return to the capital to bid farewell to my father before ending it all. Su Hongzhu's eyes turned red as she rubbed them gently, whispering, "But I never expected he could be so cruel." He knelt and begged for my forgiveness, claiming he loved me and wished for me to live well. He even said that if I insisted on dying, he would not survive either. I found hope for survival once more, for I loved him. Yet, Su Hongzhu could no longer contain her tears, this ghost in red weeping uncontrollably. But on the very first day we arrived in Yongzhou, on the first night in his ancestral home, he killed me. He claimed to others that I could not bear the humiliation and died of despair. He said I willingly submitted to the bandits to save him. It was then I understood. He had kept me alive all those days merely to utter the words "died of despair." He was a noble scholar, so pure and proud. How could he have a wife who had submitted to bandits? Moreover, every time he saw me, he would remember how he had sold his wife on that ship, how he had groveled before those bandits, begging for mercy. The day he killed me, it rained heavily, and he wept bitterly, as if genuinely heartbroken. He told others he would bury me in the Wei family ancestral grave, but he did not. He burned me to ashes and scattered me in the river. I awoke in the river, drifting with the current for a long time until 2 years ago. When I finally found him, I sought vengeance against him, yet it seemed I could not bring myself to do it. Su Hongzhu wiped her tears with her sleeve, gazing at the open bedroom door where Wei Chun lay unconscious on the bed. Jiang Sun sighed softly. The truth and falsehood were now evident. In the end, resentment festered, and the specter emerged, all merely reflections of the malice that dwells within the human heart. Chapter 72. Meeting Suong in Wanyan County before her. The female ghost rubbed the corners of her eyes, stifling her sobs. "I hope I do not offend you, immortal." "It is of no consequence," Jiang Sun replied. "Are you the one he summoned to exorcise the demons?" Su Hongzhu inquired softly. "Not at all," Jiang Sun clarified. "You are a ghost, not a demon. If you seek vengeance, feel free to pursue it." Su Hongzhu was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Sun continued indifferently. "For every life taken, a life must be given in return. Your desire for revenge is justified." Her lips parted slightly, and after a pause, she bowed to Jiang Sun, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, immortal, for your understanding." Jiang Sun offered no response, merely gestured dismissively. Su Hongzhu bit her lip gently and turned to enter the room, where she gazed at the unconscious Wei Chun. As if sensing something, Wei Chun's body twitched involuntarily. Su Hongzhu raised her right hand, a swirling mass of mist forming within her palm, its presence formidable enough to ensnare the souls of mortals. Yet, the hand lingered in the air, ultimately not descending. A quarter of an hour passed before Su Hongzhu returned to the pavilion. "Are you unable to act?" Jiang Sun asked, not surprised. Su Hongzhu had been entwined with Wei Chun for 2 years. Throughout that time, the vengeful spirit had not claimed his life. Now, with her consciousness restored, how could she bring herself to do it? Silent, Su Hongzhu's tears fell once more, unbidden. Jiang Sun cast a sidelong glance at her, noting the indecisive and overly sentimental nature of this woman, troublesome even as a ghost. "You abandon all sense of duty and kill him. Yet, as a vengeful spirit, you cannot bring yourself to take his life? Truly, a chaotic inversion of priorities." With a sigh, Jiang Sun glanced at Su Hongzhu's skirt and remarked, "Very well. I shall take matters into my own hands." "Immortal, are you going to kill him?" Su Hongzhu asked timidly, fidgeting with her garment. Jiang Sun waved his hand impatiently. "You ought to focus on your own affairs first." Su Hongzhu fell silent. Jiang Sun regarded her and asked, "With 7 days remaining, do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" "Wishes?" Su Hongzhu paused, then replied, "I wish to return home to see my father." "That can be arranged," Jiang Sun nodded. "But before that, you must accompany me to a certain place." "Where?" Su Hongzhu inquired. Without answering, Jiang Sun retrieved a dark glass vial from his satchel and placed it on the table. Su Hongzhu showed no hesitation, bowing to Jiang Sun before transforming into a wisp of blue smoke that entered the vial. Ghostly entities are both tangible and intangible. Jiang Sun and Apos S warning of 7 days was no jest. Su Hongzhu and Apos S resentment had manifested into a ghostly form, and now that her anger dissipated and her consciousness returned, without the aid of a soul-gathering elixir or other external forces, she would vanish from existence within a week. As night deepened, the gates of Chang'an had long since closed. Jiang Sun had no intention of sneaking into the city. He spent the latter half of the night meditating in the mountains 5 miles outside the city, and as the sun rose and the gates opened, he entered the city. He did not return to his residence in Chongrenfang, but proceeded directly to the Yamen of Wanyan County. Although the office had not yet opened, there were guards on duty. Upon seeing the bounty notice Jiang Sun produced, They led him to a small courtyard at the rear of the second hall, its walls painted black. This was the office of the Bounty Hunters Bureau set up in Wanyan County. Two constables stood at the entrance, their expressions impassive as they glanced at Jiang Sun. "You may enter," one of them said. Unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes, Jiang Sun stepped into the courtyard and casually surveyed his surroundings. The courtyard was protected by a barrier, highly defensive, preventing the escape of any internal energy while allowing external sounds to penetrate. He entered the only building in the courtyard, discovering a simple office. To the left were two long tables piled high with various documents, accompanied by an equally cluttered bookshelf and a landscape painting of a celestial being resting upon a mountain. To the right was a square table with 4 chairs arranged for guests, the decor minimalistic yet pleasant, with bright windows that provided a sense of comfort. The room was empty. Jiang Sun stood at the door, pondering the true intent of the Bounty Hunters Bureau. Before he could reach a conclusion, footsteps echoed behind him as someone strode in. Jiang Sun quickly glanced at Suong, whose expression was not particularly stern but bore a faint smile. "You are Jiang Sun?" Suong assessed him, feigning ignorance. "Sir, you have heard of me?" Jiang Sun replied politely, bowing without arrogance or false humility. "Please, have a seat." Suong gestured for Jiang Sun to join him in the seating area. "Cheng Yuan is an acquaintance of mine. He mentioned that you performed admirably during the demon-slaying bounty in Gaoquan Township the other day." Jiang Sun smiled but remained silent, inwardly acknowledging the truth of his assumption. Indeed, the Bounty Hunters Bureau's interest stemmed from Cheng's report. Suong retrieved a teapot from the table, adding water and tea leaves. With a gentle touch, he heated the pot, and within moments, the water boiled. "The tea sent from the southernmost region is quite delightful. Do give it a try." He waved a hand, and 2 inverted teacups landed in his grasp, filling them with tea before pushing one toward Jiang Sun. Jiang Sun, taken aback by his warm hospitality, contemplated before producing the bounty notice from the previous day. "I have investigated the source of the negative energy in Chang'e Town," he stated, retrieving the vial containing Su Hongzhu's soul. Suong nodded slightly, gesturing for the soul to emerge from the vial, where it coalesced into the form of Su Hongzhu, a ghost of the early Second Realm. "It seems you have existed for some time now," Suong noted, recognizing her level of power. Su Hongzhu lowered her gaze in silence. Although her memories had returned, she could not specify when she had been born or how long she had drifted in the river. "Su Hongzhu, recount to this esteemed sir everything you shared with me at Wei's residence," Jiang Sun instructed. Su Hongzhu nodded slightly and retold her story with Wei Chun. "You are quite merciful," Suong remarked with a smile, observing the ghost who shared his surname. Su Hongzhu lowered her head, feeling a sense of shame. Suong said no more, tossing a talisman towards Su Hongzhu. With no means to evade, the talisman struck her forehead and vanished within. "You may now pursue your unfulfilled wish," Suong said calmly. "Thank you, sir." Su Hongzhu bowed respectfully to Suong, then turned to Jiang Sun to show her gratitude before transforming into a wisp of smoke and drifting out the window. "What was that?" Jiang Sun inquired, referring to the talisman Suong had thrown. That was a soul-binding talisman, a method employed by the Bounty Hunters Bureau to restrict the actions of ghostly entities. Suong explained, "In these final days, should she overstep her bounds, the talisman will immediately disperse her soul." Jiang Sun understood Suong's caution and prudence, then shifted the conversation. "What of the bounty?" Suong chuckled lightly, tossing a small pouch onto the table. "Inside are 30 mid-grade spirit stones, your reward." "Thank you, sir," Jiang Sun replied, his lips curling upward as he bowed slightly. He reached for the pouch, but Suong and Appo's hand moved first, pressing down on one corner of it. Chapter 73. Nightmare. Jiang Sun paused for a moment, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Suong. "My lord, what do you mean by this?" Suong casually tossed a bag filled with spiritual stones in his hands. "You told that female ghost you would resolve Wei Chun's issue. How do you intend to do so?" Jiang Sun looked at him in astonishment. He suddenly felt a strong urge to sketch a question mark on Suong's forehead and declare, "When I express confusion, it is not I who has a problem, but rather you." Suong, taken aback, furrowed his brow and said, "So, you have no intention of helping her?" Jiang Sun tapped the table with his index and middle fingers, emphasizing, "My lord, this is the county office." His meaning was clear. He had already instructed Su Hongzhu to recount the events, and the next steps should fall under the purview of the county office. Investigate as necessary, imprison as warranted, and execute where required. Suong was astonished. "Is this your solution?" Jiang Sun gazed at him with a hint of melancholy, softly sighing, "My lord, I am merely a bounty hunter. You are the enforcers of the law." Suong fell silent for a moment before stating, "I thought you might have killed Wei Chun to avenge Su Hongzhu. Would you care to reflect on what you were saying?" Jiang Sun replied, somewhat helplessly, "I am no kin to her. If she cannot take action against him, how could I? Having brought the matter to you and clarified the situation, the subsequent actions are yours to handle." Suong was momentarily rendered speechless. Jiang Sun pointed to the bag of spiritual stones in Suong's hand. Suong huffed irritably, tossing the bag to Jiang Sun and asking, "Which sect do you belong to?" Jiang Sun counted the spiritual stones, confirming there were indeed 30 mid-grade stones. A faint smile tugging at his lips, Hearing Su Ang's question, Jiang Sun was not surprised, since the Tang dynasty managed cultivators with a registry. It was only natural for someone not listed to be questioned. He could choose to remain silent or claim to be a rogue cultivator. But that would not allay the suspicions of the Bounty Enforcement Office. Silence could be construed as guilt, and claiming to be a rogue would be implausible given his outstanding performance in the 2 bounty missions. He had already devised a response and calmly stated, "Songhai Sword Sect." Su Ang raised an eyebrow. "Songhai Sword Sect?" Jiang Sun replied, "I hail from Southern Province." To be honest, Songhai Sword Sect was not the best answer. After all, he had used this identity while in Taiping Town. However, this identity had not spread widely. The cultivation community in Southern Province only knew that Lord Zhu had devoured a true dragon, unaware of the dragon's true name. Moreover, they would not know that the dragon had once gone by Jiang Sun, cloaked in the identity of Songhai Sword Sect. Only a few were privy to this identity. Meng Yuhan was far away in Jiuyu City. No Lawa and Apos, as spirit had been extinguished. And Ma Tongya and Songbai were occupied with the benefits they had received from Lord Zhu in the Yunqi sect of Southern Province. The remaining individuals, whether Suhi, Chui, or Neza, would never divulge such information. Furthermore, Jiang Sun adeptly disguised himself as a disciple of Songhai Sword Sect. Both his swordplay and water attribute energy were in harmony with him. Thus, he ultimately decided to embrace the identity of a Songhai Sword Sect disciple. "What brings someone from Southern Province to our Tang dynasty?" Su Ang inquired brusquely. Jiang Sun replied without hesitation, "I have long admired the Tang dynasty, and my master has divined that my fortune lies in Eastern continent." Noticing Su Ang still seemed inclined to inquire further, Jiang Sun quickly stood up, interrupting him. "My lord Su, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Su Ang did not stop him, stating, "If you plan to stay in the Tang dynasty for an extended period, do come back and register on the registry." "Understood," Jiang Sun replied with a smile. The gentle breeze danced through the mountains, accompanied by clouds and mist, as pavilions rose majestically, their curved eaves resembling a fairyland. Su Ang arrived at the summit of the 5th hall, entering the pavilion to report to Chengshan. His performance exceeded my expectations. He was able to awaken Su Hongzhu's consciousness, Su Ang stated earnestly. Moreover, his swordplay is steady, reflecting extensive combat experience. "A swordsman?" Chengshan raised an eyebrow. "It should be," Su Ang replied. "He claims to be from Songhai Sword Sect. By the way, have you heard of Songhai Sword Sect?" Chengshan pondered. "I have a vague impression," he said, gesturing towards a bookshelf. "Check the 3rd row from the bottom, Records of Southern Province." Su Ang approached the shelf, retrieving the requested book and quickly finding the entry regarding Songhai Sword Sect. Situated by the Southern Sea, it governs 5 counties in Southern Province, primarily composed of sword cultivators, most of whom are loyal and righteous individuals. After reviewing, Chengshan indicated for Su Ang to return the book, smiling. If he truly is a disciple of Songhai Sword Sect, his character is likely reliable. Su Ang remarked, "Are you suggesting he could be a fraud?" Chengshan shot him a sidelong glance, saying, "One cannot simply believe everything others say." Su Ang scratched the back of his head, grinning innocently. "I have observed that he excels in swordsmanship. Even if he is not a full-fledged swordsman, he is at least half of one. Besides, even if he were fabricating, surely he would not invent a sect that even I have never heard of." Chengshan responded, "That is difficult to ascertain." After a pause, he continued, "However, I find him increasingly intriguing, capable, kind-hearted, humble, and intelligent, not a mere conformist." Su Ang nodded in agreement. Jiang Sun's performances in the 2 bounty missions indeed left him thoroughly impressed. Chengshan contemplated before stating, "Tomorrow evening, you should test him once more." "Understood," Su Ang replied with a smile. Returning to his residence in Chongren Fong, Jiang Sun utilized the newly acquired spiritual stones to set up a gathering array. Sitting cross-legged in its center, he pondered the forthcoming challenges. While it was manageable to pose as a disciple of Songhai Sword Sect for a short period, encountering top-tier practitioners could easily expose him. Although he had studied numerous sword techniques, he could not be classified as a swordsman. His knowledge stemmed purely from interest rather than skill. A gentleman bearing a sword, gazing down upon the masses, seemed dignified to him, prompting him to practice various sword arts during his cultivation. Though termed supreme techniques, they were not particularly unique. Aside from the differing flow of true energy, the outward forms remained similar. Perhaps all sword techniques ultimately fell under the shadow of the 9 swords of Dugu, where one learned to counter moves in actual combat. Yet, upon reflection, no one dictated that disciples of Songhai Sword Sect must be purely sword cultivators. Moreover, whether he wielded a weapon or a sword, he could at least consider himself half a swordsman, which sufficed. Jiang Sun focused his mind and began to meditate. This continued until the following morning, when he ventured out again, indulging in a meal before sitting at another gathering place for cultivators, Kunlun Inn, for a while. Returning home in the afternoon, he took a brief rest before once more setting up the gathering array and meditating within it. As night fell, at a certain moment, Jiang Sun suddenly sensed something amiss. Despite the door being closed, a warm breeze seemed to sweep through the room, enveloping him. Becoming alert, he attempted to rise. only to find his body weighed down as if filled with lead. Struggling to open his eyes, he discovered his eyelids felt exceedingly heavy, resisting all efforts to lift them. A wave of inexplicable drowsiness washed over him, rendering his attempts to remain awake futile. When he finally managed to open his eyes again, he found himself standing in the center of an interrogation room. The chamber was dimly lit, with only a small window allowing a feeble beam of light to seep through. Before him lay a long, empty table, while the corner shelves were lined with an array of torturous instruments. Chapter 74. The Sword Cultivator and the Demon Mask. This interrogation room was considerably larger than a standard one, dimly lit, yet not cramped. The interrogator had yet to arrive, leaving Jiang Sun standing quietly before the long table, lost in thought. A peculiar, warm breeze swept through the room once more. Jiang Sun gazed ahead, only to find a man seated in the chair behind the table, wearing a grotesque mask that gleamed with menacing fangs, the tips stained with viscous blood. Upon seeing an official, "You do not kneel," the man barked, his voice resonating like a vengeful spirit, deep and hoarse, sending a chilling tremor through the air. The vastness of the room amplified his voice, echoing ominously. Anyone with a frail mind would likely succumb to terror, falling to their knees before this masked figure. Yet Jiang Sun remained unfazed, feeling only irritation, as if a mosquito buzzed incessantly by his ear, maddeningly elusive. "Who are you?" he inquired, eyeing the man warily. The man did not respond, instead demanding, "I ask you, from which sect do you hail? What is your origin?" His voice, once more, reverberated with an imposing clarity, imbued with a beguiling quality. Jiang Sun's annoyance intensified, spiraling into a throbbing headache as if a great hand had forced its way into his mind, seizing his consciousness. With a grimace, he pressed his temples and muttered in a daze, "Song High Sword Sect, Jiang Sun." Bang! The man slammed his palm onto the table, a mocking smile forming as he queried, "Ah, that Song High Sword Sect. What a fine establishment. Yet you, a mere second-tier cultivator, have traversed such vast distances to arrive in the Tang Empire. What is your true intent?" Jiang Sun's eyes rolled back, seemingly robbed of awareness, leaving only the whites visible. My master said my opportunity lies in the eastern continent," he stammered, as if grappling with the invasive force within his mind. The man in the demon mask, Suong, furrowed his brow, taken aback by Jiang Sun's intense reaction. However, a smirk crept across his lips. He had gleaned the information he sought. Jiang Sun was indeed a disciple of the Song High Sword Sect, driven by an enigmatic opportunity to journey to the Tang Empire. Trustworthy enough. That was sufficient. "What is the name of your master?" Suong then inquired, though this question strayed from his mission, stemming from mere curiosity. Jiang Sun remained silent. In the depths of his consciousness, Jiang Sun easily obliterated the invasive presence. Uncertain of the secret behind this forced dream state, he recognized Suong upon seeing the mask, aware that this was yet another test from the captured demon division. He was not intimidated by Suong's ghastly visage. Instead, he found the blood at the base of the fangs absurd. It was not mockery, but genuine amusement. After all, it bore the appearance of a bleeding gum. "Hey, you demon, have you considered trying Yunnan Baiyao?" He cooperatively allowed Suong's consciousness to invade his mind, permitting him to ask his desired questions and receive the necessary answers. However, Lord Su, further inquiries would be quite impolite. For the nightmare to take effect, the strength of the caster's consciousness must exceed that of the recipient's. Not merely a little stronger, but at least a whole realm higher for stability. Suong, a formidable late-stage third-tier cultivator, viewed Jiang Sun as an easy target. A mere second-tier cultivator. Yet he failed to comprehend that for someone like Jiang Sun, who had experienced 2 rebirths, his consciousness was not only equal, but superior. Jiang Sun's pupils returned to normal as he shot Suong a sidelong glance and turned to exit. "Where do you think you're going?" Suong barked sternly. Jiang Sun did not reply. In Suong's astonished gaze, Jiang Sun approached a nearly imperceptible door in the interrogation room, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The door crashed open, light flooding in from outside, revealing a shadowy figure clad in dark robes, wielding a sword, basking in sunlight. In the next moment, the figure raised the sword and lunged towards Suong like a meteor. Suong's expression shifted dramatically. This was wrong. He had only manifested this shadowy interrogation room in the dream. Where had this person come from? Where was the light? No, this interrogation room had no door. What had Jiang Sun kicked open? He had no time to ponder, swiftly dodging the incoming sword light, turning to face the sword-wielding figure, only to be struck dumb. The face, not particularly handsome, bore a playful smile. Suong was all too familiar with this visage, just as he was with the sword cultivator before him. Damn it! This was himself. The sword cultivator Suong, donned in the captured demon division uniform, along with the door and the light, were all creations of Jiang Sun within this dream. The dream had slipped from his control. Who dares to act so recklessly within the Tang Empire? The sword cultivator Suong thundered from the moral high ground, directing his fierce gaze at the demon-masked Suong. Jiang Sun proclaimed with righteous fervor, "Lord Su, this individual dares to commit crimes beneath the very eyes of the captured demon division. clearly showing disdain for our Tang Empire. Why waste words on such a scoundrel? Attack. Eliminate him. Logically sound. The sword cultivator Su Ong nodded slightly, and in the astonished gaze of the demon-masked Su Ong, he charged forward with his sword. The dream shattered. In his home in Chongrenfang, Jiang Sun opened his eyes, a playful smile curving his lips. Su Ong versus Su Ong, how delightful. This should earn the trust of the captured demon division, though had he been too ostentatious in breaking through Su Ong's dream, in and 3 miles away. Su Ong let out a strange cry, jolting awake from the dream state. His expression contorted as he braced himself on the ground, gasping for air as if he had expended all his strength. Shaking his head vigorously, he approached a basin of water and splashed cold water on his face. Feeling somewhat better, gazing at his reflection in the basin, Su Ong chuckled ruefully. In that moment, he had nearly faced death at the hands of the sword cultivator Su Ong within the dream. Though death in a dream did not equate to death in reality, the damage to his consciousness would necessitate a 2-month recovery. Damn it, I wield a blade. Could it be that I possess the talent of a sword cultivator? He mused, recalling the fierce techniques of sword cultivator Su Ong, stroking his chin as he spoke to himself. Without lingering further in the inn, Su Ong leaped from the window, vanishing into the night. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at Tai Mountain. Practitioners often meditated at night, and by the following morning, he stood before Chung Mountain. My subordinate employed a nightmare on him last night, Su Ong stated directly. He is indeed a disciple of the Tsong High Sword sect. Having come to the Tang Empire for the sake of opportunity, he is trustworthy. Su Ong concluded his report. Chapter 75. Mount Tai Chung Shan casually remarked. Since we can trust him, let us send someone to invite him in. Understood, Su Ong replied. Unlike other celestial sects, the Bureau of Monster Capture does not require its disciples to pledge unwavering loyalty to a single faction. This is a long-standing tradition rooted in the imperial court's practices. Historically, talents have often emerged from various powers, as the adage goes, acquire both literary and martial arts, then serve the imperial family. However, the Bureau of Monster Capture not only recruits from other factions but also cultivates its own talents, such as Cheng Shan and Su Ong, whose abilities are entirely derived from the Bureau's nurturing. It is for this reason that the Bureau is regarded as the official celestial sect of the Tang dynasty. Consequently, the recruitment by the Bureau often resembles a form of abduction, as external disciples who are invited to stay at Mount Tai gradually distance themselves from their former sections. At this moment, Cheng Shan noticed that Su Ong appeared somewhat dispirited and inquired, "What seems to be the matter?" Su Ong rubbed the back of his head and recounted the events that transpired in his dream to Cheng Shan, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "Boss, it's not my fault. That Jiang Sun fellow is truly malevolent. I never anticipated that someone of a lower realm than mine could escape my control within a nightmare. He even managed to conjure another version of me in my dream. The key is that the sword-wielding version of me was quite formidable." Su Ong sighed, still baffled by how Jiang Sun accomplished this. Cheng Shan chuckled at his words and corrected him. That was his dream. Then, the highly respected deputy director of the Bureau pondered for a moment and remarked, "This suggests that his spiritual awareness is exceptionally strong, and his willpower surpasses that of his peers in the same realm. Quite impressive." He glanced at Su Ong and teased, "I can only imagine how amusing it must be for the sword cultivator Su Ong to encounter the knife cultivator Su Ong." In Chongrenfang, after the dream shattered, Jiang Sun resumed his cultivation as if nothing had transpired. It was only when the spiritual energy within the spirit stone supporting the gathering formation was depleted that he waved his hand to disperse the formation. The sky had brightened considerably. Jiang Sun remained seated in the hall, awaiting his visitors. As expected, a knock resounded at the door a quarter of an hour later. Jiang Sun rose and approached the entrance. Upon opening the door, he found 2 catchers clad in standard dark attire. The one on the left appeared somewhat fatigued. It was Su Ong, whom he had encountered in his dream the previous night. The other man, slightly older, had small, squinting eyes that detracted from his authority, even in the Bureau's official garb. "Lord Su," Jiang Sun greeted with a respectful bow. Su Ong smiled and nodded, gesturing to the squinting-eyed catcher beside him. "This is Li Hongyan from Rongzhou." Jiang Sun politely remarked, "I did not expect you both to visit my humble abode." Li Hongyan sized Jiang Sun up with a smile. "So you are Jiang Sun? Come with us for a moment." As he smiled, his eyes seemed even smaller. Jiang Sun stifled a laugh, thinking that his eyes were even smaller than those of a certain celebrity from his previous life, and mused that he should be called Rong Hao instead. Maintaining an impassive facade, he feigned ignorance. "May I ask, what seems to be the issue, my lord?" Li Hong and Amp oppose and remained silent. Casting a glance at Su Ong stepped forward, patted Jiang Sun on the shoulder, and scolded, "Are you still pretending? My lord, I do not comprehend your meaning." Jiang Sun continued to feign confusion. Unable to contain his amusement, Su Ong stated, "That manual is called Nightmare. You were quite audacious while commanding the false Su Ong to attack me in the dream last night. Now you wish to play coy?" Since Jiang Sun was capable of shattering his nightmare, Su Ong found it hard to believe that Jiang Sun had not recognized his identity. Jiang Sun simply chuckled and remained silent. "Let us go. We need to introduce you to someone," Suong said, casting a sidelong glance at him. Jiang Sun nodded and followed the two as they departed from Chongren-Fong, heading toward the county office of Wanyang County. The county office was a grand estate with 4 courtyards, sprawling and imposing. Yet the Bureau of Monster Capture's office within it was merely a small courtyard that appeared rather unimpressive, hardly befitting a high-ranking catcher and lacking the grandeur of a celestial sect, giving off an air of being marginalized. Upon entering the courtyard, Suong noticed Jiang Sun's perplexed expression and chuckled. Do you think the Bureau of Monster Capture lacks prestige? Jiang Sun did not deny it. It does seem a bit so. Suong smiled mysteriously and said no more. You'll understand once you get in, Li Hongyan remarked, pushing open the courtyard door and leading Jiang Sun into the only office. At some point, Suong had acquired a dark, ink-like token, its material unknown, engraved with imposing cloud patterns surrounding 2 gilded characters, capture monsters. As Suong infused his vital energy into it and gently flicked it towards the leftmost wall of the room, the wall transformed, appearing to liquefy and ripple like water. This was a mirror wall, one of the Bureau's teleportation gateways in Wanyang County. Suong explained briefly, retracted the token, and stepped through. In the next instant, his figure vanished into a flash of white light. Li Hongyan followed suit, and Jiang Sun brought up the rear. As the 3 entered, the mirror wall reverted to its original state, revealing nothing extraordinary. After a brief moment of darkness, visibility abruptly returned, unveiling several verdant peaks, some graceful and others perilous, adorned with ancient pavilions that were breathtakingly beautiful. In terms of scenery, it rivaled the Emerald Peak Mountain where Neza resided. The Bureau of Monster Capture possessed its own blessed land. Jiang Sun could not help but exhale quietly, truly surpassing his expectations. After all, such sanctuaries were rare. Many celestial sects, even if located in areas rich in spiritual energy, could not be considered blessed lands. Moreover, beyond the several peaks, a chaotic expanse stretched forth, demonstrating that this was a completely independent little world, the Bureau's blessed land existing outside the confines of the mortal realm. Jiang Sun surveyed his surroundings, concluding that this small world was perhaps slightly less expansive than Emerald Peak Mountain, but still considerable, comparable to the size of Chang'an City. What are your thoughts now? Suong inquired with a sense of pride as he gazed at Jiang Sun. Li Hongyan also watched Jiang Sun's reaction with keen interest. They had investigated the Songhai Sword Sect and confirmed that its mountain gate was located in Songshui County by the South Sea, lacking an independent blessed land, and certainly not comparable to the grandeur beneath their feet at Mount Tai. However, they were met with disappointment. Having resided in the Dragon Palace for 20 years and recently witnessed the splendor of Emerald Peak Mountain, Jiang Sun found this blessed land quite commendable. It is truly impressive, he praised sincerely, devoid of astonishment or shock, merely offering a calm compliment. What is the name of this blessed land? Mount Tai, Suong replied, somewhat dejectedly. As he had not observed the expected reaction, he pondered whether Jiang Sun was either an exceptionally composed individual or had encountered blessed lands that rivaled Mount Tai.